Chapter 1. The cave was dimly lit, with a sliver of moonlight filtering through the entrance, illuminating the disheveled figures sprawled across the ground. Their breaths rose and fell in a weak cadence, as if life were slipping away from them. She curled into a tight ball, attempting to wrap the tattered animal skin more closely around herself, yet it failed to cover her legs. Although it was summer, the temperature variation between day and night was quite stark. The cave, far from being warm, turned chillingly cold at night. She had already awakened several times from the biting chill. As dawn gradually broke, beams of golden light streamed through the cave entrance, casting a glow on Mu Guo's face, who had actually been awake for a while. She furrowed her brow and sighed. Another day of hunger awaited her. The others, as usual, merely turned over and continued to sleep. Nearest to her was a boy who appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old. His waxen face looked far worse than hers, for he had nothing to cover himself with, merely a tattered animal skin riddled with holes that looked somewhat moldy draped over his curled-up body. The rest of the individuals lying nearby were no better off, some even completely naked, huddled together in a desperate attempt to stave off the cold. The inhabitants of this place paid little heed to hygiene. The air was thick with a foul odor that was indescribable, and strange insects occasionally crawled across the ground. She rubbed her flat stomach, the pangs of hunger jolting her into full awareness. This was no dream. Indeed, this was no dream. It had been 6 days since she arrived in this world, having consumed only 3 chunks of meat, the last of which had begun to spoil. To recount the events, one must go back 6 days. People often say that the year of one's birth brings misfortune. She had always dismissed this as mere superstition of the elderly. Yet, on the 2nd day of her birth year, she tragically lost her footing and tumbled down the stairs, the sound of her skull shattering being the last thing she ever heard. When she awoke, she found herself in a dark, boundless expanse, a large screen floating before her. With the clack of typing, the screen displayed the words, "Welcome to the Primitive Tribe Strategy System." She rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Where was she? Hadn't she fallen down the stairs? The text on the screen gradually faded away, replaced by a countdown. Starting soul integration, countdown begins. 100, 999, 8970. As the numbers reached 0, an overwhelming sensation of dizziness and weightlessness enveloped her. She lost track of time until she once again saw a line of text. Soul stability, 95, speed, 0.5, muscle, 0, explosiveness, 0.5, strength, 0.5, physical condition, frail primitive human. What did they mean by frail primitive human? Is anyone there? She called out, but no reply came. Gradually, she felt her body sinking, making it increasingly difficult to breathe until the light caught her attention. When she opened her eyes, she found herself lying in a cave, and upon jumping up, she was greeted by a sight of disheveled primitive beings, a realization that took her days to accept that she had been transported to a primitive society. Rubbing her temples, her hunger-induced dizziness intensified, her stomach burning in pain. If she did not find something to eat soon, she feared she would face death once more. Rising from the ground, she attempted to fold the tattered animal skin draped over her, only to find it stiff and unyielding, springing back into its original form. How frustrating. Clearly, they had yet to learn the art of tanning animal hides. What kind of terrifyingly backward era had she stumbled into? Not wishing to dwell on the animal skin, she grasped her only possessiona, seemingly dull stone knife and, dragging her weakened body, stepped outside the cave, her legs feeling as if they were mere strands of overcooked noodles. Standing at the cave's mouth, she inhaled deeply, hoping to find something to eat. Just outside, she spotted 2 figures squatting with their backs to her, busily engaged in some task beneath a large rock about 5 meters to the left. They appeared quite alert the moment her gaze lingered on them. They swiftly turned their heads. Upon recognizing Mu Guo, they flashed toothy grins and resumed their work. Their appearance bore little difference from modern humans, albeit slightly more rugged. The 2 had unkempt hair, pallid complexions, vacant eyes, and cracked lips, their upper bodies bare and bony, with only stiff animal skins wrapped around their waists. One held a flat stone, grinding it against a slab of rock. An arm bore a tattoo that resembled a tribal mark from her past life. She mused, though life here was grim, at least the tattoo was somewhat charming. The other individual was laboriously sharpening a wooden stick with a stone knife. The sharp end of the stick indicated it was being fashioned into a weapon. His balding head gave him the appearance of an elderly Kappa. The Kappa-like figure had a necklace made of unfamiliar bones, interspersed with feathers from unknown creatures. Though he had a name, Jisha found the Kappa moniker more fitting. This cave was situated halfway up a small mountain, and approximately 1,000 meters ahead lay a river, beyond which sprawled an endless expanse of forest. Following the river upstream, one could see lush greenery dotted with towering trees of unknown names. The sky was vast, birds soared, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Had it been in her previous life, she would have calmly admired the scenery, but now she gazed at the trees as if they were drumsticks, the grass akin to matcha cake, and the clouds. Wiping away a drool, she returned her focus to the terrain. The mountains behind and the river in front provided some protection from dangerous beasts. Though her mind raced with thoughts, she did not linger long, lifting her legs and proceeding forward. Ji glanced up at her, his lips moving as if to say something. She dared not approach the river's edge. The heat of the day drew beasts to drink, and she had no desire to be surprised by a carnivorous creature. That would surely lead to a familiar fate. Thus, her destination lay to the right of the cave, alongside the upstream area of the river. The grass there appeared low enough to conceal no large animals. Clenching her frail fist, she considered her current malnourished state. She might not even be able to overpower a small dog. Upon reaching her destination, she remained oblivious to Ji, who followed cautiously behind her, gripping a sharply pointed wooden stick, his vigilant eyes scanning the grass beside Mu Guo. Out of caution, she bent low, attempting to minimize her presence as she tread carefully through the grass. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from her right. She quickly turned her head, catching sight of a rabbit-like creature darting past. Her heart soared with excitement, only to be followed by a wave of helplessness. There was indeed a rabbit, yet her empty hands bore no tools, leaving her only to see its fluffy tail vanish. Inwardly, she vowed, "Just wait until I catch you, you'll soon become my meal." After a long and arduous trek, she found herself surrounded by unfamiliar plants. She recalled how, decades ago, during times of famine, people resorted to eating roots, tree bark, and even dirt when desperate. Now, before her lay a sea of greenery. Gritting her teeth and summoning her resolve, she thought, what could be worse than the experiences of those who fled famine? Ji, sensing no danger, returned to his tasks while Mu Guo was squatted in the dirt, diligently digging for roots. After much effort, she finally unearthed a root, her frail body drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. After shaking off the dirt, she brushed away the remaining soil clinging to it. Gazing at this root, which might induce discomfort if consumed, she steeled herself psychologically. Had she not been so famished, she might have offered incense to the root before eating it. Finally, gathering her courage, she prepared to take a bite when a sudden pain shot through her lower back, sending her tumbling headfirst into the pit she had just dug, mouthfuls of dirt filling her mouth, and her cheeks scraped by sharp stones. Furious, she endured the pain in her back, pulling her dirt-covered head up to confront a boy of similar age, who had just picked up the root she had dropped and, without hesitation, swallowed it whole, nearly choking in the process. He rolled his eyes back in distress. Was he really choking for a mere morsel? Moreover, she had intended to sample a small piece to gauge its safety before fully committing to consumption. Was it safe? A sudden spark of inspiration illuminated her mind, and tears welled up in her eyes. In this day and age, it is rare to encounter someone so naive and trusting few are willing to risk themselves for the sake of others. She abruptly seized the boy's hand and declared, "Which kind of grass would you like me to dig up for you?" Yangri was taken aback. He had braced himself for a confrontation, yet this person was behaving so unexpectedly. "What do you mean, Yangri suddenly clutched his stomach, gazing at Mu Guo in terror. "Do you know that this grass is poisonous?" She genuinely had no idea. In a moment of panic, Yangri turned and fled, dashing into a thicket where he crouched down. Mu Guo, however, seemed to hear a voice exclaiming, "Bring out the damn Italian cannon. Fire!" Mu Guo squatted down, contemplating the grass she had just unearthed. It was likely to induce diarrhea. She diligently memorized its appearance, thinking that if anyone dared to contest her for food in the future, she would feed them this instead, laughing all the while. She even thoughtfully named this grass in a way that was easy to understand, calling it diarrhea grass. Thankfully, this fool had snatched the food, otherwise she would be the one squatting in the thicket, unleashing her own Italian cannon. Finally, Yangri emerged from the thicket, looking pale and disheveled. Mu Guo, undeterred by his disheveled state, grasped his hand and said, "Thank you. You truly are a good person." Yangri withdrew his hand, taking cautious steps back as he scrutinized Mu Guo. "What do you want?" Mu Guo beamed at him with a friendly smile and inquired, "Are you hungry?" "Yes." "Would you like something to eat?" "Yes." Mu Guo's smile widened even further. "Then let me take you to find something to eat." Yangri felt a twinge of fear, instinctively wanting to refuse, but his hunger was overwhelming. After all, he had just lost his meager supplies due to his earlier bout of diarrhea. If he didn't eat soon, he wouldn't be able to endure. Seeing Mu Guo's confident demeanor, he couldn't help but agree, adding, "As long as it doesn't hurt my stomach." He glanced back at the chaotic scene in the thicket, feeling a tightening in his gut and sensing his own weakness. Mu Guo nearly burst into laughter. Who knew if he would suffer stomach pains again? Perhaps his stomach would be fine, but he might end up vomiting instead. He had kicked her, stolen her food, and even scratched her face. Surely he must pay some price for his actions? Mu Guo, adopting a serious demeanor, patted Yangri's shoulder and gazed at him, as if illuminated by divine light, proclaiming, "You are the first great Shinnon of this world." Yangri's expression was one of confusion. He understood the meaning of greatness, but what was Shinnon? Today, Mu Guo was acting strangely, constantly uttering words he didn't comprehend. Both of them, one having eaten nothing and the other suffering from diarrhea, wore forlorn expressions. Mu Guo led Yangri to a different kind of grass that looked somewhat familiar. After much hesitation, she decided to let Yangri sample it for a test. This grass resembled the purslane from her past life, sprawling across the ground with plump, oval-shaped green leaves, while its stems were red. In her previous life, the elderly often enjoyed gathering its tender shoots to prepare as a cold dish. However, there were notable differences. For instance, the leaves of this grass were excessively large. In her previous life, purslane leaves were only the size of a finger, but here they were as large as eggs. Recalling that purslane was rather cold in nature and should not be consumed in excess due to its tendency to cause diarrhea, Mu Guo hesitated to partake herself. Yangri, seeing Mu Guo lost in thought while crouched down, was about to speak when she nudged him with her elbow. Come here, come here. This one is edible, give it a try." With that, she pinched off a leaf of purslane and held it to Yangri's mouth. Yangri looked quizzically at the grass being thrust before him, observing Mu Guo's eager expression, and felt a twinge of reluctance to take a bite. "Why aren't you eating? It's good." She chewed enthusiastically. "Have you eaten it?" he asked, hesitant. "Of course I have." "Stop hesitating," she retorted, lacking the patience to wait for his deliberation. She stuffed the leaf into his mouth, and regardless of his reluctance, he ended up savoring it. Yangri's eyes lit up after finishing the leaf. He immediately grasped the stem of purslane and yanked it upwards, ready to shove it into his mouth. Mu Guo, alarmed, slapped the purslane from his hands, thinking, if he choked on it, who would take on the role of Shinnon? Wait until later to eat. Mu Guo's expression was complex. How could he have forgotten his recent ordeal with diarrhea? Was he truly lacking in sense? Yangri, bewildered, rubbed his sore hand and questioned, "Why did you hit me?" Mu Guo, exasperated, replied, "I hit you, so what? Do you need to pick a date for it? You didn't give me a heads up before you kicked me." Yangri stubbornly defended himself. "I was just too hungry." Upon hearing this, Mu Guo pointed at the faintly painful scratch on her face and said, "See, you did that." Yangri fell silent, realizing he had indeed wronged her by stealing her food and kicking her. Most people would have retaliated, let alone agree to go searching for food with him. Yet, he sensed something was amiss, though he couldn't pinpoint it. In the end, he decided to accept the situation. After all, where there was milk, there was a mother. Mu Guo observed Yang Ri's expression gradually shift to one of guilt, eventually leading him to calmly accept the reality of the situation, which brought her a sense of amusement. It seemed that primitive individuals were rather easy to deceive. Although she felt quite displeased after receiving a kick, upon reconsideration, it could be said that Yang Ri had, in a way, shielded her from harm. The reason Mu Guo dared to offer him this grass, which bore a striking resemblance to the purslane, was due to the evidence of animal nibbling on certain patches, suggesting that this grass was likely non-toxic. The two of them sat together for nearly an hour, with Mu Guo noting that Yang Ri showed no signs of distress, apart from his anxious fidgeting due to hunger, and the occasional glance directed her way. As Mu Guo observed that there was nothing amiss, she remarked, "Let us eat." No sooner had her words left her lips than Yang Ri, with agile hands and feet, began to pluck the purslane and shove it into his mouth, consuming it as though he had never tasted food before. Upon witnessing Yang Ri's haphazard consumption of the purslane, she felt a wave of disdain wash over her. Turning away, she approached another patch of purslane, brushing off the dirt before partaking. Mu Guo mused that with just the two of them amidst a sea of purslane, even if they were to gorge themselves, they could never finish it all. The urgency with which Yang Ri devoured the greens, without so much as a thought to chew, left her concerned about the perils of indigestion. She refrained from overeating, uncertain of the primal constitution of their bodies, and aware that excessive consumption could lead to unfortunate consequences. Thus, she stopped after eating just enough to stave off hunger. Rising to survey the expanse of purslane that stretched infinitely before her, which eased her mind, Yang Ri, having already satisfied his appetite, sat down on the ground, propping himself up with one hand and rubbing his round belly, exhaling a deep sigh of contentment. This day, indeed, had been the happiest in recent times for him. As for the potential for an upset stomach, that thought had slipped his mind. Yet, how could one ever be fully content? Mu Guo certainly was not, who would willingly continue to consume grass. While it might suffice for a momentary hunger, over time, it would prove unbearable, akin to merely sustaining a sheep. Having replenished their energy, they pressed onward, and upon glancing back, Mu Guo noticed Yang Ri basking in the sun, motionless. With a hint of annoyance, she called out, "Aren't you coming?" Initially, Yang Ri thought to bask in the sun a little longer after his meal, but seeing Mu Guo's determined expression, he reconsidered, pondering the possibility that she might discover more food. He quickly followed her. The two proceeded in tandem, with Mu Guo diligently observing the various grasses underfoot. After a time, she was unexpectedly halted by Yang Ri's hand on her shoulder. Confused, she turned to him, only to see him shake his head and say, "We're no longer in our territory." Suddenly, a colossal, suspended screen materialized in her mind, displaying subtitles that mechanically announced, "Mission. Mark the area ahead as your territory within half an hour." Success in the mission would yield the reward of water control skills and the ability to expel beasts from private territories. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo patted Yang Ri's shoulder, her expression resolute and earnest as she said, "Go ahead, you've marked your territory, and this land now belongs to us." When she first arrived, she had already encountered the floating screen, yet she couldn't expect herself to challenge every beast in this territory. That would be courting death. After much contemplation, she still felt it would be better to encourage Yang Ri to relieve himself. But wait, why aren't you going? Since the scent of a man is more pronounced, it would be best if you went instead. Yang Ri, visibly defiant, began to retort, "I want to go. If anyone should, it should be you." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo nodded decisively, asserting, "Once I speak, my words are unalterable." Yang Ri also nodded, though she did not comprehend Mu Guo's words. She understood that as the daughter of the chieftain, her promises must hold weight. With this thought, she turned away. Then, a series of rustling sounds emanated from the front. Just as Yang Ri shivered slightly, Mu Guo heard a familiar voice declare, "Mission accomplished. Wild beasts will be expelled within a radius of 1 kilometer. Additionally, you are awarded the skill water control. Data transmission commencing. Countdown begins. 100-9998. She was utterly astonished, The system's method of determining mission completion seemed utterly irrational. 979695. As Mu Guo heard the number 94, darkness enveloped her, and she collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness once more. She could sense Yang Ri anxiously shaking her shoulders, desperately trying to rouse her, but regardless of his efforts, she remained unresponsive. The only thing she could perceive was the enormous screen suspended in midair, where numbers vanished like a countdown, only to be replaced by another, until they finally reached 0, at which point she regained control of her body. Upon opening her eyes, Yang Ri ceased his frantic shaking, his expression fraught with worry as he inquired, "What happened to you?" He hadn't even had a chance to savor the soup. Mu Guo could not simply perish like this, despite his uncertainty about what the soup entailed. She maintained a calm demeanor, replying, "I am fine." He attempted to nudge her upright, thinking that if she was well, she should get up. However, he soon discovered her weight was unyielding, her eyes resembling those of a lifeless fish as she stared at him. He had no choice but to place her back on his lap, supporting the back of her head with his arm. A gentle breeze swept through, tousling Mu Guo's hair, creating a scene both harmonious and beautiful, if only the breeze had not mischievously blown strands into her eyes, causing her to blink incessantly. This led to an awkward moment, as the hair in her eyes made her blink repeatedly, an expression that appeared to Yang Ri as if she were making faces at him, leaving him utterly perplexed. Yet, at that moment, the stick indicated that she too had no desire for this. In truth, her body had regained some sensation, yet it was engulfed in numbness. Even the slightest movement of her fingers sent tingles racing through her limbs. Thus, she could only remain there, locked in a stare with Yang Ri. "Ah, I wish to die." Yang Ri gently turned his face to the side, feeling for the first time that his cheeks were slightly flushed. Time passed in this awkward silence, minute by minute. Finally, her body returned to normal. Without uttering a word, she crawled out of Yang Ri's embrace, casting a sidelong glance at him as he shook his arms, weary from holding her for so long. She clenched her fist discreetly, not sensing any significant change in her body, but she could perceive an abundance of minuscule droplets of water nearby, some areas saturated while others were dry. For instance, the grass was lush with moisture, whereas the air was nearly devoid of it. The ground, however, harbored the most water droplets. She could even sense the moisture from where Yang Ri had recently relieved himself, seeping downward, with the tiny roots of the nearby grass already extending to absorb it. With a mere thought, Mu Guo watched as a droplet the size of a marble materialized on her fingertip, its color vividly apparent. Suddenly, she forcefully flicked the droplet off her finger and glared disdainfully at the spot where Yang Ri had urinated. Noticing that Mu Guo was now fine, he rose and asked, So are you okay now?" "All good," she replied. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more. "Task: patrol the territory." Again, what kind of system treats individuals as mere laborers? A prompt followed. Task completed. Reward: speed value 0. 5. With a swift motion of her hand, she declared, "Let us go. I'll show you around our territory." Yang Ri's expression was complex, yet he remained silent, following closely behind Mu Guo. Mu Guo gazed upon the serene landscape, yet the tranquility felt almost excessive. It starkly contrasted with the location where he had recently discovered the purslin, a place that had at least been alive with the rustling sounds of wild rabbits and pheasants. What criteria did this system employ to classify creatures as beasts? Were rabbits and chickens truly deemed wild? This perplexing matter lay beyond Mu Guo's knowledge, as in his past life, rabbits and chickens were considered domesticated animals. Trailing behind Mu Guo, Yang Ri grew increasingly bewildered. He was acutely aware of the vast expanse of his tribe's territory. The spot where they had found the purslin was already on the fringes of their land, a region where the elders strictly forbade children from venturing. In their mischievous past, they had often sneaked over and encountered numerous animals, yet today, an eerie silence enveloped them. As they approached a small hill, Mu Guo hesitated, pausing to observe the barren mound before him. Struck by confusion, he pondered why a typical hill would lack any greenery. This one appeared unusually desolate. Lost in thought, he suddenly beheld a creature emerging from behind the hill, an imposing beast standing approximately 3 meters tall, its body covered in vibrant green scales. It bore a large head, robust hind limbs, and short, slender forelimbs, its eyes fixated intently on the small hill beneath it. A thick tail trailed behind, rhythmically striking the ground. Upon beholding the creature, or rather, a diminutive facsimile of a dinosaur, a primal instinct seized Mu Guo, causing her hackles to rise instantaneously. Its countenance bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a carnivorous dinosaur, igniting a surge of trepidation within her. Simultaneously, Yang Ri, with a gasp of astonishment, exclaimed, "A scaled beast!" In that very instant, Mu Guo perceived the ethereal chime of the system, announcing, "Task accomplished. Velocity augmented by 0.5, current velocity now at 1. Mu Guo felt an unexpected lightness envelop her body, a stark contrast to the heaviness she had previously endured. Without the luxury of contemplating why the rewards from this mission had not incapacitated her, she instinctively prepared to flee with Yang Ri. However, the scaled beast suddenly crouched down, emitting a resounding thud as it extended its long tongue to lick around the summit of the hill, stirring up a cloud of dust. It smacked its lips together, releasing a satisfied grunt from its nostrils. Yang Ri, who was already being dragged away by Mu Guo, found herself momentarily taken aback, realizing the hill was rather barren. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's bewilderment, before turning their attention back to the scaled creature. It continued its repetitive motions of licking, smacking its lips, and grunting in satisfaction, even using its short forelimbs to make a gesture that suggested it was embracing the hill, as if to claim it as its own, entirely disregarding the presence of the two individuals. Despite this, Mu Guo remained cautious, pulling Yang Ri a considerable distance back before coming to a halt. She was uncertain of the beast's combat capabilities, but given its formidable scales and physique, she surmised that its long tongue could easily consume 10 of her without difficulty. As for why the scaled creature showed no interest in them, Mu Guo was perplexed. Could it be that it simply did not see them? That seemed unlikely, as she had distinctly observed the beast glancing their way while licking the hill. Yet, why did it seem indifferent to them? Surely they were just two pieces of meat. Could it be that the creature was particularly selective, with no room for humans in its dietary preferences? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo was momentarily taken aback. Are you not aware of how many individuals reside in your household? Have you ever witnessed it hunting? Yang Ri, after a prolonged contemplation, responded with an odd expression. None of us have ever seen it hunt. Mu Guo felt increasingly perplexed. Could it be that the sight of the beast devouring humans had left him utterly bewildered? At that moment, Yang Ri too was engulfed in confusion. The adults forbade them from venturing into this area due to the presence of the scaled beast, leading the group of children to collectively presume that the creature was indeed a man-eater. Its fearsome appearance only reinforced their belief that it was a savage beast, merciless in its consumption of flesh. This perception cast a terrifying shadow over the scaled beast. In Yang Ri's words, they had never witnessed the beast consume a human, let alone any other creature. In truth, they had not even seen it prey upon lesser beasts. Logically, to sustain such a large physique would require a considerable amount of food, yet there were no significant wild animals in the vicinity of their cave. Consequently, it would need to hunt frequently to satisfy its appetite. One would expect to hear the sounds of its hunts, after all. Such a large predator would inevitably create some commotion. Nevertheless, Mu Guo dared not conclude that the scaled beast was not carnivorous. Perhaps it hunted in secrecy, unseen. Or perhaps it swiftly dispatched its prey with a decisive strike. Moreover, even if the scaled beast were not a carnivore, its sheer size alone would be sufficient to overpower her in an instant. Furthermore, it is not a given that herbivorous creatures are gentle and safe. For instance, when she first arrived in this world, she naively attempted to catch a seemingly docile wild chicken that was perched on the ground. To her astonishment, she watched as the chicken gradually rose, towering over her as it stretched its legs. Ultimately, she found herself at the mercy of the aggressive fowl, which pecked her mercilessly, leaving her with several wounds that had yet to heal. To this day, she would curse in remembrance of that encounter, exclaiming, "What a deceitful fowl." At this juncture, the two of them had begun their return journey. Along the way, Mu Guo felt a peculiar unease regarding the system. She could not fathom its true purpose. Was this elaborate endeavor merely to mark a territory, allowing her to uncover the ultimate mystery of the small, bald hill? Was it to elucidate how a colossal scaled beast could grow to such a size without hunting? Surely, the system could not be so idle. Meanwhile, Yang Ri was also beset by doubts. In their childhood, the stories they heard most frequently at night warned them that children who refused to sleep would be seized by the fearsome scaled beasts, notorious for their brutality and insatiable hunger for human flesh. These terrifying tales effectively instilled fear, compelling them to retire to bed, even stifling a fart lest it betray their presence. However, It seemed that the reality was somewhat different from what he had envisioned. Having returned to the cave, Mu Guo remained near the entrance. Since her arrival, she had relocated her belongings to that vicinity, primarily due to her aversion to the cave's pungent odor. From that day forward, Yang Ri became her constant companion. Alas, Yang Ri lamented, perched beside the cave entrance, addressing Mu Guo. The tribe has ceased its distribution of sustenance these past few days. A mechanical voice echoed within Mu Guo's mind. Mission: procure sustenance for the tribe within a 2-day time frame. Mu Guo, wielding a leaf the size of a palm fan, slowly turned her head to gaze into the cave, observing the sprawled figures of her kin. Her head spun in disbelief. How could this be? With so many tribe members, where could she possibly find enough sustenance? Even if she were to uproot all the purslane, it would scarcely suffice for a few meals. Mu Guo was internally raging. Are you out of your mind? With so many mouths to feed, do you think just scattering a few grains will suffice? Let me tell you, system, do not push your luck. A warning followed. Insulting this system will result in a 10% deduction of soul stability. Huh, I'm terrified of you. Deduct away. I'm done with this. The mechanical, icy voice returned. Kind reminder, for every point deducted from soul stability, a state of paralysis lasting 1 hour will ensue. Mu Guo disdainfully rolled her eyes. So what? If the stability drops to 50%, it will be directly eradicated. Truly, your system is merciless, demanding a head after just a few exchanges. It is devoid of any compassion and exceedingly cruel. Please accept the mission. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2. Engage. I accept. I accept. Is that not enough? For the sake of her own life, she decisively acquiesced. Early the next morning, Mu Guo set out with a stone knife, while the others remained asleep in the cave as usual. However, Ji followed her out of the cave, his brow furrowed, once again gripping his weapon and tracing her footsteps in pursuit. This time, Mu Guo did not bring Yang Ri. She first hastily consumed some food at a location abundant with sedum, treating it as breakfast, then proceeded downstream towards the river. She treaded particularly cautiously this time, for the chicken that stood nearly as tall as herself resided nearby. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Could it be that she has invoked its presence? Upon hearing the sound, Mu Guo felt as though her head might explode. She hurriedly searched for cover and, spotting a patch of grass nearby, leapt into it without a second thought. Holding her breath, she silently recited, "You cannot see me, you cannot see me." Just as she believed she had evaded the enormous chicken, a massive head suddenly appeared beside her. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo watched in horror as the chicken's head slowly turned towards her, its one eye fixating on her. She could almost discern it narrowing as if in contemplation, while beads of sweat began to form on her back. Recalling the dread of being at the mercy of that beak, she cursed the system that had compelled her to forage for others no less than 18 times. The bird flapped its flamboyant wings and approached her with a curious demeanor, tilting its head back slightly. Alarm bells rang in her mind. This was the very gesture it had made the last time it pecked her. Just as this thought crossed her mind, it lunged forward with a swift peck. Fortunately, Mu Guo had anticipated this move, rolling out of the bushes with a frantic tumble and escape. Why on earth would a chicken harbor a grudge? As Mu Guo scurried forward, lamenting her misfortune, a flamboyant long-legged chicken clucked and chased after her, evidently remembering the day when this human had cruelly jabbed something into its rear. Fortunately, Mu Guo's speed had improved. She deftly maneuvered around, taking advantage of the chicken's momentary distraction to swiftly turn and climb an ancient tree. The long-legged chicken, believing Mu Guo was still ahead, continued its pursuit until the sound of its clucking faded into the distance. Only then did she, with leaves entangled in her hair, clumsily leap down from the tree, vowing that the creature would eventually find itself on her barbecue grill. Watching the chicken's swaying rear as it retreated, Mu Guo removed the leaves from her hair with a fierce determination. Having endured days of hunger, she had barely eaten a few satisfying meals, subsisting mainly on grass. After being chased, her energy had long waned, and her body felt weak. The morning's meager meal had nearly digested, and upon surveying her surroundings, she felt a sigh of relief. It seemed relatively safe, so she plopped down to catch her breath. Once sufficiently rested, her stomach began to grumble, prompting her to rise and head back. However, she stumbled shortly thereafter, and upon looking up, she was greeted by a sprawling expanse of dense green leaves, so thick they could be described as a veritable tapestry. The leaves were oval or lanceolate, with blunt or pointed tips, serrated edges, dark green on the top and pale green underneath. Could this be the bitter herb from her past life? As she studied the bitter herb before her, her eyes gradually lit up. What was this? It was sustenance. This was the very essence of survival. Her previous complaints transformed into a fervent realization that fate had not abandoned her. One hand gathered the bitter leaves while the other gripped a stone knife, straining to dig into the earth. This herb was notably larger than those from her previous life, with roots digging deep into the ground. Lacking adequate tools made the task laborious. She could have settled for just the leaves, leaving the roots intact, but with food scarce, she was unwilling to waste any edible morsel. In this world, waste could lead to death. After much exertion, the simple act of digging for the bitter herb left her feeling utterly drained, beads of sweat forming on her brow, a testament to her frailty. She had hoped that feasting on a few succulent purslines would bolster her strength, yet it seemed she had a long way to go. Exhausted, she sank onto the ground. Her makeshift animal skin skirt rough against her skin, yet, with only 2 pieces of hide to her name, she had no choice but to wear them. Though her soul had transcended her physical form, the sense of shame remained, a constant companion. After a brief respite, she resumed her digging. After some time, she reached the base of the roots, where they began to thin out, signaling that she could pull them free. Gripping tightly, she yanked upward, and as she did, she collapsed onto the ground, a fresh mound of dirt accompanying her. At last, she had unearthed the bitter root, which surprised her with its size, comparable to a man's fist. This was indeed astonishing. The roots from her previous life had been far smaller. Glancing around at the abundance of bitter herbs, she surmised that her system's task had been fulfilled, though she remained curious about the reward it would yield. Shaking off the dirt from the root, she wiped it with her animal skin, disregarding its cleanliness, and rolled the leaves into her mouth. As she bit down, the bitterness overwhelmed her senses, contorting her face as if she had bitten into a rotten rodent. Yet inside, she felt a surge of joy. As she chewed the bitter herb, her previously numb stomach stirred to life, secreting digestive juices, readying itself to process this hard-won nourishment. While savoring the herb, her mind raced through the information she had absorbed since her arrival. Hunger could drive a person to madness, reducing them to a savage state. In some primitive tribes, cannibalism had been known to occur. Though her tribe had not encountered such a plight, many succumbed to starvation, illness, or the cold each year, mostly women, children, and the elderly, while stronger men often managed to survive. Moreover, these men would venture out to hunt, ensuring that the strong monopolized access to food, thereby securing the survival of the majority. This was a harsh yet effective means of natural selection, a brutal reality for those deemed unfit. Death awaited them. It was a sobering reflection that, despite the cruelty of reality, such conditions often dictated the best means of survival. After consuming a single bitter herb, she felt unsatisfied, continuing to eat several more until she finally paused, not because she was full, but rather because her palate had been overwhelmed by bitterness. Since her arrival, her most significant discomfort, apart from sleeping in a cave, was her seemingly insatiable appetite. Despite her youthful frame, her voraciousness could rival that of 2 robust men from her previous life. Had she not observed the appetites of others, she might have suspected she had inhabited the body of a prehistoric female warrior. Apart from her remarkable appetite, her height also differed from her past. At the age of 10, children here stood between 1.6 and 1.7 meters tall, leading one to think they had undergone accelerated growth. Though tall, the tribe was generally malnourished, indicating a limited understanding of food sources. Relying solely on hunting was a precarious existence. She recalled the first day of her arrival, confused yet witnessing 16 individuals armed with stone knives and sharpened sticks heading towards the cave's rear for a hunt, but they had yet to return. Currently, there were 26 individuals in the cave, including herself, 12 children of similar age and 13 adults, culminating in a meager total of 42 souls. This tribe was indeed pitiably small. The disparity between children and adults stemmed from environmental factors, as the survival rate of children was dismally low. It was evident that this tribe was not only small, but also weak. Meanwhile, squatting behind a tree, Ji wore a worried expression, scratching his bald head in confusion as he observed the girl before him, puzzled by her erratic movements, sitting, then squatting, then stabbing the ground with a stone knife. Was she losing her mind from hunger? As Mu Guo prepared to return after consuming her meal, she encountered Ji, who stood before her, brandishing a sharp stick. Before she could comprehend the situation, she seized her hand and led her towards the cave. Confused about his intentions, she did not resist. For the past few days since her arrival in this unfamiliar realm, her mind had been in a daze, though she frequently checked on her, offering her water. Throughout their journey, Ji maintained a serious demeanor, his lips pressed tightly together until they reached the cave. There, he cautiously rummaged behind a stone and produced a large leaf that enveloped a small treasure. As he unfurled it, it revealed a piece of dried meat, which emitted a somewhat rancid odor. Ji contemplated for a moment, then divided the meat into halves, further splitting one of the pieces into smaller portions. He placed a small piece in Mu Guo's hand before wrapping the remainder and tucking it back behind the stone. Observing the meat in her hand, Mu Guo felt perplexed. In the tribe, they received a piece of meat every other day, and today marked the 6th day without food, leading her to believe they had run out entirely. Ji, noticing her dazed expression, urged her to eat. Unable to suppress a bitter belch at the sight of the meat, Mu Guo felt a sense of embarrassment. Ji, intrigued by her reaction, explained that this was food left by the chief for her, and it was all that remained. He advised her to ration it until their return and urged her to rest afterward, confessing his exhaustion in protecting her. Upon hearing Ji mention the chief, Mu Guo recalled the first day of her arrival, when a robust man from the tribe had approached her, gently patting her head before departing. It dawned on her that she inhabited the body of the chief's daughter, also named Mu Guo, who was merely 10 years old. Seeing her lost in thought, she comforted her, suggesting that the chief would return soon. After a moment of reflection, he added, "He will surely come back," though it was uncertain whether he was reassuring her or himself. Rather than engaging in that line of conversation, Mu Guo inquired if their sustenance was solely reliant on captured prey. Although only bitter herbs had been discovered thus far, the land teemed with potential edibles, including rabbits and chickens, which were considerably larger than those in her previous life. Moreover, the knowledge she possessed could prove invaluable in this era. She seemed to recall something. Weakly gesturing toward the cave's entrance, he recounted that when the chief and the others hunted, the children feasted on the fruits from the mountains, now claimed by a formidable 3rd-level gorilla. They had considered driving it away, but its strength was insurmountable. Expressing his disappointment, he glanced at his injured leg, which Mu Guo noticed was misaligned, indicating a severe past injury. Just as she was about to inquire about the meaning of the levels, a system interface materialized in her mind, and with mechanical sounds, words began to appear one by one. The host has triggered the original body's obsession, commencing the import of original memories. Countdown: 100, 99, 98. Panic surged within her. Unfortunate circumstances befell her as she fainted, collapsing to the ground. As her head struck the earth, something within her mind seemed to unlock, and memories surged forth. Desperate to alleviate the pain, she attempted to cradle her head, but her body remained immobile. Gradually, fragmented memories unfolded like a kaleidoscope, intertwining and imprinting themselves deeply in her consciousness, as if she had lived through each scene herself. These were the memories of the original owner of her body, and as the countdown reached 0, she fully absorbed them, oblivious to Ji's anxious calls. She gazed at the sky, feeling a disconcerting familiarity in this once alien world. Doubts assailed her. With the infusion of another's memories, who was she truly? The realization dawned upon her that this place was not the primitive society of Earth she had envisioned. This continent was entirely distinct. Here, individuals could awaken as warriors upon reaching a certain age, with the potency of their abilities correlating to their ranks. Some awakened strength, others speed, while a few possessed healing or fire-starting abilities, and an even smaller number exhibited peculiar skills. In this tribe, most awakened strength and speed, while her father stood as the tribe's sole 2nd-level strength warrior, and her mother had awakened healing abilities, currently at the 1st level. Mu Guo found herself overwhelmed with a torrent of thoughts, desperately trying to suppress the surging emotions within. She could not help but begin to anticipate what awakening might await her. Not everyone is destined to awaken as a warrior, yet Mu Guo firmly believed in her potential. After all, both her parents were warriors. From her memories, she had learned that the likelihood of awakening among the offspring of warriors was exceedingly high, which explained why warriors in the tribe predominantly chose fellow warriors as partners. Although she pondered deeply, it was merely a matter of a few minutes. At last, her head ceased to throb, just in time for her to block the slap that Ji was unable to refrain from delivering to her face. If that hand, accustomed to honing weapons, were to strike, she would find herself in a world of trouble. Hastily, she exclaimed, "I'm fine now. I just experienced a sudden headache a moment ago." Ji scrutinized Mu Guo closely, and upon confirming that she truly exhibited no signs of discomfort, he let out a sigh of relief and replied, "It's good to hear that you are well." Mu Guo cast a fleeting glance at the totem on Ji's arm. Recognizing it as the emblem of awakening, she turned her gaze to her own arm. Nothing there, just a few fine hairs. Fortunately, at the tender age of 10, she was still young. Typically, awakening occurred around 13 or 14, so there was no need for haste. Ji, observing Mu Guo lost in thought once more, hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and retrieving a piece of meat from behind a stone, placing it into Mu Guo's hand while murmuring softly, "Don't let yourself starve." Mu Guo, who was being foolish. As night fell, she curled up in the cave like the others, wrapped in animal hides, while the gentle sounds of slumber filled the air. With a burgeoning anticipation of becoming a warrior, she gradually succumbed to sleep. It was not until she was stirred awake by the rustling nearby that she noticed a little boy beside her, who turned over and extracted a piece of something resembling drywood from the hides. He chewed on it for a moment before straining to swallow. Rising to his feet, he hunched over and ventured deeper into the cave, requesting a stone basin from the elder who slept on the stone platform. The basin contained half a bowl of water, which the frail boy eagerly consumed in one go. After placing the basin down, he returned to his sleeping spot, casting an envious glance at Mu Guo without uttering a word, then lay down again, covering himself with the hide, intending to conserve his strength for the night. One by one, the others consumed some food that, to Mu Guo, seemed utterly unpalatable, and similarly sought half a basin of water from the elder before resuming their slumber. It was impossible not to lament the harshness of life. The elder, however, produced a piece of dried meat and savored it slowly, an act that could only be described as refined compared to the others. This elder was a shaman of the tribe, akin to an ancient national advisor, yet held a status far superior to that of a mere advisor. After finishing his meal, he descended slowly from the stone platform and ventured into the depths of the cave, armed with a sharp stone to inscribe upon the cave walls. Mu Guo felt a twinge of curiosity. Had they perhaps developed a form of written language? The elder carved meticulously on the stone wall for nearly an hour, then seated himself on the ground to rest, rubbing the stone in his hand before rising again and making his way deeper into the cave. Mu Guo was intrigued by what the mysterious shaman had inscribed upon the stone wall. Approaching the wall, she observed a series of patterns that ranged from simplistic to intricate, extending from the depths of the cave to the stone surface before her. Etched into the stone were several emaciated figures, sprawled around an overturned stone basin, which stood empty and desolate. As she ventured further, the wall revealed a depiction of more than a dozen robust men, clad in animal hides, wielding weapons as they traversed towards the mountain's rear. Advancing onward, she encountered a more abstract style of carving. Nonetheless, she discerned it to be a fruit orchard. Numerous circles adorned the vertical grooves, and it was nearly impossible for her not to recognize them. At the center stood a bipedal primate, which she instantly identified as a gorilla, notably due to its prominently protruding nostrils. Mu Guo could not help but exclaim, "This old man is truly a masterful artist of the soul." Before the massive gorilla, several individuals were seen sprinting, 3 of whom were sent flying by the furious beast with a single swipe of its hand. She recalled what she had mentioned about a third-tier beast that had claimed dominance over the fruit forest behind the mountain, and instantly grasped that the shaman was documenting significant events impacting the tribe, meticulously passing down the wisdom gleaned from countless dangers and deaths faced by their ancestors. She did not linger for long, for she had more pressing matters to attend to. It was still early morning. The beasts, having engaged in a night of hunting and battling, had returned to their lairs to rest, while the daytime creatures were comparatively less ferocious. Arriving at the spot where she had foraged for wild greens the previous day, Ji, having observed Mu Guo's successful evasion of the long-legged chicken, noted that there were no animals here that posed a threat to her. Although he still harbored some reservations about her venturing out, he saw that Yang Ri was accompanying her, and realizing that his current strength could no longer sustain the protection of others, he chose not to follow. Just as the day before, she unearthed some bitter greens, straining to swallow the overwhelming bitterness. Though they were somewhat bitter, the difficulty of finding enough to eat rendered her unpicky. She would consume whatever was available. Mu Guo, satisfied after filling her belly, pondered that once her body regained strength in the coming days, she would seek out food beyond the purslane and bitter greens. Although these plants appeared abundant and densely packed, many in the tribe still faced hunger. With so many mouths to feed, it would not be long before the bitter greens were depleted, and without alternative sources of nourishment, starvation would loom. Moreover, the chief had yet to return with the hunting party. Typically, They would return within 3 to 4 days, yet this time, there was no sign of their return. She had already braced herself for the worst. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, a sense of heaviness settled in her chest. Since the system had integrated the memories of her original self, the absence of her parents weighed heavily upon her heart, igniting a profound sense of anxiety. Sitting on the ground, she contemplated her situation and picked up a stone knife to harvest a particularly appealing patch of bitter greens. It was not that she had not eaten enough, but today marked the final day of her task. She resolved to inform her fellow tribespeople about the edible nature of the bitter greens and to lead them in gathering more. To prevent a rush that might deplete the greens, she decided to dig up several additional roots to conceal for herself, ensuring she would not starve if other food sources remained elusive. The system merely instructed her to help the tribe find food, without forbidding her from reserving some for her own sustenance. After all, in times such as these, who could truly be selfless? Certainly not her. She feared the pangs of hunger. Meanwhile, Yang Ri, appearing quite scholarly, promptly joined her in digging, though he lacked tools and toiled with his bare hands. Observing his struggle, Mu Guo kindly offered him her knife, stating, "You may use this." Yang Ri paused, taken aback by the stone knife that had been tossed before him, casting her a curious glance. Among the children, only Mu Guo wielded a weapon. They had often witnessed her skill with the stone knife. However, she was unlike the others. She was notoriously frugal. Sharing her weapon was unheard of, let alone allowing another to simply gaze upon it without receiving a glare in return. With a hint of skepticism, Yang Ri inquired, "Are you truly lending this to me?" Mu Guo was taken aback. "Can this still be used as a pretext?" She mused. "Hey, I see you're usually quite anxious about the stone knife. Is it not merely curiosity that compels us to gaze a little longer?" Yang Ri remarked as she dug up wild vegetables with the stone knife. "Just focus on your task. You talk too much. A few roots will suffice, and we can leave the rest for them. We'll manage with the purslane." Though her words were sharp, a hint of insecurity lingered beneath. When she first arrived, it had been so sudden. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself in a dim, damp cave. A quick glance around sent a shiver down her spine. She was surrounded by a group of scantily clad individuals. How could she not be frightened? What was more alarming was the realization that she too was scarcely covered. Out of instinctive self-preservation, she instinctively glared back at anyone who dared to look her way, oblivious to whether their gaze was directed at her or her stone knife. Meanwhile, Yang Ri's large head bore two even larger question marks, her eyes reflecting a hint of incredulity. Are we truly expected to give them our find? We are not even adults yet. Any food we discover does not need to be surrendered to the tribe. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Mu Guo. She must not have raised a male version of a white lotus. At this moment, the sun hovered directly overhead, casting its unrelenting rays upon the ground, where fallen leaves were cruelly crisped to a brittle state, leaving a trail of crumbling remnants beneath each step. With the bitter greens she had foraged in hand, she was determined to complete her task. After gathering the wild greens, she hurried back to the vicinity of the cave, temporarily placing them outside before venturing inside to rouse the drowsy Ji, pulling him towards the spot where the greens were nestled. Still somewhat dazed from his slumber, she hesitated as he caught sight of a heap of wild herbs resting on the stone platform they usually used for weapon sharpening. "What is this?" he inquired. "Ji, this is something edible. With it, we shall not go hungry," Mu Guo exclaimed earnestly. Ji, amused by her sincerity, gently patted her head and replied with a smile. "Silly child, many herbs are not fit for consumption." Upon hearing the news, Mu Guo immediately surmised that someone had mistakenly ingested a poisonous herb. This is not a harmful plant. It is called bitter vegetable, and it is completely safe. Both Yin Ri and I have consumed it without any adverse effects, which is why I thought to share it with our kin. As she spoke, she placed a leaf of the bitter vegetable into Ji's hand, urging him to partake. Yin Ri chimed in, "Indeed, I am perfectly fine." Noticing Ji's lingering hesitation, she quickly added, "If it proves to be poisonous, you may break Yin Ri's leg." Yin Ri, taken aback, could only stare in bewilderment. Ji chuckled at Yin Ri's perplexed expression and assured Mu Guo, "I trust you." He then took a bite of the bitter vegetable, its flavor enveloping his palate. Yet he maintained his composure, for they had faced far worse tastes before. After consuming a leaf, he settled down to wait. And as the afternoon wore on without incident, his initial anxiety began to dissipate. Once Ji was convinced of the plant's safety, Mu Guo witnessed him dash excitedly into the cave. Moments later, He emerged, leading a throng towards the patch of bitter vegetables. The first to appear was a man bearing a shaman's burden, followed by a horde of famished individuals, their eyes glazed with hunger, surging forth upon hearing of food, resembling ravenous wolves. Trailing behind were several children, stumbling towards the adults, with the smallest boy struggling to keep up, the very same who had previously slept closest to her. Though now it was Yin Ri who stood nearest. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mu Guo observed the expressions of satisfaction on their faces as they consumed the bitter herbs, pondering that while they had food to eat for the time being, these bitter greens would not sustain them for long. The image of the exceptionally robust chieftain, her biological father, unavoidably surfaced in her mind, and she could only hope that he would return. Although she was a modern individual with knowledge surpassing that of the people here, her body remained youthful and fragile. In a world rife with peril, where one misstep could lead to death, how could she hope to increase her chances of survival beyond theirs? As for the system, Mu Guo had yet to comprehend its true purpose. It continually issued peculiar tasks, and failing to complete them would diminish her soul's stability, ultimately leading to her demise. When Ji led everyone towards the area abundant with bitter herbs, the system automatically notified her that she had completed a task, resulting in her strength attribute rising from 0.5 to 1. She could feel her body becoming more solid and powerful. The strength in her waist, abdomen, and back seemed to coalesce, enabling her to unleash a punch that could harness the full force of her body. The sudden surge of power rendered her unfamiliar with her own physique, necessitating a period of adjustment. Lost in her thoughts, she noticed a somewhat familiar boy lying on the ground, desperately protecting a handful of bitter herbs pressed tightly to his chest. With an adult man mounted on his back, Mu Guo was lying comfortably when he was suddenly startled. And after a moment of silence, he replied, "I knew it was edible as soon as I woke up. Did a celestial being inform you upon your awakening?" Celestial being? What nonsense is that? Superstition is to be avoided. Confused, Mu Guo pondered the nature of the celestial being. Was it the deity she had envisioned? Observing the fervent expression of Wu, she decided to let it be and nodded in assent. Wu immediately began to tremble, causing Mu Guo's complexion to shift dramatically as she stumbled back a few steps, exclaiming, "Please don't come any closer. I have nothing to offer you." Wu's right hand grazed the green stone hanging from his chest as he muttered incantations, his gaze towards her shifting from benevolent to a mix of agitation and hesitation. Ultimately, he beckoned the man who had carried him out to return to the cave together. Yang Ri cast a complex glance at Mu Guo, his mind swirling with turmoil. Once again, a chill enveloped the night. Upon awakening, Mu Guo opened her eyes to find that the inhabitants of the cave had indeed vanished, leaving only Yang Ri sitting beside the boy who had been beaten the day prior, lost in thought. She regarded Yang Ri curiously. He rarely lingered with others. The boy lay motionless, his limbs sprawled out, and Mu Guo sensed something amiss. Sprawled out and unmoving? The nights here were far from warm, and most in the cave were still in slumber, their physical resilience inferior to that of warriors, rendering them susceptible to the cold like ordinary folk. Many slept curled up on their sides, and the frail boy, particularly sensitive to the chill, would not be sprawled out like this. His fur pelt had long since been displaced, were it not for the faint rise and fall of his chest indicating he still breathed. She might have feared he had succumbed. Approaching the boy, she observed his flushed face and cracked lips. Yang Ri repeatedly pressed the back of his hand against the boy's forehead, occasionally shaking him gently. After a moment's contemplation, he turned the boy's head, and Mu Guo followed his gaze to discover a wound on the back of the boy's head, inflicted by a fist. Fortunately, the injury had begun to scab over. Though the wound was not large and showed no signs of infection, it was perilous enough for a child lacking parental care and nourishment. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. After Mu Guo pressed the back of his hand against the boy's forehead, his expression darkened. He speculated, could he be running a fever? Yang Ri nodded, gently laying the boy down before declaring, "I shall fetch the shaman." With that, he dashed out of the cave. After a brief wait, Yang Ri returned, accompanied by a bearded man carrying the shaman on his back. Mu Guo recognized this rugged individual. His name was Foam. Ever since his agility had awakened, he had become the swiftest runner in the tribe. The chieftain had immediately decided to assign Foam to stay by the shaman's side, and thus, Foam had remained in close proximity to the shaman ever since. The shaman dismounted from the man's back, touched the boy's forehead, and slowly sat down on the ground, appearing even more aged. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. If he does not awaken by tomorrow, let the mountains and stones bury him. Yes, Feng replied from the side. Mu Guo stood by, utterly bewildered. He had thought that Yang Ri had rushed out in a frantic bid to fetch help for the boy's ailment, only to discover that it was a procession of funeral services instead. Ignoring his bewilderment, Wu arranged everything and departed with the wind, heading deep into the cave. Mu Guo gazed at the boy's face for a while, conflicted, before turning towards the cave entrance. Why should it concern her? Others may be afflicted, but she possessed no remedies. The most futile sentiment in this world is sympathy, for one can never foresee the peril it may invite, potentially endangering one's own life. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo stood at the cave entrance until her legs grew numb, finally letting out a sigh. At that moment, Yang Ri, clutching a bitter vegetable and chewing, glanced up with puffy cheeks and mumbled, "Don't be disheartened. Only when we are full can we become strong. Once we awaken as warriors, illness will no longer plague us." She turned to gaze at Yang Ri, who seemed to have come to terms with the boy as fate. Aside from the melancholy upon learning of the boy's fever, he quickly adjusted, continuing with his meals and drinks. There was nothing wrong with this attitude. In uncertain times, there was little room for sorrow. "You are right. We must awaken quickly," she replied, retreating into the cave to move the boy onto her fur mat. Ultimately, she could not harden her heart. It was easy to say that she wouldn't save him, but for someone educated in modern ethics, the moral shackles were not easily cast aside, especially for someone she had spent so much time with recently. This was why those in her previous life often engaged in moral coercion, particularly through the anonymity of screens. "Forget it. Let us save the child." Yang Ri was taken aback, digging at his ear as if he had misheard, pressing, "Can you really save him?" "I will try, after all. If I don't save him, he will surely die." "It's better to attempt something," she replied, uncertain of the outcome. Yang Ri stared at her, doubting whether fever could be contagious and beginning to think Mu Guo had lost her mind. In a world devoid of medicine, the only remedy she could conceive was physical cooling. Assigning Yang Ri to watch over the boy, she rushed to the riverbank for water, only to find the stored supply had run dry. "Damn it," she cursed, realizing she had to fetch water from the river. Approaching the river, she crouched low among the tall grass, observing the animals across the bank, cautiously scanning their surroundings while drinking. She spotted numerous fish, some over a meter long, with wide, flat mouths. Suddenly, one leapt, its mouth agape, revealing sharp teeth as it dragged a bird, about the size of a turkey, into the water. The more the bird screamed and struggled, the more fish swarmed, as if drawn by the scent of death, devouring it until nothing remained but a crimson ripple on the surface, a testament to a life just extinguished. Above, massive eagles and unfamiliar giant birds circled, their keen eyes fixed on the scene below. She even glimpsed a python, as thick as a man's thigh, sunning itself on a rock across the river, its scales glimmering ominously. Mu Guo felt immense relief that it was on the opposite bank. Otherwise, she would not have survived a single bite. Swallowing hard, she realized her oversight in venturing out without a weapon. Weapons reflecting on her stone knife and the wooden stick in the cave. She compared them to the size of the fish. "Forget it. A fish that big could easily swallow my head whole. Bringing anything would be futile. I might as well have brought a coffin for my own convenience." Nonetheless, this was her only life, and she couldn't afford to live just for today. Adjusting her mindset, she focused intently on the river's surface. Once the blood had subsided, Mu Guo swiftly filled a stone basin with water and began to retract her arm. Unfortunately, life seldom unfolded smoothly. Just as she steadied the basin, a fish struck her arm, causing a gash that bled profusely. The fish's tail had left a deep cut, and the blood that dripped into the river attracted a frenzy of fish, their eyes turning red as they converged. If she had not reacted quickly, her arm might have been reduced to mere bone. Although the wound was not too deep, she had spilled nearly half the water she had collected. The pain in her arm sent a shiver of fear through her. "Just wait. If you grow strong, you'll meet your end in my pot. I'll make sure you become a protected species." Returning to the cave, she first offered the boy some water. Seeing him swallow it, she realized he still had some awareness. She then instructed Yang Ri to soak a piece of fur in the basin and, after it was wet, to periodically wipe it across his forehead, armpits, and palms. Every 5 minutes, she would repeat this process, hoping to lower his fever. If that failed, they would have to leave it to fate. Meanwhile, The shaman and other tribespeople gathered around, their curious eyes fixed on her. Yang Ri had never felt so scrutinized. Squirming in discomfort before quietly asking Mu Guo, "Is this really effective?" As a native, he found this method of treatment utterly foreign. "It should be fine," she replied, though her confidence was shaky. However, as she continued to cool the boy's body with cold water, she noticed his color improving, which bolstered her spirits. The others, hearing Mu Guo's assurance, were incredulous. They had witnessed many unawakened children succumb to fever and coma, resulting in a fatal outcome. So their attitude towards fever was akin to confronting an incurable disease. Nearly 2 hours later, the boy finally mustered the strength to slowly open his eyes. His emaciated face, a result of prolonged hunger, made his eye sockets appear sunken, and his large, vacant eyes stared blankly at Mu Guo, gripping her fur skirt tightly as if afraid that hope might vanish. "He is awake. Sure Yao is awake," Yang Ri exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. Others rushed forward, their faces reflecting a shared disbelief and exhilaration. The shaman had already been watching, fixated on the boy, fearful of missing anything. He gently touched Shi Yao's forehead, astonished to find his temperature had indeed dropped. While others rejoiced at Shi Yao's awakening, the shaman was elated at the prospect of treating fever, signifying the survival of not just one child, but the potential growth of their entire tribe. Each year, unawakened children perish from fever or other ailments, hindering their population growth. If fever could be treated, it meant their tribe could slowly flourish. Upon reflecting upon this, the shaman's beard began to quiver. His gaze directed towards Mu Guo seemed to convey a burgeoning certainty. After Shi Yao regained consciousness, the first action everyone undertook was to reach out and probe the boy's forehead. Shi Yao, still exceedingly weak, lay on the ground while a group of adults, oblivious to their own strength, jostled his head back and forth. It was not until the shaman cleared his throat with a heavy cough that they finally ceased their antics. Despite their frailty, the primitive folk possessed commendable physical resilience. As long as the fever subsided, Mu Guo felt reassured that he had not lost his faculties. She instinctively relaxed and plopped down onto the ground. A gurgling sound echoed conspicuously in the tranquil cave, causing the boy to feel quite embarrassed. He turned his head away, yet did not release his grip on Mu Guo's animal skin skirt. She had intended to urge him to let go, fearing that his relentless tugging might tear it apart. Although he struggled to utter a word due to his weakness, his grip remained surprisingly firm. Just as she was about to voice her request, she caught sight of Shi Yao's near-tearful expression, compelling her to swallow her words. Instead, she decided to have Yang Ri present a piece of bitter herb to Shi Yao. Upon his first glance at the herb, Shi Yao's eyes nearly glued themselves to it, and he involuntarily swallowed. It was not until he noticed Mu Guo's encouraging gaze that he hastily accepted it. Observing the unfamiliar plant sparked a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Yet he hesitated not at all, shoving it into his mouth and swallowing it almost whole without chewing. At that moment, the shaman instructed Feng to bring a stone bowl filled with water to Shi Yao. After Shi Yao finished drinking, the shaman smiled and said, "Rest well." With that, he dismissed everyone to resume their respective tasks. Mu Guo found herself alongside Yang Ri and Shi Yao, and she gestured towards Shi Yao's hand, saying, "We must venture out in search of sustenance. You may release your grip now." Shi Yao, lost in thought, lowered his gaze but soon lifted his head, his innocent eyes fixed on Mu Guo. Noticing her resolute expression, he reluctantly loosened his grasp on the corner of the animal hide skirt he held. Just as Mu Guo and Yang Ri were about to exit the cave, he tentatively inquired, "Might you assist me in finding a little, just a small amount? I assure you, I will repay your kindness." As Mu Guo was preparing to leave with Yang Ri, she heard a faint voice beckoning from behind. Turning to see Shi Yao's pleading face, Mu Guo was taken aback. This young child surprisingly exhibited a sense of gratitude. Curiously, she inquired, "How do you intend to repay me?" I am still young," Shi Yao stammered, his face flushed, struggling to articulate his thoughts for quite some time. Yang Ri's brows furrowed deeper, and stepping forward, he admonished, "Shi Yao, be mindful of your status." Upon sensing Yang Ri's impending ire, Shi Yao pressed his lips together, choosing silence. His stubborn demeanor eliciting a disdainful scoff from Yang Ri. "Do not entertain delusions of being chosen by the shaman." At these words, Shi Yao immediately lifted his gaze to Mu Guo. After a prolonged pause, he declared, "When I grow up, I will awaken, and I will follow you." Yang Ri nodded in satisfaction. This boy, though seemingly young, was indeed clever, albeit not clever enough. If Mu Guo were merely the daughter of the clan leader, it would be one thing, but given the shaman's recent attitude towards her, Yang Ri had discerned the truth. the shaman was evidently preparing to nurture Mu Guo. The daughter of the clan leader might not necessarily become the leader herself, yet being favored by the shaman surely indicated a future of leadership. The partner of the clan leader must possess formidable strength, not merely be someone like Shi Yao, who was just a few years younger. Mu Guo observed as Yang Ri and Shi Yao engaged in a silent exchange, akin to a game of charades. Satisfied, Yang Ri turned and immediately adopted a guileless demeanor, stating, "Mu Guo, let us seek sustenance." As she walked, her mind wandered through thoughts of being chosen by the shaman, of fantasies, of identities, and upon reflection, she discerned a shift in Yang Ri's attitude towards her. Meanwhile, Shi Yao silently watched the two depart, clenching his small fists in silence. It had now been 10 days since the clan leader and the others had gone missing. The bitter vegetables in the fields had been completely harvested, plunging the tribe into yet another cycle of hunger. Many had ceased to harbor hopes of the clan leader and the warrior's return. The shaman, as a central figure within the tribe, began to organize groups of individuals to venture to designated locations in search of food. Additionally, several relatively strong men were dispatched to seek out the clan leader and his companions. The shaman had now prayed for the third time at a makeshift altar deep within the cave, accompanied by strange dance movements and unintelligible songs that fluctuated in pitch. A performance that lasted nearly an hour. Lately, the shaman would often seek Mu Guo, though most of the time she would simply sit quietly beside her. To her left sat Shi Yao, who had nearly recovered, obediently squatting beside her, having followed her closely since his convalescence. Recently, Mu Guo has been observing Shi Yao with keen interest. During Shi Yao's illness, his pallid complexion and frail demeanor left her little inclination to gaze upon him, as she felt he was nearing the end. However, at this moment, she found the leisure to admire him. Shi Yao's appearance is quite distinct from that of his peers. In contrast to other children of his age, he possesses an adorable charm, while children his age often exhibit the boisterous traits of mischievous youngsters. A mere glance at Shi Yao reveals a gentle demeanor, akin to that of a sweet little boy. At this time, the large stone hammer in Shi Yao's hands starkly contrasts with his innocent image. It is evening, and although he is clearly fatigued, he valiantly resists the urge to close his eyes, for he is tasked with the responsibility of keeping watch during the first half of the night. It has been quite some time since warriors have patrolled the area, and the animals that were driven away seem to have realized that the threat has diminished, now returning in search of the delectable offerings that await them. Their territory, once encompassing half of the mountain, has now shrunk to 2/3 of its original size. The beasts that were once chased away by the warriors have returned, and at night, even within the cave, the echoes of their calls can be heard. The members of the tribe have taken it upon themselves to maintain a watch each night, with 2 individuals standing guard, one for the first half and the other for the latter half. Freshly cut branches have been placed at the cave entrance to obscure it from the beasts. At this moment, Xi, cradling a stone pot nearly as tall as himself, inquires of Mu Guo, "Do you think this size is suitable? If not, I shall refine another." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo pondered for a moment and shook his head, saying, "It's too late now. If you are needed tomorrow, I shall seek you out then." Xi, feeling disheartened, nodded in response and began to prepare the bitter herbs for rest, for he was tasked with keeping watch through the latter half of the night. Meanwhile, the others gazed at Xi with envious eyes, yet they were at a loss as to what they could do to exchange for the food in Mu Guo's possession. Yang Ri, curious, could not help but tease, asking, "What do you need such a large stone pot for? Your slender arms cannot possibly lift it." Mu Guo cast a glance at him and said, "What do you understand? I have my own clever uses. You should just sleep." Upon hearing Yang Ri's voice, she felt a sense of worry. This child was otherwise amiable, but her words invariably caused displeasure, and more critically, she was indeed unable to move. Yang Ri replied, "Is there really nothing to inquire about?" As dawn broke, everyone gradually began to forage for food. Thanks to Mu Guo's previous discovery of edible bitter herbs, many felt emboldened and no longer feared the endeavor. They commenced digging up plants that appeared unremarkable, and some astute individuals observed herbivorous creatures consuming certain plants without any ill effects, prompting them to follow suit. Although they still lingered on the brink of starvation, at least they were no longer in danger of dying from hunger. Wu remained by Mu Guo's side, sitting cross-legged on the ground, seemingly grappling with something. Eventually, he produced an object resembling a turtle shell, which he delicately placed on the ground, handling it with utmost care clearly. It was of great value to him. He then picked up his usual staff and began to strike the ground in a rhythmic manner. The force of his strikes was gentle yet varied in pace, as if adhering to a specific cadence. Each tap resonated with Mu Guo, as if it were striking her very heart, causing the blood within her to pulse in synchrony with the rhythm of the staff. When the final strike echoed through the air, Wu's complexion turned exceedingly pale, just as Mu Guo was about to inquire. A crimson droplet trickled from the corner of Wu's mouth, which startled her greatly. In her memory, blood spitting was a phenomenon reserved for the screen, where a character would typically utter a few last words before meeting their demise. "Are you all right?" Mu Guo asked, supporting the frail, wrinkled elder with concern. Wu waved his hand dismissively, his expression filled with excitement as he grinned. "This is an ominous sign." Mu Guo was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "What joy can you derive from this ominous sign?" Wu, swallowing the blood that threatened to surge forth, shook his head and replied, "I was just divining the fate of the chieftain. The omen points to misfortune. However, the very fact that I can discern this augury indicates they are still alive. Their continued existence is a blessing, yet the current circumstances are rather dire. I fear. Initially elated upon learning that the chieftain and others were alive, he soon calmed himself and began to worry about their predicament. Wu closed his eyes, his chest heaving significantly as he took a deep breath to steady his emotions. Gradually reopening his eyes, he said, "Aside from this ominous sign, there remains a sliver of hope for them, yet I cannot ascertain what that hope entails, for it is too faint for me to discern clearly." Mu Guo sighed, reflecting on the shaman's abilities reminiscent of fortune-telling from a past life. Yet a sense of unease lingered within her. Although she shared little emotional connection with her father, the tribe leader, the prospect of their return remained uncertain, and the fate of the tribe seemed precarious. The remaining members consisted primarily of the elderly, the infirm, and the weak, with only a handful of newly awakened youths who struggled to harness their burgeoning powers. Relying on these individuals for the tribe's protection felt akin to chasing shadows. Tu and Mingyu had already ventured out to search for them. Given the glimmer of hope, it was reasonable to believe they would return safely. This was the only solace Mu Guo could find, knowing that 6 tribe members had been dispatched to locate the leader and his companions, with Tu and Mingyu being 2 of the newly empowered youths. Suppressing the anxiety within, Wu nodded, gripping his staff tightly, his joints whitening under the strain. He could not afford to reveal even a hint of fear or sorrow. As the cornerstone of the tribe, his composure was vital. If he faltered, the others would succumb to panic. All he could do was to continuously offer prayers, beseeching the heavens for their safe return. As Mu Guo watched Wu gradually retreat into the depths of the cave, she understood his purpose without needing words. Initially skeptical of such practices, she had come to accept them, for circumstances had compelled her to embrace belief. After several days of recuperation, her body had grown considerably stronger. The wounds on her arms had scabbed over, and she had wrapped them in animal hide to ensure the keen-nosed beasts lurking outside would not detect her presence. Now, she was ready to take action. Despite the recent surge in wild animal encounters, most were herbivorous, while the carnivorous creatures remained preoccupied with territorial disputes, thus sparing them from immediate danger. Mu Guo, accompanied by Shi Yao and Yang Ri, cautiously crouched by the riverbank, observing the surrounding thickets. Upon confirming that no threatening creatures lurked nearby, she retrieved the wooden shovel that Ji had crafted earlier, ready to commence her task. This shovel had demanded considerable effort. Initially, it was fashioned by chiseling a stone into a spade, which was then affixed to a wooden handle. However, the process consumed a great deal of time. And despite achieving a secure attachment, the spade would often dislodge after only a few uses. Consequently, she opted for a more pragmatic solution, requesting Ji to create 3 integrated wooden shovels instead. To mitigate the risk of breakage, Ji had deliberately made them somewhat thicker, resulting in a rather unrefined appearance. Nevertheless, Mu Guo found it preferable to using her hands, and overall, she felt a sense of satisfaction given the circumstances. She positioned the wooden shovel about 3 meters from the river, applying her foot to the blade to exert downward force, while pressing the top of the handle at an angle, causing the earth to yield beneath the shovel. Mu Guo, feeling satisfied, lifted the wooden shovel in her hand. The shovel head was not as effortlessly wielded as the iron spade from her previous life. Fortunately, the inhabitants here possessed considerable strength. Even children of 8 or 9 could lift stone basins the size of wash basins to drink water with ease. Thus, maneuvering a wooden shovel was certainly within their capabilities. With a firm stomp, she drove the entire shovel deep into the earth, a feat unimaginable in her former life. for this was not the loose soil of a field, but rather ground trampled repeatedly by thirsty animals. Yang Ri and Shi Yao watched in astonishment as she effortlessly unearthed a substantial amount of soil with a single scoop of the wooden shovel. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the surprise mirrored in the other's expression. Observing their reactions, she felt a profound sense of satisfaction, tinged with a subtle thrill of superiority. Addressing the two, whose eyes were nearly glued to the wooden shovel, she declared, "Allow me to teach you how to use this tool." With that, she repeated the motion, demonstrating once more. Using a tree branch, she sketched a rough circle on the ground, approximately 3 feet in diameter, and added, "Together, let us excavate the area within the circle to create a pit, and then we shall be able to feast on fish." Mu Guo gazed at the plump fish swimming in the river with a twinkle in her eye. For a fleeting moment, she fantasized about waving her hand and exclaiming, "I, too, am a landowner now." However, Yang Ri was perplexed, pondering how one could catch fish by digging a pit. Would the fish simply leap into the hole? Meanwhile, Shi Yao, remaining silent, took up a wooden shovel and resolutely began his labor. Observing the industrious efforts of Shi Yao and Mu Guo, Yang Ri had no choice but to join in, resigning himself to a futile endeavor. Emulating Mu Guo's technique, he planted his foot firmly, driving the shovel deep into the earth. As he angled it downward, clumps of soil were unearthed. They toiled for the better part of the day. Mu Guo, utterly fatigued, sat on the edge of the pit, propping herself up with her hands as she wiped the sweat from her brow. The pit had now reached the depth of an adult's half leg, and with each inch downward, the soil grew increasingly compact. She hoped the shovel would withstand the strain, intending to rest briefly and strive to excavate the pit to a meter deep before dusk. Watching the two laborers, Mu Guo inexplicably felt like a foreman overseeing the work. She patted the edge of the pit, signaling them to take a break. "Let us pause for a moment. Drink some water before we continue. The weather is getting hotter. We should return for a midday rest and come back to dig when it cools down. Otherwise, we risk heat stroke, and that would be a grave misfortune." Upon hearing the word fever, Shi Yao dropped his shovel and promptly leaped out of the pit, fear evident in his demeanor. "Then I shall rest too," Yang Ri chimed, eagerly joining the two. Shi Yao then raised his head and inquired, "Aren't we going to search for food?" From his vantage point, he observed people foraging for edible grass, occasionally witnessing scuffles over the same plant. From a distance, many patches of ground were already barren, indicating a dwindling supply of consumable vegetation. Yet, they remained without sustenance. And as time passed, hunger gnawed at him. Although Mu Guo would share her food, he understood that it would eventually run out. Mu Guo cast a glance into the distance and remarked, "Let us first dig a pit. There is no need to worry about food." Gazing at the seemingly endless mountains, they felt lost, much like a band of starving wanderers. "Shall we proceed?" Indeed, after a lengthy respite, the trio labored diligently until the pit reached a depth of 1 meter. They then emerged from the pit, pushing the surrounding earth aside to form a small mound. As she looked up at the sky, soon to be shrouded in twilight, she resolved to call it a day and return home. Tonight was destined to be anything but tranquil. In the distance, she discerned 2 unfamiliar beasts emerging from the woods. A wild boar with menacing tusks and an exceptionally tall deer, its antlers starkly black, with each point adorned by a bony spike, unlike the elegant antlers of her past life. "Let us return to the cave," she urged. The life of primitive people was rather monotonous. As night fell, they had to retreat to their cave for slumber. If she found it difficult to sleep, she would engage in conversation with the system, though lately, it seemed rather unresponsive, almost as if it had vanished. The three walked side by side towards the cave, their shadows stretching long in the setting sun. Indeed, the night was restless. In the dead of night, when slumber should have enveloped them, the roars of beasts vying for territory echoed one after another. Each roar bore a formidable pressure that made the hearts of those inside the cave race uncontrollably, resonating with the primal force emanating from the outside. Such might was an existence they could not provoke. Only when the first light of dawn filtered through the sky did the world outside the cave gradually find peace. The roars of beasts replaced by the cheerful chirping of birds. With the break of day, Mu Guo and her companions hurried to the riverbank to inspect the pit, relieved to find it untouched. Having learned from her previous encounter with a fish that had caused her injury, she realized that she needed to be clever when fetching water. She had even tried throwing stones at the water's surface to scare the fish away, but those creatures seemed to possess an uncanny sensitivity to their presence. While the fish would scatter at the splash of a stone, they would quickly regroup and prepare to attack as soon as she approached to collect water. Strangely, the animals that came to drink seemed far less aggressive towards her. In search of a safer method to gather water, she had devised this pit. With the larger pit already excavated, she planned to dig a smaller one, precisely 1 meter away, solely for the purpose of fetching water, while the larger pit would serve to catch fish. The current distance of the pit from the river was 3 meters. She jumped in and began to carve out a half-meter-wide passage towards the river. Once the direction was set, she climbed out of the pit and sat beside Shi Yao and Yang Ri, instructing, "You two start digging towards the river, but remember, do not break through. Otherwise, there will be nothing left of you to eat. I will go find food and return shortly." Yang Ri quickly interjected, "Can you manage alone? Let me assist you. If you go, who will dig the passage? Are we to leave the incapable Shi Yao to handle it?" Mu Guo stood, brushing the dirt from her skirt, and walked away without looking back. Yang Ri, left behind, scrutinized the blushing Shi Yao, one hand resting on her chin and the other crossed over her chest, clicking her tongue. Indeed, quite helpless. Shi Yao shot her a glare, then jumped into the pit, throwing herself into work. Yang Ri, taken aback by the reaction, pondered why Shi Yao was so sensitive to a mere tease. Meanwhile, Mu Guo steered clear of crowded areas to avoid conflict. After all, the original owner of her body was not particularly talkative and had a less than stellar reputation among peers, often carrying herself with the air of a chief's daughter, relishing in making life difficult for her contemporaries. Typically, no one sought her out for food. For instance, beneath the nearby large tree, 2 girls rummaged for food on the ground. Upon making eye contact with Mu Guo, they immediately averted their gaze as if they had seen a ghost. Thus, while others gathered in small groups to search for food, she found herself isolated, a tad lonely. Yet, she thought little of it. After all, she had been a solitary king in her past life. Once one began to embrace solitude, they often transformed into a ruler of their own destiny. After wandering for a while, she found a small hill to perch upon, where she could observe the grass rustling occasionally, revealing small creatures darting about. Here, there was a plethora of wildlife. Rabbits with their 3-part mouths munching on grass, diminutive goats that were quite adorable despite their 3 sharp horns, and a large, black-feathered bird resembling a chicken, which was even bigger than a turkey. Its beak, menacingly sharp, posed a significant threat. Contemplating her options, she decided against the triangular horned goat and the black turkey. Instead, she resolved to pursue the rabbit. With a speed of 1, thanks to a previous task reward, she surpassed the average adult in the tribe, granting her a modicum of confidence. Stealthily, she crept down the hill towards the grass. Suddenly, the rabbit's ears perked up, prompting Mu Guo to hold her breath, terrified of startling the vigilant creature. The rabbit reared onto its hind legs, its front legs dangling before its chest, ears twitching as it surveyed its surroundings. Once satisfied that no danger lurked nearby, it resumed grazing. At this moment, Mu Guo exhaled in relief, only to realize, my foot is numb. Curse that rabbit. After massaging her tingling foot and adjusting her stance for optimal running, she lifted her head once more. Mu Guo's expression gradually transformed into one of disbelief. As she rubbed her foot, she wondered why the rabbit's corpse was impaled upon the horns of the triangular sheep. "Dear triangular sheep, don't you find your head a tad heavy? Shall I assist you in alleviating that burden, my sweet?" she mused. Just then, the triangular sheep suddenly let out a call towards the forest. This call was not the issue. Rather, the alarming sight that followed was 2 creatures, or rather, 2 triangular sheep of cow-like stature emerged from the woods. Gaw, 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 gaw. The black turkey, upon spotting the 2 massive triangular sheep, instantly fluffed up, its entire form appearing more imposing, particularly with its neck feathers standing on end. The largest of the male triangular sheep, noticing this, impatiently scraped its hind hooves against the ground, emitting a hissing sound through its nostrils while slightly lowering its neck, as if preparing to charge at the turkey with the sharpest point of its horns. Mu Guo hesitated, contemplating whether to make her escape, but the proximity to the triangular sheep made her apprehensive. Fleeing now might lead to her discovery, for the formidable presence that had instilled such wariness in the black turkey was undoubtedly powerful. Moreover, the way the small triangular sheep effortlessly dispatched a rabbit was no trivial feat. As the black turkey observed the triangular sheep's movements, it too refused to be outdone. It flared its wings and puffed out its chest, striving to appear more imposing, before emitting a series of piercing, high-pitched calls. Just when Mu Guo anticipated an epic confrontation between the chicken and the sheep, the black turkey suddenly retracted its feathers, folded its wings, and fled without taking a breath, leaving the male triangular sheep with a perplexed expression on its fluffy face. Though Mu Guo was astonished and speechless at the turkey's theatrical retreat, A cold sweat trickled down her back as the foolish bird dashed in her direction. As it approached, one of its wings knocked her down, sending her tumbling out of her hiding place in the grass, much to the attention of the triangular sheep. Oh no, this was the end. Just then, the small triangular sheep, bobbing its head in a carefree manner, bounded towards the male triangular sheep, which was about to move towards Mu Guo's hiding spot. The weight of the rabbit it had impaled on its horn caused it to stumble slightly. The male triangular sheep gently nudged the small one with its face, then cast a warning glance at Mu Guo before lowering its head to sniff the rabbit's carcass. After grasping the rabbit's ear, it yanked it free from the small triangular sheep's horn and, with a dismissive motion, unceremoniously dropped the unfortunate creature onto the ground. The small triangular sheep then began to prance about, stomping on the rabbit's body multiple times, much to Mu Guo's dismay. She had once attempted to capture a rabbit, only to discover that this rabbit, having met a cruel fate in a previous life, possessed the power to thwart her efforts with ease. When she first arrived here, unaware of the rabbit's ferocity, she had nearly been blinded by its powerful kick. However, circumstances had changed. Even if she couldn't catch one now, her speed allowed her to evade any attacks. But at this moment, capturing a rabbit was the least of her concerns. As long as the male triangular sheep kept its gaze averted, she would gladly offer a prayer of peace between them. The small triangular sheep continued its playful frolicking towards the woods, urging its parents to follow, while the male triangular sheep cast one last menacing glance at Mu Guo, filled with both threat and warning. Mu Guo remained concealed in the thicket, motionless, until the triangular sheep vanished from sight within the forest. Only then did she swiftly dash toward the lifeless rabbit, seizing it and turning to sprint toward Yang Ri. Since her arrival in this realm, she had not encountered meat in what felt like an eternity, subsisting daily on grass to the point of questioning her existence. Breathlessly, she returned, and both Yang Ri and Shi Yao were taken aback at the sight of the nearly 30-pound rabbit she held aloft. Their eyes met, and astonishment was palpable on their faces. Shi Yao, take it and prepare it. We shall feast on roasted rabbit shortly, Yang Ri instructed. Shi Yao gingerly accepted the rabbit to begin the preparations, while Mu Guo plopped down onto the ground. Yang Ri, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together, glancing repeatedly at the rabbit Shi Yao was tending to, then back at Mu Guo, unable to restrain his curiosity. This rabbit, are you truly willing to share it with us? Mu Guo smiled, for one cannot expect a horse to run while withholding grass from it. Moreover, she patted the ground beside her and sat down, saying, is there any doubt? Stick with my brother, and I assure you will savor the finest delicacies in the future. Yang Ri felt a tangle of emotions within him. Aside from the game distributed by the clan leader to the warriors, his father would provide him with food. But beyond that, no one would share their provisions with him, merely for having assisted in digging a pit, an act he had willingly undertaken. In their worldview, the act of digging a pit paled in comparison to food, rendering it utterly insignificant. Yet, for Mu Guo, everything seemed to transcend that notion. She appeared indifferent to the food that they would vie for desperately, as if it were effortlessly within her grasp. Indeed, she is the daughter of the clan leader, a favored one by the shaman. Yang Ri's heart surged with excitement. He was determined to cling to Mu Guo's leg, for that would guarantee a lifetime free from worry over food and drink. With this thought, his gaze towards Mu Guo grew ever more fervent. Mu Guo observed Yang Ri, whose eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, subtly nodding in approval, feeling quite pleased. Look at that, truly deserving of being her little brother. As the elder brother delivered his sentiments, his gaze was filled with fervor and yearning. I shall gather some branches for roasting the meat, Yang Ri eagerly suggested. Go ahead, but do not venture too far. It is getting late, came the reply. Once Yang Ri departed, Mu Guo turned her attention to Shi Yao. This child had been rather withdrawn throughout their time together. She had never witnessed him utter more than 5 sentences. Fortunately, under her astute and commanding influence, he managed to express himself a bit more. I have taken care of it, he said, extending a skinned and gutted rabbit towards her. Let us set that aside for now. We should dig through the tunnel of the pit. This way, we can safely access water without the fear of being attacked by fish. Shi Yao was taken aback, realizing that the purpose of digging the pit was indeed to secure a safe water source. He now comprehended why they needed to excavate a passage. This method was infinitely preferable to their previous anxious efforts to fetch water. Mu Guo nodded and took up a wooden shovel, vigorously digging at the spot between the passage and the river. Shi Yao followed suit, wielding his shovel with equal determination. With a resounding splash, The soil obstructing the path was dislodged and fell into the flowing river, which surged into the passage, filling the excavated pit until the water nearly overflowed. Only then did the river cease to pour in. Gazing at the murky pool, Mu Guo clapped his hands, signaling the completion of their task. Now, they would await the natural sedimentation process. Once settled, the water above would be purified. "I am back," he declared. Just then, Yang Ri returned, clutching branches and firewood. With practiced ease, he arranged 4 large stones at each corner, forming a square. He snapped some thinner branches and produced a handful of dry leaves, placing them in the center of the stones. Then, he laid thicker branches in a crisscross pattern atop the stones, preparing to lay the rabbit flat on top once the fire was lit. He intended to turn the rabbit occasionally until it was ready to eat. Shi Yao volunteered. "I shall go borrow some embers." In the tribe, there were 2 sources of fire. One was 2 torches guarded by the shaman, and the other was flint carried by hunters. Shi Yao was off to borrow the torches. Before long, Shi Yao returned, holding the torch aloft, his face flushed with embarrassment. Mu Guo could tell at a glance that Shi Yao had been bullied. Mu Guo furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who has wronged you?" Yang Ri paused while taking the torch, perplexed, and asked, "Have you been beaten again?" Shi Yao smirked, tossing some small twigs onto the firewood pile nonchalantly, regardless. "I managed to borrow the fire source." Mu Guo was taken aback, grasping Yang Ri's arm and whispering, "Again? He keeps getting beaten?" Yang Ri nodded, lowering his voice. He was found by Ying Hui on the other side of the mountain and initially lived quite well. However, one day, a leopard unexpectedly charged at him. Ying Hui fought fiercely to protect him, ultimately driving the leopard away, but sadly, Ying Hui did not survive long after. Thus, he became an orphan. He turned his gaze towards Shi Yao, who was still tending to the fire, and continued, "Ying Hui's daughter, Ying Chun, also became an orphan due to this incident. She has always held a grudge against him and frequently brings others to vent her frustrations by beating him up. He never retaliates. I suspect he was beaten by Ying Chun this time as well." "How tragic," Mu Guo remarked, glancing at Shi Yao, who had begun to strike sparks with flint, unable to suppress a tsk of sympathy. Indeed, Shi Yao's situation was quite unfortunate. Yet, there was little to be done, after all. Ying Chun inherited Ying Hui's flame abilities and was on the verge of awakening herself, leaving Shi Yao even more isolated. I mean, Ying Chun is the one who is truly unfortunate. Huh? To Yang Ri's perspective, it was clearly Shi Yao who was being bullied. While she felt pity for Shi Yao, she also understood Ying Chun's actions. After all, they were all just children. Losing a father figure to someone with no blood relation was bound to foster resentment. Though Ying Hui willingly sacrificed himself to save Shi Yao, one must not overlook the grief Ying Chun felt over losing her father in an instant. Despite Shi Yao's apparent misfortune, she couldn't help but exclaim, "These truly are 2 unfortunate children." Yang Ri wholeheartedly agreed, nodding in affirmation of their shared misfortune. "By the way, how old is Ying Chun now?" Yang Ri, puzzled by Mu Guo's apparent forgetfulness, replied, "Ying Chun was just here a couple of days ago. She is 2 years older than us and is now 12. Mu Guo made a diligent effort to recall the girl who had recently flitted before her eyes. It then dawned on her that a girl, seemingly around 12 or 13 years of age, with a sun-kissed complexion and a tall stature, had cast several glances in her direction just a few days prior. It appeared that she was on the brink of awakening. However, Mu Guo was confident that Shi Yao would certainly succeed in awakening as well. On that day, Shi Yao had exhibited a notable decrease in energy, yet he managed to turn over. Shortly thereafter, he quickly became exhausted, and any discerning observer could see that Shi Yao was destined to awaken. Otherwise, her efforts would merely involve curing his ailment, without the necessity for Shi Yao to accompany her. He was still far too feeble. At his age, she had already reached a considerable height. She expressed her concern that even if he did awaken, he might not possess significant strength. While speaking, she gestured near her chin, comparing his height with Shi Yao, whose stature barely reached to her shoulder. The 2 were oblivious to Shi Yao's slight pause in motion, after which they resumed their tasks. Mu Guo regarded Shi Yao's current height with indifference and remarked, "Thus, we must hasten to procure more sustenance, preferably meat, as it will lay a solid foundation for awakening and enable us to become more formidable. At that time, you may hunt any beast whose flesh you desire, feasting abundantly each day, whether you wish to roast it or boil it. Only by fulfilling our immediate needs can we cultivate higher aspirations and desires. And it is desire that propels human advancement." She refrained from sharing these thoughts with Yang Ri, for their daily struggle to find enough to eat rendered such concepts too distant for him. Yang Ri listened intently, swallowing hard at the thought of becoming stronger. which would allow him to indulge in meat daily. Was the chieftain powerful? Undoubtedly, the chieftain was the mightiest figure in the tribe. Yet, even he could not feast during the winter months when hunting was impossible. The strength Mu Guo spoke of must be greater than that of the chieftain. And the mere notion of such power ignited a fervor within him. Could he truly attain such strength? He had only glimpsed it in his dreams. At that moment, Shi Yao had finished roasting the rabbit, and the enticing aroma wafted through the air, reaching their nostrils. Yang Ri hurriedly plucked a leaf, as large as a banana leaf, from a tree by the riverbank. After placing it on the ground, Shi Yao skillfully skewered the rabbit onto the leaf with a branch. Mu Guo cheerfully plucked a rabbit leg and took a hearty bite. Ah, delicious. After several days of consuming nothing but vegetables, she felt as though she would retch. Although the rabbit meat lacked salt and other seasonings, the mere flavor of the meat filled her with immense satisfaction. Yang Ri and Shi Yao, noticing that Mu Guo had begun to eat, instinctively tore off a front leg of the rabbit each, devouring it ravenously while displaying expressions of contentment. System, task, present food to the witch. Task completed, reward, 1 intermediate replication skill illustration. Task failed, punishment will ensue, deducting 0. 5 from speed value. She was taken aback, momentarily stunned, and the chicken leg in her mouth lost its appeal. What was this nonsense now? System, what trickery is this? System, please complete the task promptly, or face penalties. Speed value will be forcibly deducted by 0. 5. How absurd. Who cares? System, the task duration is 5 minutes. Please expedite your completion. She chuckled softly. Not out of fear, but rather out of concern for the witch, who, at her advanced age, might struggle to find food. She considered herself merely a good-hearted young girl, respectful of her elders and young ones alike. The significance of the task seemed trivial. System, task countdown begins. Without hesitation, she stuffed a large mouthful of rabbit meat into her mouth, tore off another hind leg, and left a note for Yang Ri and Shi Yao, stating that she would return shortly, before venturing into the cave to find the witch. As she made her way through the cave, she overheard whispers about her. Hey, look at that. A boy swallowed hard, nudging the boy leaning against the stone wall with his elbow. She is meat. Where did it come from? Upon hearing the word meat, the boy named Shagu quickly lifted his head, his eyes fixed intently on the rabbit leg in her hand. Regardless of how she acquired it, he thought to himself, he would follow her tomorrow to discover the truth. The boy, wearing an expression of understanding, nodded. As the witch saw her approaching, she smiled warmly. Child, you have come. Mu Guo nodded and said, Today, I caught a rabbit. I shall share some meat with Wu. As she spoke, she placed the rabbit's leg into Wu's hands. Wu, showing no reluctance, took it and began to eat slowly. His gaze directed at Mu Guo, filled with a gentler and more resolute warmth. System, task accomplished. Reward, 1 intermediate replication learning illustration. Do you wish to use it? She contemplated for a moment and silently replied, Yes, use it. System, please select the object of use. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo inquired with a cheerful smile. Would you like to add her? Yet before she could complete her sentence, a sudden dizziness enveloped her mind, accompanied by the mechanized voice of the system. Skill replication to the counterpart has been initiated. Fire skill transfer commencing. Countdown begins. Oh wait. Pause. Not now. The system's monotone voice continued its relentless countdown, even quicker than usual. 100, 99, 98. Why can't that accursed system offer a mere warning? She lamented. It's over. Farewell to her brilliance. She's bound to meet her demise. As the countdown commenced, she felt herself sway backward, but the anticipated thud of her head striking the ground never materialized. Instead, she seemed to have landed in someone's embrace, which felt surprisingly warm. Ying Chun gazed down at the unconscious figure in her arms, momentarily bewildered. What had she just uttered? Before she could discern the words, the girl had already succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, Wu hurried over, conducting a thorough examination, and with a sigh of relief, announced, she merely fainted. Let's place her in my care. When Mu Guo opened her eyes once more, she found herself lying on the stone bed of the shaman. Propping herself up, she surveyed her surroundings and noticed the shaman, Ying Chun, and Ji sitting nearby. To her surprise, Yang Ri and Shi Yao had also been summoned. Both wore expressions of palpable anxiety. Upon noticing that Mu Guo had awakened, the shaman gently ruffled her hair and spoke in a soothing tone, You are awake at last. We were so frightened. Why do you keep fainting? Is there anywhere that still feels uncomfortable? Before Mu Guo could respond, Yang Ri approached, bursting forth with a flurry of words. Shaman, take another look at Mu Guo. Does she not seem ill? She has fainted before. You should examine her again. At this moment, Ji stepped forward, adding, Indeed, Shaman, I have witnessed her fainting unexpectedly. She must be unwell. Although Shi Yao had not witnessed such events, he nodded in emphatic agreement from the side. Mu Guo felt bewildered. She was well aware of the underlying cause. Yet, the concern from those around her stirred a sense of gratitude within her, despite their remarks sounding rather harsh, akin to reproaches. The shaman nodded thoughtfully and remarked, While she may be unwell, she has not exhibited any signs of discomfort after fainting. Yang Ri, Shi Yao, please stay close to Mu Guo. Do not leave her alone. Should anything occur, where shall I find someone capable of communicating with the deity for the next shaman? Yang Ri and Shi Yao readily agreed, and Mu Guo considered it a reasonable arrangement. After all, given the unpredictable nature of the system, it might assign her a task at any moment, compelling her to complete it swiftly. At times, she truly doubted whether the system was aptly named the primitive tribe strategy system, or if it should rather be called the hasten the host's demise system. As the night sky gradually descended, those who had ventured out in search of food returned to the cave and began to slumber, listening to the rhythmic breaths on either side of her. Mu Guo too succumbed to sleep. In the deep of night, she was abruptly roused, her eyes flying open as she felt a warmth radiating from her right hand. Raising her hand, she beheld a faint, ethereal blue flame flickering on her fingertip, swaying with the breeze that crept through the crevices of the cave entrance, casting an eerie ambience within the darkened cavern. Mu Guo shook her head, pondering whether this was the awakening of the flame ability reminiscent of the one from Yinshan. It seemed rather trivial. With a mere thought, a flicker of azure flame vanished from her fingertips, and as she urged it to reappear, the flame swiftly surged forth once more. She reveled in this newfound amusement like an innocent child discovering the wonders of the world, playing with the flames multiple times. Reflecting on her long-neglected water manipulation skills, she decided to test them the following day, as fatigue enveloped her. With that thought, she succumbed to slumber. When the morning sun streamed in, she awoke, noticing her companion still in repose. Gently lifting the animal hide that covered her, she sat up. At that moment, Yang Ri and Shi Yao stirred awake alongside her, both sitting up as well. The trio exchanged knowing glances, and with an unspoken agreement, Yang Ri and Shi Yao grabbed their shovels and followed Mu Guo out of the cave. Observing the two with their wooden shovels, she accepted one and remarked, You must strive to grow stronger. In addition to learning to hunt to avoid hunger, you must enhance your own abilities to lay a solid foundation for your awakening. Yang Ri and Shi Yao exchanged solemn glances, nodding in agreement, leading them to a patch of grass. She knelt down and wove a pair of grass shoes from resilient strands. After trying them on, she found them somewhat uncomfortable, yet a significant improvement over running barefoot. I will teach you how to make grass shoes. Wearing these will allow you to run faster than without them. She often felt pain from stepping on sharp objects while running barefoot, which naturally slowed her pace. The two learned swiftly, and before long, they had crafted their own grass shoes, their novelty prompting them to leap and bound joyfully across the ground. Mu Guo could not help but chuckle, grateful for the resilience of the grass. Otherwise, it would not withstand their antics. Enough of the play. It was time to attend to serious matters. Yesterday, while she was gathering rabbits, she noticed a mound of earth nearby, concealed beneath withered grass, resembling an entrance to a burrow. Today, she would venture forth to investigate. When she brought the two companions along, the wild turkey and the triangular sheep were absent, allowing her to approach with ease. As she pulled aside the dry grass, her eyes instantly brightened. Upon seeing the burrow, she felt an uncanny familiarity. Was this not a field mouse burrow? A field mouse? Uncontrollably, tears of frustration streamed from her lips. Yang Ri curiously inquired, What is this? This is a field mouse burrow. It should house field mice, which are quite delectable. Today, we are in for a treat. She was quite adept at catching field mice. Upon hearing the mention of something delicious, both Yang Ri and Shi Yao's mouths watered. Field mice were not only known for their succulent flesh, but also for their prowess in hoarding grains. In her previous life, her grandmother's beans had been ravaged by these little creatures. Eventually, she could no longer endure the loss and completely eradicated them in the autumn, discovering nearly 20 pounds of grains within a single nest. The fields were home to numerous field mice, each plump and well-fed. In total, over 200 pounds of assorted grains were unearthed, a quantity that a child would consume in an entire year, illustrating the opulent lives these creatures led. These rodents had poor memories. A single nest often contained at least 3 granaries. Sometimes, they would forget their abundant stores, continuing to hoard for the following year, resulting in more waste than consumption. Without further ado, they approached the entrance of the field mouse burrow. It was a sloped opening, and she surmised that their granaries were not located here. These creatures were quite cunning, with a mound of earth and a sloped entrance. It was evident that there would be no food nearby. They needed to locate a vertical entrance devoid of earth mounds, for the mice concealed their grains within vertical burrows. Typically, several granaries would be aligned in a row, filled to capacity and then covered with a thin layer of soil before the next granary was stocked. The entrances of nearby field mouse burrows were closely situated. Upon finding a sloped burrow, a vertical one would likely be within close proximity. They needed to search for a vertical entrance. "I shall go and look," she declared. Before long, Shi Yao called out from a short distance away. "There is a vertical entrance here." Mu Guo plucked a branch from a nearby tree and inserted it into the hole as a marker. With the intention of excavating the field mouse's granary, she realized the necessity of preparing a vessel for the grain. However, glancing down at her own animal skin skirt, she fell silent. She possessed only 2 garments, and losing either would be detrimental. Observing Shi Yao and Yang Ri, who were entirely unadorned, she recognized the need to devise an alternative solution. Surveying her surroundings for usable materials, she spotted several willow trees that bore a striking resemblance to one another. An idea sparked within her. She could weave a basket. Approaching the trees, she gathered numerous branches, gripping them firmly and stripping off the leaves, which she discarded. Then, utilizing stones to repeatedly press and roll over the branches, she enhanced their pliability. Although Yang Ri and Shi Yao could not comprehend her actions, they mimicked her, diligently crushing the branches. As a substantial heap of processed twigs accumulated on the ground, Mu Guo deemed it sufficient and instructed Yang Ri to cease his efforts. She meticulously arranged the twigs in a crisscross pattern upon the ground, initially forming a shape reminiscent of the character, rice, then repeatedly adding more branches into the gaps, intertwining them. This interlocking method caused the branches to stabilize and take on a circular form, gradually shaping the base of the basket. Next, she sought longer, more resilient twigs and took another branch to weave in and out of the gaps in the laid branches, creating a semblance of a basket. She then selected several twigs of similar length to secure the edges of the basket. Employing the same technique used for the base, she thoroughly fastened the edges, thereby establishing a sturdy handle for the basket. The process involved repetition, predominantly the actions of weaving, securing, and tightening the branches, ensuring that they were closely knit to prevent small items from slipping through. Sitting there, engrossed in her basket making for over an hour, she finally secured the last twig at the opening, marking the completion of her labor. Thus, a simple yet functional willow branch basket emerged, a testament to her resourcefulness. Holding the basket in her hand, Mu Guo weighed it slightly. The gaps were minimal, and the entire structure was quite sturdy, prompting her to nod in satisfaction. The basket measured approximately 50 to 60 centimeters in diameter and had a depth of around 40 centimeters, capable of accommodating a considerable amount of items. With handles designed for both carrying and slinging, it was only in such a barren situation that one could truly appreciate the significance of craftsmanship. It had been quite some time since she wove a basket. Her memories traced back to her childhood and a previous life when she learned from her grandfather. Astonishingly, after all these years, she could still weave with remarkable accuracy. Yang Ri watched in awe as branches transformed into a functional object. His curiosity piqued as he inquired, "What is this?" Although Shi Yao remained silent, his eyes were wide with wonder at this unfamiliar item. She patiently explained, "This is called a basket. With just 2 hands, you can carry only a few items at a time, but with this basket, everything changes. Not only can it hold many things, but it also frees your hands." Intrigued, Shi Yao reached out to touch the basket, and Mu Guo handed it to him, encouraging him to hold it. Turning back to the field mouse burrow, which she had marked earlier with willow branches, she readied herself to begin her work. Lacking sleeves, she rolled up the hair on her arms instead. Maintaining a sense of ritual, she left the willow branch at the burrow's entrance as a marker, knowing that removing it could lead to losing the location of the food storage in the midst of digging. Based on her experience, she believed that digging down 2 to 3 feet from the entrance would likely reveal the food cache. With each of them wielding a wooden shovel, they dug diligently, reaching a depth of about 1 meter without encountering the food storage or even the mouse's resting burrow, which puzzled her. Sweating profusely, She stubbornly continued to dig until she reached a depth of 1 meter and 20 to 30 centimeters, with the shovel hitting something solid. She exerted pressure to the side and discovered, to her surprise, a lateral storage burrow. Mu Guo unearthed the soil, extracting from the granary a nut resembling a chestnut, within which lay an assortment of unfamiliar legumes. Yang Ri, gazing at the abundance of food, found himself momentarily astonished. A surreal yet exhilarating sensation enveloping him. Had he lived in modern times, he would have recognized this feeling as a windfall. Beyond this granary, there must be others. He diligently excavated the soil around the granary where he had already discovered beans, and indeed, he uncovered 3 additional granaries brimming with provisions. Overjoyed, she eagerly handed the basket to Shi Yao, scooping handfuls of food into it. Upon reaching the 3rd chamber, she astonishingly discovered golden grains that bore an uncanny resemblance to corn kernels, emerging from what appeared to be a pod. It became evident that these radiant grains had sprouted from the pod. As she beheld the 3rd chamber filled with glistening yellow beans, a joyful exclamation escaped her lips. However, her elation was short-lived as a field mouse suddenly darted out. Quick-witted, Mu Guo seized the wooden shovel and pursued it relentlessly, striking several times without success. At that moment, Yang Ri leapt forward and delivered a decisive kick, resulting in the unfortunate demise of the field mouse. Mu Guo immediately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Your footwork is truly remarkable." Yang Ri, filled with joy, laughed heartily. "Mu Guo, this is the first time I have captured my own prey. Haha. I shall catch even more in the future." Yang Ri nodded vigorously, feeling an unprecedented sense of accomplishment from capturing the field mouse. The creature was round and plump, measuring at least 10 inches in length, whereas the field mice from his previous life were merely 5 or 6 inches long, weighing approximately 6 pounds. It seemed that in this world, everything was magnified, including the height of its inhabitants, who towered over their counterparts from his former life. After placing the field mouse into the basket and pressing it down beneath the beans, Mu Guo turned to extract the last beans from the granary hole. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her finger, prompting an involuntary cry of distress. Yang Ri was about to inquire, but she shook her head, signaling him to remain still. She had been bitten by the field mouse, and with a determined heart, she bore the pain and resolutely grasped the mouse within the hole until it ceased its struggles. Upon inspection, it was not as large as the first, but still quite robust. It was unlikely for a nest of field mice to contain only 2, especially during this season, when it was probable there were more young ones. Indeed, they soon discovered 5 additional young field mice beside the granary hole. Although smaller, they still weighed about 3 pounds each, equivalent to the size of an adult field mouse from her previous life. Yet here they were merely offspring. Regardless of their size, none were spared, and all were captured and brought back by the trio. After extracting the remaining beans and filling the basket to the brim, the 3 of them beamed with delight at the sight of their bountiful harvest. Mu Guo calculated that with careful rationing, this basket of provisions would sustain the 3 of them for 3 days. Just as they were about to return, an arm extended before Mu Guo, blocking her path. "Halt! What do you have in your hands?" Mu Guo looked up and scrutinized the boy who towered over her, his gaze equally appraising. Behind him trailed 2 other boys. "What are you holding?" the boy inquired, eyeing the field mouse nestled in her basket, his throat constricting as he swallowed hard. Yang repositioned himself protectively in front of Mu Guo, his voice laced with caution. "Ingu, what brings you here?" Ingu scoffed disdainfully. "What else? I merely seek to borrow some food from you." Yang Ri's expression twisted with incredulity and anger. "How dare you attempt to take our food?" Mu Guo furrowed her brow, realizing that it was time to face the autumn winds. She handed the basket to Shi Yao, signaling him to step back, and pushed aside the obstructing Yang Ri. Her gaze fixed on the youth across from her. "Do you desire food?" she inquired. Ingu, momentarily baffled, glanced at Mu Guo before nodding at the field mice in the basket. "Are you still half asleep?" Mu Guo teased. "No," Ingu instinctively retorted, only to realize moments later that it was a jibe directed at him. Embarrassment washed over him as he shook his fist, declaring, "This is self-inflicted." He had initially intended to show courtesy to the daughter of the chieftain, but since she displayed such lack of awareness, he could no longer hold back. However, before he could raise his fist, a shadow loomed larger in his vision, a black soul descending swiftly, culminating in a forceful strike upon his nose, sending 2 streams of crimson blood gushing forth. Ingu, clutching his aching and throbbing nose, slowly crouched down, utterly astonished by Mu Guo's sudden ferocity and the dark hue of her soles. The 2 youths behind Ingu rushed to assist him, while Mu Guo calmly retracted her foot, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Next time, it won't be so simple," she remarked. With that, she turned and darted away with the still-dazed Yang Ri and Shi Yao, leaving Yinggu enveloped in a cloud of dust. Before he could fully crouch down, their figures had vanished from sight, leaving him bewildered. Do people no longer adhere to martial ethics? He lamented, clutching his nose as tears welled in his eyes, not out of sorrow, but from the sting radiating deep within. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching. As he lifted his head, he saw Mu Guo striding back toward him. He scrutinized her feet intently, inching backward. "Didn't you just leave? Why have you returned?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo caught up with Yang Ri and Shi Yao, who were waiting for her ahead. Upon seeing that Mu Guo was unharmed, Shi Yao let out a sigh of relief. "If you lost your straw sandals, so be it. We can always make another pair. We were worried about their treatment of you, and you keep fainting. Rest assured, my kick has subdued him. I trust he won't dare to act recklessly during this time." Noticing Yang Ri's persistent maternal demeanor, Mu Guo felt compelled to assure him, "I promise I won't act alone again. Let's go. I'm quite hungry." Deep down, she understood that her kick had merely restrained Yinggu. In a real fight, she might not prevail. Although she had control over water and had replicated Ying Chun's fiery abilities, she still felt rather weak. Yang Ri, while curious about the peculiar techniques Mu Guo employed, chose not to press her for more information. As they walked, many foragers cast envious glances at the contents of her basket. "She has found food again." One pair of eyes fixated jealously on the voles nestled within Mu Guo's basket. "Indeed, she has been consistently successful in her foraging. I envy her so much." "What is there to envy? It's just food. I could find some too. We've been surviving on tinder grass leaves for ages. It would be wonderful if Mu Guo would share some of her bounty with us. Why not borrow some from her? She has so much, she can't possibly eat it all." Sitting up straighter, Tang Hua's eagerness was evident. "Tang Hua, I advise against it. After all, she is the chief's daughter." "Humph. You're afraid of her, but I'm not. My mother says the chief may never return. Without him, what is she?" Tang Hua scoffed at Mu Guo's status, her disdain evident, yet her jealousy betrayed her true feelings. In their tribe, the warriors shared their hunts fairly among everyone. However, due to the chief's influence, Mu Guo received more than the other children, which only fueled Tang Hua's envy. "Tang Hua, you." A heavy sigh escaped her lips as she realized she could not sway Tang Hua's resolve. "Shueyu, don't you desire me? In just 2 years, we will awaken. My mother tells me that the better we eat before awakening, the stronger our powers will be. I refuse to be the weakest among the warriors." Tang Hua observed Shueyu's expression, noting her hesitance, and continued to tempt her. "Your father is among the weakest warriors, and you receive the least food of all the warriors' children. Look at you. You're not even taller than I am. Surely, you don't want to end up like your father, the weakest among the warriors? Stop it." Shueyu abruptly interrupted Tang Hua, her voice sharp. Tang Hua glanced at Shueyu, recognizing her wavering determination, but restrained herself from pressing too hard. "I want to say more. Ponder it yourself. I'm off to forage for grass, and I'll come find you tomorrow." Shueyu clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white, biting her lip in silence. After a long moment, she gradually relaxed her grip and began to walk in the direction Tang Hua had departed. Mu Guo noticed that some people around her were barely able to contain themselves, most of whom were children of a similar age. Some had already turned their attention to their companions. The age-old adage, "Better to let a friend die than to let a monk perish," holds true in any circumstance. Upon reaching the riverbank, they observed that the sand in the puddles had settled, leaving the water's surface remarkably clear. At last, tranquility enveloped them as the three settled around the barbecue grill they had assembled the day before, gazing at the bountiful basket of food before them. And they couldn't help but burst into laughter in unison. Shi Yao looked at the 2 plump field mice and the 4 little ones, along with the overflowing basket of provisions, and felt a sense of disbelief. He had never possessed such an abundance of food. Pinching himself to confirm he wasn't dreaming, he suddenly realized that the wisest decision he had ever made in his life was to eagerly become Mu Guo's devoted follower. He took the initiative to gather some dry twigs to use as firewood. In an effort to spare Shi Yao from further bullying when seeking fire, Yang Ri suggested he go borrow a spark instead. Upon his return, Mu Guo called out to Yang Ri, and as both turned their attention toward her, she grinned mischievously, raising her finger and saying, "Look, what is this?" Yang Ri and Shi Yao leaned in closely, peering for a moment before exclaiming in unison, "A finger." Mu Guo shook his head, a more enigmatic smile gracing his lips. With a mere thought, a flickering flame of deep azure manifested upon his fingertip, as he playfully exclaimed, "Bang! Look, what is this?" Yang Ri gasped in astonishment. You've awakened. How is this possible? You're only 10 years old." Shi Yao, equally incredulous, rubbed his eyes, only to find that the azure flame continued to dance upon Mu Guo's fingertip. Mu Guo was momentarily taken aback. Awakening? It seemed that the two had mistaken her ability to replicate Ing Chun as an awakening. She decided to play along with Yang Ri's words and said, "I discovered it last night as well." Yang Ri displayed a mixture of astonishment and envy. In the tribe, no one had ever awakened at the age of 10. Even the chieftain, despite his formidable strength, had awakened only at the age of 12. She raised her finger, ablaze with flames, and boldly declared, "It's such a hassle to borrow fire every day. Come, let me show you a trick." The two eagerly gathered around, watching as Mu Guo approached the barbecue grill. She brought her finger, adorned with a cerulean flame, close to the dry wood, merely waiting for it to ignite. However, no one anticipated that the moment the flame touched the wood, it flared up dramatically, radiating an astonishing heat. The trio was startled, tumbling to the ground, their heads bowed. The barbecue grill had vanished, leaving only a charred patch of earth and 4 blackened stones. They simultaneously lifted their gazes, only to discover the absence of their eyebrows, along with their eyelashes, which had vanished in tandem. For a moment, the scene was eerily silent. The phrase "the most feared is the sudden stillness of the air" was vividly embodied in this moment. She slowly covered her face, realizing that the phrase "embarrassed to death" was tailor-made for her. Sighing, she thought, failure is the mother of success. This wasn't her first time, after all. It was still unfamiliar. Next time, she would demonstrate better. As the saying goes, if one is not embarrassed, then it is others who should be. Thus, she resolved to maintain her composure. Yang Ri muttered, I'll go borrow some fire." Shi Yao added, "I'll go find some dry twigs." The two young ones showed no mercy. After they left, she remained undeterred, pulling up a dried grass stalk to attempt igniting it, only to have it incinerated instantly. Just like before, she then gathered a pile of grass in an open space to try again, but as soon as the flames touched the grass, it engulfed it and rapidly turned it to ash. Undaunted, she persisted for a considerable time, facing repeated failures yet growing more determined. Ultimately, the area around her, spanning 5 square meters, was left barren. She scratched her head in confusion, thinking it shouldn't be this intense. Igniting a fire was too extreme. Surely, this ability wasn't meant to harm others, was it? Could it be that she had yet to master control? With a thought, the cerulean flame on her finger retracted. Yet when she tried to summon it again, it shot forth with alacrity. She inhaled sharply, realizing, "Isn't this rather obedient? System, what is going on?" System, notification, skill replication catalog. Only replication abilities are supported. Please explore the specific usage methods independently. What exactly had she replicated? Was it merely superficial? Bah. What a useless system. System, warning. Host detected insulting the system, punishment enacted, mute for 1 hour. Ugh. Ugh ugh ugh. Dog. It truly is a dog. Yet, life is fraught with disappointments. What matters is learning to find joy amidst adversity. For instance, she aptly named her extraordinarily fierce cerulean flame Thousand Withered Grasses, and suddenly felt quite talented. "I'm back." Shi Yao and Yang Ri approached her, one carrying firewood, the other wielding a torch. Mu Guo nodded silently. The two of them, with deft hands and feet, quickly reconstructed a barbecue grill. Yang Ri occasionally murmured a few words to Shi Yao, deprived of the ability to speak, which robbed her of a third of her joy in life. She listlessly excavated some clay from the riverbank, using stones and clay to fashion a rudimentary stove, placing some burning firewood from the barbecue grill inside to ignite. Observing that Shi Yao had already prepared the field mouse, she took the skin pelt and set it alongside the previously skinned rabbit pelt. She buried the innards in a pit, then began roasting the field mouse meat, occasionally turning the meat to prevent it from charring. The enticing aroma gradually wafted through the air. Once it seemed sufficiently cooked, she picked up a large field mouse and offered it to Yang Ri, another to Shi Yao. Both Yang Ri and Shi Yao stared at her in astonishment. And upon seeing her earnest gesture to nudge the skewered mice forward, they grasped the sticks tightly, smiles of gratitude spreading across their faces. However, their moment of emotional reflection was short-lived, as Mu Guo promptly gathered the remaining 5 small field mice towards herself. Yang Ri, Shi Yao, yet, Neither of them harbored any negative thoughts about the situation. They both understood clearly that without Mu Guo, they would still be suffering from hunger. Mu Guo took a bite of the tender and crispy field mouse meat, nearly moved to tears. The exquisite flavor was nothing short of heavenly. If only it were accompanied by salt and chili, it would be utterly perfect. The taste was strikingly reminiscent of the field mouse from her previous life. Ah, how she yearned for home, missing the unfinished burdens of her mortgage and car loan, and longing for her best friend, who would feel uneasy without a daily dose of mischief. Yang Ri, however, was devoid of such sentiments. All he knew was that the field mouse in his hand was incredibly delicious. He devoured it ravenously, all the while dreaming of the day he would awaken as a warrior, envisioning a future where he would consume 10 or 8 roasted field mice each day. Ironically, his fervent wish would later lead to the near extinction of the field mouse population. The remaining members of the field mouse clan, facing imminent threat, were compelled to relocate, leaving a barren landscape devoid of any trace of their kind, not even a single hair to be found within a 10-mile radius. Unbeknownst to Mu Guo, she had inadvertently consumed 5 small field mice. Just as she was about to pursue what she presumed was an unfinished mouse, she realized, to her astonishment, that she had devoured all 5. It is worth noting that each of the mice they had captured weighed approximately 3 pounds, meaning she had ingested around 15 pounds of meat, yet she felt no significant sense of fullness. Upon touching her belly, she found it merely slightly protruding, devoid of any pronounced satiety. Astonishingly, she was still not satiated. Observing this, Shiryao hesitated momentarily before pushing the unfinished mouse towards her, suggesting, "Why not have mine?" In that instant, Yang Ri regretted her rapid consumption, lamenting how she had allowed Shiryao to seize the opportunity to flatter her. Mu Guo shook his head. "No need. We still have the field mice's provisions." The two listened, their eyes lighting up. In truth, after consuming the field mouse meat, they felt a lingering appetite. As the quantity was insufficient for their needs, "Let us bring that stone pot over and prepare some beans." Shiryao nodded and went into the cave to search. By this time, the water that had flowed into the pit had settled for a while, and it was no longer murky, making it perfect for cooking beans. Before long, Shiryao approached, carrying the large stone pot, his small frame effortlessly bearing a vessel that could have engulfed him. Remarkably, he was not even out of breath. Initially, one would have thought he could only drag it, yet after a few days of hearty meals, his strength had visibly increased. Mu Guo mused that Shiryao's awakening abilities must be quite formidable, for she had yet to encounter any peers with such strength. After instructing Mu Zhe to set the pot down, Mu Guo filled it with several handfuls of beans and rinsed them with water before placing the pot on the stove. Soon, the pot began to bubble with a delightful sound, indicating that the beans were nearing readiness. How fragrant! I wonder where the field mice found their food. If only we could discover it too. Shiryao leaned over the stove, watching the beans bubbling enticingly. We should search near the field mouse burrows. Perhaps we can find plants that bear beans. Generally, where there are field mice, there must be grains. Indeed, Shiryao nodded vigorously. As the aroma of the nearly cooked beans filled the air, she felt a surge of joy, almost humming a tune. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar youth hesitantly approaching. Instinctively, she recalled the moment she had struck him during their last encounter. Her heel still throbbed faintly. Though he possessed a sturdy nose, she found herself unperturbed by the thought of him attempting to steal from her. However, the words that followed from Ingu left her utterly astonished. Ahem, may I join you? On Mu Guo's head, 3 question marks unexpectedly emerged, embodying the age-old adage, if one cannot defeat them, then join them instead. Upon hearing Ingu express the desire to ally with them, Shiryao's head snapped up. Casting a glance at Mu Guo, Yang Ri immediately stood up, positioning himself protectively in front of Mu Guo, raising a hand to seize Ingu by the neck. "What are you planning?" he demanded. "Let him go." The 2 boys standing behind Ingu lunged forward the moment Yang Ri grasped Ingu's throat, one attempting to twist Yang Ri's arm, while the other sought to rescue Ingu from his grasp. Yang Ri retaliated, kicking both boys to the ground, his gaze still fixed on Ingu. The 2, having been knocked down, scrambled back to Ingu's side, whispering hurriedly in his ear. Ingu flashed a grin, patting Yang Ri's hand and hoarsely remarked, "If you hold on to me, how can I speak?" Yang Ri shot a glare at Ingu before glancing back at Mu Guo. Mu Guo lifted his chin and said, "Release me." Upon hearing Mu Guo's words, Ingu raised an eyebrow and cast a glance at Yang Ri, as if to say, "Why don't you hurry up and let me go?" Yang Ri, upon hearing this, immediately released his grip on Ingu's neck and impatiently urged, "Speak quickly." Ingu coughed twice while clutching his throat before finally declaring, ahem, of course I wish to join you. What ill intentions could I possibly harbor? I am merely a pitiful soul seeking to lend a hand and secure a meal. As he spoke, Ingu spread his hands in an attempt to appear innocent. Yet he inadvertently transformed into a figure deserving of a reprimand. Suddenly, the animal skin skirt was tugged twice. She looked down to see Shi Yao's small, round face tightly scrunched, his hands instinctively clutching her skirt. In that moment, she realized that Shi Yao was nervous, frightened of Ingu. I have finished speaking now. Could you provide me with a clear answer? Mu Guo cast a disdainful glance at the imperious Ingu and retorted, do not entertain the notion of joining us any further. Return whence you came. This outright rejection incited Ingu's ire, prompting him to inquire, do you not wish to know why I seek to join your ranks? I do not, Mu Guo replied coolly, as she added several dry twigs beneath the stove, causing the water in the pot to cool further. Ingu, momentarily taken aback, pondered why she did not inquire about his motives, finding her demeanor most unusual. Yang Ri, in a fit of impatience, urged, did you hear that? You may leave now. Sagu shot a glare at Yang Ri, who resembled an overprotective hen, and persisted. Will you not reconsider? I shall not. She placed another 2 twigs into the stove, the flames still insufficient. Did you not hear? I have clearly stated I will not reconsider. Why do you linger? Ingu was exasperated by the incessant nagging at his ear, retorting, are you not tiresome? Must you follow me everywhere? Have I addressed you? Yang Ri, now both amused and frustrated, replied, when you speak to Mu Guo, you are speaking to me. I am, in essence, hers. Mu Guo glanced up amidst the gaps of the beans in the pot and remarked, spokesperson? Yes, I am the spokesperson for Mu Guo. Who do you think you are? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Mu Guo was about to lift the stone bowl filled with bean soup, he could easily discern what Yang Ri was about to say without even glancing up, responding nonchalantly, do you really think you are worthy? Yes. Do you truly consider yourself deserving? If you possess any sense, you should leave promptly. Yang Ri, with one hand on his hip and the other pointing towards the approaching Xianggu and the others, gestured for them to vacate the area, exuding an air of triumph. Ingu felt a surge of anger upon witnessing Yang Ri's boastful demeanor. Although much of what was said eluded his understanding, the expression on Yang Ri's face, coupled with Mu Guo's gleaming eyes as he savored his meal, made it evident that Yang Ri was undoubtedly uttering unflattering remarks. Even Shi Yao, relishing a handful of beans from the pot, while occasionally whispering to Mu Guo, added to Ingu's growing ire. He could no longer contain his frustration and, in a fit of indignation, retorted, you think I will simply depart at your command? Do you even regard yourself as someone of significance? Yang Ri suddenly ceased his posturing, his hands dropping to his sides, and regarded Ingu in silence. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo, feeling quite vexed, casually inquired, what are your skills? Ingu, brimming with confidence, immediately pointed at Shi Yao and Yang Ri, proclaiming, everything they can do, I can do too. With a proud thump on his chest, he asserted himself as the strongest among the youths in their group. His decision stemmed from days of observation of Mu Guo, who consistently managed to find food before anyone else. What astonished him even more was her ability to catch the elusive field mice. Previously, when he had tried to intercept her in an attempt to seize her food, it was motivated by a desire to recruit her as his subordinate. No, his little sister, in the hope that she would gather food while he would deter others from coveting it. However, he never anticipated that he would be outmatched by Mu Guo. Initially filled with embarrassment and indignation, he soon noticed that Mu Guo showed no reluctance in sharing her spoils, distributing 1 field mouse each to Shi Yao and herself. In that moment, he realized that being a subordinate hardly mattered. Such feelings of shame dissipated as he boldly approached her. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo gazed at Ingu's silhouette, suddenly perceiving him as someone who, in a past life, approached an interview brimming with confidence, only to be informed by HR to await further notice. The leather skirt draped upon him was tugged, prompting Mu Guo to turn her head and inquire of the hesitant Mu Ze, "What is it? Should we invite him to join us?" Yang Ri immediately perked up, exclaiming, "No, we cannot allow him to accompany us. He has bullied Shi Yao in the past." She shook her head. "I have not said anything." "Well, it is getting late. We ought to return." That night, Mu Guo retired early, thoroughly exhausted from the day's tribulations. Shi Yao squatted at the entrance of the cave, wielding the large stone hammer he had used for night watch in the past. Ever since he had joined Mu Guo, he, like her, had taken to sleeping by the cave's edge. Though the cave was partially barricaded with branches, the wind still found its way inside, and the temperature dropped significantly at night, bringing a chill. While Shi Yao was lost in thought, staring at his recently sharpened, darkened nails, a figure suddenly emerged, intending to sit beside Mu Guo. Before this person could settle, the stone hammer was already thrust before him. "What are you doing?" Ngu, clutching a piece of leather under his arm and holding another in his hand, was startled by the sudden appearance of the hammer as he attempted to lower himself quietly. He maintained a half-squatting position while glancing over. Upon realizing it was Shi Yao, Ngu pursed his lips and, as he spread the leather on the ground, retorted, "I am going to sleep. Why do you care? Perhaps I could take your place for the night watch?" Shi Yao remained silent for a moment before finally acquiescing. That could work. Mu Guo had mentioned that well-rested children grow taller, whereas those deprived of sleep suffer poor health and cannot awaken their potential. In truth, Mu Guo's intention in saying this was simply to retire early and rise later. In the hazy dawn, Mu Guo faintly perceived a sound akin to a horn, gradually rising in pitch. Beside her, Shi Yao, Ngu, and Yang Ri quickly sat up. Yang Ri seized Mu Guo's hand and urged her to run outside, joyfully exclaiming, "The clan leader has returned. They are back." Mu Guo gazed at the distant silhouettes of a small group of figures, feeling a surge of joy accompanying them. Upon hearing the sound of the horn, the inhabitants of the cave excitedly rushed out to greet those returning. Peers of Mu Guo's age stood on the rocks, gazing from afar, while some climbed trees, exuberantly shouting with delight. Tang Hua, accompanying the adults to welcome the newcomers, cast a glance back at Mu Guo before departing. The horn's call grew louder, and the crowd gradually approached, allowing Mu Guo, standing atop the stone, to finally discern the imposing figure at the forefront, a robust man named Mu Guo, her father and the chieftain of the tribe. He bore a massive black wild boar upon his shoulder, each step causing the creature to tremble slightly, while in his other hand he dragged a python. As thick as a bowl and approximately 4 meters long, tucked under his arm was a wild fowl, comparable in size to a turkey. The individuals trailing behind him carried prey that significantly outweighed them, and the women, not to be outdone, bore substantial provisions on their backs. Their faces, a blend of joy and fatigue, revealed their satisfaction with the bounty of the hunt. Yet, something seemed amiss. They had set out with 25 or 6 individuals, but now returned with over 50. The latter group consisted mainly of adolescents and several women, who carried bundles wrapped in animal skins reminiscent of ancient travelers' burdens, while the young ones clutched numerous stone basins and bowls. Mu Guo had already spotted his daughter standing on the rock from a distance, and his heart ached profoundly. At this moment, unable to contain himself any longer, he swiftly unloaded the prey from his shoulders and entrusted it to others for processing. Hastening to the side of Mu Guo, who had already leaped down from the stone. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo gazed into Hu's eyes, which were reddened and weary, and an inexplicable urge to weep welled up within her, as if she had countless grievances to express. Taking a deep breath to suppress her emotions, she smiled and said, "It is enough that you have returned, father. I have awaited your return for so long." Mu Guo gently patted Mu Guo's head and said, "I have many matters to attend to. You should go find your mother first." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo understood Jing Hua's concern that Ji had not delivered the food to her, and quickly explained, "Uncle Ji gave me all the provisions left by father. We had consumed them just a few days before your return." Only then did Jing Hua feel reassured, her heart swelling with pride at the maturity of her daughter. "By the way, mother, who are those people?" Mu Guo inquired, gesturing towards the captives whose hands were bound behind their backs. A flicker of apprehension crossed Jinghua's eyes as she replied, these individuals were captured by our kin. We were preparing to return when the Feng tribe suddenly emerged to seize our hard-earned game. They injured several of us, and when they realized they couldn't prevail, they retreated to summon reinforcements. Their numbers were considerable, but fortunately, your father is already a second-level warrior. Otherwise, we might have suffered great losses. As she spoke, a fierce glint flashed in Jinghua's gaze. However, those who dare to plunder the spoils of our Mu tribe must face the consequences. These are merely the remnants of the Feng tribe. Soon, there shall be no Feng tribe left. While Jinghua spoke, she keenly observed Mu Guo's expression. Noticing that her daughter displayed neither pity nor fear, she felt a sense of relief. Her daughter must not harbor fear or compassion for the enemy. Otherwise, her softness of heart could one day lead to her demise. Mu Guo listened intently as Jinghua recounted the origins of these captives. Despite Jinghua's calm demeanor, Mu Guo felt a chill run down her spine, vividly imagining the scene described. Warriors wielding sharpened sticks, lethal stone knives, or hammers fought fiercely in the wilderness, their eyes glazed with bloodlust. A moment's carelessness could result in a gruesome spectacle of brains splattering and entrails spilling. Those unscathed trampled over the bodies of the fallen, still gasping for breath, as they engaged in the next round of brutal combat. The scene must have been perilous and drenched in blood. Are you all right, mother? Were you and father injured? Mu Guo inquired with concern. Ever since she first beheld Jinghua, her emotions seemed to be under a spell, and she felt an irresistible urge to be close to her. Hearing Mu Guo's worried words, Jinghua smiled and shook her head, saying, no, your father and mother are not so easily hurt. Oh, and on our way back this time, we came across another orchard inhabited by many birds. Fortunately, they were gentle in nature, allowing us to bring back some fruit. As she spoke, Jinghua took out a yellow, fist-sized fruit and placed it in Mu Guo's hand. Although she wasn't hungry at the moment, it had been so long since she had tasted fruit. At the sight of it, she couldn't help but gulp. And she took it and bit into it with gusto. The flavor was somewhat reminiscent of pears from her previous life. Although not as sweet as those pears, she was already immensely satisfied. Jinghua, watching Mu Guo's face light up with happiness as she ate the fruit, said with affection, we brought back so many people and so much game this time that we couldn't carry many fruits. Next time, I'll bring back more so you can eat your fill. Mu Guo felt a wave of emotion wash over her. She understood that the scarcity of fruit was rooted in the primitive worldview of her people, where fruit was deemed insufficient to satiate hunger. No matter how delectable it may be, in the presence of gnawing hunger, it paled in comparison to sustenance that could fill the belly. Thus, in their eyes, fruit held little value, often considered a substitute only when food supplies were scarce. She swallowed the last morsel of fruit, unwilling to discard even the seed, contemplating whether it could be cultivated. With so much bounty from this hunt, will you and father be able to stay longer? She inquired. Jinghua, suppressing the sorrow in her eyes, shook her head gently. This time, we can only remain for 3 days. We must venture out to hunt again thereafter. The tribe had recently absorbed members from the Wind tribe, whose warriors had dwindled to nearly nothing, leaving only a handful of captives, mostly women and children. Their hunting expeditions needed to increase in frequency. Otherwise, it would not be long before starvation claimed lives within the tribe. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, Mu Guo recognized the harsh reality of their situation. Jinghua managed to smile, assuring, you need not worry about your father and me. If we lack the ability to protect ourselves, how could we safeguard this tribe? She continued, we captured a python today. Its skin is perfect for clothing, far softer than animal hides. With that, she took Mu Guo by the hand to discuss which part of the serpent they should utilize. Meanwhile, Mu Yishu directed the others at the cave's entrance, overseeing the processing of their catch while casting occasional glances at Mu Guo. Once the prey was prepared, he selected some portions and indicated them to Shi Yao and Yang Ri. It was evident he was aware of recent developments and intended to embrace Shi Yao and Yang Ri as companions for Mu Guo. Subsequently, he distributed more of the catch to Ji, the first to receive food, earning envious glances from others. For Shi Yao and Yang Ri, it was their first time receiving game directly from the chieftain, their faces flushed with joy. Yang Ri dashed to his father, raising the prey high and exclaiming, for father. Yang Yu, eyes glistening, affectionately ruffled Yang Ri's hair. Father has plenty too. How have you been? With pride, Yang Ri recounted their good fortune, gesturing animatedly, father. Mu Guo and Shiryao haven't gone hungry. As the children reunited with their parents, one child stood apart. Her eyes red and lips clenched tightly to stifle her tears. She knew, upon not seeing her father in the returning throng, that he would not be coming back. Yet, she could not help but gaze towards the distant mountains, hoping for the familiar face to emerge and declare, "Father has returned." It was only when Mu Guo approached, holding some game, that he knelt to meet the brave child's gaze, gently stroking her head and speaking in a soft tone, "Your father is a hero. We will remember him. This is a gift from him to you." He then placed the game and a string of beast bone necklaces before her, turning to leave. As the little girl clutched the necklace, she could no longer contain herself, bursting into inconsolable sobs, akin to a child abandoned at a bustling crossroads. In moments of shared sorrow, everyone preferred to remain unseen, and Mu Guo, understanding this better than anyone, chose to allow the girl her solitude and grief. Mu Guo gazed at the towering figure of the burly man, over 2 meters tall, as he approached others, a veil of sorrow subtly concealed beneath his bushy beard. She understood that Mu Guo was the chieftain of this tribe. Everyone was permitted to grieve, except for him. Her attention shifted to a much younger girl. Weeping as she clutched the beast bone necklace gifted by Mu Guo, yet her tears subsided swiftly. The child seemed to have composed herself, behaving with the poise of an adult as she skillfully tended to the prey and buried the remnants in the earth. In that moment, Mu Guo realized that whether it be parents or partners, in a world where sustenance is procured at the peril of life, each hunting expedition could be their last farewell. What awaited could merely be a lifeless body adorned with a necklace of bones, and the haunting absence of final words left unspoken. Beside her, her mother silently observed the scene, gripping her hand tighter, as if such a bond could shield them from the specter of death. Emotion surged within her, a tumult she could not decipher. Was it the concern from Jinghua and Mu Guo that stirred her heart, or the lingering attachment of her original self that rendered her feelings towards them distinct, almost as if she were truly their child? An overwhelming fear of their potential misfortune took hold, igniting an incessant worry. These nebulous emotions, Mu Guo chose not to dissect further. Perhaps it was better to simply let them be. Mu Guo remained occupied, directing the members of the tribe to allocate a portion of the hunted game to the warriors, distributing the spoils according to their merits. Subsequently, provisions were granted to the adults safeguarding the young children within the cave, followed by allocations for the still unawakened youths. A small portion of the remaining game was set aside on the ground for an unspecified purpose, while the bulk of the spoils was reserved for the deepest recesses of the cave. When the warriors ventured out to hunt again, these provisions would be distributed by the shaman to those who remained in the tribe. The warriors who received their rations hurriedly retreated to the cave to conceal their food, indulging in their first meal with abandon, while the remainder had to be consumed gradually, for none could foresee when the next hunting expedition would return. Shiryao gazed enviously at Mu Guo, who was joyfully reunited with his parents, while Yang Ri had eagerly scampered to his father, animatedly gesturing and chattering like an exuberant monkey. As everyone began to kindle the fire at the original spot to prepare their meat, the Wind tribe members gathered together, their faces a mixture of concern and envy as they observed the scene. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mu Guo cannot be so stingy with his beloved girl, can he? Ever since she consumed 5 field mice the last time, it became apparent that everything she ingests transforms into the energy of Qian Shaoku. Consequently, her appetite has increased significantly. A mere small piece of meat would hardly suffice to fill even the tiniest gap between her teeth. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Mu Guo took a bite and felt the moment the morsel of meat was swallowed. It transformed into a rich surge of energy that coursed through her esophagus to her limbs and throughout her body. However, the majority of this energy coalesced into the essence of Qian Shaoku, which she sensed joyfully swaying within her dantian. As she swallowed the final piece of meat, the flame of Qian Shaoku grew significantly, and her water manipulation abilities appeared to strengthen, rendering her more attuned to the moisture in the surrounding air. Father, she thought, this piece of meat contains an exceptionally potent energy. I can feel it. If I wish to grow stronger swiftly, consuming more of this meat would suffice. API call failed with status code 429, error, code For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mu Guo hesitated for a moment before nodding. A few days ago, I awakened to the flames. I have named it Qian Chao Ku. Mu Yisher gradually broke into a wide grin, his laughter resonating through the air. Ha ha ha, I am truly proud of my daughter. Yet, before he could indulge in his merriment for long, Jinghua silenced him with a gentle yet firm slap. Lower your voice. Everyone is asleep. Oh, it's just that I am overwhelmed with joy. But why is it called Qian Saoku? She recalled the rather ferocious Qian Saoku. With a flicker of thought, Qian Saoku darted back into her fingers. She elaborated, this is indeed Qian Saoku. Do not be deceived by its diminutive size. It can incinerate things in the blink of an eye. However, it spares humans and only consumes plants, at most singeing hair. Thus, I named it Qian Saoku. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Yisher leaned closer to Jinghua, confessing his affection with a chuckle. A moment later, a realization struck him. Were these two primitive souls truly flaunting their romance amidst such serious discussions? It was bewildering. After a night devoid of conversation, the following morning, Mu Yisher was found addressing the captives he had brought back. Once he concluded his discourse, Jinghua dedicated herself to tending to the injured captives, distributing food to them. The expressions of those captives as they gazed at Jinghua resembled that of reverence towards a savior. It was evident that those who could skillfully manage such circumstances were indeed wise leaders and their consorts. Mu Guo had yet to encounter a primitive individual who could execute such finesse. On that day, Mu Guo ventured into the depths of the cave where the shaman stored their catch. To her astonishment, it revealed itself as a natural ice cellar. Explaining the need for its location, the sight of an abundance of prey piled high was striking, despite the increase in tribe members. She pondered why they felt compelled to hunt again so soon, as the provisions appeared sufficient for half a month. Finding Jinghua, she could not restrain her curiosity. Mother, I notice there is still plenty of stored prey, enough for us to last another half-month. Why the haste to hunt again? Dear daughter, autumn is upon us. Soon the weather will turn cold, and we must prepare for the winter when hunting will become impossible. Your father and I aim to gather ample provisions to ensure that this winter no one shall perish, Jinghua explained. It dawned on Mu Guo that she had underestimated the gravity of their situation. While she had assumed summer was far from over, her parents were already preparing for the forthcoming winter. The severity of their circumstances was far beyond her initial thoughts. Reflecting on the fresh corn, beans, and nuts she had found in the field mouse burrow, along with the fruits her mother had brought her, she realized they were all signs that autumn was nearing its end. Since her arrival in this world, the relentless heat had led her to overlook such details. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to share her findings about edible plants with Jinghua, hoping it might be of assistance. Jinghua listened intently as Mu Guo recounted her discoveries of bitter herbs and purslane, her face lighting up with joy as she affectionately patted Mu Guo's head. You've grown up, caring for our kin. I have already learned from the shaman that you shared your knowledge with the tribe. I am delighted you remember them, for they will remember you as well. Mu Guo chuckled sheepishly. Her actions were more a result of compulsion from the system than conscious choice. Feeling a twinge of guilt under Jinghua's warm gaze, she swiftly changed the subject. After we finish the bitter herbs and purslane, yangri, shiyao, and I want to catch field mice. Not only are they abundant in meat, but they also tend to store food in their burrows. A single burrow can yield 2 large field mice and several smaller ones, more than enough for the 3 of us. Jinghua was taken aback. Field mice were notoriously cunning, often having multiple entrances to their burrows. Even if they remained hidden, the effort to excavate them was daunting, and given their swift nature, they were difficult to catch. Consequently, they had stopped including field mice in their list of potential food sources. You managed to catch field mice? In the past, we would be fortunate to catch just one in a day. How did you manage to capture an entire nest? As Jinghua's astonishment grew, Mu Guo patiently explained her methods. Eventually, Jinghua's gaze turned proud as she listened. Do not share your awakening with others. Though you have awakened, you are still too weak, she cautioned. Her thoughts beginning to take root in her mind. Before Mu Guo could respond, Jinghua continued, go seek out Yangri and the others. It is important to establish good relations with them. Yes, I understand. As night descended, the tribe returned to the cave, now somewhat crowded with the addition of over 20 slaves. Jinghua relayed Mu Guo's discoveries about edible plants and her methods for catching field mice to Mu Yisher. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Upon hearing Mu Ishi's somber words, Mu Guo's drowsiness vanished instantly, and he perked up his ears to listen to their conversation. Jinghua gently patted his arm, offering reassurance. A girl undergoes transformation as she matures. We must prepare for certain matters on her behalf. I understood her sentiment, however. This time upon returning, my daughter did not rush into my embrace as she once did, which felt rather unfamiliar. Tomorrow, I shall inquire whether she is inclined to share her method of capturing field mice with her kin. If she is willing, it would be fitting for her to convey this knowledge to everyone, as it would enhance her standing within the tribe and be beneficial for future endeavors. There is no urgency in this matter. What is pressing now is that my daughter has awakened early and will undoubtedly require ample nourishment. The provisions distributed by the tribe's public store will only suffice to stave off starvation, leaving her hunger unmet. After contemplating throughout the day, I have resolved that I can only spare a portion of my own provisions for her sustenance at present. Upon hearing this, Mu Ishi demurred, indicating that he would tarry longer with the shaman, ensuring their daughter could collect provisions daily upon their departure. He further added that the portions she offered were derived from her own share, and he would rather augment their daughter's provisions himself, as she was their mainstay. And her sustenance was paramount. The atmosphere grew somewhat somber, and after a moment of silence, Mu Ishi reproached himself, lamenting his inadequacy and expressing that were he more puissant, his tribesfolk would not suffer hunger. He then commended his daughter's sagacity, noting that she could procure sustenance independently. Seeing Mu Ishi's spirits flagging, Jinghua offered solace, affirming that he was already quite formidable, having vanquished the chieftain of the Feng tribe and many others. She further reasoned that if their circumstances were favorable, they would not resort to raiding, urging him to eschew such self-deprecation. Mu Ishi, feeling a bit embarrassed from the compliments, gently scratched his head and expressed his concerns, saying, I worry that my daughter may not be able to hold this position steadily. She is our only daughter, and as Wu ages, there will be no one to support her. Life will not be easy for her in the future. I have faith in her, despite her youth. My observations over the past few days reveal that she has indeed changed. Wu has subtly hinted to me that my daughter has suddenly become remarkably intelligent, and it is quite possible that she possesses the ability to communicate with the divine. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mu Ishi restrained his excitement and lowered his voice, saying, It seems we must make an effort. Our daughter can no longer go without food. Indeed, their conversation came to an end, as Mu Ishi's thunderous snoring began to resonate. While Mu Guo lay wide awake, troubled by insomnia, at merely 10 years of age, her parents were already preparing her for the role of clan leader. Truly, regardless of location, parents universally cherish their children. The plight of parents is indeed a shared sorrow. However, the dilemma is that whether it involves inheriting her father's position as clan leader or becoming a shaman, she has never once contemplated such paths. Her aspirations lie elsewhere. In ancient times, perhaps the allure of being an emperor might have tempted her, yet in her eyes, the role of a tribal chief is merely a taxing endeavor, both physically and mentally, akin to being a laborer serving a group of primitive individuals. Just look at her father. He seldom returns home, often absent for days, weighing the risks of his hunting expeditions to provide for these ravenous tribespeople, only for his daughter to suffer from hunger at home. How tragic is that? At that moment, Mu Ishi seemed to have entered a delightful dream, murmuring incoherently and chuckling softly amidst his snoring. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mu Ishi's snoring persisted throughout the night, lulling Mu Guo into a peaceful slumber. As the sunlight poured through the crevices of the cave, casting a warm glow upon her face, she slowly opened her eyes. Noticing that her parents were still in deep repose, she carefully rose, lifting the animal hide that covered her, and made her way to a corner where she dragged the stone pot and wooden shovel before stepping out of the cave. Moments later, she spotted Yang Ri and Shiryao emerging as well. Yang Ri approached her, effortlessly taking the stone pot from her grasp, inquiring, What are you up to? I'm off to gather something to eat. We already have food. The clan leader gifted me a game the other day, haha. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. After walking for a while, Mu Guo noticed that Shiyao had not kept up. Turning around, she saw Shiyao still standing there in a daze and called out, Shiyao, let's go. They soon arrived at the riverbank. Without uttering a word, Mu Guo seized a shovel and began to dig at the river's edge. Upon seeing this, both Shiyao and Yang Ri quickly grabbed shovels to join her in excavating a pit. In no time, they had unearthed a water hole with a diameter of 3 meters. Finally, they dug a channel connecting the water hole to the riverbank, allowing the river water to flow into the pit. Shiyao, Yang Ri, go find a stone that matches the width of the channel, she instructed. The two nodded and hurried off to search for stones. Before long, they returned, each cradling a heavy stone in their arms, placing them at Mu Guo's feet. Shiyao looked up, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed at her. Mu Guo could not resist the urge to stroke his head and said, "You hold on to the stone, and when I call for you to strike into the passage, you shall do so." She then addressed Yang Ri, once the fish arrive. "You must immediately hurl the stone at their heads, with all your strength." Curious, Yang Ri inquired, "Will fish really come?" "Indeed," she replied. In her previous life, her only passion was catching fish, not through conventional angling, but by employing the wilderness survival technique she had learned. Little did she expect to utilize those skills here. Shiyao silently observed the fish swimming in the river, lowering his gaze to sharpen his curved, pointed nails against the stone he clutched. His nails had been growing too quickly of late. She produced a piece of fresh meat from her bosom, secured it with a piece of twine, and placed it into the water hole. Gently, she stirred the water with a stick, yet no fish appeared. Could it be that the meat was too small? Thus, she retrieved another piece of meat, tied it to the string, and submerged it in the water. After a moment's thought, she activated her water manipulation skill, causing the water in the hole to come alive, flowing towards the river. Sure enough, before long, she noticed a nearby fish momentarily halt its movements, lingering for a moment before gradually swimming towards the passage. It had caught a whiff of the enticing scent of flesh and blood, and without a second thought, it flicked its tail and darted into the passage, swimming into the water hole. As Mu Guo observed, the fish had already entered the water hole and seized the meat dangling above. Frantically, she shouted, "Quick, block the passage. Strike the fish." Upon hearing her call, Shiyao promptly acted with agility, using a stone to seal the passageway. Realizing the fish had no escape, Yang Ri swiftly raised a rock and, with all his strength, struck the fish's head, resulting in a tremendous splash that sent water soaring high into the air. As the water cascaded back down, the fish floated belly up to the surface. The three exchanged glances, laughter erupting among them, particularly from Yang Ri and Shiyao, whose joy was most pronounced. They had always approached the act of drinking water with utmost caution, having suffered injuries from the fish more than once. Some had even been dragged underwater by larger fish and never resurfaced. Their long-standing animosity towards these aquatic tyrants, which they could see but not catch, had reached its zenith. And now, witnessing one so easily vanquished filled their hearts with profound satisfaction. Yet, it was Mu Guo who felt the greatest elation. The river teemed with fish, and their reproductive capabilities were formidable. The members of their tribe could never hope to consume them all in a lifetime. If she could relay this method of fishing to her parents, it would undoubtedly alleviate their burden of food storage for the winter months. Yang Ri grasped the fish by its tail and dragged it from the water hole. This fish, though considered small at approximately 1 meter in length, paled in comparison to the giants of the river, which could exceed 3 meters. Nevertheless, this size was beyond what Mu Guo could currently contend with. "You all handle the fish. I shall return shortly," she announced before turning to dash back to the cave. Upon her arrival, she found her father absent, with her mother sitting on the ground, meticulously skinning a sheep. "Mother, I'm back," Mu Guo called out. Jinghua looked up, her face lighting up with a smile as she beckoned her daughter to sit beside her. From beneath the animal hide, she produced a smooth snake skin skirt, saying, "The snake skin I saved for you last time has been fashioned into a garment. Hurry, try it on to see if it fits." Mu Guo had recently acquired a snake skin, specifically that of a python, its entire surface adorned in a delicate shade of pale yellow, utterly captivating. From the very first glance, she was enchanted, for little did anyone know the discomfort she endured daily in her tight animal skin skirt, which pinched painfully each time she attempted to sit. "Mother, I shall go try it on," she exclaimed, dashing out of the cave. Jinghua observed Mu Guo running outside with the snake skin in hand, puzzled by her need to change attire in such haste. Nevertheless, she dismissed her curiosity and continued to work on the half-peeled sheepskin before her. Once outside, Mu Guo glanced around, suddenly recalling the territory she had marked that day. In her mind, she called out to the system. System, are you there? If so, give me a sign. The system responded mechanically with a sound, indicating its presence. Upon hearing this, she nearly burst into laughter, but recalling how the system had silenced her previously, she stifled her amusement and asked with gravity, "Is my private territory absolutely safe?" The system replied, "As of now, yes. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted." Mu Guo smiled softly, realizing that after all this time, she had yet to catch a glimpse of her own reflection. Turning to the puddle nearby, she thought to check her appearance. "Mother, I have a solution that could ensure our people are well fed." Upon hearing these words, Jinghua could no longer maintain her composure. She sprang to her feet and grasped Mu Guo's shoulders, inquiring, "Are you truly serious?" "Mother, please follow me." Guiding Jinghua by the hand, Mu Guo led her to the riverbank, where Yangri and Shuriao had already arranged the prepared fish for roasting over a makeshift spit. Jinghua recognized at a glance that the meat skewered on the stick and rotating over the fire was indeed the formidable fish. Overwhelmed with astonishment, she hastily inquired, "Is this the fish you mentioned that would stave off hunger?" Her astonishment had been mounting these past few days, especially now. Fish dwelling in the river were beyond their reach. These fish were known to congregate in schools, and woe betide anyone caught by one. For the rest would swarm upon the prey, dragging it down to a bone-stripped demise. They reigned as tyrants of the river, and normally, no one dared to entertain thoughts of catching them. Yet, her daughter and the others, mere children, had managed to capture such ferocious creatures. How could she not be astounded? Parched with hunger, with her stomach seemingly glued to her spine, Mu Guo, unaccustomed to the breakfast-skipping habits of the locals, clung to Jinghua's arm, pleading, "Mother, partake of the fish with us first. After we've eaten, I shall instruct you in the art of fishing, shall I not?" Jinghua, with a tender gesture, stroked Mu Guo's head, replying with affection, "Very well, mother shall heed her daughter's words." The quartet gathered around the rudimentary barbecue, their senses captivated by the savory aroma emanating from the roasting fish, each unconsciously swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Once the fish was thoroughly cooked, Mu Guo, with a stone knife, carved off a generous portion, placing it in a stone bowl for Jinghua, saying, "Mother, have a taste." Jinghua smiled graciously and, without hesitation, sampled a piece of the fish, her expression betraying a hint of surprise. Mu Guo, observing Jinghua's reaction, was momentarily taken aback. Could it be unpalatable? She hastily picked up a chopstick of her own making and placed it in her mouth. This far from being unpleasant, it was so delectable as to tempt one to devour their own tongue. The outer skin, roasted to a golden crispness, yielded to a tender, flaky interior. Upon savoring it, the texture proved delicate, the flavor exquisite, with few bones and ample flesh. This was not merely palatable, it was a redemption for the primitive palate. At that moment, Jinghua, having swallowed a morsel, abruptly increased her pace. Yangri and Shuriao, intrigued, followed suit, and after a single taste, exchanged glances, simultaneously accelerating their consumption. Eventually, the four set down their bowls, gazing upon the barbecue, now stripped bare save for the fish bones, each with a lingering sense of longing. If only there were salt and chili peppers, perhaps a touch of pickled vegetables, she could slice the fish and conjure a pot of pickled fish. With chili and salt at her disposal, spicy boiled pork slices and a dish of mao shui wang would undoubtedly follow, accompanied by a bowl of fragrant rice. Speaking of rice, she was reminded of Chongqing noodles and oil-splashed noodles. This mention of Chongqing noodles then conjured the image of hot and sour glass noodles. Having ruminated, Mu Guo suddenly found the fish he had just consumed rather unpalatable, realizing he needed to procure some seasoning nearby. Regaining his composure, Mu Guo led Jinghua to the water-filled depression, stating, "This is the pool we use for catching fish." Subsequently, he directed Yangri and Shuriao to reposition the stones. This time, Yangri and Shuriao exhibited exceptional diligence in catching fish, and they successfully captured another large fish using the same method. Jinghua watched the entire process with astonishment. It was unbelievable that such a small sacrifice of meat could yield such a large fish. If she were even more frugal, she could extract the meat swallowed by the fish. A guaranteed profit. The more Jinghua contemplated, the more excited she became. This simple method of catching fish meant that the tribe's people would no longer have to suffer from hunger, and their tribe would not experience deaths due to starvation. It also meant that the warriors' hunting pressure would be reduced, and they would not have to take excessive risks. She turned and embraced Mu Guo, her entire being trembling with excitement. Mu Guo, do you know how much you've helped the tribe? With this method of catching fish, no one in our tribe will starve to death again, and we won't have to worry about whether the children born will survive. This is wonderful. I'll go tell your father right away. The usually composed Jinghua ran all the way back to the cave, leaving the other three looking at each other. Tonight was another night of Jinghua and Mu Isher's incessant discussions. Occasionally, Mu Isher's excited voice could be heard, raised by 3 octaves. Whether others heard it clearly or not, she didn't know, but Mu Guo heard it loud and clear. Oh, right. There were also the sounds of reunion and procreation from the couple who had finally returned home. The sounds rising wave after wave. It was a pity they weren't participating in the adjacent the voice. She covered her ears, unable to sleep, wishing she could pack them up and throw them out to give her some peace, but then she felt like an uninvited guest. Alas, such is the lack of privacy. She's still just a young girl. Can't sleep. It's too noisy, too embarrassing. To avoid such embarrassment, she had to bury her head in the sand and shout in her mind, "System? Are you there? Let's chat for a nickel." The system's mechanical voice responded cooperatively. "What do you want to chat about?" Mu Guo was somewhat surprised by the system's cooperation, but did not dwell on it. He inquired, "You've been with me for quite some time, yet I remain oblivious to how you are bound to me and how I traversed through realms. Would you kindly enlighten me?" The system's screen flickered momentarily before responding. "I do not bind individuals of my own accord. It was you who sought me out." Mu Guo furrowed her brow, pondering how it was possible for her to seek out a system of which she had no prior knowledge. Unable to recall anything, she reluctantly replied, "Perhaps you should tell me more." The system responded, "On that fateful day, while I was resting on the stairs with a friend, you unexpectedly collided into me. Had fortune been on our side, we might have remained in our original world. However, your head was injured, and you lost consciousness. Fortunately, your soul persists. To prevent both of us from perishing, I had no choice but to initiate the task and bring you to this desolate realm." She was momentarily taken aback, as it was the first time the system had spoken at such length. The content of its words was rather unsettling. What did it mean by head injury? Nonetheless, such details seemed trivial compared to the revelation that this seemingly solitary system actually had friends. "You have friends? Where is your friend?" The system replied, "You have stepped on him. He is merely 1 step away." As Mu Guo listened, she began to sense something amiss. What did it mean to have tread upon him? Unable to suppress her curiosity, she inquired, "Wait a moment. Your friend isn't the additional step I encountered when I tumbled down the stairs, is it?" The system fell silent for a moment, responding with a hint of awkwardness. "Yes." How frustrating. She had always traversed those stairs daily, memorizing each step. So how could she have inexplicably fallen? It turned out there was an extra step. She had thought she could stride down on flat ground, only to twist her ankle and crash into a wall. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she decided it was futile to dwell on such matters. She could thrive anywhere, and contemplating these trivialities was meaningless now. Discovering that the system had friends, which could even manifest as steps, piqued her curiosity, prompting her to ask, "If your friend appears as a step, then what about you?" The system's mechanical voice hesitated slightly before answering, "I am the wall you collided with after tumbling down the stairs. Please do not be upset. I initially intended to evade you, but upon reflection, what is destined to happen cannot be avoided, so I could not escape." Mu Guo was almost beside herself with rage, unable to suppress a derisive roll of her eyes. What did it mean that misfortune was inescapable? She retorted with irritation, "Are you two a pair of harbingers of doom? Or perhaps celestial guides leading the way to the underworld? Why is your service so exceptionally attentive? One of you acts as a stumbling block, while the other serves as a wall to crash into. If the king of hell had such subordinates as you, the netherworld would surely be overrun with spirits, and one would have to book an appointment just to die. Is it not true that the longevity of the people of Huaxia owes much to your handiwork? Perhaps I should erect a monument in your honor and offer you incense during the festivals? With such audacity, you dare to claim that I cannot escape misfortune. Who among us is truly the harbinger of doom?" Suddenly, a mechanical hand extended from the screen, wiping non-existent sweat from its surface as it argued vigorously, "It was truly just a coincidence. The reason I manifested as a wall was merely to take a brief respite. It is, in fact, my friend's fault. In his laziness, he insisted on lying down, thus transforming into a step. However, since your demise resulted from this, He is currently receiving punishment next door. What kind of punishment? Perhaps out of guilt, the system's monotonous voice took on a more animated tone. He has been randomly bound to a rather unfortunate little zombie, one that is missing limbs, enduring 800 blows a day. Moreover, due to the low energy in that world, he has been unable to awaken for a long while. Even when he finally comes to, he must contend with a zombie whose decaying flesh falls off at the slightest movement. She scoffed, uninterested in his explanations. But what has happened to you? You were so aloof when we first met. The system waved a hand dismissively. That was not me speaking to you before. It was more akin to a machine or robot, rather rigid in nature. The energy levels in your vicinity are exceedingly low, and when I initially brought you here, my energy was depleted and could not be replenished. Coincidentally, your body was on the brink of death. To ensure our survival, I had no choice but to expend all my power to repair it, which resulted in my temporary dormancy. Her eyes brightened with curiosity. So, does that mean I can speak with you at any time from now on? Certainly. Delighted, she thought to herself. How wonderful. After satisfying my hunger, I long to converse with someone normal. These primitive beings scarcely know how to engage in dialogue. 2 exchanges and they stare blankly at one another, nearly suffocating me with silence. The sounds from the cave continued. Ah, youth, so unaware of the value of life. Once she gained strength, she vowed to live alone, permitting no visitors, except perhaps for dogs. Thus, lost in dreams of her own abode, she drifted into slumber. The following morning, she awoke to find Mu Guo and Jingwa already up, leading the warriors outside the cave, each armed with weapons and provisions, preparing for a hunting expedition. She quickly rose and joined her fellow tribesmen in a line to bid them farewell. Jingwa turned upon seeing her daughter awake and approached to whisper a few words. Noticing the sparkle in Mu Guo's eyes, she smiled and said, "Very well, it is time for us to depart." As they watched the warriors venture into the depths of the mountains, the tribe members waited until their figures faded from view before returning. Mu Guo, touched by the sight of the shaman, turned to see Yang Ri and Shi Yao still present. Remembering her parents' words, she declared earnestly, "I have decided to teach the tribe how to catch fish, so they may have enough to eat." Shi Yao and Yang Ri nodded casually. "The method of fishing was discovered by you. It is yours to decide. Besides, with so many fish around, it is impossible to catch them all." Mu Guo nodded, turned, and entered the cave. Observing her kin preparing to lie down and conserve their energy, she tapped the wall with a stick. Noticing that everyone was looking at her, she spoke, "Do not sleep any longer. I can lead you to food. Just follow me." Most of the people raised their heads to glance at her, but soon turned over to continue their slumber, while some even continued to snore unabated. Muttering to herself, Mu Guo scratched her head, a tad embarrassed by the lack of response. She understood their skepticism. After all, she was just a child, lacking influence within the tribe. Undeterred, she persisted, "Field mice. Fish, I can procure them. And the edible grasses, those were my discovery. Are you certain you won't accompany me? It's merely a brief excursion. What harm could it do?" Hesitantly, she arose, declaring, "I trust you." Immediately after, Ingu followed suit. "I'll go as well." Once someone took the initiative, others were quick to follow. Gradually, nearly all the tribe's people joined them, save for a few of her peers who lingered behind, reluctant to rise, eventually opting to roll over and resume their slumber. As Mu Guo observed that most individuals had emerged, even the captured members of the Wind tribe swiftly followed suit, leaving only 6 or 7 peers and 2 adults behind. She did not insist upon their company, as the trust shown by the majority was already commendable. Those unwilling to join her were not coerced. Forcing them would yield no favorable outcome. Accompanied by the inquisitive tribespeople, they made their way to the riverbank, where she pointed at a designated fishing pit, declaring, "Observe closely. I shall teach you the art of fishing." Yang Ri and Shi Yao, in perfect harmony, each lifted a sizable stone. One stationed at the edge of the water pit while the other guarded the flowing channel. The trio, as usual, exhibited remarkable teamwork, successfully capturing a fish in less than 20 minutes, a plump specimen measuring over a meter in length. This impressive feat left the onlooking tribespeople in astonishment. However, with only one fishing pit available, a quick-witted individual exchanged glances with a close companion and turned to Mu Guo, asking, "Mu Guo, may I borrow your wooden shovel? Once we catch the fish, I can share some meat with you." Mu Guo felt quite pleased, who said that primitive people were foolish. Clearly, there was intelligence among them. Nodding, she replied, "Of course." The two took up wooden shovels, glanced at the puddle, and proceeded to dig a pit at a spot 3 meters downstream. Observing this, Others hurried back to the cave to fetch wooden sticks or other tools, squatting down to dig. Ji glanced at the speed of digging with the wooden shovel and then at the pace of those using sticks. He promptly decided to craft a wooden shovel before embarking on digging. Those wielding shovels were the first to unearth a pit, and as they caught fish, they hurriedly roasted them. Although the fish were slightly charred, this did not diminish the expressions of bliss that graced their faces as they savored each bite. The enticing aroma of the grilled fish wafted through the air, invigorating others, who, like those invigorated by a surge of energy, dug with renewed vigor. Soon, the riverbank was bustling with individuals energetically engaged in excavation. By mid-afternoon, nearly everyone had completed their pits and caught fish. At that point, a thick plume of smoke began to rise from the riverbank, and contentment filled the air as everyone feasted. Their gazes towards Mu Guo now imbued with gratitude rather than the usual indifference. While others indulged, Mu Guo, along with Yang Ri and Shi Yao, had already cooked the fish they had caught. As most of the tribe had eaten their fill and returned to the cave for rest, only the three of them remained. What did you say? You truly managed to catch fish? Those who had stayed behind, witnessing the returning tribespeople with fish dripping from their mouths, were consumed by regret, instantly resolving to join the next fishing expedition. Meanwhile, Mu Guo retrieved fish from the stone pot and poured a bowl of fish soup, blowing gently on it before tasting. To her surprise, it was delicious. Yang Ri held a steaming stone bowl, the milky fish soup within promising delightful flavors just from its aroma. A sudden shout startled the young boy, causing him to turn swiftly, only to find a black-haired beast roaring at him. He shot an annoyed glance at the creature and emitted a threatening growl. The beast paused momentarily, then bristled before bolting away. Seeing the black-haired creature flee, he grinned and leaped to a tree towering several meters above the ground. Gazing at the thick smoke rising from the riverbank, a flicker of urgency crossed his eyes. He exerted himself, bouncing lightly atop the tree branches before descending to the mountain base. As he sprinted toward the source of the smoke, he suddenly halted in shock. He quickly veered off, avoiding the smoke, and dashed into the woods by the riverbank. With a single leap, he perched atop a tree, eyes fixed on the source of the smoke below, where three individuals of his stature surrounded a stone pot. Mu Guo set down the stone bowl and declared, "All right, having eaten our fill, let us return to rest." After the commotion of the meal, the twilight hour was upon them, hidden among the branches. The young boy observed as the three departed, swiftly leaping down to the riverside where the fire had been kindled. Frowning, he scrutinized the numerous smoldering embers scattered on the ground. Bending down, he inserted his right hand into the earth, and upon raising it, he grasped a large clod of soil, which he then hurled onto the fire until it was completely extinguished. Curiously, he inspected the leftover fish bones strewn about before glancing at the multitude of fish swimming in the river. Upon noticing the rudimentary hearth, curiosity piqued. He began to explore it with his hands, leaning forward to peer into the center where the flames had been. There, he discovered remnants of wood still crackling faintly with sparks. Pondering thoughtfully, he stroked his chin and cast his gaze toward the cave from which Mu Guo and the others had vanished. Silently, he then appeared at the cave's entrance. Upon recognizing the figures within, his eyes widened in astonishment, and without a moment's hesitation, he leapt away, disappearing into the mountainside behind the cave. As Mu Guo returned to the cave, she was taken aback to find her fellow tribespeople unusually awake. The men were gathered, intently learning how to craft wooden shovels, while the women meticulously polished fish bones, evidently preparing to string them into necklaces. Upon seeing Mu Guo, smiles broke out among them. The last meal had been plentiful, thanks to the chief and the warriors who had recently returned with food. They felt a profound gratitude towards Mu Guo for teaching them the art of fishing, which promised to ensure their bellies were full every day henceforth. In recent days, Mu Guo had distinctly sensed a drop in temperature. Though the cave had always been somewhat chilly, the biting wind no longer merely whispered but roared, sending shivers down her spine even during daylight hours. The entrance remained partially shielded by branches and logs, yet the increasing gusts left her restless, watching her kin sleep soundly in their huddled forms. Winter was approaching, and while her tribespeople had acclimatized to their long-established environment, Mu Guo felt disconcerted. She was particularly sensitive to the cold. Despite possessing the ability to summon warmth through her Qianqiao ability, it had stagnated, flickering like a meager flame, while her control over water had flourished. Now, she could manipulate the flow of water from a tap with precision, yet this skill offered little solace in her current predicament. Faced with such frigid conditions, an instinctual dread gripped her. If she did not devise a means of warmth, she might succumb to the cold. In just a few days, the temperature had plummeted further. Upon exiting the cave, she noticed that the once knee-high grass had turned a desolate yellow. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within her. She slapped her thigh and rushed back to the cave. When she emerged again, she wielded a stone knife. A young boy, grasping a nearby leaf, tugged at it curiously, only to find Mu Guo diligently cutting grass with her stone knife below him, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. As Mu Guo mowed the grass while humming a tune, Shi Yao embraced the bundle of freshly cut grass in his arms, occasionally bending down to gather the fallen blades. At that moment, Yang Ri emerged from the cave, stretching lazily and yawning as he inquired, "What do you intend to do with this hay?" Mu Guo glanced at Yang Ri's frail body, noting the chill in the air. "It's getting cold. I shall gather some grass to make a bedding," she remarked. She then inquired, "Aren't you cold?" Yang Ri looked at himself, innocently replying, "A bit, but one gets used to it. Winter is what truly brings the cold." Observing how Yang Ri had grown taller, Mu Guo felt a twinge of concern. After all, Yang Ri's mother had long passed, and his father spent his days hunting, leaving him to fend for himself. Unattended children often found themselves ill-clad. Girls managed to scavenge bits of clothing, yet boys seemed oblivious to such needs. With nimble hands, she fashioned a grass skirt and offered it to Yang Ri, gesturing for him to wear it. He accepted it, tying it around his waist, just enough to cover himself. "Excellent. Wear this from now on and do not take it off," she instructed. "Understood," Yang Ri replied, peering down at the skirt with fascination. Lifting it to examine it repeatedly, Mu Guo, exasperated, gave him a gentle shove and resumed cutting grass. "Oh, my back aches," she exclaimed, straightening up to massage her lower back. After gathering the cut grass to dry in a sunlit spot, she ventured into a cave to retrieve 2 decent white animal hides. These hides had been scavenged from the Wind tribe, which lacked the skills to properly process them, resulting in many being rendered unusable. However, the Wind tribe excelled in the art of hide preparation, which was why many adolescents were brought along to learn this invaluable skill. In tribal conflicts, the victors often left behind the women and the very young of the vanquished, disregarding the rest. Once the grass and hides had dried, she threaded a flexible grass rope through a fishbone needle and stitched the 2 hides together to create a large pocket. After stuffing it with dried grass and sealing the opening, a simple quilt emerged. To prevent the grass from clumping, she carefully fluffed it and stitched a few lines across the quilt. The process was straightforward, yet the thickness of the hides made each stitch laborious, prompting her to reminisce about the thimble from her past life. Declining Yang Ri's and Shi Yao's invitation to go fishing, she hastily consumed 2 pieces of roasted meat left by Jinghua. Following the same method, she crafted a mattress. Although she intended to make a pillow, darkness fell too quickly for her to see, and she resolved to wait until the morrow. She spread the mattress on her usual sleeping spot, rolled up the tattered hide she had previously used as a blanket to serve as a makeshift pillow, and covered herself with the quilt. "Now this is what one calls sleep. What I had before was mere suffering. Is this grass inside? It seems quite warm." As Mu Guo and Shi Yao incessantly fumbled beneath the blankets, one of them inquired, "Do you desire this too?" Both nodded fervently. Who wouldn't want something splendid? Especially if it was conceived by Mu Guo herself? Then let us rest. Tomorrow, when you awaken, we shall venture out to harvest grass, and I shall instruct you on the task, she declared. In the middle of the night, Mu Guo felt an incessant tugging at her blanket. Too lazy to open her eyes, she merely lifted the blanket to her neck, clutching its edges in a circle around her throat. "Cease your antics, Yang Ri. Tomorrow, I shall take you to sew. There is no rush." Indeed, the tugging ceased, allowing her to turn and find a comfortable position to continue her slumber. Just as she drifted into sleep, her blanket was yanked once more. Unable to suppress a grumble, she muttered, "If you keep tugging at my blanket, you shall remain asleep for eternity. Release it." Drowsily rolling over, she hazily perceived Yang Ri sprawled face down, snoring gently, while Shi Yao curled up beside him, purring like a kitten. She couldn't help but smile at the sight of their slumbering forms, though a half-smile faltered as they lay utterly still. Who, then, was yanking at her blanket? Swiftly, she turned to confront a youth poised to grasp her blanket. Alarmed, she shot upright and scooted 2 paces away, causing the youth's eyes to widen in surprise before he bolted from the cave in an instant. Sitting on the ground, she gazed at the disheveled animal hide pillow she had disturbed, and only when her heart ceased racing did she quietly grip her stone knife and lean towards the cave entrance. To her astonishment, her gaze met the boy's luminous eyes, and it dawned on her that he was no mere figment of her imagination. This boy was unfamiliar, neither from their tribe nor a captive of the Wind tribe. She was certain she had never laid eyes on his face before. What brought him to the cave at such a perilous hour? Could he belong to another tribe? Yet, her father had only ever mentioned the Wind tribe since their ancestors settled here. Where, then, had this boy emerged from? And what was his purpose for visiting in the dead of night? Would he pose a threat to their tribe? A sense of wariness settled within her. Regardless of the boy's intentions, an unannounced nighttime visit was rarely auspicious. With this thought, her gaze turned increasingly vigilant. This time, the boy did not shy away but instead scrutinized her from head to toe, his gaze finally landing on the stone knife in her hand, which sparked a flicker of disdain in his eyes. At that moment, Yang Ri mumbled something in his sleep, prompting the boy to glance at her before he leaped away, vanishing into the night. Even after the boy's departure, unease lingered within her. Those who roamed freely in the night were seldom heard of since her arrival here. Was it possible that other tribes existed, possessing such strength that they were impervious to the threats of nocturnal beasts? The boy must have hailed from one of these formidable tribes. She remained transfixed in the direction he had disappeared, her thoughts adrift until a gust of cold wind roused her, prompting her to burrow back beneath the blankets. That night, sleep eluded her, and come dawn, weariness began to take its toll. However, the chill in the air reminded her that time was of the essence. She needed to sew winter garments before the season descended. This included attire for Jinghua and Mui Shi. She wished to make a set for them as well. Stifling a yawn, she emerged from the blankets, her face marked by dark circles. She found the cave devoid of her kin, likely having gone to the river to fish, leaving only the shaman sleeping on the stone platform. Wind stood by, his expression grave as he grasped the shaman's frail hand in silence, observing the shaman's labored breaths. Her heart sank. Wind, what has happened to the shaman? She inquired, her tone laden with trepidation. Slowly, the shaman turned to her, managing a painful smile. You have arrived. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she understood that the shaman was not merely ill but nearing the end of his life. I have come, she replied softly. The shaman glanced at Wind, who bent over and removed a necklace from around the shaman's neck, presenting it to her. The necklace bore a green stone, not particularly beautiful, yet undeniably captivating. What is this? Why give me a stone? She questioned. Wind shot a glance at the shaman and nodded. From this day forth, you shall be the shaman of the Mu tribe. Taken aback, she sought to decline. She had no knowledge of the shaman's duties. Moreover, once designated as shaman, one could not easily depart from the tribe. Had she not encountered that boy in the perilous depths of night, perhaps she could have accepted the role with grace. But now, her heart yearned to explore the world beyond, to break free from her confines. It was akin to a child raised in a secluded village, captivated by the vibrant allure of life depicted on television. She was that child, yearning for the wonders that lay beyond the mountains. The shaman grasped her hand, his tone gentle yet resolute. Do not fear, child. Wear it, and once I depart, you shall know how to fulfill the role of a shaman. With that, he turned away, falling silent. She cast a puzzled glance at Wind, who replied, the shaman is weary. All of his belongings are in the small cave to the right deep within the cave. There are many fine hides and weapons you may utilize. With that, Wind offered her no further attention, leaving her to don the green stone around her neck before exiting the cave. Are you awake? We are almost done harvesting grass. A voice called to her as she stepped outside. It was Yang Ri and Shi Yao, standing amidst the grass. Understood, she replied, contemplating as she approached them. She intended to craft another set for her parents. With winter approaching, foraging for food would become untenable, and maintaining warmth was paramount. What brings you here? Yang Ri asked. I wish to create 2 more sets for my father and mother. Yang Ri's eyes lit up with delight. Yes, I also want to make a set for my father. I will cut more grass. Shi Yao hesitated, as he was accustomed to providing for his entire family alone. Yet, he glanced towards the river, pondering before bending down to continue harvesting grass. Yang Ri, possessing the most strength, was the first to finish cutting the grass, stretching his back. He noticed Shi Yao still laboring and asked, Why are you cutting so much? It's enough to make 2 sets. With a playful glint in his eye, he teased. You aren't preparing to find a partner at such a young age, are you? Ha. Mu Guo, still toiling away, nearly rolled her eyes to the heavens. Shi Yao's face flushed crimson as he retorted, This is for Ing Chun. Yang Ri's laughter faltered. He nudged Shi Yao with his elbow. No way. Ever since Ing Hui passed away because of you, Ing Chun has held a grudge against you. Over the years, she's targeted you frequently. Your feelings of kinship have dwindled to nearly nothing, leaving only guilt. What you do now is merely an attempt to atone. But how can one repay a debt of life so easily? Straighten her back. Enough chatter, move along. She turned and inquired of Shi Yao. Do you have enough animal hides? If not, I'll fetch you a couple more. Shi Yao's face lit up with delight. Really? Of course, you're my little brother, after all. In television dramas, big brothers who mistreat their younger siblings always meet a grim end. Besides, Shi Yao is thoughtful and sensitive, rarely speaks his mind, and often endures hardship in silence. Before I arrived, he was constantly bullied. What if he becomes twisted? However, I've also witnessed Shi Yao's potential. It would be a pity to let go of such a promising child. Therefore, I must cultivate a bond with my little brother from a young age. Then, what do I have to fear from betrayal? Ha ha, I'm so ingenious. Shi Yao, oblivious to the distinction between little brother and younger brother, eagerly asked, then, may I call you elder sister? Huh. Seeing her puzzled expression, Shi Yao's eyes dimmed slightly. She immediately realized and stroked Shi Yao's head, saying, of course, you may. Well, the only difference between elder sister and big brother is that it doesn't sound as imposing. Whatever. Shi Yao's dull eyes instantly brightened. Elder sister. Yang Ri, witnessing this scene, promptly squeezed between the two. Then I'm older than both of you. Shouldn't you call me big brother? She smiled faintly, patted Yang Ri's shoulder, and said earnestly, young people should work more and dream less. Hey, where am I dreaming? I'm just older than both of you. Ignoring Yang Ri's protestations, she taught them how to sew quilts and then sat on the ground to sew quilts for her parents. At this moment, she, carrying grilled fish, came and sat beside Mu Guo, offering some. Here. She looked up and saw half a fish thrust in front of her, somewhat puzzled. For me? She nodded. You're welcome. If it weren't for you, we would still be lying in the cave, conserving energy. Since the tribesmen learned to catch fish, no one is going hungry anymore. I think the chieftain and the others should be back soon. She suddenly remembered that they usually went hunting for several days before returning and asked, by the way, Uncle Ji, what do they do at night when they go hunting? We have several pre-dug caves along the hunting trails. We rest in them when we're tired. We also found a cave halfway up a mountain. This cave is much larger than the ones we dug. We usually go to this cave at night to avoid wild animals. The prey we catch is also stored there. The hides of the animals are thick, and the newly sharpened weapons need to be replaced every 2 days. Ji said, finishing the food in his hand in a few bites. I have to go sharpen weapons. The old wooden sticks are no longer useful. With that, he went to the stone where he used to sharpen weapons. She sewed the quilt in her hands, her thoughts drifting far away. She said that the recent wild animals were not easy to hunt, which made her feel strange. She thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out, so she simply stopped thinking about it. Roar! A wild beast let out a deafening scream. Its huge body lost its balance and crashed to the ground, no longer moving, stirring up dust that scattered in all directions. The violent undulation of its abdomen proved that it was not dead, but the intense pain made it unable to move. It wanted to escape, but it was too late. Its pupils reflected a fist that was gradually enlarging. Silence. The wild beast was completely lifeless. Its neck was cut open by a sharp bone knife, and scalding blood flowed into a mouth. The man, seeing the last drop of blood flow out, raised his hand to wipe away the blood droplets on his face, and then jumped on the wild beast's body and knocked on the long horns on the wild beast's head. He used the bone knife to chop hard, making a ding sound. He saw a small piece of the long horn being chopped off, and he glanced at the bone knife in his hand with satisfaction. After cutting a large piece of meat from the back of the wild beast, he tore and swallowed the piece of meat like a wild beast. After eating, he frowned, seemingly dissatisfied with the meat quality of this wild beast, but he did not waste it and continued to eat it. If Mu Guo were here, she would definitely recognize that the blood-drinking man was the teenager who broke into the cave late that night and grabbed her quilt. Late at night, she lay in bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time. Yang Ri and Shi Yao were excitedly rolling back and forth in the quilt, even comparing whose quilt was thicker and whose stitches were denser. Shi Yao lay flat on the quilt with his limbs spread out, turning his head to Mu Guo and said, Elder sister, I have never felt so comfortable sleeping. It's like I'm dreaming. She smiled. You're acting up. We're not even there yet. Shi Yao hugged the quilt and giggled foolishly. Hee, I'm going to send the quilt to Ing Chun. Not long after he left with the quilt for Ing Chun, Ji limped over and asked softly, Mu Guo, can you teach us how to make this quilt? Several of them were huddled together, still sleeping wrapped in animal skins, and still felt cold. Looking at Mu Guo and the others, they were laying on very thick animal skin mattresses, and they were also covered with animal skin quilts, and they even exposed their arms. It was obvious that the temperature in the quilt was definitely very warm. He couldn't help but come over to see if Mu Guo was willing to teach them how to make quilts. She propped up her upper body and glanced at the tribesmen huddled together and sighed. This was not a problem with the quilt. So many people were naked. Although the animal skin was covering them, the bottom was the cold ground. It would be strange if they weren't cold. What's more, having a quilt could only ensure that they were not cold when they slept at night. But they couldn't go out to catch fish wrapped in a quilt during the day, right? However, she still nodded and said, I can naturally teach you if it can help the tribesmen. Ji said happily, that's great. Now the tribesmen won't be freezing. Tomorrow, call a few more dexterous, quiet, and diligent people. Early in the morning, let them take their tools to the place where I cut grass yesterday and cut more grass to dry. Each person should also prepare the animal skins and fish bone needles for sewing the quilt. I will teach them together when I get up tomorrow. And then pick a few who learn quickly and do well, and let them teach others. In the future, if there is anything new, let them come to me to learn first. Teaching one was teaching, and teaching two was also teaching, so it was better to teach them all together, so that no one would come to ask every day. It was not good for her not to teach them. She was not afraid to tell them how to do it, but she was afraid of trouble, which was too time-consuming. She took this opportunity to find something for them to do, so that they would not be full and have nothing to do these days. And the good voices next door would be singing every night, which was really killing her. He nodded and said, okay, leave it all to me. You just need to teach tomorrow. Ji saw that she had arranged this matter very properly, and even prepared for the future. Thinking about what Mu Guo had done for the tribe recently, he felt a little complicated in his heart for a while. At the beginning, when the chieftain asked him to put down his weapons and not sharpen them to protect Mu Guo, he was actually a little unwilling in his heart, thinking that it was more important to sharpen weapons for the warriors. Now it seemed that his vision was too narrow. Fortunately, although he was unwilling at the time, he still worked hard to protect Mu Guo and did not show any unwillingness. In the past few days, in addition to teaching the tribesmen how to make quilts, seeing the situation of the witch, she was secretly studying her 1,000-grass-withered flame. Under a charred hill, she held a branch in her hand, with a red flame burning at the top of the branch. Charred sticks were lying on the ground in disorder. An insect jumped over and probed the charred thing with its antennae. The charred stick instantly turned into black ash, startling the insect to jump and disappear into the grass. Success. In the past, she did not know how to use the 1,000-grass-withered, but just directly led the 1,000-grass-withered to her fingertips. But she did not know that the faint blue flame was actually the 1,000-grass-withered body. After her relentless efforts and the burning of a hill, she finally grasped the true usage of Qian Chaoku. Just as she intended to return to the cave, a blinding flash of lightning suddenly illuminated the sky, followed by a deafening thunderous roar. The howling winds ushered in heavy, dark clouds that swiftly enveloped the heavens, casting the world into an abrupt twilight. Another searing bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, accompanied by a thunderous clap, and soon, torrential rain poured down. The raindrops, no longer mere droplets, were the size of eggs, striking her with painful force. She shielded her head with her hands and hurried towards the cave, anxious about her parents who were out hunting in this sudden deluge. Upon entering the cave, she was greeted by Shi Yao and Yangri. She hastily took the beast's skin from Shi Yao and wiped herself down, exclaiming, "This rain is too heavy. I hope you don't catch a cold." Yangri glanced outside and remarked, "The rainy season has just begun. This isn't even the worst of it. When the peak of the rainy season arrives, that's when the real downpours begin." She turned to look outside, where the rain had formed a curtain at the cave's entrance, making the interior uncomfortably damp, rendering the entrance unsuitable for sleeping. She dragged her bedding a considerable distance from the entrance before stopping to inspect it, discovering that one corner had indeed become wet. To prevent mildew, she had to use a dry beast's skin to absorb the moisture from the corner of her bedding. Observing this, Yangri and Shi Yao moved their bedding closer to hers. "Move aside," came a girl's voice, and she turned to see a girl of 11 or 12 looking down at her with disdain. Taken aback and slightly displeased, she asked why. The girl, with an unfriendly expression, replied, "Because the spot you are occupying is where I sleep." Recognizing the girl as Tang Hua, she responded, "Understood," and shifted her bedding to create a space for her. However, before she could settle down, Tang Hua yanked her own bedding over, shaking off the dust before laying it on the ground. She glanced down, noticing that Tang Hua's bedding now covered half of hers, while the other side was left empty. Rolling her eyes internally, she shifted her bedding once more. It was clear to her that Tang Hua was quite displeased with her presence. As night fell, she began to dream but was suddenly struck by a sense of familiarity. No. She abruptly opened her eyes to see the corner of her bedding being lifted, revealing a hole, while the culprit was stuffing hay into her blanket. The miscreant turned to her with a toothy grin, revealing his white teeth, and emitted a low growl. She swallowed hard, her muscles tensing and trembling involuntarily. She realized this boy was trying to intimidate her into silence, presumably not wanting her to scream and draw attention. But why was he so obsessed with her bedding that he visited her at such late hours just to dismantle it? Understanding the situation, she covered her mouth with one hand, feeling her body relax as the boy seemed satisfied with her compliance and ceased his intimidation. The boy was tall and well-built, appearing to be around 16 or 17. His strong legs and slightly prominent chest muscles were impressive, yet not intimidating. Beneath his long, curled eyelashes, his round, tiger-like eyes stared at her, reflecting her visage. Masculine, handsome? Those words slowly formed in her mind, as he bore a certain innocence, reminiscent of a child untainted by the world. Noticing her scrutiny, the boy grinned at her with annoyance, and, before she could react, hastily yanked her bedding into a bundle and dashed out of the cave. Is this robbery? She thought, clutching herself as she trembled from the cold. The loss of her bedding was a bitter pill to swallow, especially from such a powerful boy who had threatened her merely for a blanket. Resigned, she took the bedding meant for Jinghua to cover herself, knowing that without it, she would surely succumb to the cold. In an unseen corner, the boy leaped into a concealed cave on the back mountain, shaking off his hair before curiously examining the blanket, laying it on the ground, wrapping it around himself, and finally imitating Mu Guo by lying down under the blanket, closing his eyes. However, he soon grew impatient, staring blankly at the blanket. Despite seeing her appear comfortable beneath it, he couldn't shake the feeling of discomfort. Why did people prefer to sleep on their backs, devoid of any vigilance? He lowered his gaze to his abdomen, recognizing it as a vulnerable area. The torrential rain continued throughout the night before finally ceasing. Inside the cave, the inhabitants had no intention of venturing outside. The ground was now a muddy mess, teeming with poisonous insects. The rivers had swelled due to the downpour, making the banks unsafe, thereby eliminating any necessity to fish. Occasionally, she could hear the rumbling of hungry stomachs, a stark contrast to the previous days when everyone had grown accustomed to full meals. The sudden return to hunger was difficult for them to bear. Some individuals had the foresight to store fish and meat, enjoying their preserved provisions, while those without supplies could only watch enviously as others feasted, mouths watering. Silently, she approached the storage area and retrieved some jerky she had saved. Though tough and dry, it sufficed to quell her hunger. After adapting to this primitive lifestyle, she found herself willing to eat anything. Yangri and Shiyao, not oblivious to the situation, quietly retrieved some food for themselves as well. Could you spare me a bit? I promise to return it once the weather clears. A voice disrupted the quiet cave, causing everyone nearby to turn and look, particularly those who had no provisions. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo glanced at Ingu with a hint of hesitation. Ingu quickly interjected, just leave me 2 bites. The weather today seemed unfavorable for venturing outside. It was likely that the sun would not make an appearance until tomorrow, and he certainly did not wish to endure an entire day of hunger. Seeing how earnestly Yang pleaded with her, she felt it was inappropriate to refuse him. After all, they belonged to the same tribe. She nodded in agreement. All right, I shall save you 1 bite. With that, she opened her mouth wide and stuffed 2 generous pieces of dried meat inside. Reluctantly, she placed the remaining chunk, roughly the size of a baby's fist, into Ingu's hand and, with her cheeks bulging, mumbled indistinctly, Here, this is for you. Just remember to return it. Ingu stood in shock as he accepted the small piece of dried meat, utterly astonished. Did she truly mean to give him just 1 bite? He had thought she was merely being polite. Surely Mu Guo would offer more than that. Despair filled Ingu's heart as he gazed at the piece of meat, then at the bulging cheeks of Mu Guo, who struggled to chew. Was it really appropriate for her to remind him to return it? Nevertheless, he tossed the piece into his mouth, savoring it slowly and meticulously. Though his mood was quite heavy, he couldn't shake the feeling that this piece of meat was more delectable than any he had eaten before, perhaps inspired by Ingu's successful borrowing of meat. Some individuals lacking provisions began to approach those with whom they had a good rapport, seeking food. Unfortunately, not everyone was as generous as Mu Guo. Tenghua, clutching her rumbling stomach, nudged Shuiyu with her elbow and gestured towards the crowd. Shuiyu bit her lip and shook her head, frustrated. Tenghua shot a glare at Shuiyu and took matters into her own hands. She surveyed the cavern, where people were enjoying their meals, and finally fixed her gaze on Yang. She approached him, her eyes locked onto the dried meat in his hand, and said, Yang, could you lend me a piece of meat? I'm terribly hungry. Yang Ri was momentarily taken aback, noticing Tang Hua's unwavering stare at the dried meat. He instinctively pulled his hand back, prompting Tang Hua to assure him, "I promise to return it once the weather clears." Yang Ri glanced over at Mu Guo, who was still chewing, pausing intermittently before continuing. Yang Ri's lips twitched in resignation as he broke the meat into 2 halves, offering one piece to Tang Hua. She shot a defiant glance at Mu Guo, holding the chunk of grilled meat as though it were a golden treasure. Mu Guo, weary from her exertions, took a moment to rest when she caught a fleeting glance from Tang Hua. Instantly, she felt perplexed, pondering whether this individual harbored some ailment, as the hostility emanating from her was utterly inexplicable. Disinclined to engage with Tang Hua, and having satiated her hunger, she sought to remain active. In the primordial society, time was not merely a currency but a vital sustenance. She retrieved 2 pieces of animal hide and bound them around her feet, grasping a basket in one hand and a wooden shovel in the other as she ventured outside. Upon witnessing this, Yang Ri and Shi Yao hastily stuffed dried meat into their mouths, rising to follow her, not forgetting their weapons in their haste. For the outside world was likely teeming with venomous creatures. Observing this, Tang Hua's eyes flickered. She imitated Mu Guo's method, binding animal hide around her feet, and stealthily beckoned Shuiyu to follow suit. Mu Guo did not head towards the riverbank. Instead, she ventured towards the small grove on the back mountain. It is well known that after rainfall in such deep, ancient forests, the likelihood of finding mushrooms increases significantly. She certainly did not wish to let this opportunity slip away. Soon enough, the frequency and duration of the rains would augment, making it difficult to venture out. The ground, soaked and muddy from the rain, was riddled with puddles, causing the 3 to tread carefully, slipping and falling, leaving them covered in muck at the slightest misstep. As they walked, a sudden sound echoed, a loud thud, as if a heavy object had fallen to the ground. Yang Ri, puzzled, glanced back but saw nothing amiss. Shi Yao, with a twitch of his nose, remarked, "Sister, there are clan members following us." Concealed behind a tree, Tang Hua and Shuiyu froze upon hearing Shi Yao's words. Just as they were about to reveal themselves, the sound of footsteps reached their ears. Peering cautiously from their hiding place, they noted that the 3 had not come to investigate but continued onward, allowing them to exhale a sigh of relief. Mu Guo lowered her head, using a wooden shovel to pry through the grass, glancing back and forth in search of mushrooms. Unfortunately, after a lengthy search, she found nothing. They had been out for quite some time, and she hesitated about whether to return, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Suddenly, a loud sound broke the silence, and she turned to see Shi Yao had accidentally stumbled and fallen. She rushed to help him up, and at that moment, her eyes brightened. There, where Shi Yao had fallen, was a white mushroom just breaking through the soil. Was this not the very mushroom she had been searching for? It seemed her efforts had borne fruit with little toil, albeit at Shi Yao's expense. Cautiously, she pushed aside the grass and discovered 2 or 3 more mushrooms alongside the first. With the assistance of Yang Ri and Shi Yao, she carefully unearthed the mushrooms with her shovel, cleaning off the dirt and placing them in her basket. At that moment, she felt like a little girl gathering mushrooms. Yang Ri curiously inquired, "Can we eat this?" She looked at the plump, white mushrooms, contemplated for a moment, and replied, "Some are edible, others are not. However, this mushroom is certainly safe to eat. You can pick more like it." After a brief pause, she added, "But once you find them, do not eat them directly." After their brief discussion, the trio dispersed, regrouping only when the clouds cleared and the sun hung high in the sky. Upon reconvening, she noticed both of them wore expressions of joy, prompting her to inquire eagerly, "How many did you find?" Shi Yao responded first, "I discovered 7 locations with mushrooms." Yang Ri, looking a bit embarrassed, said, "I only found 4. Glancing at the 7 or 8 mushrooms in her basket, she nodded in delight. "That's plenty. I didn't find as many as you 2. Lead me to your spots." Under their guidance, they arrived at the first location, only for her to feel a pang of disappointment. It was a patch of poisonous mushrooms, far too vibrant in color. Shaking her head, she educated them. "Mushrooms with such bright colors are toxic and should not be consumed. Do you see that white and earthy yellow one over there? That one is edible, but it's still too small." Following them further, they discovered only 5 edible spots, and as she surveyed her half-filled basket, a sense of disillusionment washed over her. After an entire morning of foraging, their yield was less than what she had experienced at her grandmother's hillside in her previous life, dashing her hopes of enhancing their meals with mushrooms. "Isn't this too little? Shouldn't we search for more?" Yang Ri observed Mu Guo's downcast mood, mistakenly believing it was due to the scant findings. She shook her head. "No need to go back out. This is more than enough for us to eat for 2 meals. Upon returning to the cave, she took a moment to scan the other inhabitants. Realizing only Tang Hua and Shuiyu were absent, Shi Yao mentioned that some of their kin were trailing behind, which she understood to mean they had followed them. However, she paid little mind to it, as she was unaware of how she had offended Tang Hua, and she felt confident that Tang Hua would not pose any threat to her. Yang Ri poked her head into the cave and asked, "How do we eat these mushrooms?" After washing the mushrooms, he pondered for a while but remained clueless about their preparation. Initially, he had considered eating them raw, but recalling Mu Guo's warning against that, he sought her guidance. Returning to the task at hand, she said, "Let me handle it." She took some roasted meat and mushrooms, tearing them into small pieces, placing them into a pot with water, and igniting dry twigs with a flame. "Is your fire ready?" Yang Ri asked, astonished, remembering how Mu Guo had singed his eyebrows and hair during her last attempt. She nodded. "We will be able to eat soon." Both Yang Ri and Shi Yao gathered around the stone pot, intrigued by this unique method of cooking. After a while, the pot began to bubble, emitting a tantalizing aroma, particularly the scent of the mushrooms, which heightened her anticipation. Each of them ladled a generous bowlful, squatting on the damp ground. Shi Yao hesitated briefly before deciding to partake. The others in the cave caught a whiff of the enticing fragrance, craning their necks to see what Mu Guo was eating, swallowing hard but refraining from interruption. After satisfying their hunger, a wave of drowsiness washed over them when they noticed 2 figures emerging from the woods, both covered in mud and grass. Looking quite disheveled, yet exhibiting a sense of pride, especially when Tang Hua cast a sidelong glance at her. Initially, Mu Guo thought Tang Hua was merely being petty, but her attention was drawn to the bulging beast skin bag in Tang Hua's arms, which had a white mushroom peeking out. It dawned on her that Tang Hua was gloating over her find. Disinterested, she averted her gaze, muttering, "Childish." "Step aside." Shi Yao stiffened, glancing up to see Tang Hua looking down at him disdainfully. He seemed to catch a whiff of something, inhaling deeply before abruptly smiling at Tang Hua and stepping aside obediently. Tang Hua felt discomfort from his strange smile, casting a glance at him while mumbling, "A wild child." Shi Yao remained unfazed, but Mu Guo was not pleased. They were all primitive people. Why was Tang Hua so lacking in simplicity? Just moments ago, Shi Yao had called her sister, yet now he was being insulted. She blocked Tang Hua's path. "Wait a moment. Who are you calling a wild child?" Tang Hua jumped at her reaction, intending to retort, but Shuiyu quickly grasped her, saying to Mu Guo, "We didn't mean anyone specific. We are leaving." Seeing Mu Guo defend him, Shi Yao felt an uncontainable joy, grasping her hand and saying, "Sister, it's fine." She could not help but ruffle Shi Yao's hair, realizing that he was too naive, easily bullied. However, she believed once Shi Yao awakened, no one would dare to mistreat him. "Let us head back to the cave. It's still a bit chilly outside." Shi Yao volunteered. "I'll clean up and return." She nodded. "Finish up quickly." Just as she settled down, she noticed Tang Hua and Shuiyu enjoying mushrooms amid the envious gazes of others. She was taken aback, wanting to shout for them to spit it out. Yet, considering Tang Hua's hostility, she doubted they would listen. Moreover, she saw that the two had already consumed half of the mushrooms they had gathered. Fortunately, they were not entirely foolish, having collected mushrooms similar to the ones they were eating, or else. Still, she felt compelled to warn Tang Hua. "I advise you to stop eating those. They could be toxic. You should vomit them out now to lessen any potential discomfort." Tang Hua shot her a guarded, scornful glance, one that spoke volumes of disdain. This left Mu Guo puzzled. What audacity did Tang Hua possess to look down on her? Was it merely because she had found mushrooms alongside them? "Fine, believe what you wish. I have done my part and can rest easy," she thought, knowing that only through experience would they understand the consequences of their choices. Yang Ri, standing nearby, appeared confused and whispered, "Why can't we eat them raw?" She nodded towards Tang Hua, indicating to Yang Ri to keep an eye on her. "You'll find out shortly." She nestled beneath the covers, contemplating when her parents would return. She longed to inquire of her father whether he had encountered that young lad and what the outside world was like. Lost in her thoughts, she gradually drifted into slumber until the persistent cries of ouch jolted her awake. Blurrily opening her eyes, she saw Tang Hua and Shuiyu beside her, clutching their stomachs and wailing in distress. Yairi was momentarily taken aback and, upon noticing Mu Guo had awakened, hurriedly asked, "Have they been poisoned?" Mu Guo nodded, observing the two as beads of cold sweat formed on their foreheads. She wondered if their discomfort was a result of consuming raw mushrooms, which could indeed cause excruciating pain. Shi Yao sat quietly nearby, the corners of his mouth barely twitching. Tang Hua glared at her, still clutching her belly, and demanded, Why were you unaffected? Did you deliberately leave us the poisonous mushrooms to gather? Mu Guo was rendered speechless. Paranoia? Upon hearing Tang Hua's words, Yang Ri became immediately incensed. Did I not warn you all? You fail to heed my advice and yet blame others? Tang Hua was at a loss for words. And Shuiyu, noticing the tension, quickly stepped in to separate them, offering a conciliatory smile as she pleaded. Could you possibly inform us if there is an antidote? She glanced at Shuiyu, who usually blended into the background, and thought to herself how commendable it was to seek assistance with such humility. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, drink more hot water. In a previous life, perhaps a simple medication would suffice, but in the present circumstances, hot water? She nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Just drink more hot water. You may find yourselves experiencing diarrhea shortly. No sooner had she spoken than Tang Hua, clutching her abdomen, let out a pained exclamation and stumbled out of the cave, followed shortly by Shuiyu. The others, witnessing this spectacle, took note of the mushroom's appearance, while only Shiyao, clutching a slender, dark mushroom in his hand, discreetly kneaded it into a shapeless mass between his fingers and flicked it behind a concealed stone when no one was watching. Once satisfied that the dark mushroom left no trace, he leaned toward Mu Guo and remarked, Sister, Tang Hua's gaze is truly terrifying. She affectionately patted Shiyao's head and reassured him. It's all right. She cannot do anything to us. Yang Ri raised his arm to display his developing musculature and declared, I am here. My strength has significantly increased compared to before. Meanwhile, Tang Hua and Shuiyu squatted on opposite sides, both suffering from diarrhea and sweating profusely, racked with pain. Shuiyu lamented, if only UNT insisted on following them. I wouldn't have stumbled so many times, and now I must endure this ordeal with you. Perhaps we should resort to fishing for our meals in the future. Tang Hua, gritting her teeth in agony, recalled the stone pot she had seen upon exiting. She remembered witnessing something simmering inside when she had just returned. Mushrooms. With frustration, she exclaimed, how was I to know that mushrooms needed to be cooked? Shuiyu refrained from responding and instead hurriedly ventured back into the cave to boil some water. Mu Guo arrived by the riverbank, observing the water level and contemplating that it would likely recede by tomorrow, allowing her to fish as usual. She hoped to catch a substantial amount, experimenting with the possibility of preparing smoked or dried fish, which could be preserved for an extended period. This way, when winter arrived, she need not worry about a lack of sustenance. She wished for success, having only a rudimentary understanding of the process without having attempted it herself. In truth, she had also considered the natural ice cellar deep within the cave. However, to refer to it as an ice cellar might be somewhat of an exaggeration. It resembled more of a cooler with a slightly lower temperature, fluctuating with the outside weather. Yet, it consistently maintained a relatively cool environment. During the summer, the temperature allowed for meat preservation for only 3 to 4 days, but in winter, the interior became considerably colder, enabling food storage for up to 2 months without issue. Therefore, it would be wiser to dry the fish for preservation and then store them in the deeper cooler in Shandong. Just as she was about to return, a loud shout from Yang Ri startled her. She turned to see an individual emerging along the winding path behind the cave, blowing a horn and carrying a massive catch upon their shoulders, growing larger in her sight with each step. Yang Ri glanced at her, exclaiming, the clansmen have returned. Come, let us see. The chieftain bears an enormous prize, one I have never witnessed before. Following Yang Ri's gaze, she beheld Mu Yishir shouldering a colossal beast. Unlike any prey she had seen, the individuals trailing behind him each bore a skin pouch at their waists, filled to the brim. Let us go see, she urged. From a distance, Jinghua and Mu Yishir spotted their daughter rushing towards them. Mu Yishir halted at the cave entrance, abruptly dropping the catch onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath the weight of the massive creature, a testament to its considerable size. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo knew that Mu Yishir was searching for a shaman, but he was elusive. She nodded, lifted the fruit in her hand, rubbed it against her clothing, took a bite, and walked over to Jinghua. Upon seeing Mu Guo approach, Jinghua placed her belongings on the ground and instructed the tribe members to move them into the cave. Mother, are you unhurt? She inquired while scanning Jinghua for any injuries, feeling relieved when she found none. Jinghua, noticing her daughter's concern, felt a warm glow in her heart and smiled, responding, I am fine. How have things been in the tribe lately? Swallowing her mouthful of fruit, Mu Guo hesitated before replying. Everything is well in the tribe. By the way, mother, are there any tribes nearby other than the Fallen Wind tribe? There are none. Our ancestors have lived here for generations and aside from the Wind tribe, we have never encountered another. Observing her daughter's silence and uncertainty, Jinghua grew worried. Have you encountered anyone outside our tribe? After a moment of contemplation, Mu Guo ultimately shook her head. She had witnessed the youth's formidable and mysterious power. Perhaps he was merely a scion from a large tribe venturing out for training. Who could say if he would return? Moreover, if such a powerful individual intended to cause harm, it would be difficult for them to resist, even as an entire clan. Rather than burden her parents with worry, it was better to keep this secret. Additionally, after several brief encounters, she believed he bore no malevolent intent. Perhaps he was merely intrigued by their weak tribe, or else she would have ceased to exist long ago. By the way, mother, what kind of beast did father bring back? She shifted the topic to the enormous creature, which resembled an elephant but was covered in sharp spikes, each over a meter long and looking quite formidable. She could hardly fathom how one could slay such a beast. Jinghua bent down, using a stone knife to carve out a long, sharp spike, and, pressing her fingertip against the tip, she instantly pricked herself, a drop of bright red blood emerging. This is a spine from the thorned beast. Your father chased it over 2 mountain ridges before cornering it. The thorns are exceptionally sharp and make for excellent weaponry. Jinghua flicked the blood droplet away. The thorned beast is notorious for its elusive nature. It can be years before one encounters another. Seeing Mu Guo gazing intently at the thorn in her hand, Jinghua smiled and said, I will give you a few of these thorns to let you fashion them into weapons. In the future, when you are able to hunt with us, they will serve as invaluable tools. Mu Guo gazed at the sharp thorns of the thorny beast, feeling a desire to procure a few. Unexpectedly, Jinghua discerned her intentions before she could voice them and promptly assured her that she would prepare them. Excellent. The mother and daughter exchanged a few words, after which Jinghua busied herself, organizing the women to process the game, while Mu Guo led the men in transporting the hunted prey. As night fell, Mu Guo sat by the flickering fire, the crimson glow dancing upon his face. He furrowed his brow, then relaxed it, only to furrow it again, his expressions shifting erratically. With his rugged beard, he appeared fearsome, as though ready to devour anyone who dared approach. She cast a puzzled glance at Jinghua, who wore a look of melancholy, sighing softly. The haul from this hunt is meager, and our opportunities to hunt grow increasingly scarce. But what about the fish? Mu Guo inquired. Jinghua affectionately patted her head and smiled. Oh, my dear child, come winter, the river will freeze over. The ice will become too thick for us to break, and thus, we will be unable to catch fish. In winter, their only means of drinking water would be to break the ice, but they could not consume too much, lest they suffer from coughs. Yet, year after year, they endured the winter in this manner, and everyone had grown accustomed to it. Each winter brought the experience of breaking ice, and they inherently understood the thickness of the layer, that their strength was great, they could not shatter it. Mu Guo was suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. Was the ice layer truly so formidable? Thick enough to withstand the force of a warrior capable of bearing a 3 or 4 ton prey? She understood that the act of breaking through was still dependent on the use of tools, yet the result remained the same, impenetrable ice. Just how thick could it be? This suggested that the winters here would be exceedingly frigid. It appeared she needed to hasten the crafting of winter garments, otherwise she would be left to succumb to the cold. Presently, she was clad in the serpent-skin skirt that Jinghua had sewn for her. Had she possessed her former physique, she would have frozen within the day. However, at this moment, her primary concern was how to alleviate the terrifying expression on her seemingly predatory father's face. Did he not notice how the surrounding individuals were rendered speechless by the oppressive atmosphere? Even the usually boisterous young Ri had reduced the size of the morsels in his mouth. She approached Mu Guo, and upon recognizing his daughter, he instantly relaxed his brow. He patted his waist, recalling that the beast hide bag had been unfastened, and began scanning his surroundings. His gaze soon landed on the beast hide bag resting against the wall. He gestured toward it, and the timid Shishir, who dared not breathe too deeply, swiftly handed the beast hide bag to Mu Guo with all haste. Mu Guo observed the scene and thought to herself that her father still held considerable authority in the eyes of their clan. The moment the clan leader exhibited displeasure, everyone instantly became timid as quails. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Mu Guo immediately perked up, straightening her back and raising her ears attentively. She eagerly inquired, "That's wonderful. However, what is your level of confidence?" After pondering for a moment, she concluded that if salt were available, her confidence would soar to 90%. Without salt, it would dwindle to 50, and with the addition of the natural preservation cabinet, it would reach 60. She declared, "I possess a 60% assurance." 60% was sufficient. They would first attempt with the fish, and if all went well, they could then proceed to handle the meat. Mu Guo felt a surge of delight. There was no need to fear the waste of their hard-earned catch. It merely required some effort to catch fish for testing, which posed little risk to the tribe. Yet, amidst this joy, a sense of anticipation and concern lingered. Seeing Mu Guo finally smile, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. She busied herself preparing bedding for Mu Guo and Jinghua, using one quilt for herself, leaving only one behind. However, it was no issue for the couple to share a single quilt, so one would suffice. Jinghua and Mu Guo curiously watched their industrious daughter spread the bulging animal hides on the ground, followed by another layer atop it. Jinghua approached to touch the quilt, observing how many of their tribesmen lay cozily within, and understood that this was yet another of her daughter's innovative creations, looking quite impressive. "What is this?" Jinghua could not help but ask. She explained, "It contains dry grass, which serves as insulation sandwich between the animal hides, ensuring we won't be constantly awakened by the cold while we sleep." At that moment, Jinghua's eyes lit up, and she suggested, "Would it not be wise to use this material to create clothing to keep ourselves warm?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo nodded, harboring some plans in her heart, feeling that it would be prudent to discuss them with the two individuals. Indeed, she was contemplating preparations. In their tribe, there were 3 women, one of whom was disabled, while the other 2 were of ordinary capability. Among the captives, 6 women were present, 3 of whom were disabled and 3 ordinary. However, these captives exhibited remarkable finesse in quilting. She intended to instruct them in the art of garment making in a couple of days, envisioning a future where they could take charge of the tribe's clothing and bedding needs, exchanging their labor for a modest amount of food. This arrangement would ensure that they would not perish from hunger. Due to their disabilities or lack of awakening, their labor capacity was significantly diminished. The distribution of food within the tribe was based on contributions to the community, resulting in meager rations for these individuals. Furthermore, their fishing abilities were limited. For instance, while the 3 capable women could collectively catch fish, those encumbered by physical challenges required 5 or 6 individuals to achieve the same feat, leading to scant shares. Each day, they merely received enough sustenance to stave off starvation. The women she had selected were all widows of hunters who had perished, making self-sufficiency a formidable challenge. Some of them had children, further complicating their existence. Although the tribe provided food, it merely sufficed to prevent them from starving. Despite the tribe's modest size, it functioned like a small society, with individuals like them and orphans occupying the lowest strata. Their survival had improved slightly due to her fishing techniques, as previously they had relied solely on the food distributed every 2 days for their survival. At that moment, Jinghua and Mu Guo exchanged glances, their expressions laden with complexity. They could hardly fathom how their daughter possessed such profound understanding at such a tender age. Already contemplating ways to enhance the well-being of their kin, Mu Guo cast a complex glance at the green stone adorning Mu Guo's neck, suddenly comprehending why the shaman had imparted such words to him. Perhaps this was indeed the will of the divine. Little did she know that Mu Guo had begun to embrace superstitions, for had she been aware, she would undoubtedly exclaim, "Superstition is to be abhorred. This time, we shall rest at home for 2 days. Should you require assistance from me and your mother, do not hesitate to call upon us." She smiled and nodded, recognizing that with the support of her parents, any endeavor would surely yield greater results with half the effort. However, resting for merely 2 days, would there be no extension? The weather has turned cold, and the rainy season has arrived. The thought of venturing out to hunt during this time left her somewhat apprehensive. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code for 29. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Mu Guo reflected on the tragic fate of a person who perished last year due to insufficient food reserves during winter. Determined to avert such a calamity this year, he resolved to prepare more diligently. Although his daughter had devised a method for preserving fish, he still sought to take additional precautions. As the golden sunlight of dawn poured generously across the landscape, it evaporated the dew on the ground, warming the air with a gentle embrace. Upon awakening, she noticed the brilliance of the day. The weather was exceptionally clear, and the moisture on the ground had completely dissipated. Nevertheless, Mu Guo understood that this was merely a fleeting moment. After hastily consuming a few bites of roasted fish handed to her by Jinghua, she expressed her eagerness to embark on a fishing expedition. "Mother, let us go fishing together." Jinghua nodded in agreement and called for Ji. Upon seeing Mu Guo set off, Yangri and Shirio hastily followed suit. With the assistance of Jinghua and Ji, they managed to catch over 10 fish in just one morning. While this may seem modest, each fish exceeded a meter in length. After meticulously cleaning the scales and entrails, Mu Guo faced the challenge of preparing the large fish without salt. She resorted to severing the heads and slicing the flesh into strips, which she then threaded together to air dry naturally. This process typically required a week to half a month. The success of her endeavor hinged on whether this batch of fish could be preserved effectively. Jinghua and the others imitated her technique, shaping the fish into similar strips for drying. "Uncle Ji, could you assist me in constructing a drying rack for the fish, resembling this?" she asked, sketching a design in the dirt. Ji grasped her intention swiftly, declaring, "It's simple. I shall have it ready shortly." He then took up a stone axe and ventured into the nearby grove to procure suitable timber. Ji worked with remarkable speed. Despite his limp, his efficiency remained unaffected. True to his word, he soon fashioned a sturdy rack by sharpening the lower ends of the wood and securing them in the ground. Mu Guo approached to test its stability, discovering it remarkably robust. She nodded in satisfaction. "Let's hang the fish now." The group diligently strung the fish onto the wooden frame, which was quite spacious, leaving ample room for more. However, she decided against further drying of fish for the moment, viewing this as an experimental phase. Should it fail, the efforts would be in vain. This was also why she refrained from mobilizing the entire clan for an extensive fishing operation. She hesitated to discard the severed fish heads, recalling that in her previous life, chopped fish heads were a delicacy when prepared with chili peppers. Unfortunately, she had yet to find any chili peppers. A sudden realization struck her. How could she have overlooked such an essential ingredient? Just because she could not locate them did not imply that her kin had not encountered them, particularly the warriors who ventured into the wilderness. She promptly sketched several varieties of chili peppers in the dirt and inquired of Jinghua, "Mother, have you ever come across plants resembling these while hunting? Some are green, others red, but they all have pointed tips." Jinghua examined the sketches carefully before gently shaking her head. Each hunting expedition demanded utmost vigilance to capture beasts while ensuring their own safety, leaving little time to observe the flora along the path. Seeing her daughter's eyes dim momentarily, Jinghua felt a pang of sympathy and comforted her by saying, "On our next hunting trip, I shall instruct the warriors to be attentive. You must carve these plants onto a stone tablet, and we will take it along. If we happen to find them, we shall bring them back for you." "Really?" Mu Guo's eyes brightened with hope. "Indeed. When have I ever deceived you?" Witnessing her daughter's smile return filled Jinghua with joy. Though she remained uncertain of the purpose behind her daughter's desire for these chili peppers, she was more than willing to accommodate this simple request. Mu Guo felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing Jinghua's words. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "As you traverse the hunting trails, do keep an eye out for them, but there is no need to search with intent. Safety should remain our foremost priority. There is no rush in seeking out the peppers. She will inevitably grow stronger over time, and when she becomes a true warrior, she will have the opportunity to hunt alongside our kin, thus discovering them in due course. For now, we must endure for a couple of years." Jinghua was elated by Mu Guo's understanding and thoughtfulness, yet her heart longed even more to find the peppers for her daughter. At this moment, the sun hung high in the sky, its piercing rays making it difficult to lift one's gaze, and the heat caused sweat to cascade down people's backs. However, it was preferable to the torrential downpour that could knock one's head askew. During this period, the tribe members were nestled within the cave, reluctant to stir, while Jinghua sought a cool spot and, like the previous day, prepared a pot of mushroom stew. This time, however, the meat was replaced with fish. The stone pot bubbled enticingly, releasing a fragrant aroma. At that moment, Mu Yi, having completed his tasks, approached, drawn by the delightful scent. Is this fish? And what is that? Mu Guo recounted the experience of mushroom picking to Mu Yishir, while serving a bowl each to Mu Yishir and Jinghua. By now, Mu Yishir had grown accustomed to Mu Guo's discoveries of edible delights, his sense of wonder dulled by familiarity. He inhaled deeply, savoring the delightful aroma. A single taste revealed a harmonious blend of fish and mushrooms, their savory essence swiftly enveloping his palate. In mere moments, he succumbed to the allure of the dish. Finding the steaming bowl of fish stew with mushrooms remarkably fragrant, more so than anything he had previously encountered. With eager bites, he polished off the contents of the bowl, smacking his lips in satisfaction, reflecting that while it was indeed delicious, the portion was somewhat modest. Mu Guo was well aware of Mu Yishir's hearty appetite, so she hurriedly filled another bowl for him, which made her father quite pleased as he resumed eating. Although it was a family reunion, she did not forget to call Yang Ri and Shi Yao over. After serving 2 bowls of fish and mushroom stew to Yang Ri, he joyfully took some stone bowls to share the delicacy with his father, Yang Yu. Only Shi Yao remained without kin, so she invited him to join them for the meal. Shi Yao, as usual, was not very talkative, yet his strength had been rising dramatically of late. He had now reached a level comparable to Yang Ri's. She discovered this only when she caught the two of them wrestling. The atmosphere was momentarily tranquil, filled solely with the sounds of eating and drinking. Delicious, Mu Yishir exclaimed, setting his bowl down and giving a thumbs up. His dignified visage made comical by the small pieces of fish clinging to his beard, which elicited laughter from Jinghua. Upon hearing the laughter, Mu Guo looked up and could not help but join in the mirth. Unbeknownst to them, this joyful scene was being observed by a young boy hidden among the trees. His eyes were fixed intently on the food in the stone pot, unable to resist the urge to sniff the enticing aroma wafting through the air. He glanced at the laughing Mu Guo, and his curiosity grew ever stronger. He had witnessed her clumsy fishing techniques, learned of the warmth provided by hay stuffed into animal skins, and now he was observing this unique way of dining. Moreover, these people were like him, yet distinctly different. Mu Guo gazed at the stone pot, now emptied, and realized that Mu Yishir and Jinghua must not have had their fill. In truth, even she herself felt only partially satiated. The fish meat was indeed delectable, yet it lacked sustenance. Had it been the charred piece of meat that Mu Yishir had brought back that day, a few morsels would have sufficed to quell her hunger. However, Mu Yishir had mentioned that the meat was sourced from a second-tier wild chicken, which must have been quite elusive. Shaking her head, she recognized that with her current capabilities, such a feat was far beyond her reach. Thus, she resolved to prepare another pot of meat. Surely, it would be delightful. She set about concocting a new dish of fish stew with mushrooms, this time incorporating a generous amount of fish. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Yishir nodded in agreement, as he now supported nearly everything his daughter expressed. Seeing her father's serious demeanor made her unable to stifle a laugh. Indeed, her parents hardly questioned her words anymore, proving that knowledge is indeed power. After their meal, she and Shi Yao swiftly tidied up, and upon standing, she noticed Tanghua nearby, mysteriously having acquired a large stone pot, bubbling away with some concoction. She couldn't help but smirk, reflecting on how this fine young lady had certainly become quite the clever one. Time passed swiftly, and before she knew it, the next day had arrived. Stretching languidly, she emerged from her blankets, just as Yang Ri and Shi Yao rushed in, flustered. Yang Ri seized her arm, pulling her outside while anxiously exclaiming, "Mu Guo, our fish rack has collapsed, and much of the fish is gone. This is our winter sustenance." His panic was palpable. Upon hearing Yang Ri's explanation, her expression soured. How could the sturdy rack have fallen? She had checked it thoroughly, and it seemed robust. Reaching the spot where the rack was placed, she found the wooden posts toppled halfway, and her heart sank. Hearing about it was one thing, but witnessing it was another. She hurried over to investigate, finding no signs of human interference, yet there were claw marks on the posts and feathers scattered on the ground. Looking up at the circling birds above, she began to piece together the situation. Her mood soured further. Those wretched birds had begun to pilfer their provisions, just as she had planned to dry more fish. She decided to sit down and gaze at the birds soaring overhead, their size rather imposing. After a moment's contemplation, she said to Yang Ri, "Please call Uncle Ji. We need to set things right." Understood, he replied before darting off to find Ji. Bending down, she salvaged the undamaged fish strips, with Shiryo quietly assisting from behind. More than half of their catch was gone, and some had been ruined. Only a third remained intact. Rubbing her temples, she inhaled deeply, reminding herself not to let anger take hold. Yet, the frustration was undeniable. At this rate, when would they ever manage to prepare a sufficient quantity of dried fish? Ji was summoned swiftly by Yang Ri, appearing somewhat bewildered. Upon seeing Mu Guo waiting for him and the scattered wooden posts, he expressed surprise and hurried over to assess the scene. With a hint of guilt, he remarked, "It's my fault. I forgot to warn you about the thieving birds. It seems we won't be able to dry the fish now." Mu Guo shook her head, her tone resolute. "Uncle Ji, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in constructing the frame once more." However, she pondered, even if it were built, it might serve no purpose. Ji began to express his doubts, but, noticing Mu Guo's unwavering determination, he thought her obstinacy was remarkable and proceeded to assemble the structure. After expressing her gratitude towards Ji, she borrowed 3 stone axes and assured the puzzled Yang Ri and Shiryo, "Fear not, I possess a method to prevent the birds from feasting on our sun-dried fish. Here, each of you may take an axe." She handed the borrowed stone axes to Yang Ri and Shiryo, saying, "Do you see that grove of trees?" The two nodded in acknowledgement. She gestured to indicate a shape the size of a basin and declared, "Let us seek 4 trees of this thickness and conquer them." Yang Ri scratched his head in confusion and inquired, "Cutting trees?" Indeed. In an instant, the sound of axes striking wood resonated throughout the tribe. Felling trees required both strength and skill. A miscalculation could result in the tree falling towards oneself, leading to disaster. She huffed into her palms to warm them. Gripping the axe tightly, this was her inaugural attempt at tree felling. With a determined swing, she struck the trunk, producing a dull thud as the axe embedded itself in the wood. She tugged forcefully, but to no avail. "Excuse me, perhaps tree felling is beyond my capabilities," she admitted. Yang Ri tilted his head, amused, while Shiryo approached the tree where the axe was lodged. He observed the weapon stuck in the trunk. Yang Ri cleared his throat and gently pulled the axe free, which obediently fell into his grasp, prompting Mu Guo to grit her teeth in frustration. She was certain that the ability she would awaken in the future would not be strength-based. After all, those destined for such powers, like Yang Ri and Shiryo, had exhibited greater physical prowess from a young age. Yang Ri raised the axe and struck the tree with a series of powerful blows. Embracing the trunk, he shook it vigorously, watching as the tree swayed and then toppled to the side. "It's done." As Mu Guo observed the expression of disappointment on Yang Ri's face, he offered words of consolation. "Do not be disheartened. Your awakening does not grant you strength akin to my ease in felling trees. If it requires brute force, you may rely on me." Noting that her countenance appeared even more troubled, he awkwardly scratched the back of his head and tentatively inquired, "Shall I go chop some wood then?" She covered her face and waved her hands dismissively. Go ahead. Silently, she retreated to the cave, deciding to engage in tasks more suited to her abilities. As for chopping wood, that could go to the devil. She retrieved some animal hides and began to work on them. After a considerable amount of time, during which she pricked her fingers countless times, she finally completed her endeavor. Holding the finished product in both hands and shaking it slightly, she gazed at the rudimentary creation before her. A grimace crossed her lips. It was rather unsightly. A bit too thick. Yet, her mind involuntarily conjured an image from 2 days prior, a woman who, in the midst of slumber, suddenly jolted awake. Bending down to inspect a crimson flow trickling down her thigh. Without a change in expression, the woman picked up a twig and scraped the red liquid upwards before casually discarding it. This spectacle nearly caused her eyes to bulge in disbelief. She shook her head vigorously. What did thickness matter? What did ugliness signify? It was far superior to carrying a stick to scrape one's thigh. "What is this?" Inquisitively, Ingu had approached, eyeing the small piece of animal hide. She turned to observe the patterned hide skirt draping Ingu's form, finding it rather alluring. "This concerns your future happiness," she remarked, deciding to wear it for a few days to see how it fared. If it proved satisfactory, she intended to advocate for its adoption within the tribe, benefiting both women and men alike. Ingu, scratching his head in confusion, was nonetheless intrigued by new things. At that moment, Yang Ri and Shiryo returned, dragging the felled trees behind them. Yang Ri wiped the sweat from his brow and announced, "We've finished chopping." She rolled up the rather unappealing creation and set it aside, calling upon Ji and Pan Shui to sharpen the bases of the tree trunks. From a distance, 3 tribesmen observed their labor and hurried over, inquiring if assistance was needed. After a brief exchange, they joined in. And soon the 4 trees were transformed into sturdy 2-meter-high posts, positioned at each corner of the structure. With the help of these individuals, the posts were even more securely anchored than the last time. However, they did not cease their efforts after erecting the posts but continued to restore the fallen framework to its rightful place. Among the trio were first-class warriors of the tribe. One had lost an eye to a beast and could no longer hunt. Like Shi, he contributed to the tribe in ways within his capability, with Shi crafting weapons while the injured Nan Yang gathered firewood for warmth. The other 2 were Shifeng and Shirtu, who usually accompanied Mu Guo. She couldn't help but marvel at the simplicity of these primitive people, adding silently in her mind, except for that learned fool. Beholding the rows of structures, which occupied over 20 square meters, she surmised there would be ample space to dry fish and meat throughout the winter. The framework had been reconstructed. Yet one final element was needed. She approached Mu Guo and inquired, "Father, could you rally the tribesmen to each contribute a piece of animal hide?" Mu Guo was taken aback. He had always been the one distributing animal hides to his clan members and had never been on the receiving end before. Curiously, he inquired, "What do you intend to do with so many animal hides?" She gestured towards the rack used for drying fish and meat, explaining, "I plan to cover the top of the rack with the hides. This way, the birds in the sky won't swoop down to steal our meat. I've observed that these birds possess remarkable eyesight, yet they only descend when they spot food. Otherwise, they remain perched in the trees or circle above. As long as we conceal the rack, they will be unable to see it, and consequently, our fish and meat will no longer be lost." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Facing the skepticism and reluctance of several individuals, Mu Guo found it somewhat unexpected. Were these not items entrusted to the tribe by the warriors, subsequently distributed among them? Why, then, was there hesitance during the tribe's time of need? Nevertheless, she continued, "The racks behind you serve as my tools for drying fish. Once dried, these fish can be preserved for 3 to 4 months, or even half a year. If we manage to store a sufficient quantity come winter, everyone will have enough to eat, alleviating the fear of starvation, and we need not endure hunger daily." Upon hearing this, the crowd's spirits soared. No hunger in winter? Yet, one among them questioned, "But what does this have to do with our animal hides?" Indeed, she cast a glance at the incessant murmurer. Was that not Tang Hua's mother? Zhou? Tang Hua grasped Zhiyu's hand, her expression somewhat awkward. She proceeded to elucidate, however. "Today we discovered that many of the dried fish were snatched away by birds. To prevent this loss and ensure we have sustenance throughout the winter, it is imperative to cover the top of the racks with animal hides, concealing them from the birds. This is why I urge everyone to contribute their unused hides." Besides Zhiyu, Jishu cast a furtive glance at the turnback of Mu Guo and whispered, "You must possess a plethora of animal hides. Why do you still seek ours? The hides I have were allocated by you. After all, the chief wouldn't withhold the distribution of dried fish simply because he is reluctant to part with his hides. He seems utterly unconcerned." Mu Guo had yet to speak, but Ji shot a glare at the thorn tree, feeling an inexplicable discomfort at the words spoken. He immediately retorted, "Those 5 animal skins lying beneath your bedding are also moldy. What purpose do they serve?" With that, he entered the cave and soon emerged with 2 animal skins, placing them at Mu Guo's feet, leaving the thorn tree blushing in embarrassment. Ji returned to his previous spot, his lame leg not hindering his upright posture. As the saying goes, where there is one, there is another. Many clansfolk began to emerge from the cave, each bearing 1 or 2 animal skins, some with holes, some moldy, others thin and on the verge of tearing, and even a few small scraps. She did not mind. These could be sewn together. By the time they concluded, a tall stack of animal skins had accumulated beside her, while those who had not contributed were mostly ordinary individuals yet to awaken. With only a handful of warriors among them, she inwardly rolled her eyes, as even Yao and a few other orphans extracted a torn animal skin from their belongings. Naturally, others had also brought forth their share, particularly since so many had been returned from the Wind tribe, resulting in each member of the clan receiving an additional 4 or 5 skins. However, they were reluctant to part with them for various reasons. This was simply due to their tribe's long-standing inability to properly handle animal skins. They often became moldy and deteriorated with use, leading to a lack of proper storage. Otherwise, animal skins would not be perceived as a scarce resource, and these individuals would not feel as though relinquishing a single skin equated to losing half their fortunes. Mu Guo finally turned his back, wanting to say something, but Mu Guo shook her head at him. She felt quite content with having obtained these animal hides. It would indeed be inappropriate to compel those unwilling to assist. As the crowd dispersed, young Rishi, Xiao, and others remained to organize the hides. Among the captives, Wu did not leave. Instead, she, along with several women, silently squatted down to begin sewing the hides together. Observing the industrious Wu, she recalled that this was one of the women who had learned to make quilts with her that day. This woman was quite nimble with her hands and spoke little. With the help of a few, the hides quickly transformed into an enormous sheet. The tribespeople gazed at this vast expanse in astonishment, gathering around and occasionally murmuring in awe. Once the massive hide was spread on the frame, groups of people took their positions at each corner, chanting, 1, 2, 3, together. They exerted strength until the hide was taut and no longer sagged against the frame. They then hastily secured the corners of the hide to 4 wooden stakes. With 2 corners tied in a bowline knot, she wiped the sweat from her brow, admiring the space set aside for air-drying fish and meat, resembling a grand rectangular pavilion. A sense of accomplishment filled her heart. Thankfully, with the help of her tribespeople, she would have been at a loss on how to complete this monumental task. She hung the well-preserved fish on the frame, intending to observe their progress for 3 to 4 days. Typically, fish hung in a ventilated area would harden within 2 weeks. But she was confident that within 3 to 4 days, the results would be evident. However, her caution stemmed from the absence of salt. Employing the traditional method of air drying might lead to spoilage. Thus, she planned to expose the fish directly to sunlight to expedite the dehydration process and prevent decay. Having completed these preparations, she noticed Mu Guo still present and approached him, tilting her head upwards and saying, "Father, next we must embark on a substantial fishing endeavor." Mu Guo nodded slightly, indicating it was just a trivial matter. As the afternoon approached, the riverbank became crowded with fishermen, a full-scale mobilization. In perfect harmony, they engaged in various activities. Some were baiting hooks, others were lifting stones to catch fish, and some were blocking pathways. Behind each fishing team stood a person tasked with processing the fish, slicing the meat into strips to be strung together, which would later be hung on racks once they accumulated enough. Time passed swiftly as she gazed at the setting sun, which gradually withdrew its brilliant rays, becoming exceedingly gentle, akin to a red lantern hanging at the edge of the sky. As the tribe members chatted and wrapped up their work, they headed home, the racks overflowing with gleaming white fish meat. She encircled the racks with torches, ensuring there was no need to worry about animals stealing their catch in the dead of night. From a distance, the neatly hung strips of fish meat provided her with a sense of satisfaction as she returned to the cave, contemplating how the fish would have dried significantly over the next few days. Lost in thought, she was startled by a sudden call, lifting her gaze to see Feng. His pallid complexion raised her concerns as he silently pointed towards the stone platform where the shaman lay. Following his gesture, she noticed the tribe members gathered around, including Mu Guo and Jinghua. A sense of understanding washed over her, yet she instinctively resisted it. She followed Feng to the stone platform where the shaman lay half-closed eyes, struggling to breathe, while Jinghua grasped the shaman's frail, chicken-like hand, channeling a gentle green glow into his palm. "Save your strength, it is futile," the shaman murmured, eyelids fluttering. Jinghua, gritting her teeth, shook her head stubbornly, continuing to transmit the green light. "You should reserve it to heal the injured. I can no longer make use of it." The shaman then turned his gaze towards Mu Guo, saying, "Child, let your blood fall upon the shaman's stone. Feel it, do not resist. In the future, the tribe will be entrusted to your protection." She clutched the green stone hanging around her neck, the shaman's stone. Ultimately, she did not heed the shamaness' wishes. With a prick of her finger, a drop of blood fell onto the stone, which absorbed it without the anticipated brilliance or other phenomena. Instead, a wisp of red appeared at its center. Vaguely, she perceived the shaman's stone emanating numerous green rays, each connecting to an individual. The thickest lines belonging to Jinghua and Mu Guo. It seemed she had formed a bond with her kin. But the nature of this connection eluded her comprehension. Was it merely a means to locate them through the light? This treasured shaman stone, surely not a mere tool for hide-and-seek? Did it not allow her to sense the multitude of green lines? She nodded, acknowledging their existence, yet failed to find the connection leading to the shaman. The shaman exhaled weakly. "I understand your confusion. It is because I will soon cease to explain this. Close your eyes, feel the uniqueness of each line. Follow them to recognize the individuals they connect to, and you will perceive the energy within them. The greater the energy, the stronger the individual. Time is short. I cannot impart much knowledge. You must rely on your own intuition. Each shaman perceives different realities. With those final words, the shaman seemed to lose all strength. His mouth agape in a desperate gasp for air, as his life reached its conclusion. Outside lay an endless expanse of darkness within the cave. 2 fires illuminated the sorrow etched on the faces of the people. Unlike the scenes of death and separation from past lives, they did not wail nor succumb to excessive grief. They gathered in somber silence, no one daring to speak for a long while. She grasped the shaman's hand, solemnly promising, "I will safeguard our tribe." This time, she spoke with genuine willingness, perhaps influenced by Mu Guo and Jinghua, or perhaps moved by the shaman's selfless dedication to the tribe. The shaman's existence served as a beacon of belief for the tribe, enabling them to trust in their own strength. Her words rippled through the air like a stone cast into a lake, stirring up waves and circles of resonance. The tribe members lifted their heads, their gazes towards her gradually transforming. They understood that the young woman before them would become the tribe's new guide. The sun today was particularly scorching, its rays piercing so intensely that the tribe members could hardly keep their eyes open. Yet, this did not deter them from venturing out. The fires surrounding the wooden racks had long since extinguished. Fortunately, the fish remained intact, neatly strung in delightful arrays on the racks as the tribe members gathered around, occasionally pointing out which pieces of fish they had hung. Mu Guo stepped forward, and one by one, the people retreated 2 steps to gaze at her, enveloping the scene in profound silence until a clear path emerged towards the rack. She hesitated, retracting her hand that had instinctively reached out to tap the shoulder of the person in front of her, seeking to persuade them to shift aside. The intense stares of her kin made her somewhat uneasy, yet she mustered the courage to approach the rack. The sunlight was ideal, scorching yet perfect for drying. Squinting upwards, she observed the vast sky devoid of clouds or birds, a testament to the fierce sun that even the scavenging birds dared not venture out, aligning perfectly with her intentions. All that was required was to lift the animal hides and let them bask in the sun. However, she slowly turned, hesitated, and finally spoke. "Could you assist me in lifting the hides?" Managing it alone proved to be a challenge. Upon hearing her request, the tribe's people immediately expressed their willingness, stating that they could even lift the roof if necessary, if there were a roof, that is. Mu Guo, squeezed out by the throng of people eager to help her with the hides, sighed in realization of the advantages her role as a shaman afforded her. The innate reverence and admiration these individuals held for shamans were palpable. Meanwhile, Yang Ri and Shiryao, also pushed aside, sat silently on the ground, propping their chins with despondent sighs. Yang Ri could not help but murmur, "Is there any hope left for us?" Their obsequiousness was rather disheartening. Shiryao nodded in agreement. "It seems there is none." Yang Ri sighed, "Alas." Mu Guo sighed, and Yang Ri inquired, "What troubles you, Mu Guo?" Mu Guo sat beside them, propping up her chin, lamenting, "I sigh at the thought that I may never again be able to toil personally." Yang Ri and Shiryao, in the unseen cavern. The silent Tang Hua poked the ground with a twig, while Shuiyu occasionally uttered a few words, though their content remained elusive. Tang Hua, in a fit of anger, cast aside the twig, exclaiming, "There's no need for your feigned sympathy. Who doesn't know that Mu Guo has become a shaman? I don't need your reminders." Shuiyu, observing the discarded twig, retorted sharply, "I meant well in my reminder. You really ought to cease your jealousy towards her." This statement struck at the very heart of Tang Hua, who, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, sprang up, her demeanor fierce as she demanded, "What do you mean by that? Don't tell me you intend to become her sycophant. It's far too late for that now." Flustered and enraged by the accusation, Shuiyu stamped her foot and fled the cavern. Tang Hua glared at her retreating form, nearly grinding her silver teeth to dust. Jiyu approached, gently stroking Tang Hua's head, offering consolation. "You need not hold a grudge against her any longer. Mother, I should be the daughter of the clan leader." Jiyu, taken aback, swiftly covered Tang Hua's mouth, and upon confirming the cavern was empty, shook her head gently. "That is not permissible." Tang Hua wriggled free from Jiyu's grip, her face a picture of grievance and confusion as she questioned, "Why can't I say it? I am just as deserving as she is." After a moment's pause, she continued, "Why should all the good things belong to her? And now she has become a shaman. What about me? I have nothing." Jiyu opened her mouth, yet words eluded her, ultimately dissolving into a sigh. Tang Hua, frustrated by Jiyu's reticence, exclaimed, "You tell me I am the daughter of the clan leader, yet you refuse to let me acknowledge it. Look at Mu Guo. and then look at me. Are you so afraid of Jinghua? Jiyu shook her head, asserting that Jinghua was not fearsome. Rather, it was something else that posed a true threat. Tang Hua fiercely wiped away the tears on her cheeks, turning to flee from the cavern, leaving Jiyu's hands still suspended in the air. She ran into the woods, delivering a powerful punch to a tree as thick as a bowl, creating an indentation in the trunk. Before she could fully comprehend the impact, she fainted. Mu Guo! Mu Guo! Yang Ri suddenly appeared, sliding down the hill where Mu Guo had been enjoying her solitary feast. Her body tensed, and she inwardly lamented the loss of her roasted field mouse. Yang Ri, unfazed, squatted beside her, eagerly eyeing the roasted delicacy as she exclaimed, "Have you heard? Tang Hua has awakened. She has awakened her powers. So what if she has awakened? What does it matter to me? Besides, isn't this a good thing for the tribe?" She responded, lacking enthusiasm, "Oh, that's nice." Yang Ri, observing her nonchalant demeanor, was puzzled and pressed on. "If she has awakened, she will surely seek you out. Why are you not anxious?" Mu Guo immediately looked up, her finger pointing at herself in confusion. "Me?" Yang Ri nodded. She pouted, seemingly indifferent. "What do you want with me? Surely you aren't just looking for a fight out of boredom? How did you know?" Yang Ri exclaimed, her voice rising by 2 octaves. She slapped her forehead. "I forgot you're a shaman now. It's not surprising you know. But what do you plan to do? Has her mouth truly been blessed?" Mu Guo thought. "If she wants to fight me, should I just comply? I have no desire for violence. Such altercations are detrimental to my mental well-being. Why engage in such triviality? Who is considering her psychological health? Waking up and seeking a brawl. What a ridiculous notion." Yang Ri glanced at Mu Guo with curiosity, but insisted, "If she challenges you, you cannot refuse. It might have been acceptable before, but now you are a shaman, and everyone is watching. You mentioned I am a shaman. Must I really accept the challenge as one? Aren't there any privileges associated with my status?" Tang Hua informed her kin that she intended to duel you as an ordinary clanswoman. Yang Ri's tone grew somewhat irritable as she continued, "Tang Hua is being deceitful. She is shamelessly trying to prevent you from utilizing your shamanic abilities. And what if I decline?" Mu Guo mused. She clearly doesn't realize that a shaman's powers could be employed in a fight. Yang Ri pondered for a moment before responding. "It wouldn't lead to any dire consequences, but if you refuse the challenge, everyone will think you fear Tang Hua." Mu Guo flipped through the roasted field mouse, pondering the absurdity of the situation. The perspective of primitive individuals was starkly simplistic. They would align themselves with the strongest, but only under certain preconditions. One could easily surmise that their confrontations were nothing short of wild and brutal, perhaps even resulting in the loss of garments mid-brawl, a thought that made her head ache. Observing Yang Ri, who awaited her response with eager eyes, she decisively declined. Yang Ri, growing impatient, wished to prevent his kin from perceiving Mu Guo as inferior to Tang Hua. "Are you truly refusing?" he queried. Before he could finish, she waved a roasted field mouse leg before him, enticing him with its aroma. "No, I won't accept it. Do you eat meat?" She hoped to silence him with the offer. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Ri replied, "I do eat." He nearly swallowed the mouse leg in one bite, then wiped his mouth as he watched Mu Guo, whose pace of consumption could only be described as leisurely in comparison to his own. Suddenly recalling her purpose, she sheepishly remarked, "I've eaten your meat again. I shall take my leave now. I'll catch the fish today. You may come find me later." She waved him off. As he walked partway, he turned back. "She is likely searching for you. If you wish to avoid a confrontation, perhaps you should hide for a while." "I understand," she replied. The notion of fighting was utterly inconceivable. She had no desire to engage in conflict for the rest of her life. With one leg crossed and the other propped up to support her arm holding a roasted field mouse, Mu Guo sat against a modest hill, no more than 4 or 5 meters in height, more aptly described as a small mound of earth. She took a bite of the meat, contemplating the inevitable confrontation with Tang Hua upon her return. It seemed far more enjoyable to leisurely savor her meal here instead of rushing back. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of footsteps. Could it be that the person from the previous night was returning? A thud resounded as a large, golden-furred field mouse was cast at her feet. At first glance, one could easily mistake it for something other than a mere field mouse. Puzzled by the situation, she followed the shadow before her upward, first noticing a pair of long, powerful legs, and then she blinked. Perhaps it was best not to dwell on it. In any case, the figure that had unexpectedly materialized before her was none other than the youth who had snatched her blanket in the cave just a few nights prior. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo gazed in astonishment at the field mouse, pondering whether this peculiar creature was intended as compensation for the quilt she had lost. Was it truly so generously given? She lifted the mouse, tilting her head to indicate it, then gestured towards herself, tentatively inquiring, "Is this for me?" The young boy furrowed his brow, his expression tinged with impatience, and emitted a series of gurgling sounds, albeit with a hint of increased urgency compared to before. Mu Guo was utterly bewildered, pondering the meaning of the situation. He glanced around and approached a boulder, roughly the height of a man, and with a single punch, shattered the seemingly unyielding stone. Fragments were sent flying in all directions, causing Mu Guo's heart to quail at the thought. If he were to unleash such force upon her, she might very well find herself crossing the bridge of oblivion. The youth withdrew his fist and turned to glare menacingly at her, gesturing first towards a field mouse and then towards the fire, ultimately mimicking the act of eating. Startled by his intense gaze, she hastily replied, "I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll get started right away. You just take a moment to rest." She realized her true position. She had mistakenly believed the task was for her, when in fact he regarded her merely as a cook. Given his haughty demeanor and the menacing display of strength, she surmised that refusal to comply would likely cost her her head. In a flurry, she began to skin the field mouse, which weighed approximately 20 pounds. Unfortunately, the mouse's hide was significantly tougher than that of the one she had previously consumed. The stone knife she wielded struggled in vain against the resilient skin, prompting her to cast a furtive glance at the youth, internally lamenting that her failure to process the mouse was not due to lack of effort, but rather the inadequacy of her tools. The young man squatted beside the shattered rock, sifting through the debris while observing her with keen interest. As she laboriously attempted to slice through the hide, his expression gradually shifted to one of disdain. He glanced at the stone knife in her hand, then retrieved a bone knife from a pouch at his waist, casually tossing it aside. With a clatter, the knife embedded itself in the ground just an inch from her foot, prompting her to swallow nervously. Was this a deliberate intimidation tactic? The bone knife was lodged deep, and as she struggled to extract it, she caught sight of the youth, who wore a smirk that suggested he found her plight amusing, viewing her as weak and ineffectual. Resolutely, she turned her back to him, grasping the field mouse and swiftly severing its head. The severed head rolled away, but she paid it no mind, instead marveling at the sharpness of the bone knife. Its blade shimmered with an icy allure, and the handle felt chilling to the touch, enhancing its menacing presence. Undoubtedly, it was an exceptional weapon. She couldn't help but wonder where this youth had acquired such a fine tool. Reluctantly, she admired the bone knife, thinking it a shame to use such a fine instrument for skinning a field mouse, yet grateful it was not her own. Her mind raced as her hands moved swiftly. Once the mouse was prepared, she expertly scored its flesh with the bone knife and skewered it for roasting over the makeshift spit, turning it occasionally. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing the youth to twitch his nose in delight. Mu Guo meticulously flipped the field mouse's flesh, when a hand reached out before her, palm facing upwards. She glanced at the youth and handed him the bone knife. He grasped the knife firmly and plunged it straight into the mouse's head. Delving his fingers inside, he extracted a piece of stone smeared with brain matter, tossed it to the ground, wiped it off, and then offered it to Mu Guo. Mu Guo pointed to herself and inquired, "For me?" The young boy, with a glimmering stone delicately pinched between his fingers, extended it towards her, gently nudging it forward. He glanced at the roasted field mouse and nodded in acknowledgement. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo was taken aback, pondering the origins of this individual. Did he not realize the danger of the heat? Despite the absurdity of the gesture, she mimicked blowing to indicate that he should puff away if he feared the burn. The youth glanced at Mu Guo, then at the roasted field mouse in his hand, inhaled deeply, and with a puff of air directed at the elevated mouse, his breath sent Mu Guo's hair flying backward. She wiped her face and couldn't help but feel inclined to give a thumbs up, marveling at the boy's boldness. The young hero seemed quite pleased with the flavor of the roasted mouse. After finishing, he stared contemplatively at Mu Guo, who felt a shiver down her spine under his gaze. She thought it natural to be fearful when encountering a person capable of delivering a fatal blow, one who remained silent and beast-like, baring their teeth as a threat when displeased. As she tidied up the aftermath on the ground, the boy emitted a couple of guttural sounds in her direction. When Mu Guo looked his way, he pointed at the sun and then at the ground. leaping away with his bone knife without waiting to see if she understood. This action perplexed her. After squinting at the sun for a while, she deduced that he intended to meet again here tomorrow. Whether this was the case or not, she resolved to return the next day, fearing that if the boy came and found her absent, he might unleash his wrath upon the cave. With her decision made, she refrained from overthinking and picked up the golden fur she had stripped from the field mouse. It was quite substantial. If she could process it, it might serve to fashion a neck warmer. Oh, she almost forgot her stone knife. Ever since she had handled the boy's bone knife, her own felt pitifully inadequate. A stark reminder of her meager possessions beyond the fish and meat she had. Upon entering the cave, she noticed her clan members were all gazing at her, prompting her to touch her face in confusion. One hand pulled her down onto a blanket at the cave's entrance. It was Yang Ri, who informed her that Tang Hua had been searching for her for quite some time. The reasons behind such animosity eluded her, yet as Jing Hua engaged her in conversation, Mu Yishe also interjected occasionally. From a distance, Tang Hua realized Mu Guo had returned. Surrounded by Mu Yishe, Jing Hua, Yang Ri, and Shi Yao, she covered herself with a blanket and glanced at Shui Yu and Yinggu lying beside her. Was she not equally surrounded? Her fists clenched tightly beneath the blanket. She had now become a warrior, ready to hunt alongside the tribe leader the following year. As she closed her eyes, gradually drifting into a dream, the slight upturn of her lips revealed her contentment. Mu Guo opened her eyes and turned her gaze toward the entrance of the cave, where the sky had brightened to reveal a pale expanse. Mu Yishe and Jing Hua were no longer inside the cave. Outside, a chorus of impassioned shouts echoed, and as she emerged, she found several rows of people standing in formation. Some wielded stone axes, others held hammers, and a few brandished sharply pointed sticks. The resounding call of a horn signified their imminent departure. Jing Hua approached and embraced her, while Mu Yishe, observing this tender moment, felt a pang of reluctance, but ultimately shouted for the warriors to set forth. One by one, the warriors began their march along the hunting path. Among the warriors stood three slightly shorter, tense-looking youths. Upon closer inspection, Mu Guo recognized them as several individuals who had recently awakened their abilities, including Yinggu, whose posture was remarkably straight. The first true venture away from their territory for these young hunters brought a sense of nervousness to their faces. When Yinggu caught Mu Guo's glance, he offered her a smile, albeit one that betrayed his anxiety, appearing more as a grimace than genuine cheer. Yang Ri, having appeared seemingly out of nowhere, gazed at the warriors with a twinkle of envy in his eyes, exclaiming his desire to awaken soon. With the awakening of their abilities, they could join the warriors in their hunts, earning favor within the tribe. Even during the harshest times, the warriors had never gone hungry. It was often the unawakened children or ordinary folk who suffered. All the children of the tribe dreamt of becoming warriors one day, hunting alongside the chieftain, a testament to their strength, while also securing their first catch as a rite of passage, one that need not be surrendered to the tribe. She offered Yang Ri an encouraging glance before turning back to the cave to retrieve some animal hides, beginning to sew garments for the winter. As the warriors departed, the remaining tribesfolk were not idle. Some fished, others dried fish, while the less robust ordinary people followed Mu Guo's lead in learning to sew. Among them, Wu exhibited the fastest learning. The clothing she produced was sturdy, with neat and even stitches, unlike Mu Guo's uneven creations, where one sleeve was longer than the other, or one pant leg was wider than the other. After completing 2 sets of clothing, Mu Guo ceased her work, feeling disheartened, while making quilts posed little challenge. Sewing garments proved to be beyond her skill. Seeing Wu, who had merely glanced at her stitching and cutting style, produce increasingly well-crafted pieces only deepened her sense of inadequacy. Although the heavens had closed the door on her awakening abilities, they had opened a window to her nimble hands and quick learning. After instructing Wu to sew a few pockets onto the garments, she decided to stop, recalling that the boy might come looking for her today. As she made her way toward the hill where she had encountered him the previous day, she collected dry twigs scattered on the ground. Firewood was a precious commodity in winter. If she did not gather enough now, she would regret it when the season arrived. By then, even if she found some, it would be too damp to burn in the cave, producing only smoke. At that moment, the boy was in the wilderness, pursuing a wild boar. The creature, robust and covered in dark bristles, charged forward, its formidable tusks goring everything in its path. The tree swiftly receded as the boy chased after it. And after an indeterminate time, he finally propelled himself forward, landing in front of the boar, with his legs firmly planted on the ground. He grasped the sharp tusks on either side of the boar's snout, momentarily locking in a standoff. Thud! Mu Guo was idly squatting beneath a hill, basking in the sun, when a shadow suddenly loomed before her. To her astonishment, she spotted a massive black wild boar lying on the ground. Startled, she jumped to her feet and examined the creature, particularly captivated by its curved tusks. However, what piqued her interest even more was the sheer weight of the boar and the fact that the young boy, unarmed, had managed to capture it without a scratch. In her past life, wild boars were fearsome adversaries, and even several armed men dared not approach them. Yet, this boar was several times larger than those she had encountered before, with formidable, razor-sharp tusks. She glanced at the inscrutable expression of the boy and tentatively touched one of the tusks. Noticing that he showed no signs of protecting his find, she cautiously inquired, "Can I keep this?" The boy regarded her with a puzzled look, tilting his head. Mu Guo pointed at the two tusks and then at herself. After a brief pause, the boy stepped forward, swiftly severing the tusks from the boar with a bone knife. She marveled at the sharpness of the blade, her mouth agape in awe. Seeing the boy's confused expression, she quickly donned a cheerful smile and nodded, affirming her request. It became increasingly clear to her that the boy's language was incomprehensible to her, leaving her curious about the tribe from which he hailed, one that communicated with guttural sounds. She pondered how far he had traveled to reach this place and whether he had come alone or as part of a migrating tribe. Alas, since the boy could not understand her words, these questions would remain unvoiced. Deciding to set aside her musings, she bent down and carefully picked up the two wild boar tusks, inspecting them as if they were treasures. Each tusk was nearly the length of her forearm, and she wondered if she could craft a stone knife similar to the one the boy held. The boy's displeasure manifested in a low growl, prompting her to hastily set down the tusks and accept the bone knife from him. She turned her attention back to the enormous boar, which loomed before her like a small car, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Noticing her hesitation, the boy grew impatient, taking the bone knife from her and deftly slicing through the boar's throat. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged his mouth into the gaping wound, drinking the boar's blood. Mu Guo frowned at the sight. While she understood this was a method employed by primitive people to replenish their salt intake, witnessing it firsthand was still quite unsettling. After quenching his thirst, the boy tugged at her, urging her to partake as well. The thought of drinking blood sent her reeling backward in horror. The boy cast her a strange look, but did not force her. Instead, he resumed enjoying what he believed to be a delicacy. After a while, he finished drinking, and with the blood no longer dripping from the boar's neck, Mu Guo began to dismember the meat. She first removed the forelegs, envisioning the delectable dishes she could prepare, and then proceeded to the ears and tail. Perhaps finding her movements too slow, the boy approached, snatched the knife from her hands, and efficiently dealt with the innards, tossing them aside without a second thought. Mu Guo, an aficionado of offal, felt no revulsion at the colorful array of discarded organs strewn on the ground. Such a waste, she lamented silently, watching as the boy regarded her with a look of disdain, his expression suggesting he could not fathom her attachment to the inedible remains. Yet, she thought to herself, he had shown no such disdain when drinking fresh blood. The boy, having swiftly completed his task, now focused intently on the freshly cut boar meat. Casting a fierce gaze upon Mu Guo, perceiving the intensity of his stare, she quickly ignited a fire to roast the meat. Fearing that any failure to satisfy him could result in dire consequences, the boy emitted a satisfied growl, crouching down as he fixated on her cooking, only shifting slightly when the flames flared. As the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, the boy's anticipation grew palpable, his neck craning as he inhaled deeply. He emitted low, rumbling sounds that Mu Guo recognized as encouragement. She found herself stifling a laugh, responding nervously, "Almost done. Almost done. Good things come to those who wait." The boy stared intently at her lips as she spoke, his own mouth moving slightly as he emitted another series of growls, his expression revealing a hint of confusion. Sensing his displeasure, Mu Guo felt a pang of concern. After a moment of contemplation, the boy shook his head slowly. The meat cooked rapidly, and just as the boy was about to take a bite of the freshly roasted meat, he suddenly remembered her hunger. He gestured toward a remaining boar leg, then turned to the boar's head, retrieving a crystalline core from within, just as he had done before. He wiped it on the ground and presented it to Mu Guo, who was still gazing hungrily at the leg. Seeing the boy offer her the core, she asked, "Is this for me?" The boy nodded, lifting the core closer to her. She examined the crystal, noting its vibrant color and the palpable energy it seemed to contain. What purpose could it serve? Just then, the long silent system chimed in, Host. This is a remarkable item. What is it? She inquired, puzzled. I don't know. How helpful. She rolled her eyes, realizing that even the system was at a loss. She turned to the boy, asking, what is this for? After pondering for a moment, the boy took the core, pinched it between his fingers, and remained still. She watched in disbelief as a mysterious mist enveloped the core, and with a slight squeeze, it crumbled to ash, scattering across the ground. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo observed the boy's actions with a sense of bewilderment, yet deemed it inconsequential. What mattered was the substantial pig leg he had left behind. Regrettably, the process of smoking meat demanded considerable time and firewood, otherwise, she would have eagerly attempted it. Once the boy departed, she set about roasting the pig leg, turning it until it was perfectly cooked, indulging in a hearty feast. With some remnants left, she contemplated visiting Yangri and Shiyao, carrying the roasted meat with her. As time swiftly passed, a month had elapsed, and the weather had grown decidedly cooler. Each day, she donned a fur coat and boots crafted by Wu before stepping outside, often prompting Wu to jest that she would soon retreat to the womb as winter approached. During this period, through the collective efforts of her kin in fishing and drying fish, their storage in the cave was now filled with ample supplies of dried fish strips. Nonetheless, the villagers continued their fishing endeavors, not only for their daily sustenance, but also to prepare more fish for drying. However, due to the recent unfavorable weather, she had advised her kin to refrain from further drying fish. Ji and Pan Shui were currently preoccupied with forging weapons. Many spikes removed from the spiny beast captured by her father had been repurposed into weapons resembling a flat, rounded sword. Peers of Mu Guo's age gathered to craft simpler items such as baskets, blankets, and fur boots. Baskets, in particular, proved invaluable. Warriors, besides needing weapons for hunting, often struggled with gathering fruits. With the advent of baskets, their hands were now liberated. Yangri's strength had indeed improved, yet it was Shiyao, the younger child, who astonished them all with his remarkable might. Despite being younger by a few years, he effortlessly lifted stones weighing 60 to 70 pounds, leaving Yangri envious to the point of near exasperation. Motivated by this envy, Yangri had taken to rigorous training, determined not to be outdone by Shiyao. As for Mu Guo, the sporadic system notifications over the past month had assigned her trivial tasks, either to counsel Mozhan, who had lost a hand during a recent hunt, or to publicly advocate for increasing the tribe's population. To her dismay, the villagers responded to her speech with applause, which startled her into fleeing the cave. The most exasperating moment came when Mu Guo followed her out, affectionately patting her head and declaring her grown up for considering the tribe's welfare. Though she found this attention uncomfortable, she took solace in the system's rewards, noting a growth in her strength from 0.5 to 1, an increase in speed to 1.5, and an escalation in her explosive power to 1, coupled with her water manipulation skills and the meager flame of Qian Chao Ku. Her overall prowess now allowed her to dominate among the tribe's remaining members. Yet, as their capabilities expanded, so too did their appetites. Gazing at the fish skeleton she had devoured, Mu Guo suddenly comprehended why food was perpetually scarce within the tribe, one reason being the difficulty in sourcing food, and the other being their insatiable hunger. Sitting on the ground, she placed the fish bones on a leaf when Tang Hua approached Ingu, squatting beside her with an expression of admiration, while several other children gathered around Ingu since his return from hunting. Among them, Tang Hua was the only girl. In primitive tribes, the inclination to idolize the strong was not confined to adults. These children also gravitated towards the powerful. Following the chief Mu Guo's commendation of Ingu's performance during the hunt, the gathering witnessed the chief presenting a brown-furred digging beast to Ingu, alongside words of praise. This ignited a fervor among the unawakened children, imbuing them with excitement. At that moment, Ingri approached, producing a cluster of grape-like fruits from his bosom and offering them to Mu Guo. She looked up, curiosity piqued, and asked, "For me?" Ingri nodded with a harmless smile. "Thank you," she replied, accepting the fruit and examining it closely. Having spent considerable time in this place, she had never encountered such a fruit and resolved to wash and taste it later. Recently, she had discovered a peculiar creature residing in a massive tree trunk, rarely descending unless enticed by its favorite food. Squatting beneath the tree, she unwrapped the fish bones and gently tapped the trunk, straining to listen for any sounds. Before long, a rustling noise emerged. A small creature resembling a chinchilla poked its head out from the leaves. Upon spotting Mu Guo, it leaped down from the branches, landing gracefully at her feet. Calmly, it shook its silvery gray fur, sniffing the air, then approached the leaves with short, agile legs. Upon seeing the large, glistening fish head, its eyes sparkled with delight, letting out a series of short, joyful squeaks. Mu Guo gazed at the small creature that was already indulging in its meal, unable to resist the urge to touch its fur. The vibrant, smooth coat promised an exquisite tactile experience. Alas, this little creature was quite the miser. The last time she dared to stroke it, it promptly seized half of a fish head and scampered up a tree, disregarding her flattery. Ultimately, she had to coax it down with 2 fish heads. "Is that enough to eat?" she inquired. The small being took a bite and lifted its head, emitting a series of soft chirps. "As long as you're satisfied, when will you bring me honey?" Its 3-pronged mouth suddenly paused, and with its paw still clutching a fish bone, it gestured dramatically in a circular motion. It squawked several times, then turned to point emphatically at the swollen area on its right side. Finally, it hung its head and emitted a faint, dejected chirp, its fluffy fur drooping slightly. Upon witnessing the scene, Mu Guo couldn't help but burst into laughter. The little creature was recounting its knowledge of a colossal beehive, yet warned that the bees within were quite fierce. It had previously attempted to pilfer honey and had received a stinging reprimand on its backside, leaving it with lingering pain. Indeed, she could comprehend the meaning behind the little one's words, a recent discovery of hers. Not only could she understand the language of this small creature, but she had also found herself able to grasp the utterances of many other small animals. The more intelligent the creature, the clearer its communication became to her. However, this particular gluttonous little entity was unlike the rest. It possessed a remarkable intellect, articulating its desires with great clarity. For instance, it consistently exchanged honey for fish bones. And when honey was unavailable, it would barter with unfamiliar fruits and grasses, even haggling for the best deal. Yet its preferences were quite specific. It only consumed bones and honey, refusing anything else. Thus, she had affectionately named this little creature the bone-eater beast. Mu Guo encountered a small creature being relentlessly pursued by bees while attempting to steal honey. The creature was stung multiple times on its rear yet showed no signs of swelling, except for a large lump that quickly formed where the stings had landed. This left Mu Guo, who was tightly wrapped in animal hides while crouching in the grass, utterly astonished. If only she possessed such resilience, she mused. Then merely covering her behind with animal skin would grant her the liberty to indulge in the bee's domain without consequence. Would she care to embark on a grand heist? Rubbing her hands together, she acknowledged that the weather had turned chilly, and if she delayed any longer, the beehives would be deserted, let alone the honey. The bone-eating beast, having consumed a fish's skull, grasped the fish bones with its tiny paws, crunching through the spines with a series of sharp bites, then tilted its head in confusion, making a few inquisitive chirps. "Take me to find honey. Let us steal it together. How about we split it 50-50? The bone-eating beast's eyes sparkled at the proposition, only to respond with a series of aggrieved chirps. It pointed at the clothing adorning Mu Guo and then gestured to its own swollen backside, forming a circular gesture with its tiny paws. Subsequently, it raised one short leg and stomped it forcefully on the ground, gazing at her with a silent plea. Mu Guo gazed at the food-bone beast, who was puffed up in indignation, and found its demeanor utterly adorable. Resisting the urge to pet it, she reassured, "Fear not. For this time I have wrapped you securely. I assure you, it will not be like last time when your pelt slipped off halfway through. I have specially tailored a pair of delightful shorts just for your physique. Why not give them a try?" The food-bone beast regarded her with skepticism, but upon seeing her earnest smile, it shook its whiskers and nodded, albeit still feeling uneasy. It chimed a few anxious sounds. "Chirp, chirp. All right, all right. How about I bring you a fish head bone tomorrow as compensation?" The little creature was quick to seize the opportunity for recompense, leaving her both amused and exasperated. Nonetheless, she acquiesced, knowing that fish heads could not be preserved and her kin did not consume them. "I shall come find you early tomorrow," she concluded. As Mu Guo turned to leave, the food-bone beast swiftly snatched the remaining fish bone and darted into the treetops, vanishing from sight. Tang Hua, concealed behind a tree, observed Mu Guo speaking to herself with curiosity. For days, she had witnessed Mu Guo either feasting alone atop the distant hills or stealthily retreating to the woods with fish bones, murmuring to herself, leaving Tang Hua puzzled as to her activities. Seeing Mu Guo pick up something from beneath the tree, Tang Hua attempted to approach quietly, but inadvertently caught sight of a pair of cold, piercing eyes peering at her from the underbrush, their owner brandishing a crimson snake's tongue. The sight of the approaching serpent sent a chill through her, and instinctively, she dashed towards the nearest signs of life. Mu Guo, noticing Tang Hua's sudden flight behind her, felt perplexed until a sharp pain in her calf jolted her to awareness. Looking down, she saw the snake, as thick as an arm, sinking its fangs deep into her leg. Her face paled in terror. She immediately summoned the withered grass flame, which ignited at the sight of the bite. The startled snake released its grip and hastily retreated into the underbrush. Mu Guo collapsed to the ground, clutching her bleeding leg, watching as Tang Hua fled in fright at the moment of the bite. Why was she here? Overwhelmed with chaotic thoughts, she realized she hadn't even taken note of whether the snake had a triangular head, uncertain if it bore venom. Fortunately, she noted the snake's hues were not vibrant. Clenching her teeth, she tore a strip from her pelt and tightly bound it above the wound, hoping to stem the blood flow in case of venom. If the poison were potent, she would soon succumb. If not, perhaps she could survive. She pressed down hard to expel the blood from the wound, relieved to see it still red and flowing, devoid of any numbness or itchiness. Yet, she remained wary. With no one around and a considerable distance from the cave, she doubted her cries would be heard by her kin. Tang Hua was long gone, likely not returning, and she held little hope that she would call for help. A bitter smile crossed her lips. It seemed futile to call for assistance when the heavens did not respond. She trudged toward the riverbank, hoping to cleanse her wound with fresh water, but fatigue soon overtook her. As her strength waned, she realized that the snake must have indeed been venomous. Perhaps she should have remained still, awaiting her kin's discovery, but who knew if they would find her in time before she became a lifeless body. She felt her limbs grow weak, her legs dragging, shadows clouding her vision. Her eyelids felt heavy, blurring her surroundings until, ultimately, she could see nothing at all. The young girl stumbled through the forest like a soulless specter until, with a thud, she knelt upon the ground, swaying as if bereft of bones, before collapsing into silence. Alarm. Life signs of the host are diminishing. Shall we initiate emergency protocols? A gargantuan screen materialized, hesitating as it circled anxiously around the fallen Mu Guo, before finally declaring, "Initiate." The screen lowered slightly, casting a faint glow upon the girl's heart, which gradually enveloped her body in shimmering light. The floating screen sighed heavily. Alas, it appears I must take another slumber. I knew calamity was unavoidable. Jiu observed Tang Hua's anxious return, seating herself silently beside her. Curiously, she inquired, "What troubles you? Are you unwell?" Tang Hua's lips moved, but ultimately, she uttered nothing, shaking her head and retreating beneath her covers, burying herself in sleep. Jiu dismissed the matter, considering it natural for a daughter to feel drowsy during midday. Yet, Tang Hua lay with her eyes closed, unable to find rest, her heart racing with anxiety over Mu Guo's fate. Would she perish? If she survived, would Mu Guo blame her for the snake bite? Tossing and turning, she clutched her racing heart, torn between wishing for Mu Guo's safety and hoping she would not return. By late afternoon, she emerged from her cocoon, peering out from the cave's entrance toward the distant woods, her heart pounding as she detected no commotion. Biting her lip and glancing around for others, she ventured into the forest. Moments later, she dashed out, appearing as if she had lost her spirit, clinging to the cave's entrance as she gasped for breath. "Impossible, it cannot be," she muttered, shaking her head in disbelief. Ingu, perplexed by Tang Hua's peculiar behavior, asked, "What is impossible?" Tang Hua snapped back to reality, her expression hardening momentarily before softening as she smiled and brushed her hair aside, replying, "Nothing, I simply misperceived." Ingu regarded her with suspicion before suggesting, "If you're unwell, perhaps you should rest. It would be a shame for a promising warrior to appear so troubled." Tang Hua, momentarily taken aback by the concern, quickly reassured, "I am fine." As they searched outside for Mu Guo, Yang Ri scratched his head in confusion. "It's strange. I've checked all the usual spots and found no sign of her." Upon seeing Shi Yao descend from the hill, he hurriedly inquired, "Did you find her?" Shi Yao shook his head. "I've searched everywhere you mentioned. There is no trace. The scent is growing faint. Where could she possibly be? Does she have a secret hideout we don't know of?" Shi Yao mused, bending to observe Yang Ri's feet. "Did you go into the woods just now?" Yang Ri paused, replying, "I did. Did you catch a whiff of something?" He had come to realize that Shi Yao's keen nose complemented his strength. Shi Yao's round face furrowed with concern. "I think I caught a hint of my sister's scent, mixed with the scent of blood." Without another word, he dashed toward the woods, prompting Yang Ri to follow, his heart racing anxiously. The leaves had recently fallen, creating a thick carpet on the ground, obscuring any traces. Yet, Yao halted beneath a robust tree, where the scent of blood was overwhelming. He pushed aside the fallen leaves and discovered a pool of blood beneath. Turning to Yang Ri, he noted the immediate change in his friend's expression. Yao began to call out, "Mu Guo." His voice echoed through the trees. But after several calls without response, Yang Ri urged, "Let us inform the tribe leader. It's getting late." Yao glanced up at the sky, anxiety mounting within him, and hurriedly nodded, following Yang Ri back toward the cave. "What did you say? Have you searched thoroughly?" Upon hearing that Mu Guo could not be found, Mu Guo, a towering figure over 2 meters tall, stood up in shock, a wave of second-tier warrior pressure sweeping over the gathered tribespeople, who instinctively bent low in fear. Yao, with reddened eyes and gritted teeth, affirmed, "Yes, we have searched every place our sister used to visit, but indeed, we have not located her." Yan Ri, with a quivering nose, nodded in acknowledgement, lowering his head in shame. He had once vowed with unwavering determination to remain by Mu Guo's side. Yet the comfort of recent times had made him forget that the surroundings of the tribe were not entirely safe. At that moment, Jinghua, supporting an unsteady individual beside her, grasped Mu Guo's arm and urged, "Send someone to search." Gu, quick to respond, declared, "I shall go." Hardly had he finished speaking when several adolescents stepped forward, following him. These youths were Gu's loyal followers. Mu Guo, already aflame with anxiety, scarcely considered whether these youngsters possessed the means to protect themselves, insisting instead, "Search diligently. Above all, prioritize your safety." Many had already lost hope, their faces reflecting a numb despair. In a tribe, those who went missing were often either hunters or individuals who would never return. The simultaneous loss of a shaman and the chief's daughter felt like the very foundation of a house being severed. At this juncture, Ji and Pan Shui also emerged, wordlessly wielding axes as they limped out of the cave. Feng had rushed out in a frenzy upon learning of Mu Guo's disappearance. As the remaining warriors formed small groups to search for her, even the ordinary woman, Wu, took up arms and ventured forth with a few other women. The majority left behind were children and common folk. Jinghua, resembling an ant on a hot skillet, could not remain still, asking, "Where have you all seen her recently?" Tang Hua, sensing the fierce gaze of Jinghua, felt a twinge of fear and stepped forward, saying, "I will also search." Zhou, concerned, followed suit. Without receiving answers, Jinghua's desperation intensified, and unable to sit idle, she pulled Mu Guo along to seek out Mu Guo, leaving the cave eerily vacant. Outside, voices echoed as people ran about calling Mu Guo's name. As dusk descended, individuals gradually returned to the cave. Yet none could offer Mu Guo and Jinghua a satisfactory answer. At that moment, Jinghua was engulfed in despair. She could scarcely fathom that her only daughter, the one who had promised to lead the tribe to prosperity, had simply vanished. To speak of her as missing was a euphemism. Everyone knew that even if Mu Guo were safe during the day, the night posed a peril where lurking beasts could easily snatch her away. Mu Guo embraced the trembling Jinghua resting against his shoulder. His lips moved, yet he ultimately found no words of solace to utter. His crimson eyes betrayed the profound sorrow he was striving to suppress. Yao hung his head in silence, while Yang Ri was engulfed in a deep sense of guilt. Had she truly perished? Tang Hua felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. She feared that others might uncover her role in unleashing the venomous serpent. No, surely no one would discover it. "What troubles you?" Zhiyu inquired, observing her daughter's unusual demeanor today, a disquiet settling in her heart. "I am fine," Tang Hua exclaimed, startled, her voice rising slightly and drawing the disapproving glances of those around her. In a flurry, she lowered her gaze and added, "Mother, let us retire for the night." Zhiyu watched as her daughter nestled beneath the covers, and she too slowly lay down, softly asking, "My dear daughter, do you harbor any secrets?" Tang Hua's heart raced, and she immediately denied, "I know nothing. I would not follow her even if I did." Zhiyu's eyelids fell, a sense of foreboding settling within her, yet she reassured, "Mother believes in you." Mu Guo and Jinghua spent the night in restless wakefulness, having just endured the profound loss of their only daughter. Jinghua, overwhelmed with sorrow, found herself at a loss for words, consumed by regret for not having sent her capable assistant, Yanhua, to safeguard Mu Guo. Alas, it was too late for such remorse. As she consumed the fish and meat that Mu Guo had procured, her thoughts drifted to the fishing techniques taught by Mu Guo, and as she lay beneath the covers, she reflected on the fact that the blanket was crafted by Mu Guo's own hands. The darkness enveloped her. Was this a cave? Had nightfall truly arrived? Had she not fallen? Was she not dead? Could it be that her kin had discovered her? She raised her hand, waving it before her eyes, and for the first time, she profoundly grasped the meaning of utter darkness, longing for the flicker of the Qianchaoku flame to illuminate her surroundings, only to find that the flame had suddenly become unresponsive. She attempted to rekindle the Qianchaoku flame, yet still, no light emerged. Nevertheless, she could feel the warmth emanating from her fingertips. Something was amiss. Had she lost her sight? Mu Guo abruptly sat up, only to find her body too weakened to support her, collapsing halfway. Father? Mother? Are you there? She whispered softly, calling for Mu Yishu and Jinghua, but received no response. Only an echo gradually expanded around her. The realization that she was not in her familiar cave filled her with unease. There were no echoes in their dwelling. Suddenly, a familiar sound reverberated by her ear. She shivered slightly and tentatively asked, "Is that you? Gulu, did you save me? Gulu, Gulu, Gulu." The voice seemed somewhat impatient, urging her to silence herself and return to slumber. She had begun to comprehend the meaning behind the boy's sounds, yet he appeared disinterested in engaging in further conversation. She yearned to inquire how he had discovered her, where she currently was, and why her vision had been lost. The thought of her blindness instilled a profound panic within her. What did blindness signify in this world? It meant awaiting death. The boy ceased his chatter, instead emitting soft gula sounds in his sleep. System? She wanted to question what had transpired. Unfortunately, the system, having initiated emergency measures to preserve her, had now succumbed to dormancy, a fact she remained unaware of. Growing increasingly anxious at the lack of response, she called out to the system several times, but to no avail. Resigned to her fate, the sensation of weakness overcame her once more, and she gradually closed her already unseen eyes, sinking into slumber. Daylight must have arrived, for the gulu sounds by her side ceased, and she sensed the boy rising. She opened her eyes wide, desperate to see something. Yet all that greeted her was a profound darkness. The only discernible change was a faint glimmer of light creeping in, though she remained unable to perceive her surroundings. "Where are you going?" The only presence she could feel was that of the boy, and a deep-seated fear gripped her heart at the thought of him abandoning her to her own devices. "Gulu Gulu." The boy's voice echoed from above. Mu Guo raised her head in response to the sound, hesitating briefly before saying, "The earlier I go, the sooner I return." She perked up her ears and heard the boy make a noise, followed by the sound of his departing footsteps. Once the boy left, her world was enveloped in darkness and silence. Even the system ceased to communicate. She wished to stand but found her body still weak, only managing to sit upright. In that stillness, she could not help but ponder her future. Losing her sight had been a terrifying ordeal in her past life, and now, in this perilous primitive world, returning to the tribe did not guarantee her safety. Despite her father being the chieftain, she had outlived him, and while she might not be cast aside immediately, her current condition meant she would rely on the tribe for sustenance. Yet the tribe never supported the idol. What then could she depend upon? Jinghua, Mu Yishu, and Shi Yaoyang must have realized her absence by now. She wondered how they fared. Furthermore, how had the snake appeared yesterday? Why had Tanghua rushed to her side so early? Did she already know there was a snake there? But how could she have known that snake would bite her? Shaking her head vigorously to dispel these overwhelming thoughts, she began to explore her surroundings, trying to familiarize herself with the environment. Otherwise, she feared she might succumb to despair. She did not wish to die, not even in blindness. She found that even minor inconveniences made life feel burdensome, yet when faced with real peril, she yearned to live more than ever. Beneath her lay animal skins. Upon feeling them, she realized they were padded. This texture, was this not the quilt she had sewn? So, the boy had taken her quilt that day and placed it here. This meant she was in the boy's dwelling? Strangely, there was no one else around. He lived alone. Quite impressive indeed. As she cautiously explored the cave walls, she suddenly encountered emptiness, causing her to step back as a brighter light appeared before her. She quickly retreated, realizing she had reached the cave's entrance. What awaited outside? Was it safe? Slowly, she ventured deeper into the cave, deciding it was best to remain where she was for now. Perhaps due to her blindness, every moment seemed to stretch infinitely, akin to a century passing. At last, she heard faint footsteps. Gurgle, gurgle? She smiled and replied, "I haven't gone out. I was just feeling my way around the cave." The boy nodded, setting down the beast he had been carrying, which looked delightfully plump, resembling a pink little hippopotamus. He gazed at her, his eyes wide as he noticed her vacant stare, then produced a purple herb, pressing it into Mu Guo's hand while making urging gurgling sounds. "What is this? Am I supposed to eat it?" Gurgle, gurgle. Mu Guo gently caressed the grass in her hand, and upon hearing the boy's murmurs, she suddenly looked up, a mixture of astonishment and delight lighting her features. Is it true? Can my eyes be healed? The boy, somewhat displeased, expressed his annoyance at being questioned incessantly. I won't ask any more, she assured him, hastily placing the grass into her mouth. Without a moment's hesitation, she chewed it a few times and swallowed, finding its taste slightly astringent, yet not particularly unpleasant. After consuming it, she felt no immediate effects. After all, what remedy could work instantaneously? Patience was key. As long as it promised to restore her sight, she was willing to wait. She thought to herself that once she was healed, she would no longer dwell on the fact that for the past fortnight, the boy had only known to ask her to roast meat, snatch baskets, shoes, and animal hide clothing. The clattering sounds around her grew louder, prompting her to look up, only to remember that her vision was gone. She focused intently on the sounds instead. Suddenly, she felt warmth in her hand as the boy grasped it. Before she could react, he pried her index finger open and poked it against something hard and dry, producing a curious grunt. Do you want to roast meat? She inquired. The boy nodded. Then, realizing she could not see him, made a couple of soft sounds as confirmation. Mu Guo immediately guided the flickering flame to dance upon her fingertips, releasing it only when the branches ignited. She then turned her attention to the boy, who was engrossed in his own attempts to kindle a fire. Occasionally, the sounds of his fearful exclamations echoed around her, eliciting a chuckle. How amusing it was that he relished roasted meat, yet harbored a fear of flames. It was no wonder he had always requested her assistance in cooking. Fortunately, the boy proved to be quite clever, and before long, the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, albeit accompanied by a distinct scent of charred flesh. A disgruntled murmur reached her ears as the boy lamented the disparity between his cooking and hers, while also grumbling about the excessive heat. After taking a few bites, he paused momentarily, then sliced a piece with his bone knife and offered it to Mu Guo. As she felt the warmth in her hand and caught the tantalizing scent, she understood. Upon taking a bite, a surge of rich energy coursed through her throat and into her being, eliciting both surprise and familiarity. This sensation mirrored the burnt meat that Mu Guo had previously surreptitiously given her, though this piece was imbued with a far greater vitality. Consuming merely a plate-sized portion left her satiated, and she suddenly comprehended why the stronger they became, the more they needed to eat. It was not merely that the powerful required more sustenance, rather, as they grew stronger, the prey they needed became increasingly formidable. Yet, it was evident that they could not obtain such formidable beasts, nor could they defeat them. Thus, they were left with the meat of ordinary creatures, necessitating a greater quantity to fulfill their energy requirements. The boy's gaze fell upon Mu Guo, intrigued by her astonished yet contemplative expression, marveling at the richness of human emotions. This time, he did not offer her a crystal core. Mu Guo understood that perhaps only when she cooked for him would he share one, offering just a piece of roasted meat in exchange for fire. In the woods, a small, furry creature intermittently poked its head beneath the treetops, searching for signs of human presence. This was the bone-eating beast, now on its 20th reconnaissance mission to see if Mu Guo had arrived. Once again, she was absent. Though the sounds of passers-by echoed through the trees, it raised its tiny paw to scratch its ear, ultimately deciding to venture down. For this human had yet to abandon its promise, and it had long craved honey. The last time it had attempted to steal honey, it had been stung on the rear, leaving it quite unsatisfied. Sliding down the trunk, it scampered to the cave entrance, only to find it empty. Puzzled, it darted up a nearby tree as it noticed someone approaching. Below, Yang Ri wore a despondent expression, red-eyed from a sleepless night, filled with dreams of Mu Guo being carried away by a beast, calling out for him to save her. He struck the tree trunk in frustration. Mu Guo, are you truly alive? He refused to believe that she was dead. The bone-eating beast perked up its ears at the mention of Mu Guo, the one who had promised to accompany it in stealing honey. It eagerly raised its ears, hoping to glean more information. Her disappearance is not your fault. Do you require my assistance in searching for her? Yang Ri looked up to see Tang Hua standing beside him, momentarily taken aback before shaking his head. No need. Tang Hua scrutinized Yang Ri's expression, a glimmer of hope igniting in her eyes as she added, if you discover anything new, please inform me. I can assist. Yang Ri nodded, though he felt there was little he could uncover. At that moment, the atmosphere of the entire tribe felt heavy with sorrow. The loss of the shaman struck them profoundly. Her presence had guided the tribe, enabling them to foresee omens, heal ailments, conduct rituals, communicate with the divine, and bless them with warriors. with her absence. Mu Shi and Jinghua bore the deepest grief, their hunting plans now indefinitely postponed. Observing Mu Shi outside the cave, sighing repeatedly, Tang Hua noted the lack of attention from those nearby. Her gaze flickered with determination as she approached him, locking eyes. "Chief, I believe we will find Mu Guo." Mu Shi initially had no intention of engaging in conversation, but upon hearing the name Mu Guo, he lifted his gaze to the recently awakened Tang Hua, a promising talent indeed. It is said that those who awaken possess strength superior to that of ordinary individuals. He nodded at Tang Hua, managing to muster a faint smile. "Good child." Tang Hua bit her lip, her eyes darting. "Chief, you ought to eat something. You haven't had a morsel all day." Mu Shi unexpectedly glanced at the worried Tang Hua and thought to himself, this child has noticed that he hadn't eaten anything all day. He then looked towards Jiyu in the distance and waved his hand, saying, "You should go and rest." Tang Hua could not discern anything unusual in Mu Shi's eyes and had no choice but to nod and return to Jiyu's side to lie down. "Let us prepare to set off tomorrow," a deep voice rumbled from the robust man. Mu Shi turned his head to glance at the person who had spoken. Yet he offered no reply, instead gazing into the distance, lost in his own thoughts. As night fell, Mu Shi straightened his posture, releasing the tension that had accumulated. And he appeared to have aged several years in an instant. He leaned on his knees and slowly rose to his feet, silently making his way into the cave. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo rubbed her eyes and reluctantly rose from her slumber. What is it? In her embrace, she felt a trembling, furry creature. As she gently stroked its soft fur, she tilted her head in curiosity, pondering the nature of this peculiar being. "Grumble, grumble," the young boy replied while tending to the prey on the ground. "Found it at the foot of the mountain? It was looking for me." Her surprise was palpable, and she instinctively reached into her arms to examine the furry creature more closely, exclaiming, "A bone-eating beast?" The little creature shifted its bottom. Its head still nestled in her embrace, too timid to lift it. It emitted a soft chirp, chirp, chirp. Her eyes widened in astonishment. "Could it truly be you? How did you find your way here?" The bone-eating beast cautiously glanced at the boy, chirping softly before leaping out to illustrate its tail. Unfortunately, she could not see its antics, but merely imagining the adorable gestures of the little creature warmed her heart. It turned out that the bone-eating beast had been perched in a tree, aware of Mu Guo's disappearance. Concerned, it began to wander, eventually arriving at the foot of the mountain. Sensing a formidable aura, it circled nervously at the base, too afraid to ascend. Ultimately, it was discovered by the returning boy, who, in a playful display of ferocity, frightened it before bringing it home. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo could not see the bone-eating beast at the cave entrance, gingerly touching her sore bottom and chirping in grievance. With wide eyes, she groped for the boy's hand and asked, "How long until I recover?" The boy pondered for a moment and emitted a series of gurgling sounds. Resigned, she nodded. The antidote he had gathered would still take a month to take effect, and relying solely on her body to expel the toxins would likely take even longer. After much contemplation, she decided to return. The boy had been increasingly restless lately, often squatting at the cave entrance for 2 hours, evidently held back by her presence due to some pressing matter he needed to attend to. It was already a stroke of luck that she had been rescued, and she felt it was unwise to delay him further, especially considering the circumstances in the tribe. She grasped the boy's hand and said, "I must go back." The boy looked surprised, raising an eyebrow and uttering a questioning gurgle. "Yes, right now. Can you take me to our tribe?" After a prolonged silence without a response, she suddenly felt a dizzying rush. Her body lifted off the ground as the boy hoisted her onto his shoulder. Before she could steady herself, she felt her stomach churn from the pressure of his shoulder, and the sensation of weightlessness beneath her feet filled her with trepidation. After what felt like 10 minutes, she was unceremoniously dropped onto the ground, landing with a thud. Dizzy and slightly nauseous, she thought to herself that this boy was akin to a walking roller coaster. She felt around her surroundings, discovering she was in an open space. Slowly, she stood up and sincerely said, "Thank you." The boy, observing her, turned away from him, felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. He turned her body around and pointed into the distance, suddenly remembering she could not see, so he resorted to making a few gurgling sounds. She nodded in understanding. And then a gust of wind swept past her. She knew the boy had departed. Once he was gone, Mu Guo was left to navigate alone. She fumbled on the ground for a while before finding a stick, which she decided to use as a makeshift cane to aid her exploration. When a person suddenly loses their sight, they lose their balance and remain in perpetual darkness, yearning for light, yet only able to glimpse a flicker in dreams. This feeling is profoundly despairing, but she was not entirely hopeless, knowing her vision would eventually return. After groping around for some time, she still could not discern which direction she was facing. If she took a wrong step, it would spell disaster, so she remained still and called out. Clearing her throat, she cupped her hands to form a trumpet and shouted, "Is anyone there? If so, please respond." After several attempts, she finally heard footsteps and then a voice filled with surprise. Mu Guo. It was the voice of Yao. She followed the sound, only to have her head pressed against something hard, her entire being enveloped in a tight embrace. Before she could protest against this potentially suffocating hug, she heard a muffled voice above her. "I thought you." It was in Guo's voice. No wonder the embrace was so forceful. But why was he the first to hug her? Shouldn't it have been Mu Yi, Shi Jinghua, or Yangri? Cough, cough, could you loosen your grip? "I can barely breathe," she managed to say, patting Yangri with her free hand. Upon hearing this, Yangri quickly released her hold, looking at Mu Guo, whose face was flushed from lack of air, feeling somewhat embarrassed and unsure of where to place his hands and feet. I just remembered that I owe you some jerky from that day," he stammered before turning to leave. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo followed the sound, her hand reaching into the air until it encountered something soft. She pinched it lightly and smiled, realizing it was indeed Yao's chubby face. However, this exploration startled Yao, who, upon grasping Mu Guo's hands, found himself frozen by her vacant gaze. Holding her hands tightly, Yao gazed anxiously into her unfocused eyes, urgently inquiring, "Sister, what has happened to your eyes?" Mu Guo gently reached out and patted Yao's head. Now, Yao had grown to her height. "It's all right. It's just that I can't see. Please take me into the cave," she comforted. In that moment, Yao felt as if his heart had sunk to the depths of the ocean. He had once been the weakest orphan in the tribe and understood all too well the life of one who is powerless. Nodding softly, he took her hand and led her toward the cave, with Mu Guo stumbling slightly in her follow. "Mu Guo is back," someone shouted, and the people in the cave erupted with excitement. The first to rush forward was Jinghua, who enveloped Mu Guo in a familiar embrace as a gust of wind swept by. "My daughter has returned. Thank goodness, thank goodness," Jinghua exclaimed, caressing Mu Guo's face. After looking her over and confirming she was unharmed, she finally felt relieved. Mu Yi, standing nearby, chuckled in agreement. "You're back. That's what matters." Yangri and Yao exchanged glances, understanding that this reunion was meant for them, and silently withdrew. Inside the cave, 2 piles of firewood crackled, and the tribe members, who had previously been sitting or lying down, craned their necks to catch sight of Mu Guo, who had been missing for 2 days but now returned whole and unharmed. However, seeing the chieftain and Jinghua engaged in conversation with Mu Guo, the others tactfully refrained from interrupting. Jinghua released her daughter from the embrace and gazed joyfully at her face. Yet, she noticed that her daughter's typically sparkling eyes now seemed hollow and bloodshot, as if burdened by suffering. A wave of sorrow washed over her at the thought of the hardships her daughter must have endured. Wiping away her tears, she recalled that Mu Guo must have been starving after such a long absence. She pulled out a fruit and offered it to her daughter, hoping to ease her hunger, planning to prepare some roasted meat later. However, she was taken aback when her daughter showed no reaction. Seeing her daughter smile sweetly yet decline the fruit puzzled Jinghua. "Have you lost your taste for fruit?" she asked, bewildered, recalling how much her daughter used to adore it. Mu Guo blinked her dry eyes, suddenly realizing something, and reached out to feel ahead. Her fingers brushed against a warm hand, and as she moved upward, she indeed found a round fruit. She picked it up and brought it to her mouth, taking a bite. The sweet and sour flavor made her smile as she swallowed, exclaiming, "I love this." Jinghua watched her daughter, seemingly oblivious as she groped for the fruit, a sense of dread rising within her. Suppressing her fear, she extended her trembling hand and gently waved it in front of Mu Guo. Yet, Mu Guo did not blink. Jinghua's breath caught in her throat, her heart sinking. Covering her mouth to stifle her pain and sorrow, Jinghua slowly turned to Mu Yishe, her eyes filled with disbelief and fear. Mu Yishe's lips were pressed tightly together, a profound sense of sadness and guilt swelling within him. He should not have allowed their daughter to wander into the woods, for it was far from safe. The atmosphere grew suddenly somber, silence enveloping the air, and she could hear her mother's somewhat hurried breaths. She groped to grasp Jinghua's hand, revealing a row of white teeth and a smile as she comforted, "Father, Mother, do not worry. In fact, I can see." As soon as Mu Guo uttered the word eyes, Jinghua was immediately overwhelmed with tears, desperately covering her mouth in an effort to suppress her emotions. Jinghua understood that the survival rate for those who had lost their sight was nearly zero, which is why she felt such profound sorrow. Beside her, Mu Yishe gazed at Mu Guo's unfocused eyes, at a loss for words. He endured his own heartache and gently patted Jinghua's shoulder. Remaining silent for a long time, Mu Guo silently retracted her outstretched hand, wishing to convey that her vision could gradually be restored. Jinghua suppressed her emotions, gently caressing Mu Guo's face, her voice trembling as she said, "It's all right. Everything will be fine with father and mother here." Mu Yishe's sorrowful emotions surged within his eyes. He closed them momentarily, and when he reopened them, the clarity of his gaze had returned. He inquired, "What exactly is happening?" Mu Guo swallowed the last bite of fruit, wiped her mouth, and began to reflect on the events of that day. The venomous snake, the tang flower, the bite. She could not ascertain whether Tang Hua had intentionally lured the snake to her. Yet, it was indeed Tang Hua who had approached her from behind, leading to the snake's strike. Was it that she had discovered the snake drawing near, or did Tang Hua's arrival provoke it? Regardless of whether Tang Hua had acted with malice, the fact remained that after witnessing her bite, Tang Hua had fled without a trace, and no kin had come to search for her. This suggested that Tang Hua had callously abandoned her to her fate, indicating a genuine desire for her demise. Previously, she had only perceived Tang Hua's behavior as typical teenage rebellion, marked by an inexplicable animosity towards her. However, she had gravely underestimated the ferocity of a girl's hostility. Given her current predicament, she was uncertain whether Tang Hua would take further action against her. If her parents ventured out to hunt, she would be unable to contend with Tang Hua alone. Moreover, neither Yang Ri nor Shi Yao could be relied upon for protection. Even if she voiced her concerns now, she possessed no evidence to substantiate her claim that Tang Hua had deliberately attracted the snake to her, resulting in her poisoning. She did not worry that her parents would disbelieve her. Rather, even if they did believe her, it was unlikely that they could take any decisive action against Tang Hua, especially with Shi Yu in the picture. In her current state, she preferred not to foster enmity, nor did she wish to complicate matters for her parents. After much contemplation, she ultimately refrained from mentioning Tang Hua, and instead cautiously stated, "On that day, I went into the woods looking for edible food and accidentally got bitten by a venomous snake on my calf. The serpent's venom can cause blindness, and in my inability to see, I unwittingly fell into a tree pit and was unconscious for 2 days. When I awoke, I managed to find my way back." Upon hearing this, Jinghua embraced Mu Guo with a heart full of sympathy. The thought of her daughter lying unconscious for 2 days, only to awaken and discover her blindness, was profoundly despairing. Tang Hua sat nearby, her expression inscrutable, yet she slowly relaxed her tightly clenched fists, revealing a fleeting sense of relief. She cast a deep glance at Mu Guo, who was still conversing with Jinghua, her eyes betraying an indescribable emotion. Then she turned her gaze towards Yinggu, who looked at Mu Guo in disbelief, and surprisingly, Tang Hua's lips curled into a subtle smile. Mu Yishe, with his rugged visage, gazed upon his petite daughter, typically fierce. He now had reddened eyes and found himself at a loss for words to comfort her. This was the essence of paternal love, ineffable and profound. At that moment, Shi Yao and Yang Ri quietly approached and stood nearby. Yang Ri thumped his chest with a rhythmic sound, asserting earnestly, "I am here." Shi Yao, with his still undeveloped round face, added, "And so am I." That night concluded with the comfort and assurances from Jinghua and Mu Yishe. Everything felt right, except for her inability to interject. She slept soundly beside her parents, her weary body finally succumbing to the exhaustion that had accumulated over several days of tension. The following morning, Mu Yishe prepared to organize the clansmen for hunting. He could not neglect his responsibilities as the clan leader, especially after a 2-day delay. Fortunately, he found solace in the sight of Mu Guo standing still behind him, which eased his mind considerably. The horn sounded 3 long and 2 short blasts, signaling the departure of the hunters. The footsteps gradually faded, and the clansmen trickled out of the cave to procure the day's sustenance. Noticing that the clansmen had gone fishing, Shiryao turned back into the cave, observing Mu Guo as she struggled to rise. He quickly stepped forward to assist her, examining her eyes, which appeared dull and lacking their usual vivacity. Redirecting his gaze, he said, "There's no need to get up. From now on, we will take care of your food." Mu Guo blinked and smiled, nodding in agreement. However, she felt a twinge of embarrassment within, as she was in urgent need of a restroom. Unfortunately, she found herself pressed back under the covers by Shiryao and had no choice but to lie down for the moment. Upon seeing her settle back, Shiryao turned and exited the cave, where the bait awaited him at the riverbank, eager for cooperation in their fishing endeavor. Listening to Shiryao's footsteps fade away, Mu Guo wriggled out from under the covers, cautiously feeling her way along the cave wall until she reached the spot where she typically attended to her needs. After finishing, she returned only to hear footsteps approaching. Straining to listen, she noticed the footsteps had halted beside her. Tang Hua, having sensed the shift, ventured out as well. Crouching down, she gazed at Mu Guo, who was nestled in the covers, and discreetly raised her hand, waving it before Mu Guo's face. Yet, Mu Guo remained utterly unresponsive. A flicker of complex emotion crossed Tang Hua's eyes as she softly uttered, "I didn't mean it last time. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me?" Mu Guo paused for 2 seconds in silence before lifting her head and smiling at her, saying, "Sure." Tang Hua was taken aback. She had merely approached this with a sense of experimentation and did not anticipate that Mu Guo would so readily acquiesce. Gazing into Mu Guo's eyes, she sought to discern something, yet all she could perceive were Mu Guo's unfocused and emotionless orbs staring blankly back at her. Tang Hua averted her gaze, contemplating for a moment, then fixed her eyes on Mu Guo once more, tentatively inquiring again, "Are you truly willing to forgive me?" Mu Guo nodded gently, a benign smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Indeed, did you not mention that it was not intentional?" "Yes, I did not mean to," Tang Hua responded, her eyes twinkling as she took Mu Guo's hand and declared, "Then I shall go fishing." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Has Mu Guo lost her brilliance? A blind person is unlikely to awaken, is she? Can one who cannot see continue to serve as a shaman? When will the clan leader remember his daughter? At this moment, lying down, Mu Guo's face betrayed no emotion. She could not comprehend why Tang Hua, having witnessed her refusal to mention Tang Hua's name under Mu Yishi's persistent questioning, would still approach her seeking forgiveness. Shaking her head, she realized that regardless of her understanding, the rift between her and Tang Hua was undoubtedly deepened. Now, the most pressing matter was to wait for her sight to gradually return. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed. Yang Ri and Shiryao truly took on the responsibility of providing her sustenance. We gathered several women, bringing with them animal skins to sew garments, and sat beside Mu Guo to chat. Mu Guo often listened as Wu and the other women spoke of which warrior possessed more muscular physique, with some boasting that 2 of the returning warriors had gifted them with pieces of meat, inciting a wave of envy among the others nearby. Perhaps due to Mu Guo's blindness, these individuals no longer felt the need to regard her with the deference typically afforded to the clan leader's daughter. Instead, they began to treat her as one of their own, openly expressing their thoughts and feelings. Mu Guo listened nearby, grinning widely. Behold, gossip is an intrinsic aspect of human nature, and even primitive individuals are not exempt from it. At that moment, a woman, weaving a basket, suddenly exclaimed as if she had recalled something. "Recently, I've noticed Jiyu behaving rather mysteriously. Whenever I cast a glance her way, she glares back at me." A woman beside her scoffed and replied, "What is so surprising about her glaring at you? Haven't we, the hopelessly awakened, always been looked down upon by them?" The first woman nodded in agreement, quickly forgetting the matter, and continued, "Lately, Ngu has grown increasingly tall. I've heard the warriors say he has performed remarkably well in his recent hunts, displaying more agility than even the seasoned veterans." Someone chimed in with a laugh. "In a few years, your son will reach the age of awakening. Perhaps he might hunt alongside him, unlike us who are left in solitude." As she spoke, a hint of melancholy crept into her tone. The woman laughed heartily, teasing, "I think she is quite good. Has Ti been seeking you out lately?" "Ha." This remark elicited laughter from the crowd, causing the woman to feel a bit embarrassed. Though his leg is broken, he is still a warrior. At that moment, Wu playfully nudged the woman with her elbow, suggesting, "What are you afraid of? Call him out one day, knock him unconscious with a hammer, and he'll be yours. Just don't hesitate and miss your chance. Mu Guo's eyes widened in astonishment. Was the usually gentle Wu so fierce in this regard? Several women around her chimed in, urging exactly. If you don't take action, we certainly will. Eagerly, she perked up her ears to hear what the woman would say next, only to find that the woman was genuinely contemplating the matter. Suddenly, she slapped her thigh and exclaimed, "All right, I'll do as you say, but you all mustn't compete with me." Mu Guo was left utterly dumbfounded. Such ferocity. Her mind involuntarily conjured an image of Uncle Ji, with his innocent demeanor, walking alongside that woman, only to be struck on the head by her with a heavy blow, rendering him unconscious. The woman then hoisted one of his legs and dragged him back to the cave for some unspeakable actions. She shivered, shaking her head to dispel the thought, swallowing hard. After all this time, she had yet to grasp that their courting method entailed knocking out the one they fancied and carrying them away. Silently, she prayed for Uncle Ji, hoping he would not suffer too grievously. As for whether or not to inform him, she pondered earnestly and concluded that it was better to dismantle a temple than to disrupt a marriage. "Uncle Ji, I wish you happiness," she resolved, convincing herself that she had heard nothing. The following morning, she was roused from her slumber by the clamor surrounding her. Groggily, she rose and, after eavesdropping on the conversations, discovered that after she had fallen asleep the night prior, the woman had struck Ji, who was still adding firewood to the blaze, rendering him unconscious and carrying him away. To her astonishment, Ji had awakened in the middle of the night and was joyfully engaging in a game for two. Mu Guo stretched her neck to peek inside, revealing an expression of understanding. At the same time, she couldn't help but exclaim that the primitive way of expressing affection was indeed a blend of pain and pleasure. However, did that mean she could simply strike someone on the head and take them home? At this thought, she quickly shook her head. No. She was a civilized person and couldn't resort to such actions. Otherwise, she would become a casualty of the 9-year compulsory education system. Yet, she would soon find herself proven wrong. But that was a story for another time. Outside, the wind began to intensify, gathering the clouds in the sky, which grew heavy and ominous, pressing down upon the earth. The entire world seemed to be engulfed in darkness when suddenly, a brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the oppressive clouds, followed by a deafening roar of thunder that reverberated through the sky. Raindrops fell relentlessly, creating a cacophony as they struck the ground, and the once tranquil surface of the river was transformed into a frenzy, splashing high into the air. Fish that had been leaping on the water's surface quickly turned and swam downwards, seeking refuge. Yang Ri ran while cradling her head and turned to see Shi Yao still in place, dragging a fish. She waved at him and shouted, "Hurry up. The rain is too heavy." Shi Yao furrowed his brow. The sound of the rain was so loud that he could barely hear what Yang Ri was saying. However, seeing her beckoning him, he understood and followed closely behind her, dragging the fish by its gills. Not only the two of them, but others also hurriedly ran back. And by the time they reached the cave, they all looked like miserable, drenched chickens. The rain had come so suddenly that no one was prepared. The tribe members took off their animal hides, wrung them out, and shivered as they huddled around the fire to warm themselves. Mu Guo sighed as the rain poured down once more. The onset of rain always brought her the greatest distress, for people were reluctant to venture out for their natural calls, and the stench within the cave was beyond description. Yang Ri glanced at the group, noticing that most of them were empty-handed. He looked at the large fish in Shi Yao's possession and chuckled, as they simply roasted the fish and shared it amongst the three of them. Leaning against Shi Yao, Yang Ri remarked to Mu Guo, "It seems the rainy season has officially arrived. With the chieftain back, there is no chance of him going out for a while. Thankfully, we have your dried fish. Otherwise, to conserve food, we would surely resort to eating once every 2 days." Shi Yao nodded in agreement, having been weary of hunger himself. He surveyed the others who were engrossed in their own tasks, and in a lowered voice, he said, "I have stashed away quite a bit of food. When the provisions from the tribe run low, we shall feast on what I have hidden." Mu Guo teased, "I never expected you to be hoarding food from us. You've really grown up, ha ha ha." Shi Yao's round face flushed with embarrassment. He chuckled but remained silent. Having once experienced the pangs of hunger, he developed a habit of storing away any surplus food he could find. Mu Guo listened intently to the sounds outside, surmising that the rain was even heavier than the last time. The downpour had arrived suddenly, and she wondered how her parents were faring. Had they managed to take refuge in the cave in time? She touched the shaman stone hanging around her neck, which had been radiating warmth over the past couple of days. Closing her eyes, she concentrated once more on the stone, observing the myriad lines connecting to different individuals. Following the threads, she noticed a fist-sized green orb pulsating in the chest of a warrior, while ordinary people bore none. Among several adolescents, some possessed marble-sized green orbs while others did not. She silently speculated that the presence or absence of these green orbs might signify the potential for awakening. Lowering her gaze to herself, she discovered a faint white orb, barely perceptible unless scrutinized closely. What could this be? While she could not ascertain the nature of the white orb on her body, she realized she had encountered something extraordinary. When she grasped the shaman's stone and closed her eyes, she could discern the outlines of her surroundings. Although the details were not entirely clear, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Raising her head, she looked at Yang Ri, whose chest bore a faintly pulsating green orb, rhythmically mirroring a heartbeat, allowing Mu Guo to perceive his silhouette without impediment. However, distinguishing individual features remained a challenge, as she could only see outlines, making it easy to mistake one person for another. Through Yang Ri, she could glimpse the figure of Shi Yao behind him, whose inner orb was even larger than Yang Ri's. Beyond Shi Yao, she caught sight of a fire pit where someone was adding a few more sticks of wood. Beyond that point, the clarity faded, and straining to see further brought on a sense of dizziness. Mu Guo withdrew her gaze, contemplating that if this were her previous life, she would surely possess the gift of clairvoyance. It was no wonder that Wu remained in the cave, yet was aware of events occurring outside. She had once thought that the wind was diligently reporting everything. Suddenly reminded of Tang Hua, she instinctively glanced in her direction, only to discover that even without holding the Wu stone, she could still perceive the surroundings, which was rather convenient. At that moment, Tang Hua was engaged in hushed conversation with Shui Yu, but Mu Guo found no interest in their discourse and shifted her attention elsewhere. The rain fell heavily and relentlessly for 3 consecutive days before finally ceasing. By that time, the river had risen significantly, with the banks inundated halfway. As the rain subsided, the birds eagerly emerged to partake in their feast. Each rainy season, the ground was often littered with snakes, insects, and small creatures brought forth by the flooding. These were a delicacy for the birds, even drawing out the long-legged chickens, who waddled about to join the revelry. However, the occupants of the cave were far from pleased, as venomous insects and snakes would occasionally slither in through the entrance. Scorpions, which typically remained hidden, now crawled out in droves. The cave would periodically erupt with cries of alarm as someone spotted a snake or insect, followed swiftly by the thud of a stone, reducing the unfortunate creature to a pulpy mess. Mu Guo bore the brunt of the distress. Although the Wu stone allowed her some visibility, she remained oblivious to the scorpions and small snakes skittering across the ground. Currently, the influx of serpents and insects into the cave was manageable, but when the rains extended for weeks, deeper-dwelling creatures would emerge in search of dry refuge. The intensity of the rain would dictate the urgency with which the snakes and insects sought entry, at which point even the branches propped at the cave's mouth would prove ineffective. She feared that she might suffer a bite or two. The mere thought of cohabiting with venomous creatures in such close quarters sent shivers down her spine. No longer could she sleep on the ground. She needed to devise a means to create a bed. She could not rely indefinitely on Yang Ri and Shi Yao for vigilance, especially now that she had realized her own ability to sense her surroundings through the Wu power. However, crafting a wooden bed seemed impractical given the incessant rain, which rendered tree felling troublesome and drying the wood impossible. Thus, she would have to resort to constructing a stone bed. Yet, such a task required considerable strength, and given her current state, it felt like chasing a dream. Fortunately, she could direct Shi Yao and Yang Ri's efforts, and perhaps enlist Ji's assistance as well. Wasting no time, she succinctly explained the situation to Yang Ri and Shi Yao. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Ri replied, "I might struggle to do it alone, but with Shi Yao, it should be feasible." A stone bed? A voice suddenly emerged behind Mu Guo, and upon hearing it, she recalled that it was not the wind. How could she have forgotten? The wind was a companion she had inherited from the previous witch. After all, an asset not to be wasted. She turned towards the source of the voice and reiterated, "There are too many snakes and insects, and I can't see them. Yang Ri and Shi Yao always have their own matters to attend to, so there will inevitably be times when I am alone. I might as well consider creating a stone bed." As she spoke, she gestured to indicate a thickness of about 50 centimeters. This should suffice. It doesn't need to be overly smooth. There are plenty of large stones along the riverbank. We can drag them over and lay down animal skins for immediate use. This way, I can avoid being bitten by snakes and insects, and everyone can utilize such stone beds during the rainy season when they are more prevalent, alleviating the worry of being stung. The wind nodded thoughtfully and replied, "You are indeed correct. Let us proceed." Last rainy season, he had suffered a bite on his toe that swelled for nearly half a month, causing him immense pain and discomfort, nearly leading to his demise. If the stone bed truly proves effective, it would be of great assistance. Every rainy season, the clan's people inevitably faced a few bites, while they may not be fatal. Who would not prefer a measure of comfort? Yang Ri and Shi Yao exchanged joyful glances. Although the wind had awakened to the gift of speed, his strength was also considerable, and having an extra pair of hands was certainly beneficial. They grabbed their tools and followed the wind outside. Approximately an hour later, sounds of clanging and banging resonated outside, prompting the inhabitants of the cave to curiously lean at the entrance to observe. They saw 3 individuals laboring against a large stone. And before long, the stone began to take shape, an irregular oval, relatively flat on both ends. The trio, realizing their work aligned closely with Mu Guo's vision, exerted their combined strength to lift the makeshift stone bed into the cave. Those at the cave's entrance hastily moved aside. Their curiosity piqued as they gazed at the stone bed, bewildered as to why such a large stone was brought inside. Mu Guo concentrated her gaze on several figures approaching her, carrying a colossal stone slab. This, she surmised, was the stone bed they had prepared. She pondered how they managed such a feat. The stone bed was remarkably flat, standing approximately 60 centimeters high, measuring 2 meters in length and about 1 meter 30 to 40 in width, resembling a single bed. As the stone bed was gently placed on the ground, she moved her animal skin mattress, blanket, and pillow onto it. The bed was positioned a short distance from the cave entrance, roughly 50 centimeters from the cave wall. The mouth of the cave was expansive, narrowing after a few steps. Yet the interior space was exceedingly spacious. Her chosen spot was conveniently located at the left corner of the cave, perfectly sheltered from direct winds while still allowing for a comfortable flow of air. Yang Ri brought over a piece of firewood, igniting one end and circling the stone bed. As he did so, several insects, startled by the heat, leapt out, prompting him to swiftly crush them underfoot. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mu Guo smiled and nodded, decisively demonstrating her point through action. She rose to her feet and proclaimed loudly, "Have any of you been bitten by insects or snakes?" A few people in the crowd raised their hands, and to her surprise, there were over 10. She acknowledged them with a nod and continued, "If you are afraid of being bitten by snakes or insects, you can create a stone bed like mine to rest upon. While I cannot guarantee that all snakes and insects will stay away, it will certainly deter the majority from climbing up." The tribe's people glanced towards the stone bed beside Mu Guo, observing its even surface and considerable height. Could this truly offer protection from snakes and insects? At that moment, Jier, without a word, approached with his swollen arm and examined the stone bed, inquiring, "If it can indeed ward off snakes and insects, that would be splendid. Where did you find your stones? I would like to fetch one as well." The typically taciturn Feng unexpectedly interjected to answer the question, "By the riverbank." Mu Guo suddenly remarked, "There are only a few stones suitable for making stone beds." Upon hearing this, she immediately beckoned to the men seated nearby, saying, "Come on. Let us work together. Each of us will craft a stone bed. We mustn't allow others to get ahead." Ji was feeling anxious. His legs were not as nimble as others, and he was certainly not adept at squashing bugs or catching agile creatures like snakes. During the rainy season, he often suffered from bites, especially this time when a scorpion stung his arm, which was quite perilous. Although the scorpion's venom was not lethal, the pain from the sting was excruciating, radiating through the surrounding nerves. At that moment, he was eager to create a stone bed, a solution that would spare him from such bites. The 2 men she called upon were already intrigued, and upon his urging, they grabbed their tools and followed him outside. Others, equally vexed by snake and insect bites, began to collaborate in making stone beds in small groups. Consequently, the riverbank became bustling with individuals searching for stones, while the sounds of clanging echoed from outside the cave, transforming the area into a lively scene. The birds that had ventured out to forage were startled, taking flight to the treetops, curiously observing these bipedal creatures at work. Tang Hua glanced at Mu Guo, puzzled as to why someone who had grown up alongside them could consistently conceive such peculiar ideas. Despite her reluctance to heed Mu Guo's suggestions, she too feared being bitten. So she joined Shuiyu and several adolescents in the effort to construct a stone bed. After a while, she turned to Yang Ri, who was holding a torch, and said, "The dry wood is depleting, and we still have a winter to endure. How can you waste it on burning bugs?" Yang Ri glanced at the meager pile of dry wood in the cave, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He hadn't considered that at the time, and only thought that fire would be a better means to deal with the insects. Noticing his silence, Tang Hua turned and exited the cave. Shi Yao watched the departing figures of Tang Hua and the others, scratching his head before addressing Mu Guo, "Sister, I do not like her. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Mu Guo shrugged and remarked, "Well, isn't that just the case? Some of them are still hesitating, waffling back and forth. Once it rains, won't it be impossible to create stone beds? It would be better to deceive them into believing there are only a few left. Won't that make them anxious? Just look. They have all rushed out to make stone beds now." Yang Ri, seemingly in contemplation, nodded thoughtfully. Although he still felt somewhat lost, he inexplicably sensed that he had acquired a peculiar piece of knowledge. She waved her hand, urging, "You two should also go and craft a couple of stone beds. If you find it challenging, seek assistance from Ji or Feng." She worried that before long, a heavy downpour would strike again. The two nodded and turned to leave the cave, preparing to create 2 stone beds of their own. Mu Guo sat upon the stone bed, contemplating that as long as it benefited her kin, they were willing to undertake it. Even Tang Hua, who despised her, had scurried off to make a stone bed. Her eyesight would require approximately 2 more months to recover. Misfortune knows no bounds of time, and she was unfortunate enough to coincide with an entire rainy season. By the time her vision was restored, winter would have arrived. She had intended to stockpile provisions before the onset of winter, but alas, that aspiration was no longer feasible. As night fell, the people lay upon the stone beds they had crafted, still somewhat unaccustomed to the change. Having grown accustomed to the spacious ground, the sudden shift to a single bed instilled a fear of inadvertently tumbling off. While larger stones were indeed available, their unwieldy nature made them impractical for transport, leading most to opt for stones of moderate size. Seated on their stone beds, the villagers noticed the occasional scorpions and unnamed insects traversing the ground. Seemingly uninterested in ascending to the beds, which delighted them immensely, at last, they could enjoy a restful slumber. As the night deepened, the cave resonated with the rhythmic sounds of snoring, occasionally accompanied by murmurs of dreams, while Mu Guo gradually slipped into slumber herself. The fire pit on the ground crackled intermittently, sending forth delightful sparks that danced into the air. As Mu Guo drifted into slumber, she sensed a gentle shaking of her head. In her drowsy state, she swatted at the hand that was disturbing her, only to find that it darted away swiftly. Consequently, her palm met her own forehead, jolting her into full awareness. She focused her gaze, and a tall silhouette emerged before her. Recognizing the elongated contours of his legs, she realized it was the young man she had not seen for several days. The vibrant green orb at his chest was particularly striking. "What brings you here?" she inquired. The young man produced a few somewhat withered herbs, placing them into Mu Guo's hands, and glanced at her eyes, emitting a couple of soft murmurs. "API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Mu Guo observed the young boy nodding and inquired, "Is your home far away?" The boy nodded again, pausing for a moment before letting out a soft murmur, emphasizing that it was indeed quite distant. Then wait a moment. She descended from the stone bed, retrieving a basket to fill with several dried fish, placing a wooden cup inside as well. After a moment's contemplation, she also took out a set of leather garments, originally crafted for Yang Ri, but made too large, intended to be gifted in a few years. However, given the boy's impending departure after taking care of her for several days, she decided to present the leather outfit to him. The boy gently touched the basket and then the leather clothing, accepting it with delight. He seemed to have a fondness for the garments. Glancing at Mu Guo's attire and then back at his own, thoroughly examining it before attempting to wear it, Mu Guo noted that the leather outfit fit him remarkably well. Although the trousers appeared somewhat cropped, the boy gazed down, curiously caressing the fluffy leather, a rare smile gracing his face, though Mu Guo failed to notice. He took the basket, peering curiously at the stiff dried fish within. Carrying the basket, he approached the cave entrance, glancing back at Mu Guo and emitting soft, rumbling sounds. "Be safe," Mu Guo waved him off. The boy leaped away, disappearing into the distance with a few agile bounds. Silence enveloped the surroundings once more, and Mu Guo withdrew her magical energy, feeling the residual warmth of the boy on the herbs in her hand, plants he had discovered on his journey, capable of healing her eyesight. It seemed her time as a cook had not been in vain. She reclined back onto the stone bed, cocooning herself within the blankets, pondering the boy's origins, still uncertain but certain it was far away. This farewell might be the last. Perhaps he would not return again. As she closed her eyes, she gradually drifted into slumber. Unbeknownst to anyone, two triangular black shapes resembling cat ears emerged on either side of Shi Yao's head as he lay sleeping, something beneath the covers swaying gently. The dawn had broken, yet the sky remained heavily overcast, suffocating the air, evidently brewing the next torrential downpour. Mu Guo rose from the stone bed, stretching her limbs and exclaiming in comfort. After such a lengthy stay, it was her first experience not lying directly on the ground to sleep, and she felt her sense of security significantly heightened. After consuming the herbs left for her by the youth, she gradually made her way outside. Upon awakening, she instinctively focused her mind and harnessed her witchcraft, discovering that several of the thickest lines connecting her to the witch stone were gently quivering. An inexplicable feeling washed over her, suggesting that her father was returning. To confirm this intuition, she hurried outside the cave, following the line's direction, but alas, the mountain obstructed her view, and she was unable to use her powers to see far. Thus, she chose to stand at the cave's entrance, waiting patiently for over an hour while her kin took advantage of the dry weather to fish by the riverbank. Her persistence in standing there was fueled by the increasing tremors of the line representing Mu Guo, which grew more pronounced alongside the other robust lines. As anticipated, her conjecture proved correct. After a considerable time, she could faintly hear the sound of a horn. The horn's call grew nearer, prompting the villagers to abandon their tasks and rush to greet the returning warriors. From a distance, Jinghua spotted Mu Guo standing at the cave entrance, handed her belongings to a few nearby women, and swiftly approached Mu Guo, grasping her hand and asking, "Did anything happen while we were away?" Mu Guo smiled and shook her head, aware of Jinghua's concern for her eyes. She took Jinghua by the hand and led her into the cave. "Mother, have you seen these stones?" Upon entering, Jinghua was greeted by rows of stone beds, varying in size and thickness, yet uniformly adorned with bedding. She turned to Mu Guo and inquired, "Is everyone sleeping on the stones? But the cave has flooded? That shouldn't be the case. It has only rained for a few days." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing Jinghua's sentiments, Mugga felt a sudden flush of embarrassment, realizing that Jinghua had developed a sense of class consciousness. Just as she was about to speak, a few tribespeople entered the cave, carrying an individual, followed closely by several others who were being assisted. With her shamanic powers, she could only discern their outlines, but could not see clearly. She inquired of Jinghua, "Was this hunting expedition unsuccessful?" Jinghua glanced at the individuals laid upon the stone bed and shook her head, responding, "This hunting venture claimed the life of one warrior and left 5 others injured. Fortunately, I managed to bring back the one who was most gravely wounded. However, he shall no longer partake in hunting." With a sigh, she continued, reflecting on the loss of an exceptional warrior, which was indeed a blow to the tribe. Of the 5 injured, 2 had wounded legs, 1 suffered a broken arm. Another had been mauled in the abdomen by a beast, and the most severely injured had his face attacked, losing an eye. It was only due to Mu Guo's timely intervention that he was not left with a more grievous fate. Yet, she chose not to share these details with Mu Guo. Her daughter was already blind, and it seemed unlikely she would ascend to the position of chieftain. There was no need to burden her with further worries. Given her daughter's contributions to the tribe, it was reasonable to assume that the tribespeople would not impose undue expectations upon her during their hunting excursions. Moreover, she planned to discuss with Mu Guo the matter of distributing food to the tribespeople in their absence and entrusting the management of the tribe's affairs to Feng. Feng was not only a person of few words, but also the most just among them, and he was the strongest among those who remained in the tribe. It was likely that, out of respect for the deceased shaman, Feng would treat her daughter with kindness. Mu Guo was unaware that Jinghua had already contemplated her future to such an extent. Otherwise, she would truly exclaim how profound the love of parents can be, considering the far-reaching implications. Upon the warrior's return, They refrained from venturing out to hunt for the time being. The arrival of the warriors revitalized the tribe's atmosphere, and Tang Hua joyfully ran to Ingu upon seeing him return, eagerly taking the items from his hands. Ingu smiled and said, "Thank you." Before proceeding into the cave, Tang Hua closely followed him, her heart brimming with joy as she beheld the game he had captured. Upon entering, Ingu was taken aback by the sight of the stone bed scattered about, quickly surmising that it must have been Mu Guo's doing. After a prolonged moment of internal conflict, he finally approached her with purposeful strides. From the game that Tang Hua had handed him, Ingu extracted a chicken and offered it to Mu Guo, saying, "Here, let Yang Ri prepare this for you." Mu Guo was taken aback, unable to comprehend why Yang Ri would offer her food. Before she could inquire, Ingu hastily declared, "I shall no longer seek you out." API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mu Guo suddenly comprehended the peculiar attitude of Ingu. Previously, he had showered her with attentiveness, yet upon discovering her blindness, he could utter such words. She felt a surge of indignation. What kind of person was he? What did he take her for? Was being his companion truly so remarkable? He lavished her with insincere flattery, and at the first sign of her affliction, he hastily distanced himself, parading his catch as if he were some affluent heir dishing out a severance payment. In a fit of disdain, she returned the chicken Ingu had given her and retorted, "There's no need for your pity. Take your prey and leave at once." Ingu's face flushed with embarrassment, and with a huff, he seized his catch and strode away. Mu Guo, feeling exasperated, patted her chest and took a deep breath, cursing Ingu in her heart 1,000 times. Truly, what a beast. At the tender age of 10, she was already the target of such intentions. What could she possibly discern at this stage in her life? It was evident that her strength was lacking and she had yet to mature. Therefore, aside from her identity as the chieftain's daughter and the witch, what else could captivate Ingu's interest? Tang Hua, after a moment of internal conflict, approached Mu Guo's stone bed. She studied Mu Guo's expression but could glean nothing from it, and thus declared, "In the future, I shall become Ingu's partner." Mu Guo was taken aback and remained silent. Companions, indeed, she thought, but what is there to discuss with her? Does she expect a dowry? Tang Hua noticed her lack of response and continued, "Will you promise me not to entangle with Ingu?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo closed her eyes and cursed Ingu 800 times. When she opened her eyes again, a vivid image suddenly flashed through her mind. She turned to Tang Hua and asked, "So, did you lure the snake to me because of Ingu?" Tang Hua instantly stiffened with guilt, lowering her head as her eyes darted nervously. "He never stays for long after returning from a hunt. I just wanted him to notice me. I never intended to treat you this way, but you both are always together. A warrior like Ingu can only belong to me. I, too, wish to live a better life, and besides, you have already forgiven me." A chill of trepidation coursed through Mu Guo's heart. Was it truly for this that one could so ruthlessly wish for her demise? Suppressing her unease, she retorted, "Will Ingu be with you in my absence? Moreover, how can you be certain that Ingu would choose you? If Ingu were to fancy someone else, would you still treat others in such a manner?" Tang Hua, momentarily caught off guard, instinctively responded, "Naturally not." After a brief pause, she elaborated, "I would engage in a fair contest with them. Whoever prevails shall be with Ingu. Thus, is it only her you wish to condemn to death?" Observing the expression on Mu Guo's face, Tang Hua noted her unyielding demeanor. Casting a glance at Mu Yishe, who was busy outside the cave, she bit her lip and added, "You would do well not to contend with me, including against my father." Mu Guo let out a cold laugh and remarked, "You are utterly amusing. What, do you think that just because you desire something, others are forbidden to touch it?" Although she held little regard for competing with another woman for a man, after all, it is through one's own strength that one earns respect and leads a better life. Inevitably attracting more admirable company, she did not wish to grant Tang Hua any sense of ease, which prompted her to utter such a remark. Tang Hua, upon hearing these words, felt quite displeased. She cast a deep glance at Mu Guo before turning to leave. The rainy season had officially arrived, with the rain at the cave's entrance cascading down like a curtain, flowing down the mountainside like a waterfall. This rain persisted for 12 consecutive days. One could easily imagine the dire state of the world outside. Fortunately, their cave was situated halfway up the mountain, sparing them from flooding. However, some water did manage to seep in, but thankfully each person had a stone bed beneath them, preventing the situation from being as dire as it had been the previous year. In an effort to prevent excessive rainwater from entering, they had moved a massive stone to block the entrance, and surprisingly, it proved quite effective. Over the past 2 months, Mu Guo has seen a recovery in her vision. Yet it remains compromised, leaving her with an unsettling sense of frustration. The persistent overcast skies and intermittent rain have finally relented after nearly 2 months, allowing the villagers to emerge from their refuge, inhaling the earthy scent of the moist soil outside. Mu Guo, particularly overwhelmed with emotion, nearly shed tears of relief upon experiencing the fresh air after feeling as if she had been confined in a public restroom, surrounded by the stench of waste and sweat. She vowed that once she matured, she would seek solitude in her own dwelling. After a span of over 10 days of sunshine, heavy snow fell, reducing visibility to less than 5 meters, signaling the arrival of winter. The villagers sealed the cave entrance with large stones, stuffing animal hides into the gaps to shield themselves from the biting cold winds. Following 2 months of rain, their food supplies have dwindled to half, and with several months of winter still ahead, it is evident that they must brace themselves for hunger in the days to come. At this moment, Mu Guo pouted, feeling the rumblings of her stomach. She turned to the cave wall, where she had counted the markings indicating that winter was more than halfway over. In another half-month, it should conclude, yet the howling wind outside showed no sign of abating, suggesting that even the end of winter would not usher in warmth. Currently, she receives 2 strips of dried fish and a piece of roasted meat daily, which barely satisfies her hunger compared to the meager rations of 1 piece of roasted meat every 2 days she had endured previously. To make her meals more filling, she would shred the dried fish and roasted meat, simmering them together in a stone pot for half an hour, just enough to sustain her for a day. This year, the production of dried fish was delayed, and she resolved to prepare ample quantities by the next summer, drafting plans to avoid the discomfort of hunger. Recently, she noticed an additional totemic line on her left arm, bringing the total to 2, indicating that her awakening was imminent. This newfound ability would enable her to communicate with animals, a realization she had only come to upon changing her clothes. However, she mused, merely being able to converse with animals seemed rather unhelpful. After all, she could not simply invite a wild beast to jump into a pot. As the 3rd line of her totem began to emerge, winter was drawing to a close. Yet Mu Guo found herself increasingly agitated by the cacophony of voices clamoring in her ears, rendering her restless. The multitude of sounds was overwhelming, making it difficult to discern their content, and she lacked the ability to filter the noise. Ultimately, she recognized a recurring phrase from the loudest voice proclaiming that spring had arrived, signaling the season for courtship among the creatures. She felt an uncanny familiarity with this phrase, yet could not quite place it. With the great stone at the cave's entrance rolled aside, the world outside blossomed with vibrant greenery, heralding the arrival of spring. Mu Guo stepped into the light, stretching luxuriously as she beheld the tender green shoots poking through the earth, relieved to be free from the monotonous diet of boiled dried fish that had plagued her throughout winter. One by one, the villagers emerged from the cave, noticeably thinner yet satisfied, for unlike the previous spring when they had exited emaciated and skeletal, they had endured a winter without losing anyone to starvation. On this first day outside, everyone eagerly sought food, primarily gathering by the riverside to fish. After a long winter of hunger, the sight of fish in the river ignited a fervor among the villagers, who were determined to feast. Mu Guo, the leader, allowed the warriors to fish as he watched them with a satisfied smile, pleased with their enthusiasm. Today, they would have their fill, and tomorrow, he planned to lead them on a hunt, anticipating that many herbivores would soon emerge in search of grass. Tang Hua whispered to Shuiyu beside her before darting to Ingu's side, exclaiming, "Let us fish together." Ingu glanced at Tang Hua, who proudly displayed a new gray totemic line on her arm. "My strength is now different," she proclaimed. "Together, we will catch many fish." Ingu then turned to another warrior, Deshan, who smiled amiably and said, "Just in time. We need one more person. Come along." Tang Hua eagerly accepted the bait from Deshan, and the trio exchanged determined glances before beginning their fishing endeavor. However, as Mu Guo focused on catching tender grass leaves, she suddenly heard a peculiar voice emanating from the river, crystal clear amidst the chaos. "So much delicious food. 2-legged delicacies. 2 legs. 2 legs. It has been so long since I feasted on those creatures." The voice repeated the phrase 2 legs greedily, stirring a mixture of hunger and instinctive fear within her. Concentrating, she strained to listen amidst the clamor, discerning the largest voice, which continued, "Yes, just like that. Raise your hands. Don't resist. Drop the stones." Those two-legged beings look utterly delectable. The disquieting voice persisted, and Mu Guo felt an unsettling anxiety as she approached the riverbank, utilizing her shamanic powers to probe the waters. Her breath caught in her throat, and her complexion paled as she struggled to believe the size of the creature lurking below. In a panic, she turned to see Yang Ri and Shi Yao waiting with stones, ready to strike as soon as a fish approached. Without a moment to spare, she shouted, "Yang Ri, Shi Yao, run." Fortunately, their established trust allowed them to react without hesitation, dropping their stones and sprinting to Mu Guo's side. She did not linger, suppressing her trepidation as she called out to the villagers along the riverbank, "Run. Get away from the river. There is something huge in the water." But it was all too late. Scarcely had her warning left her lips when two villagers were swept away, unable to struggle, leaving only splashes in their wake. The onlookers turned ashen, abandoning their stones in frantic flight. From a vantage point partway up the mountain, Mu Guo watched in horror as two of his kin were dragged into the river by an unknown beast, springing to his feet and rushing to the villagers. Seeking Mu Guo, the first to cry out, "Did you see something?" Yang Ri and Shi Yao had only witnessed the splashes. Yet the fear of the unknown loomed larger than any visible danger. They both turned toward Mu Guo, hoping for an explanation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo cast a wary glance at the now tranquil surface of the river. Realizing that the two individuals had likely succumbed to the gaping maw of the colossal octopus, observing the anxious expressions of her kin surrounding her, she exhaled deeply and spoke with a measured tone. "Beneath the water lurks a formidable creature, an invertebrate endowed with 8 remarkably agile and powerful tentacles. Each tentacle is adorned with over 200 suction cups, which possess a formidable grip. Once a prey is ensnared, escape becomes exceedingly arduous. Its mouth is equipped with a pair of sharp, chitinous mandibles and serrated radula, designed to pierce the hard shells of its quarry, and it is capable of expelling a paralyzing neurotoxin." Mu Guo, like those around him, wore a grave expression on his face. He inquired, "Can you discern his size?" Mu Guo shook his head and said, "It is vast. With my abilities, I have only glimpsed a fraction of it." This revelation plunged the tribe into silence. After a long period of contemplation, Mu Guo suddenly realized something and glanced at Mu Guo, asking, belatedly, "How did you perceive it while it was submerged in the water?" Mu Guo grasped the mystical stone hanging around his neck and remarked, "I sensed it through the power of sorcery." Mu Guo nodded heavily, making a decisive proclamation to the clan members surrounding him. Henceforth, all activities by the riverbank are strictly prohibited. The clan members responded in unison, assuring him that they would no longer venture near the river. Having narrowly escaped disaster, they were all still trembling with fear, and each one looked at Mu Guo with genuine gratitude. "Thanks to you, Mu Guo," had you not shouted. "We wouldn't even know if we could stand here speaking now." A pale-faced clan member wiped the cold sweat from his brow, expressing his heartfelt thanks. "Indeed. I saw two strange entities emerge, and in the blink of an eye, they dragged the moonstone beside me away. If it weren't for Mu Guo's warning, I would have lost sight of the sun by now." The others nodded in agreement. Tang Hua, who was closest to the two individuals dragged away by the colossal octopus, now nestled in Jiu's embrace, cast a complex glance at Mu Guo. Mu Guo waved his hand and said, "All right, everyone, return now. Keep your distance from the riverbank. From now on, we shall fetch water from the other end." The clan members, in small groups, entered the cave, momentarily at a loss. Accustomed to fishing daily, the abrupt cessation left them feeling adrift, akin to losing a sense of purpose in life. Mu Guo gazed into the river, where only a few large blackfish measuring 4 to 5 meters remained. The once plentiful 1-meter-long fish had vanished without a trace, intensifying his unease regarding the colossal octopus. He and Jinghua strolled side by side towards the cave, pondering how this year's winter would likely be far more challenging without the sustenance of fish. Mu Guo clenched her fists, her heart racing as she leaned over the river's edge, her body poised for a hasty retreat. Gradually, her mystical energy extended to 2 meters, then 3, 4, and 6 meters, until she finally reached the riverbank. Upon probing further, she found that the colossal octopus had vanished, presumably drifting downstream. Currently, Her reach was limited to about 8 meters. To delve deeper, she would need to venture closer to the shore, a thought she promptly dismissed. The terror of the giant octopus was beyond her capacity to confront. As she withdrew her mystical energy, a wave of dizziness washed over her, a consequence of her heightened tension. In her previous life, the largest known octopus was the giant Pacific octopus, boasting an astonishing size and weight, with a length exceeding 9 meters, a record acknowledged by the Guinness World Records. However, the creature lurking in the river was evidently larger and appeared even more perilous. What puzzled her was that octopuses typically inhabit the depths of the ocean, particularly these giant varieties that require substantial sustenance, often preying on large marine creatures like sharks. Yet, what could explain the presence of this giant octopus in the river? She cast a glance at the riverbank where the two warriors had vanished, her expression darkening. At that moment, she had no time for sorrow. Her mind was engulfed by fear and trepidation. Just like that, two living beings had been dragged into the river before her eyes, leaving no trace. She could not articulate her emotions, feeling overwhelmed by an inability to comprehend the situation. Just moments before, those two had been joking and discussing plans for tomorrow's hunt. Mu Guo vigorously shook her head, attempting to cast aside her tumultuous emotions. It had been a period of excessive ease, causing her to forget just how perilous the world truly is. She had to tread cautiously to survive. Turning to her companions, Yang Ri and Mu Guo, she earnestly advised, "We must steer clear of this area." She had witnessed the tentacles of that colossal octopus, which were exceedingly long. Who could say whether they might reach further ashore and ensnare a person? The two nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting deep concern. Mu Guo understood their sorrow over the loss of fishing, the simplest means of procuring sustenance. She reassured them, there will be a solution. Yang Ri, invigorated by Mu Guo's confidence, replied, "Yes. I shall search for some tender grass." Shi Yao pouted, "So we are resorting to eating grass again?" As Mu Guo beheld Shi Yao's expression of distress, she felt as though her heart had been illuminated, as if the sun had dispelled the fog of despair. Indeed, one must always look forward. Since the past cannot be altered, acceptance is the only path forward, and at worst, she could simply avoid the riverbank in the future. With a playful flick, she tapped Shi Yao on the head and remarked, "Well, we certainly can't resort to eating dirt." Shi Yao, in utter despair, exclaimed, "I would rather eat dirt." Yang Ri, smacking his lips in resignation, suggested, "Perhaps we should stick to grass. It's certainly preferable to being consumed by an octopus." From a distance, Ingu observed Mu Guo and the two others, arm in arm, as they walked away. He took a step forward but ultimately chose not to pursue them. Inside the cave, Mu Isher sat upon a stone bed, casting a glance at the dejected expressions of his companions. He too felt a pang of sorrow. Two warriors had been dragged away by the colossal octopus, resulting in a significant loss of strength for the tribe, a considerable blow to their hunting capabilities. He glanced at Ing Chun and Deshan, who had awakened this winter, reassuring himself that at least fresh blood had joined their ranks. With renewed spirit, he declared, "We shall hunt at dawn. For today, you are free to gather provisions." The warriors responded affirmatively, pairing off in small groups as they exited the cave. Meanwhile, Mu Guo was on her haunches, foraging for grass. The early spring greenery was sparse and difficult to unearth. After much effort, she had only managed to gather a few handfuls of shoots, which would vanish in an instant when cooked. Finding it insufficient to satisfy her hunger, she set down her stone knife and beckoned to her companions. Intrigued by her mysterious demeanor, they approached her. Noticing Tang Hua and Ingu nearby, Mu Guo whispered conspiratorially, "Let us embark on a grand venture." Instantly invigorated by her suggestion, the trio huddled together, murmuring excitedly. Tang Hua, squatting on the ground, paused her weeding, curiosity piqued as she observed the three whispering together. Unsure of their conversation, she decided to inch closer to them. Soon, Mu Guo and her companions stood and strode purposefully into the cave. Moments later, they emerged with baskets and wooden shovels, heading toward the woods. Tang Hua exchanged a glance with Ingu, both harboring the same thought. Shi Yao pressed down his unruly hair and inquired, "Sister, are there many field mice in this area?" "Indeed," she replied, "field mice are social creatures. When the young are captured, the elders come seeking them." Yang Ri urged them on, "Let us hurry, I'm quite hungry." The forest was not densely packed, yet each tree stood tall and robust, now adorned with tender buds. As Mu Guo gazed at these new shoots, memories of her grandmother's yard flooded back, where the elm tree's young leaves were edible, either consumed raw or steamed. Most people used them to make steamed buns or dumpling fillings. She wondered, however, how palatable these tree leaves might be. For now, the priority was to locate the field mouse burrows. They soon discovered one, and Shi Yao and Yang Ri energetically began to excavate. Observing their fervor, Mu Guo silently stepped back. Her strength had barely increased, rendering her progress akin to that of a snail compared to the robust growth of Shi Yao and Yang Ri. As Yang Ri dug, he remained poised to strike any field mouse that might dart out. Meanwhile, Tang Hua, concealed behind a tree, exchanged knowing glances with Guo, who understood that they were indeed excavating a field mouse burrow. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Mu Guo reassured, it's all right, there won't be just one in the burrow. If it has fled, there are other voles. Let us continue digging. With this, Yang Ri and Shi Yao regained their composure. Yang Ri withdrew the wooden shovel he had thrust into the ground and resumed digging. Just as Mu Guo was growing weary of waiting, he suddenly noticed the soil beside him seemed to heave slightly. He quickly pointed to the disturbed area and exclaimed, "Hurry! The vole is over there." Shi Yao, with swift reflexes, struck the spot with a shovel, and the soil fell silent. Yang Ri hurriedly approached and began to clear away the earth, revealing a plump vole lying motionless, its nostrils, eyes, and ears stained with blood, evidently. Shi Yao's strike had been quite forceful. Elated, Shi Yao grabbed the vole by its tail, lifting it triumphantly before his companions, exclaiming, "Look! I caught it! I caught it!" Mu Guo gently placed the field mouse he had caught into the basket, grinning broadly at the creature that had grown noticeably plumper over the winter. "Well done! Well done! Let us keep up the good work!" he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight. Tang Hua, witnessing this scene, gasped in astonishment. Realizing that they were there to capture field mice, she glanced at Ng Ri's calm demeanor and understood that he must have known about the plan all along. However, she refrained from speaking further, discreetly noting the location for capturing the mice. Just then, Yang Ri approached, triumphantly holding up a rather disheveled and bewildered field mouse he had caught. "Look, I've caught one too, and it's much bigger than Shi Yao's. Haha," he declared gleefully. "Please don't eat me. I have an elderly parent and young ones to care for at home, not to mention a wife with a broken leg. I am the pillar of my family. They cannot do without me. I implore you, kind sirs, spare my life." The plump field mouse pleaded desperately, wriggling vigorously as Yang Ri dangled it by its tail. As Yang Ri raised a shovel, preparing to quiet the creature, Mu Guo interjected, "Wait a moment. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota." Status, resource exhausted. Mu Guo tentatively held the field mouse and inquired, "Do you desire a mate?" "Yes, yes, yes," exclaimed the mouse. "How shameless," retorted Mu Guo, brandishing a hammer. Suddenly, the still wriggling field mouse abruptly turned its head to gaze at Mu Guo's inverted face and immediately let out a terrified shriek. Squeak! Squeak! Mu Guo finally discerned the appearance of the field mouse, which was as large as a rabbit, adorned with a patch of golden fur the size of a coin on its belly. This fur bore a resemblance to that of the golden mouse the boy had brought last time. Could it be a mutation? She pondered, stroking her chin while gazing at the trembling mouse for a considerable time before speaking. "Do you wish to be the leader?" The mouse, now motionless and curled up, stared back with anxious eyes and squeaked softly, "What? Oh dear, you don't understand. I mean being the chief among your kind. The one whose word is law. When you say one, the other mice dare not utter two." The mouse's round eyes fixed intently on Mu Guo, then glanced at its comrade. Lifeless in her basket, swallowing hard, it cautiously inquired, "If I become the leader, will I be safe from death?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mu Guo observed the remarkably anthropomorphic expression of the field mouse, and, addressing the bewildered Yang Ri and Shi Yao, declared, "Hold it down. I must draw some blood." Without hesitation, Yang Ri and Shi Yao complied, one grasping its hind paw while the other seized its forepaw. The unfortunate field mouse was thus pinned to the ground. Slowly, Mu Guo withdrew the spiny quill from his waist and brandished it over the trembling creature. Terrified, the mouse's fur became damp as it began to struggle and squeak in distress. Alas, its diminutive frame proved no match for the considerable strength of the two boys. The mouse, eyes wide with fear, watched as Mu Guo, with a sinister grin, approached closer. Trembling uncontrollably, it instinctively recoiled, protesting, "Didn't you promise not to kill me? What are you doing? Ah, please don't touch me. Remove that sharp, elongated object. I'll bow to you. Woe is me. Why is it still alive? Could it be that it perished too swiftly to react? Upon opening its eyes, it saw Mu Guo retracting the sharp quill. Was it spared from death? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo chose to disregard its apparent desire to flee and stated, I can allow you to leave, but upon your return. You must become the leader of your rodent clan. Why do you wish for me to assume such a role? The field mouse stammered. Why do you chatter so much? You field mouse. If I were to offer you leadership, you would refuse? If you decline, I shall take your place. Now hurry and depart, lest I decide to consume you. Without a backward glance, the field mouse swiftly darted into a nearby hole, navigating the winding tunnels as it pondered whether it truly did not wish to be the leader or if its capabilities simply did not permit it. Meanwhile, hidden behind a grand tree, Tang Hua incredulously rubbed its ears, astonished that Mu Guo would let the field mouse go. What a waste. Mu Guo was indeed selfish, preferring to release it rather than share with others. Glancing at the retreating figure of Ingu, Tang Hua hastily gave chase. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo smiled and shook his head, saying, It is of little consequence. While you possess great strength to engage in battle with beasts and will undoubtedly become the backbone of our hunting endeavors, I cannot simply plead with the wild creatures to refrain from biting me. Yang Ri, flattered by Mu Guo's praise, bashfully scratched the back of his head and resolutely declared, I shall surely become a powerful warrior, akin to the chieftain. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Ri offered reassurance. You need not fret over your lesser strength. For as a shaman, you are not required to venture out for hunting. Mu Guo lowered her gaze and nodded slightly. All right, let us roast this field mouse first. After we finish, we can see if we can catch some other animals. Initially, she had intended to catch the field mice for sustenance, as their reproductive capacity was remarkably prolific, ensuring they would not face extinction. However, with her newfound thoughts, she felt it was no longer appropriate to pursue the field mice. It seemed she would need to devise another plan. Over the past 2 days, she had dedicated herself to wandering around the suspicious burrows nearby and had ventured up the back mountains several times, discovering numerous spots where small creatures were active. She called down to Yang Ri and Shiyao, who were perched on a tree, nibbling on tender leaves. Come down. I have found a way to catch some prey. Shiyao and Yang Ri exchanged glances before jumping down, their eyes filled with anticipation as they looked at Mu Guo. They had been subsisting on tender tree leaves for 2 consecutive days. While it kept them from starving, it did little to satiate their hunger. Mu Guo led the 2 individuals towards a grassy area on the back mountain, where scattered clusters of berries intertwined with the foliage. One could observe half-eaten berries precariously dangling from the branches, dripping with ruby red juice. Mu Guo surveyed the surroundings before settling on a spot. She tossed 2 wooden shovels to her companions and sketched a shape on the ground, declaring, I intend to construct a trap for rabbits and wild chickens. You 2 shall dig the pit, while I gather some materials. The 2 individuals took the shovels and began to excavate, while Mu Guo ventured into the woods. Wielding a stone knife, she carefully selected and cut down a dozen sturdy branches, sharpening one end of each. Once she had prepared all the branches, she returned to her companions. Upon reaching them, she found that they had successfully dug the pit. Satisfied with the sizable hole before her, she leaped down and inserted the sharpened ends of the branches into the ground. After positioning all the branches, she covered them with grass and twigs, finally placing a generous amount of berries atop the trap as bait. Mu Guo brushed the dust off his hands, declaring triumphantly, mission accomplished. Is this sufficient? He suggested. Let us first experiment. If it proves ineffective, we shall refine it further. Shiyao squinted his eyes, gazing down the mountain at a wisp of smoke, inquiring, What is that? Yang Ri turned to look, his expression darkening, and he replied, Let us go and investigate. The group descended the mountain, only to discover 2 field mice roasting at the spot where they had been digging, surrounded by Ingu, Tang Hua, and Deshan. Yang Ri fixed a stern gaze upon them, while Tang Hua shrank back, lowering her head in silence, and Ingu, seemingly unperturbed, continued with his tasks. Mu Guo cast a glance at the group, remaining silent as he took hold of Yang Ri and Shi Yao, leading them away. Yang Ri indignantly remarked, "They are mimicking us and catching field mice." Shi Yao, equally incensed, added, "Instead of foraging for themselves, they choose to imitate us. We ought to teach them a lesson." Upon hearing this, Yang Ri felt a surge of agreement and was ready to take action alongside him. However, Mu Guo contemplated for a moment before restraining the two, saying, "Let us refrain from going there just yet." "Why is that?" they inquired. "You both have yet to awaken, while Tang Hua is of no concern. Inggu and Deshan have already undergone their awakening. At present, you are not their match, and venturing forth would only lead to your defeat." Yang Ri and Shi Yao gradually calmed down, yet their frustration lingered, leaving them silent, with furrowed brows. Mu Guo comforted, "All right, let us not harbor any anger. In the future, we shall feast upon rabbits and wild chickens instead. I still have numerous traps yet to be crafted." Upon hearing this, the two immediately cast aside their earlier displeasure, their minds now solely preoccupied with whether their traps had ensnared any prey. In truth, Mu Guo harbored no intention of settling scores with Tang Hua. In her heart, she believed that field mice were not her exclusive property. Whoever caught them would rightfully claim them. She bore no grudges for such matters. However, this did not imply that she would refrain from feeling anger over other issues. Tang Hua's constant, stealthy following was irksome. No one relishes the sensation of being surveilled, particularly when she felt powerless against Tang Hua's antics. Shaking her head to dismiss these troubling thoughts, she reminisced about the past when she and her grandfather would catch rabbits and net wild chickens in the mountains. She dashed into the cave and saw Wu weaving a wooden basket. As the soldiers had accumulated a considerable number of items, the standard baskets were becoming inadequate. Wu had taken it upon herself to create larger ones, which over time became known as wooden baskets due to Mu Guo's reference. "Aunt Wu, you are busy," Mu Guo remarked. Wu looked up, smiled, and replied, "Indeed. With the soldiers venturing out to hunt, I thought they would return with many damaged baskets. So I prepared some in advance to facilitate their next hunting endeavor." The nearby women, cheerfully setting aside their tasks, greeted Mu Guo warmly. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mu Guo turned and retrieved a charred piece of wood from the extinguished firewood pile. She traced a net-like pattern upon the ground and, observing Wu's puzzled expression, elucidated. Each mark made here represents a line, and where these lines intersect, they must be securely tied together. It is imperative that the lines are robust, and the distance between the grids should not exceed the size of a fist, which is approximately the size I am indicating. This net should be roughly the size from my stone bed to yours. As she gestured, it became apparent that the dimensions were equivalent to that of 2 double beds. Wu, having grasped Mu Guo's explanation, glanced at the net she had sketched, feeling it was not overly complex, and replied, "I can give it a try." Mu Guo cheerfully proclaimed, "Very well, I shall take charge of today's meal. You need only ensure that the net is both strong and spacious." Wu Bin initially intended to decline, but at that moment, her stomach let out a resounding growl, prompting her to acquiesce. As Mu Guo emerged from the cave with a buoyant spirit, she immediately noticed the grave expressions of Shi Yao and Yang Ri, who were intently gazing at the river's surface with an air of vigilance. A sense of foreboding crept into her heart, prompting her to inquire, "What is amiss? Have you seen something?" She harbored a growing concern that it might be the colossal octopus. Shi Yao remained fixated on the river, and after a moment of stillness, he replied, "I just witnessed a sudden eruption of water from the river, followed by something peculiar crashing onto the bank. It is highly likely that the giant octopus is moving within the waters." Yang Ri wiped the sweat from his brow. The memory of the two soldiers being dragged into the river without a trace of struggle resurfacing in his mind. Fearfully, he remarked, "I have never encountered such a beast. Fortunately, it is an aquatic creature and cannot venture onto land. Otherwise, we would be doomed." Shi Yao nodded in agreement, acknowledging the peril that the giant octopus posed. They lacked the means to vanquish such a formidable creature, and the prospect of cohabiting with such a dangerous entity was anything but comforting. Mu Guo cast a wary glance at the river's surface, pondering the fact that in her previous life, octopuses could survive and move for a short period after leaving the water. She wondered if this colossal octopus might venture ashore in pursuit of humans. It would be prudent to maintain a greater distance from the river in the future, After all, there was the back mountain river, ensuring they would not be deprived of water, albeit it would be a bit farther away. However, the inconvenience of fetching water was evident, as the river, now dominated by the giant octopus, was originally a mere 500 meters away. Now, retrieving water from the back mountain necessitated a trek of 2 kilometers, involving a journey through dense, unkempt grasslands devoid of paths, where snakes lay hidden in the underbrush, alongside other unknown perils. Fortunately, the river was not particularly wide, populated only by small fish, alleviating concerns about the presence of large predators. Mu Guo observed the scattered individuals diligently shouldering heavy stone basins as they traversed the water-fetching path. Ultimately, this precious water would be poured into a large stone pit within a cave, a natural depression that had long remained unutilized, only repurposed after the large basin meant for water storage within the cave had cracked. She exhaled, realizing that there was still much to be accomplished. The net for Wu had yet to be crafted, and she had promised to gather food for Wu today. Thus, she climbed the tree alongside Shiryao and Yongri to collect tinder leaves, gazing at the full basket of fresh foliage behind her and the tree before her, which had been stripped bare in the process. Mu Guo sheepishly scratched her head. She had become overly engrossed and neglected the wisdom of not over-harvesting from a single source. Now, this tree was half-bald. Pondering for a moment, she decided that since it was already bare, she would. She grasped a branch and leaped down, just in time to see Feng returning from the water-fetching trip. She quickly intercepted Feng, saying, "Could you do me a favor?" Feng glanced down at Mu Guo, remained silent, but nodded in acknowledgement of her request. Mu Guo pointed at the barren tree and said, "Please help me chop down this tree." Feng glanced at the tree, which was large enough for 2 people to embrace, and smirked slightly. It seemed he had been given quite the task. Nevertheless, he nodded and returned to the cave, soon emerging with a stone axe, beginning to chop vigorously at the tree. After all, he was the guardian of the shaman and held an unwavering allegiance to her. The sun had already descended halfway, and the pot in Mu Guo's possession was bubbling with steam. The 3 of them gathered around the stone pot, savoring the aroma of the tinder leaves being cooked, their mouths watering from hunger after a long day. Although the tinder leaves appeared abundant, they shrank visibly once boiled. In the end, a basketful of leaves yielded merely 5 bowls, just enough for each of the 3 to have one. She also served an additional bowl to Feng and Wu, ensuring everyone had a sufficient meal. They even relished the broth from the tinder leaves, leaving nothing behind. As Mu Guo patted her full belly, she suddenly remembered the traps they had set and whether any rabbits had fallen into them. She promptly stood up and declared, "Let us go check on the traps." Yang Ri and Shiryao's eyes brightened as they followed closely behind Mu Guo, with Shiryao inquiring, "Do you really think there will be prey caught in them?" Mu Guo shook her head, uncertainty clouding her thoughts. In her previous life, it had been rather easy to catch prey. She replied, "I am not sure either. Let us take a look." The group made their way to the back mountain, where Mu Guo spotted that the grass and berries concealing the trap had vanished. A sense of apprehension welled up within her. Had they truly succeeded? With a heart tinged with excitement, she quickened her pace, leaning forward to peer into the trap, hoping to find a plump rabbit within. Regrettably, the outcome left her profoundly disappointed. She had harbored considerable hope for this trap, yet it lay empty, save for a crooked wooden stake and a few scattered red berries. Yang Ri and Shiryao also shared in her disappointment. Mu Guo crouched beside the trap, taking a deep breath to dispel her disquieting emotions. She scrutinized the trap closely, noting a trace of blood on the slanted stake and a few crushed berries. The walls of the trap bore several claw marks. Realization dawned upon her. A rabbit had fallen in, sustained injuries, yet had managed to struggle free. It seemed the issue lay in the trap's insufficient depth and the stake's lack of sharpness. Time was no longer on their side, and it was impractical to dig deeper at this hour. She straightened the crooked stake and rose, saying, "Let us depart. We shall reconstruct the trap tomorrow." Yang Ri, puzzled, inquired, "Are we to dig deeper?" Mu Guo nodded, and accompanied by a few others, they returned to the vicinity of the cave. Upon seeing her return, Feng remarked, "It has been felled." After speaking, he curiously gazed at Mu Guo, wondering what she intended to do with the trunk of the tree. Mu Guo gestured towards the tree, nodding in satisfaction, concluding that it was sufficient. Turning to Feng, she indicated a height of approximately 1 meter 30 to 40 centimeters, saying, "Cut the tree into segments of this height, then hollow out the center and smooth it over." Feng glanced at the fallen tree and then at the stone basin, seemingly grasping Mu Guo's intentions. The stone basin was heavy and thick, often unable to hold much water, but if it were a wooden barrel, say, with a diameter of 1 meter and a height of 1 meter 20 or 30, it would not only be significantly lighter, but also capable of containing more water. Feng swiftly fashioned the general shape according to Mu Guo's description, leaving only the final smoothing to be done. As night descended, darkness enveloped the earth, with only the stars scattered across the sky endeavoring to emit their faint luminescence, casting a gentle glow upon the ground. The people blocked the cave entrance with a large stone and gradually returned to their stone beds, while the flickering firelight danced and reflected dazzling sparks. Beside the fire, Wu continued to weave the net as instructed by Mu Guo, while Feng meticulously polished the wooden barrel that resembled a vat. By the time deep night arrived, the cave fell silent, save for the continuous sounds of snoring and the occasional crackling of the burning firewood. Mu Guo, illuminated by the firelight, stared blankly at the cave's ceiling. An undercurrent of anxiety gripped her, akin to watching others flourish while she remained stagnant, or even regressing. The sensation was profoundly disheartening, leaving her unable to sleep. Both Yang Ri and Shi Yao had noticeably increased their strength, while her own progress felt agonizingly slow, akin to a tortoise's pace. She had also awakened a peculiar ability to communicate with animals, yet she was uncertain of its practical applications beyond idle chatter. The water manipulation skill rewarded by the system had devolved into merely evaporating her perspiration, lacking any substantial offensive capability. She couldn't very well use it whimsically to embarrass others with unintended consequences. As for the replication of Yingxuan's fiery abilities, she found herself stagnant at her previous level. It was clear that having many skills would be futile without mastery, leading to an awkward situation. Staring at the cave ceiling, she remained lost in thought until the latter part of the night, finally succumbing to sleep. Sunlight filtered through the crevices of the massive stone at the cave's entrance, casting a golden glow within, awakening the inhabitants from their stone beds. Wu emerged from her blanket, carrying a net crafted from strips of animal hide, and approached Mu Guo's sleeping form. Seeing her deep slumber, she placed the net at the head of her bed and joined several women in exiting the cave in search of food. When Mu Guo finally opened her eyes, the sun was already high in the sky. Had it not been for her hunger, she might have continued to dream a while longer. You have finally awakened. Mu Guo, still in a daze, turned her head and saw Feng sitting on the ground, polishing a wooden vat. She stifled a yawn and remarked, "I stayed up too late last night." Feng cast a curious glance her way, puzzled by her inability to fall asleep at night. They typically drifted off as soon as they lay down. On the ground lay 2 wooden vats that had already been polished, a testament to Feng's remarkable speed. She approached and gently touched one of the finished vats, asking, "Could I trouble you for another favor?" Feng paused in his work, glancing at Mu Guo, wondering why she had singled him out for commands. Nevertheless, he inquired, "What kind of favor?" Mu Guo leaned in and whispered a few words, causing Feng to turn her head in shock, shaking it in reluctant dissent. "Is that really appropriate? Do you still remember what was said before his demise?" Feng pressed her lips together, inhaling deeply before reluctantly conceding, "I shall do it." She retrieved a stone knife from beneath her pillow, inadvertently knocking over the net that was stacked at the head of the bed, since it was crafted from animal hide and layered together. She struggled momentarily to distinguish it from the blanket. Bending down to pick up the net, she shook it open and examined it closely. The craftsmanship was commendable, with evenly spaced grids and the strips of animal hide nearly uniform in thickness. She tugged at it and felt satisfied with its quality, believing it would not easily yield. Clutching the net under her arm and securing the stone knife at her waist, she turned to search for a wooden shovel, only to find that only one remained. Realization dawned upon her. Stone Yao and Yang Ri must have already departed, likely assuming she was in deep slumber and thus did not rouse her. Mu Guo, wielding a wooden shovel and a net, hurriedly made her way to the back mountain. Indeed, she spotted 2 individuals digging near the trap. Approaching them briskly, she greeted them and noticed that the pit was nearly excavated to the desired depth. She swiftly picked up the wooden spikes that the 2 had unearthed and sharpened them further with a stone knife. Casting a glance back, she observed that in a short span, the 2 had dug the hole deep enough for a person to fall in, and should that happen, it would be quite a challenge to extricate oneself. "All right, this depth is sufficient." She handed the sharpened spikes to Shi Yao, who was still in the pit. Shi Yao methodically inserted the spikes into the ground, ensuring that their sharp ends pointed upward, creating a menacing sight. A single prick from these could be quite painful. Once the pit was concealed again, she scattered some berries over it and clapped her hands together. "All done." Now, let us proceed to construct the next trap. Shi Yao scratched his head in curiosity and inquired, where shall we dig the next trap? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo suddenly halted his steps and turned to the two, saying, why don't you catch some insects? Ideally, they should be somewhat plump, although at this time of year, they might not be. Never mind, any insects will suffice. Larger ones would be preferable. Shi Yao frowned at the mention of insects, finding the notion rather unpleasant. Yang Ri, however, cast a curious glance at Mu Guo and inquired, aren't we supposed to be setting traps? What purpose do the insects serve? Mu Guo explained, to catch fish, we require meat as bait, to catch rabbits. Berries serve the purpose. Thus, it follows that luring chickens also necessitates bait, with grains and insects being their most favored delicacies. Shi Yao and Yang Ri's eyes sparkled with excitement, as they harbored a fondness for chicken. However, capturing a chicken is no simple task. Its sharp beak and flapping wings can inflict painful scratches upon one's face, and when threatened, it can take flight, leaving one both frustrated and helpless. Most infuriatingly, chickens possess a remarkable memory for grievances. Should one fail to catch them, they are likely to remember your face, and, when you least expect it, drop a fresh deposit of droppings upon your head as a form of retribution. Then let us proceed to catch some insects, she suggested. Be cautious and avoid getting bitten. Insects are not difficult to catch, yet venomous ones abound, and a bite could prove more troublesome than beneficial. Yang Ri chuckled with glee, relishing the thought of feasting on chicken. What do venomous creatures matter? One must risk something to gain something. Children raised in primitive societies understand that food is often acquired through peril. She watched as the two ventured into the thicket, searching for insects with sticks, while she traversed the back mountain, returning to the front, making her way towards the area where she had once been pursued by chickens. After surveying the surrounding trees and shrubs, she noticed several chicken tracks beside a patch of grass. Eagerly, Mu Guo approached and parted the grass, revealing a chaotic array of paw prints, indicating that wild chickens frequently roamed this area. With the net unfurled, she scanned the nearby trees and compared the height of the chicken that had once chased her, determining her next steps with clarity. Mu Guo hung the four corners of the net upon the surrounding trees, positioning it a full 40 centimeters higher than the height of a wild chicken. Any lower and the creature would surely become wary. Once secured, she mused that Yang Ri and Shi Yao had likely yet to discover an ample supply of insects, prompting her decision to seek out some grains. Casting a glance at the erected net, she turned towards the field where the voles dwelled. Today, she noticed the absence of Tang Hua and Inggu, a fortunate circumstance that spared her the need to avoid them. With focused intent, she employed her shamanic powers to sense the location of the voles, discovering that they had indeed moved far from their previous habitation. Unhurriedly, Mu Guo approached the spot directly above the burrow of the voles, nonchalantly picking up a twig to poke at the ground. After a few moments of inactivity, it appeared the voles remained oblivious to her presence. Resolutely, she struck the earth twice with her hand, producing a rhythmic thud, and called out, "It's me. Come out quickly." After waiting in vain for a response, she pouted and added, "If you don't emerge soon, I shall dig up your home." No sooner had the words left her lips than a rustling sound emanated from a nearby spot. Turning towards the noise, she beheld a vole's head emerging from a concealed burrow beneath the underbrush, its beady eyes darting suspiciously in her direction. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo poked the field mouse's belly with his finger and said irritably, "Why are you running away? Did you really think you could escape? I told you, no matter where you go, I will always find you. See, you still refuse to believe me, and now I have caught you. Haven Ti? Can there not be a little more trust between humans and mice?" Mu Guo gently poked the belly of the field mouse with a finger, causing its ears to droop dejectedly. The little creature lowered its head, its eyes spinning in a frantic whirl, before lifting its gaze to Mu Guo with a pitiful expression and pleading, "I believe you. I believe you. Dear lady, please spare me the poke. I feel as though I might perish from the pain." Mu Guo refrained from prodding further, yet did not release its grasp. Instead, it inquired, "How did the matter of appointing you as the leader fare?" The field mouse instantly stiffened, taken aback. How could it have known that she would be able to locate it? Furthermore, after the last fright, it had been preoccupied with moving and had long since cast that matter aside. Yet it dared not voice such thoughts. For the bipedal creature, before it was known to prey on mice, and it was not yet ready to meet its demise. I am still no match for our clan leader. Once I am mature, I shall be able to surpass it, it stammered. Mu Guo was taken aback, lifting the exceptionally plump field mouse in his hand and scrutinizing it for a long while. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Is this what you call not having grown up?" I am only 5 months old, Mu Guo." The field mouse, sensing Mu Guo's disbelief, hurriedly exclaimed, "Once the fur upon my body turns golden, I shall have grown up. If you do not believe me, just take a look at the fur on my belly." Mu Guo was taken aback as she observed a ring of golden fur that had sprouted around her companion, wondering if it had truly undergone a mutation. She set down the field mouse and remarked, "There's no rush. Please return home and fetch me some beans or grains, the food you consume." Upon hearing this, the field mouse felt a wave of relief, grateful to avoid a confrontation with the clan leader. It immediately replied with enthusiasm, "I shall return promptly with what you need," and promptly scurried into its burrow. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mu Guo chuckled with delight as he gazed at the empty-cheeked field mouse and inquired cheerfully, "What is your name?" The field mouse lifted its head and replied, "My name is a API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota." Status, resource exhausted. With a heart full of joy, Mu Guo bid farewell to Ada, clutching a handful of grains as he hurried towards the trap. It was then that he encountered Yang Ri and Shi Yao, who had just returned. "Sister, do you think this is sufficient?" Shi Yao inquired, as he and Yang Ri each opened a bundle of leaves. Mu Guo leaned in to take a look, spotting a dozen half-dead insects writhing on the foliage. "It should suffice. Let us proceed to catch some chickens." The trio made their way towards the trap, just in time to witness a wild chicken foraging on the ground for insects. They quickly concealed themselves behind the grass, crouching low until the wild chicken wandered off. The wild chicken was highly cautious. Should it be startled now, it would prove difficult to capture in the future. Ideally, every startled wild chicken would find its way into their bellies. Mu Guo placed the grains at the center of the net, taking a handful and scattering them around its periphery, arranging them one by one until they connected to the center. The insects were arranged in a similar fashion, leaving a few grains and insects behind for future use. Suddenly, a distinct cluck echoed through the air. The three, fearing the wild chicken might take flight, instinctively concealed themselves. Peering through the gaps in the grass, before them descended a wild hen, comparable in size to a turkey. It folded its wings, adorned with yellow feathers speckled with black, and its long, elegant tail arched slightly upwards. Standing on the ground, it craned its neck to survey its surroundings until it spotted the grains and insects below. With cautious steps, it approached, tilting its head to scrutinize the wriggling insects, yet it refrained from hastily devouring them. After meticulously scanning the vicinity to ensure it was alone, it delicately pecked at the insects, extending its neck to swallow one whole. Following this, it began to peck at the beans nearby, savoring a few delectable bites. Its confidence grew as it advanced, systematically pecking at the grains and insects scattered on the ground, oblivious to any potential threats above. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon witnessing this scene, Mu Guo joyfully clenched his fist in triumph. Fortunately, the wild chickens here were not particularly astute, exhibiting behaviors identical to those of chickens from his previous life. At that moment, the wild chicken, upon colliding with the net, became flustered and began to struggle desperately, flapping its wings erratically. It was precisely due to the force of its flapping that the net, which was ensnared in the branches above, was dislodged. Consequently, the wild chicken found itself completely ensnared within the net, rendering it unable to escape. With a heart brimming with excitement, Mu Guo dashed towards the wild chicken, closely followed by Shi Yao and Yang Ri. Observing the exhausted bird, its vibrant feathers scattered about, she couldn't help but smile broadly. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly executed a decisive blow. Retrieving her knife, she extracted the wild chicken from beneath the net, lifting it by its legs. The three of them gazed in delight at the plump creature, laughter escaping their lips. It was indeed the happiest day they had experienced this year. She handed the chicken to Shi Yao, saying, "You hold on to this for now. I shall set up the net." Yang Ri followed suit. Setting up the net was relatively straightforward. They hung the four corners on branches, ensuring it would not easily fall while also allowing it to ensnare the chicken as it floundered. This required locating sturdy branches to secure the net. In truth, the trap posed little danger and demanded no exceptional skill. The trio returned to the vicinity of the cave, where their fellow tribesmen gazed enviously at the wild chicken in their possession. Tang Hua stared at the chicken in Mu Guo's hands, saliva pooling at the corners of her mouth, before hastily turning and sprinting towards Ngu. After preparing the chicken, they carefully collected the feathers, refusing to discard a single one, storing them in a leather pouch to craft a down jacket for the winter. Soon, the savory aroma of roasted chicken wafted through the air. Mu Guo divided the meat into two portions, one for Wu and the other for Feng, both of whom were crucial allies, particularly Feng, whose assistance would be needed frequently in the future, thus his share could not be overlooked. The wild chicken filled the three of them, the men enjoying a hearty meal. After placing the feather-filled pouch back in the cave, Mu Guo announced, "Let us go check the traps on the back mountain for any bounty." At her words, Shi Yao and Yang Ri's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as they raced towards the back mountain. Upon arrival, they discovered that the bait and the covering foliage of the trap had vanished, revealing a dark, gaping hole. Mu Guo restrained her emotions and hurried to the cave entrance, peering inside as a wave of ecstatic joy surged through her heart. Shi Yao exclaimed in delight beside her, "Look, there are rabbits, and so many little ones." The tiny bunnies, freshly born and yet to grow their fur, nestled beneath the mother rabbit, eagerly suckling at her milk. 129 little rabbits. After counting the days, she had planned to send these few rabbits to the afterlife, contemplating how best to prepare them for consumption, pondering that they must be deliciously crunchy, perhaps devoured two at a time. Mu Guo swiftly intercepted Yang Ri's hand, which was reaching for the little rabbit, and said, "You cannot eat it." She harbored a daring notion. She desired to cultivate rabbits. It is well known that rabbits possess an extraordinary reproductive capacity. Otherwise, they would not have become a plague in Australia. If Mu Guo were to comment, she would say that these people simply do not know how to relish such opportunities. In her homeland, rabbits would never have the chance to flourish in such a manner. In her past life, rabbit meat was quite a luxury, seldom indulged in, only occasionally craved. Yang Ri withdrew his hand, scratching his head and inquiring, "Are we raising them to fatten for consumption?" Indeed, to be precise, the aim was to encourage their reproduction. A single litter could yield nearly 10 rabbits, and as those rabbits matured and continued to breed, would we ever need to worry about a lack of rabbit meat? Yang Ri and Shi Yao gazed at Mu Guo in astonishment. They had never contemplated such a method existed in this world. If this continued, would they not be free from hunger for the rest of their lives? Yang Ri, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Then can we also raise chickens, field mice, wild boars, and even porcupines?" Mu Guo observed the expression of longing on Yang Ri's face and felt somewhat reluctant to dampen his enthusiasm. Thus he replied, "Well, one might say that if you could indeed conquer them." Yang Ri and Shi Yao were already lost in fervent imaginings of the future, and seeing them so engrossed in conversation, Mu Guo decided to take matters into his own hands. The mother rabbit lay helplessly on her side at the bottom of the burrow, her back pierced by sharp spines, which explained why she was still alive yet unable to dig her way to freedom. Leaning over the burrow's entrance, Mu Guo reached in to free the mother rabbit from the wooden spikes. She struggled briefly, bleeding in the process. Mu Guo had no choice but to ask Yang Ri and Shi Yao to hold the mother rabbit steady, preventing her from injuring herself further. With both hands, Mu Guo patted the mother rabbit, ensuring to soothe her before retrieving the several little kits nestled in the burrow's depths. This precaution was vital to prevent the mother from sensing an unfamiliar scent on her offspring and potentially harming them, which would be a regrettable loss. Therefore, it was essential to first touch the mother rabbit to imbue the kits with her scent. Without concern for properly covering the trap, Mu Guo was eager to prepare a nest for the rabbits. The group returned to the cave, once again greeted by the envy and admiration of their companions. Mu Guo carried over a well-crafted wooden tub and proceeded to gather some hay to lay at the bottom, before gently placing the rabbits inside. The large rabbit initially resisted vehemently, struggling against confinement. However, upon noticing the little rabbits within the tub and the tender grass and berries that Shi Yao had thoughtfully brought back, it gradually settled down. The tub was indeed spacious, Yet for a rabbit measuring a meter in length, it was merely sufficient for turning around, forcing them to make do for the time being. She planned to construct a rabbit nest when time allowed, but considering the young rabbits had yet to grow fur, they would have to remain in the cave for the moment. This endeavor sparked an intense curiosity among her kin, who animatedly discussed how to catch the rabbits without consuming them, marveling at the astonishing size of the newly born creatures. As Feng listened to their chatter, he squeezed in among the throng, which was forcefully parted by his presence. He leaned down, intrigued by the little rabbits and the mother rabbit within the tub, and glanced at Mu Guo, who was tossing hay into the enclosure, unable to restrain his curiosity as he asked, "Aren't you going to eat them?" Mu Guo nodded, refraining from further explanation, for she had to busy herself with constructing the rabbit's den. The little bunnies grew remarkably fast, and soon the wooden tub would become insufficient. However, she furrowed her brow, observing the crowd with their salivating expressions fixed upon the rabbits, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Although she trusted that the majority of her kin would not take her possessions without permission, she could not guarantee that all would behave themselves. Moreover, in times of desperate hunger, one could never predict the lengths to which people might go. Slowly, she turned her gaze toward Feng, realizing that fate had once again intertwined their paths. Feng, sensing the weight of her stare, turned to meet Mu Guo's eyes, which sparkled with warmth. He silently averted his gaze, suddenly nostalgic for the previous shaman. Mu Guo did not shy away from addressing the wind directly, saying, "Please keep an eye on the rabbits for me." The wind paused momentarily before reluctantly nodding in agreement. All right. However, he could not help but feel a twinge of discomfort. He was a warrior, originally assigned by the chief to care for and protect the shaman. Yet, ever since Mu Guo had taken on the role of shaman, he found himself engaged in trivial tasks, particularly the responsibility of watching over the rabbits. With the rabbits already captured, what was there left to observe? Could they even escape? He never doubted that his kin would consider the lively, wriggling creatures before them as mere prey. With the wind's assurance, the gazes of his fellow tribesmen seemed less fervent than before. Mu Guo felt relieved as he stepped out of the cave, with Yang Ri and Shi Yao hastily following suit. From a distance, Tang Huan noticed Mu Guo and the others emerging and quickly descended from her stone bed. She hurried to the wooden tub where the rabbits were kept, peering down to see the little ones nestled against their mother's belly, seeking warmth. The mother rabbit occasionally turned her eyes towards the people above, and Tang Hua swallowed hard, greedily glancing at the rabbits before darting out of the cave. Though the tribesmen understood that the rabbits captured by Mu Guo were off-limits for consumption, they still lingered nearby, reluctant to disperse. It was a rare opportunity to observe living rabbits so closely. Their swift and cunning nature made them difficult to catch. The crowd became overwhelming, causing the mother rabbit to rise on all fours, her ears standing erect, anxiously pacing within the wooden tub. The sudden movement startled the little ones, causing several to struggle beneath her weight. The wind quickly shooed away the onlookers, allowing the rabbits to gradually calm down, and he sighed in relief. He settled beside the wooden tub, attending to the rabbits while meticulously crafting a new nesting box. After an afternoon of diligent work, he finally produced a respectable rabbit den. Wiping the dirt from his hands, he raised his arm to brush away the sweat from his brow, gazing with satisfaction at the splendid rabbit abode before him. As the cave was naturally formed with a hard stone floor, he had only needed to build walls high enough to prevent the rabbits from escaping using mud and stones. Within the enclosure, he had carefully constructed a rabbit nest, akin to a doghouse, to expedite the drying of the mud for the rabbit's new home. He had Yang Ri fetch plenty of dry twigs, which he ignited to bake the nesting box. After completing these tasks, the sun had set, and the people retreated into their blankets to rest. Mu Guo lay on the stone bed, her eyes wide open, unable to find slumber. To be candid, this was her first endeavor in raising rabbits, and she felt a tinge of uncertainty. All she could do was hope that the rabbits would exhibit resilience and remain healthy, avoiding any untimely demise. She silently prayed for the well-being of the litter, wishing for them to thrive so that she might savor their meat. Meanwhile, the soft sounds of snoring from her companions filled the air. She didn't need to glance over to know it was Yang Ri, while Shi Yao emitted gentle snores. Mu Guo sighed enviously, contemplating their remarkable sleep quality. Dismissing her thoughts, she turned over, tucked herself under the blanket, and gradually drifted into sleep. At dawn the next day, someone moved the massive stone blocking the cave entrance, allowing sunlight to stream in. Slowly awakening, she first rushed to check on the rabbits. The mother rabbit was nibbling on some rather stale grass, while the little ones huddled close, their tiny heads bobbing as they sought the delectable food they yearned for. "If you wish to go out, do so," I shall remain here, a voice carried from behind her. Turning with a smile, she replied to Feng, thank you. I'll bring you some food later. Tang Hua, noticing Mu Guo and the others exiting the cave, quickly sat up from her stone bed. She cast a glance at Feng, who was polishing the last wooden barrel before following suit. At that moment, Mu Guo had reached the area designated for trapping wild chickens. Upon arriving at the trap site, she discovered that the net hanging from the tree had somehow fallen to the ground, and to her astonishment, it ensnared a wild chicken. The creature appeared to have been deceased for some time. If Mu Guo's guess was correct, the wild chicken had succumbed to exhaustion, having fought desperately against the net. Fierce in spirit and stubborn in nature, it had believed it could break free, struggling relentlessly until it was utterly drained of strength. Yang Ri, delighted, lifted the net and retrieved the wild chicken, weighing it in his hands and exclaiming, it seems we shall be feasting on wild chicken every day from now on. Mu Guo gazed with delight at the wild chicken, which was even larger than the one he had caught last time, and chuckled, of course. We must first set the net again, and then head back to roast it. I'll find some grains shortly. Perhaps we can catch another one this afternoon or tomorrow. All right. The group hastily erected the net and hurried back to prepare the wild chicken for roasting. It was only when their figures faded from view that Tang Hua emerged cautiously from behind a large tree. After ensuring there was no danger, she approached the nets suspended from 4 towering trees. What could this be? How could it possibly ensnare a wild chicken? Tang Hua tugged at one corner of the net, inspecting it closely, and discovered it was crafted from strips of animal hide. Scattered on the ground were a few fallen feathers from the wild chicken, and her stomach growled in response. They had searched high and low in recent days for the burrows of field mice. Yet despite following Mu Guo's method of digging down from the entrance, they had found nothing, exhausting themselves in vain. With this thought, she couldn't help but glare fiercely in the direction where Mu Guo had vanished. After some time spent pondering, she still could not discern what mechanism allowed the net to capture the wild chicken, so she reluctantly returned it to its original position. Upon her return to the cave, the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted towards her. She fixated on the wild chicken skewered and turning over a wooden stick while observing her companions, their mouths glistening with grease. She instinctively swallowed, her stomach echoing its hunger. She redirected her gaze and retrieved the roasted meat distributed by her tribe the previous day, crouching behind a stone that was as tall as a person, a few meters away from the others. Yesterday, she had consumed only half a piece, and now only that same half remained. She took a bite, chewing on the tough, dry meat that scratched her throat. To ensure the roasted meat provided to the tribe would not spoil, it was often cooked for an extended period, leaving it devoid of moisture, thus rendering it quite unpalatable. As she swallowed the last morsel, she reluctantly licked the grease from her fingers, even attending to the crevices of her nails. Casting another glance at Mu Guo and the others, her still unsatisfied stomach emitted another rumble. She silently vowed to uncover how they managed to catch the wild chicken. Her hunger had become unbearable. With age, her appetite had grown, yet the food distributed by the tribe had not increased, making her discomfort increasingly intolerable. Meanwhile, Mu Guo wiped the grease from his mouth, gathered the bones, and addressed the two who had finished eating. You two continue to catch bugs. I will search for some grains. Let us regroup at the trap shortly. They nodded in agreement and dispersed to hunt for insects, while Mu Guo headed straight toward Ada's direction. Peeking out from behind a rock, Tang Hua wondered what they were up to, but the mention of traps likely referred to the place where that net was hung. A glimmer of determination sparked in her eyes, and she dashed toward the site of the wild chicken capture, taking cover behind a large tree. At that moment, Mu Guo was intently sensing the green line connecting him to Ada, searching for his whereabouts. Why has this guy moved again? Finally locating him, Mu Guo discovered that Ada had relocated to a small grove. He knocked on the ground 3 times, and soon, Ada's head emerged from the burrow. Ada blinked his round eyes and asked, "What's the matter? Are you not going to encourage him to challenge the chieftain again?" Mu Guo extended her hand, requesting a portion of grain. Ada's ears twitched with a hint of reluctance as he responded, "My reserves are dwindling. The crops have yet to mature." His implicit message conveyed a disinclination to share, suggesting his supplies were indeed scarce. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Upon witnessing the delight illuminate Ada's furry countenance, Mu Guo chuckled, affirming, "Indeed, I can bring you some meat." Without hesitation, Ada pivoted and disappeared into its den, only to emerge moments later with puffed cheeks. It then proceeded to extract a small cache of grains from its mouth with its paws, gazing upward with expectant, luminous eyes, inquiring, and the bones? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mu Guo stared in bewilderment as Ada plunged head first into the cave. What on earth was happening? After calling out a couple of times towards the cave entrance without receiving a response from Ada, she reluctantly decided to carry the grains to the trap and rendezvous with Yang Ri Shi Yao. When Mu Guo arrived at the trap, Yang Ri and Shi Yao had not yet arrived, so she took the initiative to arrange the grains. After a while, she saw Yang Ri and Shi Yao approaching, one after the other. Mu Guo and Jiao Er returned, inquiring, "Did you catch any worms?" Yang Ri unveiled the leaves, revealing 4 or 5 worms writhing upon them. He then pinched the worms and placed them on the ground, saying, "We have indeed caught some, though it is rather few. Tomorrow, let us venture to a different location to gather more worms." Mu Guo pondered for a moment and replied, "Let's catch some insects in the forest tomorrow, as it teems with them. The woods are abundant with trees and insects, particularly centipedes, which are so numerous they can make one's scalp tingle." Yang Ri nodded in agreement. "All right. It'd be fine to catch a wild chicken as well." Observing that the two had already arranged the insects, Yang Ri suggested, "Let us head to the back mountain to check on that trap. The wooden spikes aren't set up yet. We should finish it today." "Yes, let us go." At that moment, Tang Hua, who had been quietly observing from behind a tree, watched as they moved further away. She slowly emerged from her hiding place, intrigued by the trap and the grains and insects scattered on the ground, which extended haphazardly towards the center of the net. The closer she got to the middle, the more grains and insects appeared. She crouched down to pick up a grain, examining it curiously. "What is this? I've never seen it before." Tang Hua knelt again, gathering a few more grains. Although she didn't know what they were, perhaps they could be edible? Suddenly, a rustling noise emanated from the grass ahead, startling her, and she hurriedly scurried back behind the tree. Cooing softly, a wild chicken emerged from the underbrush, strutting leisurely. It turned its head, fixating on the wriggling insects on the ground. In a flash, the wild chicken darted forward and snatched an insect into its beak, following the bait Mu Guo had laid. Inching closer to the center of the trap, after consuming the last grain, realizing there was no more food, it attempted to take flight but collided into the net, which tightened around it as it flailed. Tang Hua, hiding behind the tree, widened her eyes in disbelief at the scene before her. She could hardly fathom that the wild chicken, notorious for its dominance on the mountain, could be captured so effortlessly. A cold smirk escaped her lips as she thought how selfish Mu Guo was for not sharing such a splendid hunting method with the tribe. If she had known about this technique sooner, would she have had to endure hunger? Nevertheless, she remained skeptical about how such a simple method could ensnare a wild chicken, pondering whether there was an underlying reason she was unaware of. As she gazed at the wild chicken, now helplessly ensnared within the net, she swallowed hard. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, a surge of exhilaration flooded her. Surely, no one knew, right? She swiftly approached the trapped wild chicken, picked up a stone, and struck it down before it could utter a sound. Extracting the bird from the net, she took a few steps away but then returned to reassemble the net, ensuring it was securely in place. After gathering the fallen feathers, she hurriedly departed. As she walked, she calculated her situation. She had gone several days without food, and this sizable wild chicken would certainly suffice for 2 days. However, her eyes darted around as she concealed the chicken and ran off to find Ingu. Ingu, with wide eyes, inquired, "Is what you say true? Are you willing to share it with me?" Tang Hua gazed at the tall youth, secretly contemplating that if Mu Guo discovered her theft, she would surely face punishment. Yet, if she involved Ingu, the situation would change. This shared meal could earn her his favor, and perhaps next time he hunted, he might share food with her. Tang Hua felt confident that this was a mutually beneficial arrangement. She flashed a radiant smile at Ingu and said, "We have the best relationship. Of course, I'll share it with you. Come, I'll take you to retrieve the prey." Ingu regarded her thoughtfully, a flicker of emotion crossing his features, but then his stomach grumbled, prompting him to exclaim, "Let us go quickly." "All right, follow me." The two made their way to the spot where Tang Hua had hidden the chicken. As she revealed the bird, she noticed Ingu's eyes glued to it. Understanding that warriors were often hungrier than they, she passed the chicken to him, saying, "You handle it. Let us eat quickly and avoid being discovered by Mu Guo." A glimmer of excitement flashed in Ingu's eyes, What of being discovered? Yet he nodded in agreement and began to process the chicken swiftly. As he worked, he contemplated how he would handle it if Mu Guo found out. He had underestimated her. He never realized her keen sight could lead her to capture a wild chicken. Though he had no desire to consume stolen game, his hunger was overwhelming. A burning sensation in his stomach that was unbearable. After awakening as a warrior, he was meant to stay home for a while to acclimate to his abilities. But after experiencing the benefits of hunting, he found himself unaccustomed to hunger. Meanwhile, Mu Guo, already at the back mountain, was elated to see a wild chicken caught in his trap. Could it really have fallen in? Although the pit was not particularly large, it was deep enough to prevent the chicken from flapping its wings to escape, which explained why it had been trapped overnight. Observing the still vigorous bird, Mu Guo wasted no time and swiftly pierced it with a thorny beast's spine, hoisting it up. The group concealed the trap and placed more bait, carrying the wild chicken down the mountain. Before departing, Mu Guo remembered to gather some berries and tinder grass for the rabbit. Look over there, sister. Shi Yao pointed to the wisps of smoke rising from the woods below. Mu Guo glanced at Shi Yao's hand, pondering whether he was once again off to catch field mice. Yang Ri let out a cold laugh, mockingly stating, "They must be off to catch field mice again." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo waved her hand, a pheasant dangling from her grasp, and said, "Pay them no mind. They hunt their field mice, and we hunt our pheasants. There's no conflict. Let's go home and feast on pheasant." Though they had already partaken of a pheasant that morning, their appetites remained unsated. As the trio roasted their prize, Ingu and Tang Hua returned together, both wearing expressions of greasy satisfaction. Deshan, who was gnawing on a dry piece of jerky, caught a whiff of Ingu's savory scent with his keen nose. His eyes sparkled, and he promptly trailed after Ingu. Yang Ri, observing them, curled his lip and diligently continued to roast his own pheasant. At that moment, Mu Guo gazed upon the mother rabbit nestled in the wooden tub, nursing her young. She offered a handful of berries to the mother rabbit's mouth. The rabbit twitched its nose and promptly devoured the berries, one by one, with its three-part lip, muttering endearments. Mu Guo watched the mother rabbit devour the fresh grass after the berries, a relieved smile gracing her face as she observed the kits suckling contentedly. These little ones, she mused, were an investment in the tribe's future sustenance. Once they matured, she could select a few to test the efficacy of various herbs, and later, introduce a male to perpetuate their numbers. Addressing the mother rabbit, she murmured, "You must eat heartily, not to deprive me. Not to deprive the little ones. Prove your worth, and I shall find you a mate." After an extended soliloquy by Mu Guo, the doe exhibited no inclination to acknowledge her presence, remaining engrossed in the act of masticating grass with its trifid mouth. Shi Yao entered, summoning Mu Guo for the evening repast, and was met with the spectacle of Mu Guo engaged in a loquacious discourse with a wooden vat. He scratched his head, pondering if his elder sister was perhaps engaged in conversation with the legomorph. "Elder sister, the meal is prepared." Mu Guo raised her head to see Shi Yao, gave a reluctant nod while casting a lingering glance at the rabbit, and said, "Let us be on our way." As Mu Guo gnawed on a chicken leg, her mind wandered to the task of finding a companion for the mother rabbit. Must she truly resort to digging a rabbit burrow? It seemed rather impractical to excavate the lair of a cunning rabbit, and flooding the hole was certainly out of the question. It would require an immense amount of water, far beyond the capabilities of the three of them. Thus, assistance would be necessary, but capturing a rabbit would inevitably mean sharing it with others. The live rabbit she desired would be unattainable through such means. Frustrated, she scratched her head, pondering the futility of her options. Just then, she entered the cave, dragging a bundle of firewood bound with rope. A spark of inspiration ignited in Mu Guo's eyes as she slapped her thigh. How could she have overlooked such a trap? Without hesitation, she returned to the cave and tore a strip from a piece of animal hide. Regrettably, lacking wire, she realized that her trap fashioned from animal hide might be susceptible to being gnawed through by the rabbit, allowing it to escape. With a sigh, Mu Guo acknowledged the necessity of her actions. To prevent the rabbit from escaping, she twisted 3 strips of beast hide into a single cord, forming a loop and securing it with a knot. She then wrapped it in grass to render it less conspicuous. Otherwise, such an obvious beast hide would be an invitation for the foolish rabbit to stumble into it. "I'll be back shortly. You keep an eye on the rabbit," she instructed, clutching the looped beast hide as she made her way toward the back mountain. Upon reaching her destination, she first tore a branch from a tree, then bent down to search for rabbit droppings. At last, she discovered a spot abundant with evidence of their presence. This must be a favored haunt of the rabbits. She carefully set the trap, concealing the beast hide loop and securing it to a small sapling she had bent down. Additionally, she placed some berries within the trap before rising and retreating, using the branch to erase her footprints as she walked. Once the rabbit ventured to eat the berries and stepped into the trap, it would spring, ensnaring its prey. The more the rabbit struggled, the tighter the cord would constrict. With the trap successfully set, she meticulously memorized its location, for the greatest peril lay not in lacking prey, but in forgetting where she had placed the trap. Failing to remember could result in one of two unfortunate outcomes, either losing track of the trap or unwittingly experiencing its efficacy firsthand. Having committed the location to memory, she turned to leave, harboring hopes for a fruitful tomorrow. Upon returning to the cave, she sensed an unsettling atmosphere as darkness began to envelop the surroundings. Just as she entered, she observed Yang Ri and Shi Yao in a standoff with Tang Huainggu. Upon seeing Mu Guo return, Shi Yao rushed toward her, as if she were the beacon of hope. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Mu Guo hastened to the wooden vat. She observed that the mother rabbit appeared agitated and restless, pacing back and forth. The kits were huddled together, with 3 of them appearing noticeably listless. A pang of concern shot through her, fearing for their survival. The mother rabbit remained in a state of unease, anxious that the vulnerable kits might be trampled. Mu Guo promptly placed the berries and tender grass she had brought beside the mother rabbit. Recognizing the sustenance and glancing at Mu Guo, the mother rabbit graciously calmed down and began to feed. Mu Guo then turned, her gaze fixed on Tang Hua, her silence filled with reproach. Feng, feeling a tinge of guilt, sheepishly rubbed his nose. Had he not briefly stepped away, this incident might have been averted. He cast a look of disdain at Tang Huainggu. For the act of pilfering food is universally condemned. Under the scrutiny of the others, Tang Hua, far from feeling remorseful, retorted with resentment, "Well, you weren't eating it. Are we not allowed to partake? Why, when you are sated, can you not share your surplus with others? You are excessively selfish, only considering yourself, and forgetting how he sustained you during your blindness." As her words echoed, many of the tribe's people retracted their disapproving gazes from Tang Hua, redirecting them towards Mu Guo. Murmurs arose, with some muttering. "Indeed, I have been hungry for quite some time." Shi Yao, hearing this, fixed a sharp gaze upon the speaker, who instinctively lowered their head. However, feeling that they should not be intimidated by a mere child, they defiantly raised their head, glaring at Shi Yao. Yang Ri, incensed, rebuked Tang Hua. "What does this have to do with you? Was it you who sustained Mu Guo when she was blind? Shameless creature, who do you think you are? If you have the ability, go and catch rabbits yourself. How dare you steal from others and then claim justification?" Noticing the shift in the gazes directed at her, Tang Hua hastily declared, "I am merely speaking on behalf of everyone. If you possess the means to capture rabbits and pheasants, why not share this knowledge with us all? How can you be so self-centered, neglecting the needs of the tribe? How can someone like you be worthy of being a witch? You should relinquish your position." These words were akin to a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, instantly creating ripples that spread outwards. The tribespeople's gazes towards Mu Guo seemed altered, as they pondered the possibility that Mu Guo had discovered a method for capturing pheasants. Whispers circulated. "Indeed, they have been capturing pheasants these past few days. There must be a technique. If only they would share it with us. Let's see what she has to say." However, some voices quietly defended Mu Guo. Why should one share food that they have discovered themselves? But such voices were quickly drowned out. Tang Hua, observing the hushed murmurs around her, wore a triumphant smile. She proclaimed loudly, "If you are willing to share the methods for capturing pheasants and rabbits with us, with the tribe, we will not make things difficult for you." All eyes turned towards Mu Guo, filled with anticipation and urgency as they awaited her answer. Feng cast a complex glance at Mu Guo before finally asking, "Can you share the method for capturing pheasants with us?" Mu Guo glanced at the wind, then at the self-satisfied Tang Hua, and finally cast her gaze upon the anxious clan members. With a mocking smile, she thought to herself that she could hardly blame these individuals. They were merely a group of people terrified by hunger. In the face of prolonged deprivation and guilt, no one would relinquish the opportunity for sustenance out of remorse. Seeing Mu Guo's silence, Tang Hua slowly spoke up. "Do you truly wish for your kin to suffer from hunger?" I advise you to share the methods for capturing wild chickens with them, or else what? Feng shot a glare at Tang Hua, who shrank back, swallowing the unfinished threat and directing her gaze back at Mu Guo. At that moment, Ingu stepped forward and urged, "You should tell everyone. I believe you do not want to witness your family members endure hunger. Please, enlighten us," someone finally urged, unable to contain their impatience. To withhold this information is exceedingly selfish, focusing solely on your own needs while neglecting your kin, another added. Indeed, how can a shaman be so self-centered? Mu Guo gazed silently at the individual speaking. Tang Hua observed as the crowd began to press Mu Guo, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Mu Guo gazed at the crowd, a hint of sardonic amusement gracing her lips, before turning her attention to Tang Hua, articulating each word with deliberate precision. "Comrade, your path has grown perilously narrow." An inexplicable chill surged within Tang Hua, yet she endeavored to dismiss this unsettling feeling, retorting, "What do you mean? You would do well to refrain from such trivialities and instead divulge the methods for capturing wild chickens, for that is the matter at hand." Mu Guo gazed upon Tang Hua's visage, youthful yet not fully blossomed. Her elongated phoenix eyes, prominent nose, and full crimson lips, combined with her gracefully developed figure, rendered her a beauty even in a past life, had she not been born into primitive times. Alas, this beauty was utterly detestable. The sensation of being coerced was revolting. Mu Guo observed the crowd advancing toward her and cast a glance at Tang Hua. It was indeed rare to encounter such a master of inciting human nature within a primitive tribe. Yet, regrettably, she was the one they encountered. She perceived the insatiable and urgent gazes of the people and could easily envision the dire consequences of refusal. In the minds of these increasingly irrational individuals, sustenance reigned supreme. With Mu Yishir and Jinghua absent, the only ones standing beside her were Yang Ri and Shi Yao. As for Feng, he consistently aligned himself with the collective of the tribe, indifferent to right or wrong. Shi Yao and Yang Ri positioned themselves protectively in front of Mu Guo, their bodies taut, glaring fiercely at their kin. They had never anticipated that the tribe would unite in turmoil over coveting another's provisions. Yang Ri shouted at the encroaching Tang Hua and Ingu, "Do not overstep your bounds." At that moment, she, limping, approached them, standing silently before Mu Guo and her companions, confronting the tribe members. A warm current coursed through Mu Guo's heart as she regarded Ji. After all, he had once been a trusted confidant of her father and would invariably lean in her favor. The tribe members, however, remained deaf to his presence. Fixated solely on Mu Guo suddenly smiled radiantly, causing the clan members to pause momentarily, gazing at her in confusion, wondering what had prompted her laughter. Tang Hua, even more perplexed, cautiously inquired, "What is it that amuses you?" Mu Guo cast a humorous glance at Tang Hua, utterly bewildered by her audacity to presume that inciting her kin to employ methods for capturing wild chickens would render them obediently compliant with her desires. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mu Guo regarded the individuals before her with amusement, her tone shifting as she reluctantly stated, however, due to Tang Hua's insistence, "Which has left me in a rather foul mood. I have changed my mind. I shall not divulge the method for capturing wild chickens." Observing the anxious and displeased expressions of her kin, some casting reproachful glances at Tang Hua, she continued, "Even if you were to resort to violence against me, I remain resolute in my silence. You shall not acquire this knowledge. Should any misfortune befall me and my father return, none of you shall escape unscathed." With these words, her relatives abandoned their thoughts of coercion, instead pleading earnestly, "What must we do to persuade you? We are simply too famished." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo addressed his clansmen, stating, "It is quite simple. You must promise me that from this moment forth, you will not assist Tang Hua and Ingu in any matters, not even if they offer food in exchange. If you can adhere to this, I shall reveal to you the method of capturing wild chickens. As you can see, I possess numerous strategies for hunting. However, should any of you betray this promise and aid them, I shall no longer share any techniques for capturing prey with those who choose to help them." Tang Hua and Ingu's expressions immediately shifted, as this effectively isolated them. Ingu, being a warrior, was not overly concerned. He would soon join the raiding warriors in their hunts. Although it might complicate matters for him, such as crafting or refining weaponry and utensils, it was manageable. In contrast, Tang Hua faced a far graver predicament. She had years yet to awaken, and surviving on her own during that time would be exceedingly difficult. Her mother, Zhu Ping, was often preoccupied with raiding and could hardly attend to her needs. The clansmen turned their gazes toward Tang Hua and Guo, noting Mu Guo's resolute demeanor. Is what you say true? If we refrain from assisting Tang Hua and Guo, you will indeed share with us the method for capturing wild chickens, and perhaps other hunting techniques in the future as well? Mu Guo affirmed, naturally, I will keep my word. The crowd nodded in agreement, captivated by Mu Guo's promise. Feng, disapproving of Mu Guo's stance, contemplated voicing his concerns, yet saw that the clansmen had already surrounded Mu Guo, attentively listening to his instructions on capturing wild chickens. Tang Hua stood there, begrudgingly clenching her fists, her knuckles turning white as she stared at Mu Guo, who was now surrounded by the clansmen. She suddenly heard him mockingly say, "Comrade, your path is narrowing." Once the method for capturing wild chickens was divulged, the tribe became bustling with activity. Particularly, several ordinary women busied themselves crafting nets for capturing the chickens, while the men ventured outside to seek suitable spots for setting traps. Even the children joined in, pairing up to search for insects to use as bait. By revealing the method for capturing wild chickens, we are bound to diminish our harvest, Yang Ri remarked. Observing the flurry of activity, it is truly heartless. They do not consider that without Mu Guo, they would not enjoy such prosperity, yet they now press us. He resolved not to stoop to their level, acknowledging that he would eventually share this knowledge with them. The crux of the matter lay in cultivation. As for hunting, animals would inevitably grow wary of traps, making capture increasingly difficult. Only through planting and breeding could a tribe flourish, serving as the foundation for the advancement of primitive people. Relying solely on hunting resulted in an unstable existence, where sustenance was sporadic. Once a certain scale of cultivation was achieved, the tribe would no longer face the peril of hunting with the constant threat of death. The recent loss of a warrior during a hunt and the injuries sustained by 4 others, still recuperating in the cave, highlighted the grave risks involved. One warrior had even lost sight in one eye, possibly due to nerve damage, with half his face uncontrollably twitching. Yet, despite this, he remained grateful that his body had not suffered further harm. The tribe's stagnation, maintaining a population of merely dozens, underscored the instability and severity of hunting-related casualties, leading to the loss of many new lives. Thus, cultivation and planting are essential pathways for the tribe's growth. As she pondered these matters, Feng approached Mu Guo, who bore no trace of resentment or unwillingness. He earnestly expressed, "Thank you for your willingness to share the method for capturing wild chickens. On behalf of the clansmen, I extend my gratitude." Yang Ri shot Feng a sidelong glance, subtly curling his lip in disdain and muttering under his breath. Mu Guo came to her senses and merely waved her hand. Seeing her reluctance to elaborate, Feng left in frustration. Feng's silhouette was straight and stubborn. Although he understood it was unfair to Mu Guo, he firmly believed that one must selflessly dedicate oneself to the well-being of their kin. Mu Guo gazed at the increasingly distant silhouette of Feng. She could comprehend Feng's thoughts. Such a person is, in a broader perspective, truly magnificent, yet from another angle, they may be seen as morally coercive. Mu Guo had a clear realization that Feng could no longer accompany her. Such a person, when faced with her own interests versus those of the tribe, would unhesitatingly align with the latter to coerce her. She and Feng were not of the same ilk. At least she was certain that she was someone who prioritized her own sustenance before tending to others. The role of a saint was one she could not assume, as it would jeopardize her livelihood. All right, no more anger. I'm not angry anymore. Why don't you check if there's any prey caught in the trap? After bidding farewell to the two, she turned to a lush area and carefully plucked some tinder grass, ensuring it was free of pests, vibrant, and fresh. Upon returning to the cave, she gently set down the basket filled with the grass. The rabbit's den she had constructed was now ready for occupancy. She enlisted Ji's help to place the rabbit inside the nest. The mother rabbit was evidently wary of this new abode, its nose twitching as it sniffed cautiously. The little bunnies, meanwhile, crawled slowly across the ground, searching for their food. After the mother rabbit circled a few times and sensed no danger, it finally relaxed, soon discovering a small nest nestled against the cave wall. Mu Guo added the tinder grass to the stone trough she had fashioned and then departed, allowing the rabbits to acclimate to their new home. As an outsider, the mother rabbit frequently cast vigilant glances in her direction. That evening, after a satisfying meal of wild chicken retrieved from the trap by Yang Ri and Shi Yao, She stood contentedly before the rabbit's nest, hands clasped behind her back. The little bunnies had vanished from sight, but she knew all too well where they had gone. Watching the mother rabbit nibbling on the grass with its three-part mouth, she couldn't help but murmur, "Eat up, eat up. If that is not enough, I'll gather some berries for you tomorrow." The more she observed the mother rabbit, the more she felt pleased. Not only had it fallen into the trap, but it also brought her a litter of bunnies. Such a rabbit was a rarity indeed. As the mother rabbit swallowed the last piece of tinder grass, its round eyes fixed on her, seemingly impatient with her chatter, before swiftly darting into the nest. "TCH. As if anyone cares about your grumbling. It's all for the meat on your bones," Mu Guo muttered to herself before turning away. The mother rabbit shook her ears in the nest, ensuring that the incessantly chattering individual had departed. Only then did she emerge from her hiding place, cautiously peeking around, and upon confirming the absence of any presence, she ambled toward the feeding trough to indulge in the tender grass. Ji wandered near the rabbit burrow. His curiosity piqued as he observed the grazing rabbit. The little bunnies nestled within the nest were contentedly slumbering after a hearty meal. Ji gazed at them, his heart swelling with longing, reminiscent of a delectable morsel simmering in a pot, causing a smile to unfurl upon his face. Nearby, a woman, noticing his peculiar grin, could not help but approach him. This woman was Feng Ying, who had once rendered Ji unconscious with a blow from a hammer, only to eventually become his partner. She bent down beside him, gazing at the newly furred bunnies huddled in the nest, her heart stirred by an indescribable affection, feeling an intense desire to cradle the little creatures and shower them with affection. At this moment, Mu Guo was making her way toward the burrow of the field mouse. With prospects for breeding animals taking shape, it was time to consider planting as well. She planned to discuss this matter with her father, Mu Guo. Upon his return, breeding animals seemed manageable. Simply capturing them, feeding them twice a day, and cleaning their waste every other day sufficed. However, planting required considerable manpower. First, clearing the land was labor-intensive, followed by fertilizing, kneeling to sow seeds, hauling water, and meticulously weeding out excess seedlings after germination to prevent competition for nutrients that could hinder growth. Such tasks might not necessitate a large endeavor for a small planting, but her aspirations leaned toward extensive cultivation. The pivotal question remained, how to procure seeds. Upon reaching Ada's burrow, she knocked on the ground as usual. Before long, Ada emerged, dragging his corpulent form, appearing still half asleep. Rubbing his face with a paw, he squinted with lethargy and presented a small pile of grains, asking, "Is this enough?" His demeanor suggested no expectation of return, his expression clearly conveying, "If this is sufficient, I'll head home for a nap." She hadn't even requested grains. Mu Guo took a wild chicken leg bone from the basket and placed it before Ada. With his eyes squinted, Ada had yet to react when he caught a whiff of an intoxicating aroma that captivated his senses. His eyes widened in astonishment, and he swiftly clamped down on one end of the chicken leg bone, attempting to conceal it within his mouth. However, it was evident that his mouth could not accommodate a bone as long as half an arm. Thus, he unabashedly settled in place and began to gnaw on the bone. Mu Guo couldn't help but exclaim, "What remarkable teeth you possess." In no time, the two tiny teeth had completely devoured the chicken leg bone. Standing up, it clasped its paws against its chest and rubbed them together, looking joyfully at Mu Guo, asking, "Is there more? Is there more?" To her surprise, it was still not satiated. With patience, she tossed it another chicken leg bone. Only after it finished did she pick up a bean and inquire, "Where did you find this bean?" Ada raised its paw and pointed towards the forest, saying, "If you pass through this grove, there are plenty of such beans over there. All the food we have stored was brought back from that side." The forest? It wasn't too far, yet it lay beyond the tribe's territory. Ada wiped its mouth and couldn't resist suggesting, "It seems you really enjoy this. Why don't we sneak out at midnight to gather some when they ripen? I'm sure you could collect a great many." As it spoke, it glanced at the basket hanging from Mu Guo's arm, having long been envious of it, though it was too large for it to carry. At night, that simply won't do. She thought to herself that she must be tired of living to venture out at such an hour. Mu Guo shook her head decisively and said, "Going at midnight is not feasible. I would prefer to wait a couple of days to check. Perhaps by then, the seedlings will have sprouted, and I could simply dig them out to plant." She cast another glance at the small pile of grains on the ground, contemplating whether soaking them might yield some sprouts. Unfortunately, since these were Ada's rations, she felt reluctant to ask for more. The seedlings had only just begun to grow, and it was still too early for bean production. If she went now, she would find nothing. Ada clearly disapproved of her premature visit, believing it would merely expend her energy. It hastily added, "There truly are no beans yet." Mu Guo cast a glance at it, smiling as she said, "I understand. It's not that I don't trust you. Look at how anxious you are." Ada still couldn't comprehend why Mu Guo insisted on going at this moment. Wasn't it a futile journey? "I'll take my leave." Mu Guo grabbed some grains and bid farewell to Ada. Upon returning to the cave, she spotted Ji and Feng Ying, who were peering at the rabbits grazing outside their burrow. When they saw her return, they smiled, worried that the rabbits might be startled away. Observing that the food trough was nearly empty, Mu Guo beamed with delight. The more she looked at the mother rabbit, the more she appreciated it. To be able to eat was indeed a blessing, especially to eat well. Curious children, some her age or even younger, gathered around, puzzled as to why Mu Guo was so elated over a mere litter of rabbits, which wouldn't even suffice for a meal for a few people. The village chief's return with a massive wild boar had not stirred such joy in Wu. Not only the children, but many others also failed to grasp Mu Guo's exuberance. Although they vaguely sensed that the rabbits held great significance for her, yet the exact nature of that importance eluded them. Thus, the curious onlookers often witnessed Mu Guo visiting frequently, bringing tinder grass to place in the trough while muttering to herself. However, the rabbit felt somewhat uncomfortable, initially. There was only one person hovering above it, but soon there were two, then three, all of whom gazed intently at its offspring. It glared at the three of them. Then, with a twitch of its hindquarters, hopped into the burrow, enveloping its little ones closely, effectively blocking Ji and Feng's view of the kit rabbits. Ji scratched his head and remarked nonchalantly, "Why do I feel like it's glaring at me?" Feng Ying nodded in agreement. Indeed, the rabbit regarded the two with disdain. "Oh, it even looked at me with disfavor," Mu Guo silently thought as she departed from the rabbit's burrow. She retrieved a stone bowl, filled it with a variety of beans, added some water, and covered it securely with animal skin, placing it in a suitably warm spot to await germination. If successful, she could then plant them. Noticing that the sun was getting late and that Yang Ri and Shi Yao had yet to return, she felt a pang of unease and decided to head towards the back mountain, armed with her stone knife. Upon cresting the mountain, she spotted a few figures in the distance, though her vision was not as keen as before, rendering them somewhat indistinct. "Never mind, I'll approach," she thought. As she drew closer, she recognized that, besides Shi Yao and Yang Ri, Tang Hua and Yinggu were also present. "Hand it over." Shi Yao and Yang Ri glared furiously at Tang Hua, who hid behind Yinggu, asserting, "We found it. Why should we give it to you?" In a fit of rage, Yang Ri stepped forward, ready to seize Tang Hua, having no intention of showing any mercy. Unfortunately, he was blocked by Yinggu. "What does this mean? Are you and Tang Hua in cahoots? Did you both steal our wild chicken together?" Yang Ri realized Yinggu's protective stance over Tang Hua but found it hard to believe. There was an unwritten rule in the tribe that warriors should not snatch from the young, as it would invite scorn from their peers. Tang Hua, cowering behind Yinggu, clutched the wild chicken's neck tightly, fearing that if her grip faltered, it would escape into Yang Ri's hands. Her other hand grasped Yinggu's clothing, seeking refuge. Shi Yao glared at Tang Hua, resembling an enraged lion, his brows furrowed in fury. Yinggu stepped forward to separate the two, speaking slowly. "Whoever saw it first is entitled to it." "You." Yang Ri, infuriated by Yinggu's audacity, could hardly articulate his indignation, finally stating, "Hand over the wild chicken. Otherwise, I won't hold back." Yet, Yinggu clearly dismissed Yang Ri and Shi Yao, sneering as if to belittle Yang Ri's threats. This insolent act completely incited Yang Ri's fury. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged at Yinggu. Seeing this, Shi Yao realized that Yang Ri was no match for the already awakened warrior, Yinggu, who was older than them, and immediately joined the fray. Tang Hua, witnessing her beloved being besieged, could hardly remain passive. She threw down the wild chicken and leaped into the melee. By the time Mu Guo arrived, the scene before her was chaotic, for individuals were entangled in a brawl, exchanging blows without restraint, their fists flying in a primal display of aggression. Tang Hua, the instigator, was already receiving a barrage of punches from Shi Yao and Yang Ri, her vision blurred as she swung her fist blindly, oblivious to whether she was on the ground or atop someone else. Unfortunately, Yang Ri and Shi Yao were consistently at a disadvantage against Yinggu, enduring numerous blows yet refusing to relent. Mu Guo witnessed a fierce scuffle among several individuals and, upon turning to see a wild chicken discarded on the ground, was rendered speechless with indignation. Deep down, she understood the cause of the altercation. Yang Ri and Shi Yao were not inherently troublemakers. She had merely sent them to investigate whether any prey had fallen into traps, yet they had not returned and instead found themselves embroiled in conflict with these individuals. Without a moment's hesitation, she rolled up her sleeves and plunged into the fray. The notions of being a lady and adhering to reason held no sway here. Only by instilling fear in them would they dare not covet what belonged to her, despite her awareness that, even with her involvement, they were unlikely to be a match for Guo. She could not stand idly by while Yang Ri and Shi Yao were pummeled. Tang Hua, noticing Mu Guo rushing over, brightened with excitement and immediately pushed Shi Yao, who was entangled with her, aside. She then turned and lunged towards Mu Guo. After all, if she could contend with Shi Yao's formidable strength, how could she not hold her own against Mu Guo? Mu Guo found herself facing Tang Hua, whose visage bore a comical resemblance to a pig's head, one eye bruised and swollen, leaving only a narrow slit for sight. A smirk threatened to escape her lips. But Tang Hua was quick to advance. Suppressing her thoughts, she deftly drew a gleaming beast skin whip from behind her, focusing intently on the approaching Tang Hua. With a sharp crack, the beast skin whip transformed into a supple yet fierce shadow, striking towards Tang Hua with the swiftness of a venomous serpent. Tang Hua, caught mid-attack in a wild lunge, was unable to evade in time, and the whip landed a painful blow across her face, leaving an angry crimson mark that blossomed with the promise of bruising. The unexpected sting of the whip ignited a fierce rage within Tang Hua, prompting her to clench her fists tightly and launch a retaliatory strike aimed at Mu Guo's abdomen. The proximity of their confrontation rendered Mu Guo unable to wield her whip effectively, forcing her to retreat, yet she could not escape the force of Tang Hua's fist. A sharp pain surged through her stomach, and the contents of her stomach twisted violently, nearly forcing themselves outward. The expression on her face shifted from agony to solemnity, a realization dawning upon her that this was the nature of raw power. Tang Hua, emboldened by her successful strike, felt her muscles tremble with exhilaration. Defeating the chieftain's daughter was indeed a feat worthy of pride. She prepared to launch herself at Mu Guo once more, fists raised in determination. Mu Guo evaded with lightning speed, skillfully delivering a kick. Unfortunately, her strength paled in comparison to Tang Hua's, merely causing Tang Hua to stumble rather than be sent flying. In a swift motion, she propelled herself into the air, descending with force as her feet struck fiercely against Tang Hua's abdomen. Even though Tang Hua was strong, she could not withstand this onslaught, curling up in pain, her eyes rolling back, her contorted face opening its mouth, yet unable to take a deep breath. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo gently tapped Tang Hua's face, yet there was no response. Instantly, a chill ran down her spine, and beads of sweat began to form on her back. The earlier urge to harm Tang Hua dissipated like smoke in the air, vanishing without a trace. Wake up. Please don't die. Throughout my life, I have only engaged in childish fights when I was younger. I have no desire to take a life. Mu Guo felt a surge of panic. Surely, a primitive individual would not succumb so easily to death. Once her initial fright subsided, she focused her gaze and noticed that Tang Hua's green aura still lingered. She exhaled deeply and plopped down onto the ground, relieved that she had not perished. In a moment of frustration, she raised her foot and playfully kicked Tang Hua's leg, not applying much force, merely venting her emotions, muttering, "You nearly scared me to death." Such a primitive being, so fragile. Meanwhile, the others engaged in their heated brawl remained oblivious to the skirmish between her and Tang Hua. Glancing at the struggling Yang Ri and Shi Yao, Mu Guo recognized the vast disparity between those who had awakened and those who had not. It was evident that Guo was not exerting his full strength, likely concerned about the consequences of his actions should he misjudge the situation and face the chieftain's ire. Yet, as one capable of subduing both opponents, he chose not to conclude the fight, instead landing a few blows on them while defending himself, clearly intent on teaching them a lesson. Suddenly, a distant sound of horns echoed, growing ever closer, accompanied by jubilant, spirited songs, interrupting the ongoing melee. Guo cast a reluctant glance at the fallen wild chicken before breaking free from Yang Ri and Shi Yao, only to find Tang Hua lying motionless on the ground. Initially surprised, he turned to Mu Guo, seemingly astonished that she had managed to defeat Tang Hua and render her in such a state. Quickly, he checked for her breath and pulse, and before the warriors could witness the scene, he decisively lifted Tang Hua and vanished from sight. Yang Ri and Shi Yao, leaning on each other for support, approached in disbelief, exclaiming, "You actually defeated Tang Hua." It was important to note that Tang Hua was known for her strength and was their senior. Although Gu or Shi Yao could hold their own against her with determination, they could not endure her relentless prowess in a prolonged encounter. Shi Yao touched his swollen face, wincing as he inhaled sharply, gratefully remarking, "Thank goodness the warriors have returned. Otherwise, the wild chicken would have been lost." Yang Ri wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, inadvertently aggravating his wound, causing him to grimace in pain. Yet, he was elated as he declared, "Mu Guo, let us go greet them." Mu Guo gazed at the two individuals, their bodies marred with wounds and bruises, and sighed helplessly, "Let us go." She took a quiet breath, knowing she would soon be subjected to an interrogation. The two companions, in cheerful spirits, flanked her on either side as they made their way towards the returning warriors. Shi Yao held a wild chicken by its neck, the creature swaying in rhythm with his arm movements, a rather pitiable sight. As the warriors gradually approached, their backs laden with bountiful game nearly bowing under the weight, Mu Guo joyfully leapt into Jing Hua's embrace. Jing Hua, taken aback by her daughter's sudden collision, cradled the head nestled in her arms and inquired, "How have you been lately?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mu Guo cast a glance at Muisher, only to find him in a state of despondency, his complexion far from favorable. A sudden, ominous thought flickered through her mind. She quickly slowed her pace and halted at the edge of the group, counting and realizing that two individuals were missing. She approached and grasped Jinghua's arm, inquiring, "Mother, has an accident occurred this time?" Jinghua gently stroked Mu Guo's head and sighed. "During this hunt, we encountered that same eight-legged beast as last time, which claimed the lives of two warriors, those who were among the stronger ones. It seems we must reconsider our hunting routes." Eight-legged beast? A spider? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. A chill coursed through Mu Guo's heart. The human-faced spider? In her previous life, she had indeed encountered a creature known as the smiling spider during biology class. This colossal arachnid, being gregarious in nature, posed a formidable threat, and it was inevitable that casualties would arise as the warriors faced such an overwhelming adversary. Upon returning to the cave with the soldiers, she found the tribespeople gathered outside, anxiously awaiting the warriors' return, drawn by the sound of the horn. Mu Guo cast a fleeting glance at the already awakened Tang Hua, before swiftly darting into Zhiyu's embrace. Murmuring incessantly for quite some time, Mu Guo pursed her lips, pondering whether this was an act of grievance, an age-old tale of the young seeking the intervention of the elder. Fortunately, her father was the clan leader. Indeed, Zhiyu approached and scrutinized Mu Guo from head to toe, exhaling a heavy sigh through his nose, yet refrained from uttering a word, instead turning to assist in the transportation of the game. Tang Hua, following closely behind Zhiyu, shot an irate glare at Mu Guo, stamped her foot, and with a swift turn, ran away in a huff. Mu Guo scratched his head in confusion, pondering what had transpired. Yang Ri, standing nearby like a narrator, began to murmur, "She ran off. She must be hammering trees again. See, I told you so. Whenever she's displeased, she takes it out on the trees. TSK, TSK, TSK. The trees are truly unfortunate. They seem to bear the brunt of her ire. Oh, has one broken? Has her strength increased? Never mind that, Shi Yao. Let us retrieve the fallen tree shortly. Our recent supply of firewood is rather insufficient. It would be perfect to gather it and dry it for a few days for burning. Speaking of which, where are you headed?" I haven't finished my thought. Yang Ri feigned grasping at the air with his outstretched hands, observing as the two individuals each carried a piece of game into the cave. With a resigned sigh, he withdrew his hands and joined the busy tribe members who were diligently transporting their catch. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. Thus, before the sun dipped below the horizon, the people returned to the cave, igniting a fire. This was a rare opportunity to feast to their heart's content. The tribesfolk indulged themselves, some unbuttoning their animal hide trousers to continue eating. Meanwhile, a rabbit nibbled on the tender grass that Mu Guo had just placed in the stone trough, occasionally glancing up at the tallest of the bipeds. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo chuckled with delight, for there was much luck yet to come. She turned to the stone bed and retrieved a stone bowl, lifting the hide that covered it. To her astonishment, the beans inside had indeed sprouted. With joy, she presented them to Mu Guo, exclaiming, "Father, I have discovered a new sustenance. If we plant these, by autumn we shall reap an abundant harvest of beans, ensuring we need not worry during the winter." Mu Guo gazed at the bowl filled with delicate white sprouts of beans. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Can such a small quantity yield enough sustenance for an entire winter?" With a playful chuckle, she shook her head. "Of course not. We simply need to find more of these beans." After discussing her plan to venture into the woods to unearth bean seedlings with Mu Guo, she hesitated momentarily before responding. "Very well, tomorrow at dawn, Father will lead the warriors to scout the area." With her father's consent, she felt reassured that the endeavor of planting was assured. At the break of dawn the following day, Mu Guo, still half asleep, was lifted from her bed by Mu Guo, much like a chick being picked up, and set gently on the ground. As her feet touched the floor, she yawned and exclaimed, "Father, why are you up so early?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo stifled a yawn, rubbing her sleep-laden eyes, and nodded. "Father, wait for me a moment." She dashed towards the cave where Ada was cooking, tapping on the ground. Ada emerged from the depths of the cave, somewhat disoriented by the interruption. "What is it?" he inquired, sensing that his routine was about to be disrupted. "Would you take me to find the grain fields? I promised to bring you back some bones," she proposed. Ada's eyes sparkled with delight, the weariness dissipating in an instant. "Of course. Let's go," he exclaimed eagerly. "I'll bring some people over shortly. You wait here. Be sure to hide or move underground. I will find you," she instructed before hastily returning. Before long, Ada, concealed among the grass, observed a throng of individuals approaching, their numbers overwhelming. Confused, he momentarily thought they might be coming to invade his lair. In a flash, he burrowed into the earth, navigating through the winding tunnels of the mouse burrow until he emerged in the woods beyond. Mu Guo focused intently, following Ada's footsteps as they traversed the woods, emerging into a vast expanse. Before them lay a plain, situated approximately 500 meters from the forest. Ada halted, and Mu Ting followed closely behind. Before their eyes unfolded a lush green landscape, evidently the grains Ada had spoken of. The warriors gazed in awe at the unfamiliar scene before them. In the distance, a few goats with 3 horns grazed peacefully, while fleeting glimpses of wild rabbits darted across the ground. Additionally, a remarkably tall herd of zebras and deer could be seen in the far-off horizon. At this moment, not only did Mu Guo's eyes sparkle with excitement, but the warriors trailing behind him were equally captivated, their eyes alight with wonder. Truly, there is always a glimmer of hope. Just when they had been troubled by the dangers of their previous hunting paths, they had stumbled upon such a wealth of game here. Mu Guo believed she had summoned assistance, yet she could scarcely have anticipated that these warriors, upon encountering living prey, would completely forget their original purpose. Each one began to twist their necks and flex their wrists, propelled by an instinctual urge to chase after the quarry. Before long, Mu Guo witnessed several warriors synchronously darting in different directions to encircle a deer. Gradually, the creature was herded into a diminishing space of merely 30 square meters. Suddenly, someone hurled a stone with such force that it pierced the deer's neck. The deer struggled momentarily before the approaching warriors delivered a few decisive blows, sending it to the afterlife. Before Mu Guo could call out to anyone, she saw Mu Guo, already exhilarated, leading the warriors in a fervent pursuit of their prey, leaving her feeling utterly bewildered and alone in the chaos. From a concealed thicket, Ada emerged, standing on its hind legs to gaze at the warriors, who resembled pigs unleashed into a cabbage patch. It shivered slightly, relieved to be merely a small field mouse possessing little meat. Mu Guo, feeling helpless, decided to take matters into her own hands. Gazing upon the verdant seedlings dotting the ground, she surmised that these must be the plants bearing grains. After confirming with Ada, she learned that there were 3 varieties of grain-bearing plants in this area. One type produced yellow beans, and bore a striking resemblance to corn. So Mu Guo, in her simplicity, opted to call it corn as well. Another variety yielded nuts akin to chestnuts, while the third was still an enigma to Ada, as it appeared only as a mere seedling, making it difficult to identify. Regardless of its nature, she unsheathed her stone knife, bent down, and began her work. With utmost care, she inserted the knife around the seedlings, gently prying up the soil. Despite her cautious approach, she inadvertently damaged some roots. Eventually, the warriors, having satisfied their hunting instincts, returned with 5 deer for sheep and a towering 2-meter-tall zebra. As they cast their spoils onto the ground, they finally noticed Mu Guo, who was diligently digging in the earth, prompting the warriors to recall the purpose of their visit. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mu Guo picked up a small seedling, its roots still encased with a fist-sized clump of soil. She pointed at the clump and instructed, when digging, try to bring as much soil as possible. The soldiers nodded in agreement and set to work. In no time, the ground was filled with soldiers crouched down, diligently excavating plants. United in their efforts, they swiftly removed a significant portion of the plants. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Guo declared, "All right, that will suffice." The soldiers halted their digging and carefully placed the soil-encased seedlings into wooden baskets. Fortunately, they had brought enough baskets. Otherwise, they would have struggled to contain their haul. Carrying the baskets back to the cave, under Mu Guo's guidance, they cleared a patch of land with fewer weeds and planted the seedlings, ensuring they were well watered. She also remembered to plant the already sprouted seeds. Yet, her task was not complete, concerned that they might inadvertently trample the delicate plants. She surrounded the area with a fence. Satisfied with her efforts, she observed the plot as the soldiers looked on with puzzled expressions, wondering if these tiny sprouts could indeed grow into something edible. Upon returning to the cave, she found the soldiers and the elders gathered around a rabbit's den. And Mu Guo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Would the rabbits become reclusive from being watched? It was unclear what Mu Guo had discussed with the soldiers, but they all suddenly appeared animated, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they grabbed their hunting tools and dashed towards the back mountain. Mu Guo was left bewildered, but she asked no questions. Instead, she ventured outside to gather some tinder grass, carefully selecting the finest to bring back for the rabbits. She decided it was also time to check on the traps in the back mountain, hoping to find a live rabbit ensnared. Realizing that the grass in the back mountain was growing increasingly tall, making access difficult, she took up her stone knife and set off, remembering to bring the promised bones for Ada. As she walked, she cut down the tall, flourishing grass, placing it all in her wooden basket to use for feeding the rabbits upon her return. When she neared the trap, she squinted carefully to locate it, resolving to avoid ensnaring herself. After scanning the area for a while, she suddenly noticed a patch of grass swaying slightly. Reaching out to feel it, she found the day to be bright and sunny, with not a breath of wind. A surge of delight filled her. She wondered which little creature had fallen into her trap. As she cautiously approached, she was startled to see a snake as thick as an arm, striking like lightning, lunging directly towards her face. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. After the ordeal, Mu Guo grasped Shi Yao's hand and stood up. At that moment, her back was already drenched with sweat. She had been too careless. The back mountain was no safer than the front. Once the grass began to grow, venomous snakes and pythons would conceal themselves among the foliage, lying in wait for their prey. She sincerely expressed her gratitude to Shi Yao, saying, "Thank you. Your stone knife was thrown with such precision, a rarity indeed." Upon hearing Mu Guo's praise, Shi Yao's charming peach blossom eyes sparkled with joy, resembling crescent moons. Had it not been for Shi Yao, she would have once again suffered injury before the serpent. Simultaneously, she observed Shi Yao closely. His strength and accuracy in throwing the knife astonished her. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, though she was uncertain of its feasibility. However, she chose to keep this thought to herself, noticing that Mu Guo was unharmed. Shi Yao swiftly picked up a rock and, with precision and force, struck the still writhing python. In a short while, the creature's movements diminished to slight twitches of its tail. He severed the python's head and, without hesitation, wrapped its remains around his arms several times. Then quietly turned his gaze back to Mu Guo. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Mu Guo stepped forward to examine the little chick. Though referred to as a chick, it was far from small. Nearly the size of a fully grown hen from her past life, albeit covered in soft, downy yellow feathers. She noticed that the chick's suspended claw had turned a deep shade of purple, indicating it was likely beyond saving. Hastily, she instructed Shi Yao to hold the chick still while she loosened the rope. Subsequently, she secured another rope to the other claw to prevent it from escaping, gesturing for Shi Yao to release it. Shi Yao complied, yet remained poised to recapture the fleeing chick at a moment's notice. The chick, disoriented from being upside down, wobbled and limped as it took a few steps before tumbling over. Almost immediately, it attempted to rise and flee, but its purple claw seemed to have lost all function. As the two returned with the chick in tow, they found their kin diligently tending to the spoils of their hunt. From a distance, Jinghua observed Mu Guo holding the fluffy chick and, after patting her head, suddenly paused, exclaiming, "Why are you sweating so much?" Reflecting on the past, Mu Guo felt a surge of trepidation as she recounted the incident involving the python. It was only then that Jinghua noticed the figure of Shi Yao standing behind Mu Guo, his left arm ensnared by an enormous serpent. With a sense of concern, she grasped Mu Guo's hand and said, "As a shaman, it is your duty to remain here, to devise ways for our kin to thrive. You must avoid perilous places." Ever since Mu Guo had returned blind after a few days of disappearance, Jinghua could no longer bear to let her daughter venture into any dangerous locales. Had her daughter not been a shaman, she might have stifled her worries and urged her to grow stronger. Yet, given that Mu Guo was indeed a shaman, Jinghua felt utterly unburdened by any lingering fears, for shamans inherently did not require the pursuit of hunting. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo nodded cheerfully, taking Shi Yao's hand as she prepared to settle her little chicks. Tanghua propped herself up on the stone bed, observing the bustling Mu Guo. Gritting her teeth, she muttered a few words before lying back down. Jiu, noticing her daughter's expression, instantly understood that her daughter had been struck. And it was no wonder she refused to disclose the assailant. It was Mu Guo. Jiu immediately rose, her face contorted with resentment as she made her way toward Jinghua. Jinghua was seated outside, contemplating a foray into the plains behind the woods the following day, when she sensed something amiss. Turning her head, she was met with Jiu's furious gaze. Seeing Jiu brimming with indignation, Jinghua furrowed her brow and inquired, "What brings you here?" Upon hearing Jinghua's cold response, Jiu felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over her. She slowly collected her thoughts and replied, "Your daughter Mu Guo has struck my daughter Tanghua." Jinghua raised an eyebrow, secretly relishing the news that her daughter had engaged in a brawl. She was growing up. However, she concealed her delight, pausing momentarily before asking, "Do you know why my daughter would strike her?" Jiu's anger coalesced within her, and she retorted, "Are you truly unaware?" Jinghua let out a scoff. Her daughter had not mentioned this incident to her. Nevertheless, she would not allow anyone to bully her child. Brushing off the dust from her trousers, a glint of malice flickered in her eyes as she coldly remarked, "Why don't you inquire about your precious daughter's actions before confronting me? What audacity you possess! Let us not forget who spared your life back then." Jiu felt a lump rise in her throat, memories flashing through her mind that still sent shivers down her spine. She raised her head, begrudgingly swallowing her pride, and turned to leave. Jinghua watched Jiu's retreating figure with a derisive laugh. Was that all? Years ago, she had dared to lay her hands on her man, and now Jiu's daughter was simply outmatched by Mu Guo. How could she, as a mother, still have the gall to bring forth such grievances? With a dismissive glance, she redirected her attention in search of Mu Guo. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo was taken aback. How could her mother possibly know? However, she inadvertently caught sight of Tanghua and Jiu standing at the entrance of the cave. A sense of unease crept into her heart as she noted the shared resentment etched on their faces, one directed at Jinghua, the other aimed squarely at her. She couldn't shake the feeling that trouble was brewing with these two. Unfortunately, her awakened abilities were rather ineffectual. Ever since she had been blinded by the bite of a venomous snake, no matter how fervently she called out, the system remained unresponsive, leaving her powerless in controlling water or rejuvenating withered plants. Only through her own empowerment could she hope to thwart their sinister schemes. As for why she hadn't eliminated Tanghua, it was a jest to think she hadn't considered it. Each time she gazed at the distant scenery, she felt the weight of her diminished vision. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in her current limitations. She was no match for Tang Hua. Although this was a primitive society, mutual slaughter within the tribe was forbidden unless one could eliminate evidence. Hence, her desire to grow stronger swiftly was born from a genuine need. She had even contemplated enlisting Yang Ri and Shi Yao to aid her in secretly dispatching Tang Hua. But after a fierce internal struggle, she ultimately resolved to abandon the idea. One reason was that she had lived for over 20 years in a society governed by law. The act of killing, while seemingly simple in fantasy, just a swift motion of blade, was fraught with gravity in reality. Who among them would dare to wield a sharp knife against a living being, to hear the sickening sound of flesh being pierced, only to have hot blood splatter across their face? Witnessing the crimson liquid flow from a body filled with hatred, disbelief, and terror, until the once vibrant person crumpled to the ground, their bloodshot eyes still wide with horror, was a scene far removed from the glamorous portrayals of murder in television dramas. At least she required a transition. After all, she had only been here for a year. How could she swiftly cast aside the shackles of her past? Furthermore, she was uncertain whether Yang Ri and Shi Yao would even be willing to assist her in eliminating Tang Hua. If they were reluctant, her proposition would only lead to complications. With a sigh, she acknowledged the necessity of finding a solution. Jinghua observed the dazed Mu Guo and, turning her head, cast a threatening glance at the two at the cave's entrance. Upon seeing them retreat, she finally addressed Mu Guo, asking, "What has transpired?" Mu Guo had no choice but to recount the events of that day to Jinghua. After listening, Jinghua sighed and said, "As for the matters between you and him, neither your father nor I can intervene. However, I shall certainly give Ingu a thorough reprimand." Mu Guo was taken aback. It turned out that filing a complaint could indeed be effective. If she could resolve the issue with Ingu, then Tang Hua would easily overpower the three of them. She chuckled to herself, acknowledging that in terms of strength, she could not match Tang Hua, nor could she contend with her in a fight. The last time, she had merely taken advantage of Tang Hua's injuries sustained while dealing with Shi Yao and Yang Ri. Had Tang Hua been in better condition, victory would have been unattainable for her. However, with her mother imposing restrictions on Ingu, preventing the warrior from intervening, the situation was considerably more manageable. She silently vowed to teach Tang Hua a lesson, although she recognized her inability to harm anyone due to her moral dilemmas. She felt no such pressure in reprimanding Tang Hua. Perhaps, through her affection, Tang Hua could be inspired to reform. Jinghua watched as Mu Guo wore a mischievous grin, unable to suppress her own laughter, yet a sense of conflict lingered within her. Her daughter, though a shaman, was so weak. If Tang Hua and Ji refused to acknowledge her, once Yang Ri and Shi Yao fully awakened as warriors, who would ensure her daughter's safety? Recently, they had lost several warriors and were unable to spare anyone. Even Feng would have to join the next hunting expedition, as food supplies were running low. Yet, seeing her daughter's impish smile, she sighed. The capacity for awakening could not be altered. She understood her daughter's abilities well. While the variety of awakened powers had astonished her, the lack of progress over time led her to suspect that these abilities might inherently lack the potential for growth. "You should spend more time with Yang Ri and Shi Yao. It would benefit you," she advised in the end. Although Yang Ri and Shi Yao were obedient to Mu Guo for now, would their attitudes change once they became warriors? Jinghua remained anxious about this, believing that fostering a good relationship with them might offer her daughter some support in the future. Mu Guo glanced at the two individuals surrounding the wooden barrel, observing the chicks, and nodded in agreement, saying, "I happen to need to find them. Mother, I shall take my leave." The left leg of the chick was not completely incapacitated. It merely appeared somewhat weak, limping as it walked. It seemed she would need to construct a coop for the chick, and when it grew larger, she would have to trim the feathers from its wings to prevent it from flying away. Otherwise, a chicken that was almost in her grasp might truly take flight. She approached the chick, squatted down, and despite its resistance, tugged at its tail, furrowing her brow and squinting her eyes as she scrutinized it gravely for some time. Finally, she sighed and released the chick, realizing she could not discern whether it was male or female. She could only wait until it matured to ascertain its gender. In avian species, once they grow, one can often determine their sex by the attractiveness of their plumage. Males typically boast vibrant and beautiful feathers, while the females are rather less impressive. Shi Yao observed Mu Guo's peculiar tail-tugging behavior with intrigue, unable to suppress a gulp. He silently glanced at the chick, which, having endured the tail-tugging, continued to peck at the insects they had caught, and tightened the item coiled around his waist, wincing in pain as his face paled. Yang Ri, noticing Shi Yao's pallor, inquired, "Are you unwell?" Shi Yao hastily shook his head, forcing a smile as he replied, "No, no. I will first check the back mountain to see if there are any wild chickens in the net. Join me once I return." Yang Ri followed closely behind, somewhat concerned. Shi Yao waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I have noticed that in recent days, Tang Hua seems to be watching sister often. You should stay behind with her. I possess sufficient strength in the back mountain, so there is no cause for concern." Reluctantly, Yang Ri nodded, acknowledging that Shi Yao's strength had surpassed his own. Even if something were to occur, he would not be of much help. Shi Yao raced down the slope to the back mountain, reaching the creek. He found that he did not even need to exert himself, as his tail naturally descended from his waist. Observing the tail that had sprouted from his posterior, he felt an inexplicable sensation. It was as agile as a hand and surprisingly strong. He had once stealthily come to the back mountain, believing he could swing it against a rock, only to find it could fracture the stone. Yet, he was also filled with trepidation, having lived this long. How could he not know that his kin did not possess such appendages? The troubling fact was that only wild beasts typically grew tails. He was clearly human. And atop his head sprouted two peculiar appendages resembling animal ears, the sole benefit being an enhanced sense of hearing. Every day, he had to press his ears down, closely adhering them to his scalp, and the only comfort was that they were black, making them less conspicuous unless scrutinized closely. Standing by the creek, he gazed at his reflection in the water, growing increasingly discontented with his appearance, fearing that one day he might be discovered, perhaps by sister. He turned his gaze towards the sky above the back mountain, where wisps of smoke had begun to rise, slowly dissipating into the air. His tail arched gracefully behind him, forming a semicircular curve, while his ears perked up, quivering in response to the surrounding sounds, or simply flopping back. He found a stone to sit upon and grasped his tail, massaging it for a while. Ever since it had grown, he had kept it coiled around his waist, leading to stiffness and discomfort. Consequently, he was compelled to sneak out daily in search of a secluded spot to let his tail breathe. With a furrowed brow, Shi Yao pondered how long he could maintain the charade, deciding to take each step as it came. For he certainly did not wish for Mu Guo to uncover his secret. At that moment, Mu Guo was diligently squatting on the ground, excavating mud and placing it into a wooden basket, while Mu Yishir was busy transporting stones towards the cave entrance. Mu Guo wiped the sweat from his forehead and, observing Mu Yishir effortlessly moving stones as if he were merely toying with pebbles, silently mused that indeed, his father was exceptionally capable. With Mu Yishir's assistance, the chicken coop was swiftly constructed, beginning with 4 sturdy walls made of earth and stone. The coop appeared quite spacious, taking into account the size of the wild chickens as they matured and Mu Guo's aspiration to raise a substantial number of them. Thus, the chicken coop was designed to be quite large. Mu Yishir collected stones, each about the size of a pot's mouth. Coupled with the clay she discovered in a low-lying area, the wall she constructed, while not as sturdy as one made with cement, proved significantly stronger than those fashioned from ordinary soil. This clay, known as gum clay, emerges after digging to a certain depth. It is a yellow, highly adhesive, and finely textured soil. The children raised in the village have mostly played with such clay, molding figurines and crafting plates. Some even ventured to the fields to fire their creations, though most would crack in the process. Additionally, children with slingshots would roll the clay into balls, allowing them to dry in the sun for use in hunting birds, which proved far more accurate than stones collected from the ground. As Mu Guo contemplated the potential of the clay, her thoughts first drifted towards pottery. Once she had crafted earthenware pots, she could utilize them for preserving meat, enhancing its storage. Regarding salt, ever since that day traversing the woods and glimpsing the wild goats, deer, and zebras on the plains, she resolved to follow them to discover their source of salt. To ensure her strength, she stubbornly consumed a considerable amount of fresh blood alongside her kin, although it was decidedly unpalatable. Yet, who could ascertain the risk of parasitic infections? This was no trifling matter. With contemporary medicine struggling against certain parasites, in this primitive society devoid of medical care, death would rob one even of the opportunity to host a feast for the entire village. At best, one might receive a deeper grave, preventing the beasts from unearthing the body too soon. After constructing the chicken coop, Mu Guo ventured into the cave to inspect the rabbit's den. The rabbits, having spent some time in the company of humans, no longer exhibited the same sharpness in their gaze as when they were first captured. Now, upon noticing a person approaching, they would stretch their heads forward, searching for food. If none was offered, they would cast a disdainful glance with their large, round eyes before darting away with a powerful kick of their hind legs. This behavior prompted many of the children to frequently bring tinder grass to please the rabbits. If they returned with berries, the rabbits would happily allow gentle strokes of their fur. However, the rabbits had become quite discerning, refusing anything but the freshest grass or perfectly ripened berries. Fortunately, their finicky eating habits bore fruit, as the rabbits had grown plump, their coats shining with health. They had fully adapted to a life of captivity, requiring no effort to fend off aerial predators or terrestrial beasts. They lounged at home while food was delivered by the bipedal creatures daily. This existence was undoubtedly the pinnacle of rabbit life, and they showed no inclination to leave. The mother rabbit thrived, her milk abundant, and the kits no longer fretted about missing out on nourishment. Each one appeared adorably plump, yet the mother was fiercely protective, refusing any attempts to touch them, much to Mu Guo's frustration as a plush toy enthusiast. The last time Tang Hua had secretly captured 3 kits, the mother had killed them that very night, instilling in Mu Guo a hesitance to forcibly pick up the remaining rabbits. Fortunately, the 6 remaining kits were lively and thriving. She turned her gaze towards Tang Hua, who, after Jin Hua had scolded in Gu, no longer hovered around her but instead kept company with the more amiable Deshan. Tang Hua squatted on the ground, conversing with Deshan, and upon noticing Mu Guo's glance, she raised her chin and stared silently at her. Mu Guo smacked her lips, rolling her eyes in exasperation. "What are you staring at? You'll find out soon enough. If I don't make you kneel and call me father, I'll write your name backwards." With the little chick settled, she turned towards the back mountain, pondering what delightful surprises this trap might yield. Halfway there, she remembered her promise to Jinghua to bring Shi Yao along, so she paused, surveying the crowd below. A thorough glance revealed no sign of Shi Yao, compelling her to retrace her steps down the mountain, armed with a stick for her journey. This expedition to the back mountain was marked by caution. She feared an unexpected snake might strike, leaving her with a lasting psychological scar. In less than a year since her arrival, she had been frightened by snakes twice. Truly, the tribulations of mortal existence. The grass concealing the trap had withered away, exposing a deep pit beneath. Mu Guo quickly struck the ground a few times with her stick, and upon confirming the absence of snakes, she rushed forward. At the bottom of the pit lay a creature strikingly similar to a hedgehog, albeit adorned in an unappetizing green hue. Unbeknownst to the creature, peril was imminent. It was fervently attempting to extricate itself from the wooden spikes. Just as it raised its head, a hand appeared above, and in an instant, darkness enveloped it. Its head was no more. Mu Guo retracted the stone knife, lifting the now relaxed stinger to examine it closely. Satisfied, she nodded. This creature, once devoid of its head, would not appear overly unsightly. Once the blood ceased to drip, she placed it in a wooden basket, using the stone knife to pierce the head resting at the bottom and flung it far away. After resetting the trap, she prepared to return. Suddenly, a sound caught her attention. What was that? She slowly turned her head and stealthily approached the source of the noise. By the stream, Shi Yao was striking stones with his tail. Every 3 strikes resulted in a resounding crack as the stones shattered, the fragments tumbling onto the grass with a muted thud. He clenched his lips, inhaling deeply, causing his chest to rise and fall dramatically, before suddenly raising his fist and delivering a powerful blow. A sharp crack echoed. Shi Yao slowly withdrew his fist, his expression contorted with pain, his mouth moving silently. Had Mu Guo been present, she would have deciphered his lips forming the words, "Damn. That hurts." His tail curled into his hand. He scrutinized it, glancing at his bruised knuckles and the stone with a mere fissure. The more he wielded it, the more formidable it seemed, possessing a strength capable of shattering stones, something his hands could not yet achieve. At that moment, Mu Guo was advancing with a wooden stick, rhythmically striking the ground as she made her way closer to the stream. From a distance, she noticed a figure squatting by the water's edge, engaged in some unknown activity. She shut her eyes momentarily, reopening them with a sigh, straining to see clearly. As she ventured forward, realization dawned upon her. Was that not Shi Yao? She hastened her steps, rushing to his side, gazing at his tail, momentarily at a loss for words. Was that a tail? So long, and covered in fur? Did everyone possess such fur? How had Shi Yao become so beast-like? Had she not been transported to a primitive society? Were there beastmen here? Was Shi Yao one of them? Mu Guo stood in place, her eyes wide in disbelief at the fantastical nature of this world, particularly with the presence of orcs. And this orc had been by her side all along. Could it be that she had entered an orc's realm? No, that cannot be right. If this were solely an orc world, Why was only Shi Yao like this? She quickly recalled that Shi Yao was different from them. This was an era where humans and orcs coexisted. Furthermore, she had heard from Yang Ri that Shi Yao had been rescued, and not long after. A black leopard had charged towards him. At that time, the shadow gray who had saved him had already regarded Shi Yao as her own child, believing that the black leopard intended to harm him, and thus fought to the death. Therefore, could it be that Shi Yao was, in fact, the offspring of the black leopard? Yet, why had the black leopard approached him in a form devoid of humanity, instead of as a human? She furrowed her brows, pondering for a long time, but found no clarity. Sister, Shi Yao called out in despair. Upon seeing that Mu Guo had uncovered the secret he had long hesitated to reveal, his expression darkened, especially as he noted the look on her face, which made him turn pale in an instant. He wished to step forward, but Mu Guo's incredulous gaze fixated on his tail felt like a piercing wound to him. Slowly, he withdrew the steps he had taken, trembling lips seemingly pleading, Sister, do not be afraid. I am Shi Yao. I will not harm you. I am merely different in appearance. Unable to grasp the crux of the matter, she shook her head to dismiss her thoughts, and as she returned to her senses, she withdrew her gaze from Shi Yao's tail. Raising her head, she beheld Shi Yao, whose eyes were red and filled with despair. What is this? Mu Guo wore a puzzled expression as she slowly approached Shi Yao. In an instant, Shi Yao's tail retreated behind him, his body stiffening as he fixed his gaze intently on Mu Guo's face. He was uncertain of what awaited him. Perhaps he would be cast out. Aren't you going to put on some clothes? It's rather awkward, she remarked. Ever since she crafted garments from animal hides and her kin began to don clothing, it had been quite some time since she had faced such a situation directly. Shi Yao was momentarily taken aback, remaining silent as his tail instinctively coiled around his waist. He hastily donned his attire, cautiously stealing a glance at Mu Guo, biting his lip defiantly as he stood still, resolute. Mu Guo observed his adeptness in coiling his tail and flattening his ears against his skull, realizing that this was not a skill acquired in just a day or two. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo scratched her head, feeling that there was something peculiar about his response. Dismissing this odd sensation, she glanced at Shi Yao, who appeared as though he were on the verge of tears. Should she offer some comfort? She smacked her lips and looked at Shi Yao, saying, Why are you still crying? What is there for a grown man to weep about? I certainly do not think less of you. Shi Yao widened his eyes, filled with disbelief, and eagerly inquired, You don't think less of me? Mu Guo blinked, recalling the two objects atop her head resembling feline ears, accompanied by a fluffy tail that swished behind her. Coupled with Shi Yao's striking visage, she appeared as if sprung from the pages of a comic, a true sprite in form. What could she possibly find objectionable? Coming back to her senses, she shook her head and affirmed, Not at all. After a moment's reflection, she sincerely praised, Quite adorable, it seems delightful to the touch. Shi Yao suddenly flushed, muttering softly, It's undeniably ugly. He had always perceived the tail as unsightly, dark and cumbersome, coiling around his waist daily in fear of being discovered. To him, it was a burden, rendering even the tail's purported prowess inconsequential. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo nodded emphatically, affirming, When have I ever deceived you? Noticing the relaxation in Shi Yao's expression, she pondered silently whether her kin would be able to accept this newfound version of him, and what dire consequences might ensue if the truth were to be revealed. With a sigh, uncertainty washed over her. Her own acceptance stemmed from having experienced death and subsequently reincarnating, not only into a new life but into a primitive society. And not as an ordinary inhabitant at that. Her capacity for acceptance had grown immensely through repeated incredulity. Yet, for her kin, it remained a different matter altogether. Ultimately, she turned to Shi Yao and cautioned, Ensure that our people do not discover this. Shi Yao solemnly nodded in response, I will exercise great caution. Then I shall take my leave. Very well. As Shi Yao watched Mu Guo depart, he clenched his fist once more, resolving to grow sufficiently strong so that, even if discovered, he would instill enough fear to deter any harm against him. Meanwhile, having descended the mountain, Mu Guo contemplated the urgent need to construct a dwelling. She preferred not to live in squalor, listening to others' grievances daily, and with the added complexities surrounding Shi Yao, she knew time was of the essence. Days passed, and Shi Yao felt a weight lift from his heart, as it seemed Mu Guo had forgotten about his secret. At this moment, Mu Guo gazed at the verdant seedlings flourishing within the confines of the fence, their height having increased significantly, filling her heart with an indescribable joy. She had already uprooted the underperforming seedlings to prevent them from siphoning nutrients from the others, ensuring their robust growth. With these seedlings, the promise of grain in the forthcoming season would surely provide some respite during the harsh winter. As dusk descended swiftly, the tribe members returned to their cave, rolling large stones to seal the entrance. After an intense competition of melodious voices, one by one, they succumbed to slumber, leaving Mu Guo to sigh, lamenting the briefness of tranquility. She turned over and gradually drifted into dreams. When dawn broke, the cave was devoid of her kin. Ever since she had imparted the technique of trapping wild chickens to the tribe, they set their traps each day, eagerly preparing to venture out at daybreak to discover whether their snares had captured any game. A triumphant shout would erupt if the nets yielded a catch, while those who returned empty-handed would exhale long sighs, placing their hopes on the morrow, resigned to the pangs of hunger for the day. Nevertheless, the people remained cheerful, with some even beginning to reserve portions of their previous day's catch for the following one. Yet, Mu Guo understood that the wild chickens would eventually dwindle, and thus she implored her close kin to bring her any live captures, offering to exchange them for other goods. Regrettably, for the past 2 months, no live wild chickens or rabbits had been caught. The young rabbits had grown considerably, now resembling the size of cats, and as their growth continued into the spring, the elusive live rabbits remained beyond their grasp. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Mu Guo inquired with delightful surprise. Did you see it? Chatter, chatter, chatter. Mu Guo seized the wooden basket and, clutching a stick, dashed toward the depths of the forest. Keep up. The slightly plump creature, a round little fellow, bounded a few paces before leaping onto Mu Guo's shoulder, gripping her collar tightly, as if fearful of being tossed aside. This was the long-lost bone-eating beast, which had not only grown larger and rounder, but also seemed to have developed a deeper bond with Mu Guo, clinging to her side as if the greatest joy was to be her leg ornament. Perched on her shoulder, it swayed in rhythm with her movements, squinting ahead while occasionally letting out cheerful chirps. Phew, I'm exhausted, Mu Guo gasped, bending over with her hands resting on her knees. She had reached the edge of the forest, where the largest of the wild goats was leading the others toward a certain direction, all of them gradually disappearing into a nearby valley. Taking a deep breath, she resolutely pursued them once more. What are you doing? Mu Guo suddenly slammed on the brakes, unable to suppress a shout. System? The system replied, yes, it is I. I have returned. You appear not to have grown much, but wait. It seems you have awakened some peculiar abilities. Where have you been all this time? After a brief pause, the system continued, what could I do? I was in slumber. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The bone-eating beast tapped on Mu Guo's shoulder and pointed forcefully towards the valley where the sheep had vanished. Mu Guo smacked his forehead and hurriedly chased after them, exclaiming, I'll tell you later. Peering from behind a large tree, Tang Hua curiously observed the direction in which Mu Guo had departed. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to follow. Panting heavily, Mu Guo finally caught up to the rear of the last wild goat. The pace of the herd gradually slowed, and the lead goat emitted a bleat before accelerating once more into the depths of the valley. Could it be? They're still running? Wiping the sweat from his brow, he continued to pursue the goats, momentarily feeling like a wolf perpetually unable to catch its prey on an endless green pasture. A high and prolonged bleat resonated from the lead goat, prompting the flock to quiet down as they followed their leader through the valley. Once they dispersed, the goats began to lower their heads to graze, each displaying an expression of utter enjoyment. Mu Guo quietly followed behind. The goats were remarkably large, compelling her to tiptoe for a better view. Upon doing so, her eyes widened in astonishment. She had assumed the flock would merely lick the saline soil or retreat to their secret caves to savor the mineral-rich walls, but to her astonishment, they were basking beside a salt lake. How opulent! Carefully maneuvering through the herd, she avoided them, as the lakeshore was adorned with white crystals, and the surface was dotted with clumps of crystalline formations, simply extravagant. The bone-eating beast, having spotted something, let out a cheer and swiftly vanished from sight. Without uttering a word, Mu Guo picked up a crystal from the ground and examined it closely. Perhaps due to the pristine environment, the crystal appeared immaculate and free of impurities. However, it still required refinement before it could be consumed. Determined not to have made the journey in vain, She filled her wooden basket to the brim before preparing to return. Yet, as she turned around, she noticed Tang Hua silently standing behind her, having appeared without a sound. "Tang Hua?" she inquired. Tang Hua fixed her gaze upon Mu Guo, clutching a stone in her hand, and demanded, "Did you persuade Su Gu to leave me?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mu Guo furrowed his brow as he glanced at the crystals in the wooden basket, feeling an overwhelming sense of annoyance. Why must there be trouble at this moment? Step aside. Tang Hua stubbornly refused to yield, glaring at Mu Guo and demanding, "You clearly promised me that you would not compete with me." Mu Guo let out a disdainful scoff, gazing at her with an expression akin to that of a pure white lotus, seemingly oppressed, yet rising in defiance. A wave of nausea surged within her, yet she still found it necessary to defend herself. "I have never competed with you for anything. If you insist on framing it that way, I shall reluctantly embrace the title you have bestowed upon me. I have come to clarify that I have never sought to be your adversary. I merely wish to protect what is rightfully mine. I reiterate, I have not stolen anything, nor do I desire to. What could I possibly covet from a mere boy who is yet to mature? Do not drag me into your misguided perceptions." "What do you mean by that?" "I assure you, the one you have set your sights on is of no interest to me. I advise you to remain within your bounds and refrain from seeking trouble. While you languish in idleness, I am quite occupied." Tang Hua, perceiving the contempt in Mu Guo's gaze, felt an inexplicable blockage in her heart. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of humiliation surged within her, igniting intense shame and indignation. Did Mu Guo truly look down upon her? By what right did she hold such disdain? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mu Guo sensed something amiss and turned her head, darkness enveloping her as the wooden basket tumbled to the ground. White crystals spilled out, and warm liquid trickled down her forehead, a sharp pain coursing through her, so intense that even frowning elicited discomfort. She lay supine on the grass, struggling to open her eyes, managing only a narrow slit. Her vision was marred by crimson specks, the blood flowing into her eyes from her forehead. Before her stood a towering figure, casting a disdainful gaze upon her. It was Tang Hua. She yearned to rise, yet her strength had all but vanished, and her sight gradually succumbed to darkness. A thud resounded as a stone fell, blood adhering to it as it rolled, staining the surrounding grass a vivid red. Had she killed someone? The humiliation in her heart seemed to dissipate, but as rationality returned, Tang Hua trembled in fear, tears cascading down her widened eyes. She took 2 steps back, her gaze fixed upon the gaping wound on her forehead, the once verdant grass now drenched in scarlet, terror overwhelming her. What to do? The clan forbade internal conflict, let alone murder. Considering Mu Guo's abilities and her status as the chieftainess daughter, what fate awaited her if it were discovered that she had slain Mu Guo? Yes, the corpse. It must never be found. In a frantic flurry, she dragged Mu Guo, pulling her away to a secluded slope, disposing of both her and the wooden basket with its white crystals, before hastily retreating to the cave. Time passed, and after an indeterminate duration, her long, curled eyelashes fluttered gently. When she opened her eyes, the sky was draped in a soft veil of twilight. The system chimed in. "You have finally awakened." She touched her forehead, instinctively gasping at the sensation. Thankfully, the wound had scabbed over and ceased to bleed. How long had she been unconscious? An entire afternoon. Mu Guo sat silently upon the grass, and after a considerable time, she heard someone calling her name from afar. Slowly, she exhaled a heavy breath, as if she had made a resolute decision. Rising with great difficulty, she took a few steps, only to see a figure emerging from the woods. Shi Yao, startled, had only begun to utter Mu Guo's name when he froze in shock. Mu Guo, bloodied and standing amidst the grass, was unrecognizable to him at first. His nostrils flared, and his expression shifted as he rushed forward, gripping her arms tightly, but recoiling as if shocked, fearful of inadvertently touching her unseen wounds. He anxiously inquired, "Sister, what has happened to you? Who hurt you?" "Tang Hua," Mu Guo managed to utter before collapsing again, the excessive blood loss rendering her exceedingly weak. She had only been able to awaken due to sheer determination, but now, faced with the one person she could trust, Shi Yao, that resolve melted away. In the instant Mu Guo fell, Shiyao reacted swiftly, catching her in his arms. Supporting her, he gritted his teeth and spat, "Tang Hua." Before the cave entrance could be sealed, Shiyao returned, cradling Mu Guo in his arms. The tribe members, upon seeing him carry a bloodied individual, gathered curiously. When they recognized Mu Guo, astonished gasps and cries of concern erupted among them. Ji looked at Mu Guo, who was in a state of disarray, her hair matted with grass and blood. And with a mix of worry and reproach, he asked, "Shiyao, what has transpired?" "Our shaman was well when she departed." He refrained from using Mu Guo's name, instead referring to her as the shaman, which prompted the tribe members to urgently question Shiyao upon hearing the term. Yangri hastily intervened. "Wait for Shiyao to finish speaking." "Why the rush?" Shiyao gently laid Mu Guo upon a stone bed before turning and spotting Tang Hua, who was retreating nervously. He pushed past the tribe members obstructing his path and approached her directly. "What do you think you are doing?" Tang Hua was pressed against the cave wall, with nowhere to retreat. Shiyao seized the fabric at her neck with both hands, lifting her off the ground. His face darkened, and with a furious and vengeful glare, he slammed her against the wall, delivering a punch to her beautiful cheek. Her face instantly swelled, yet this blow did little to quell the fury boiling within Shiyao. He continued to strike her, cursing, "How dare you harm Mu Guo? I will see you dead." His fists rained down upon Tang Hua's head, causing her face to twist in agony as blood began to cover her features. "Shiyao, what are you doing? What is happening?" It seemed as though Tang Hua was responsible for the shaman's condition. "What? Tang Hua dared? Should we intervene?" "Never mind. If we don't let Shiyao vent his rage, we cannot hope to restrain him. Could she be killed? We should at least keep an eye on things. She must be left breathing." "Indeed. The shaman has provided us with countless ways to procure food. How could she dare to lay a hand on her? I wish to strike her myself. I cannot fathom how Jiu taught her." Suddenly, an older woman nearby nudged the younger one. "Hush, do not speak recklessly." "Jiu? Well, it's best not to say too much." The conversation halted mid-sentence, leaving the younger woman bewildered but too preoccupied to inquire further. At this moment, seeing no one come to her aid, Tang Hua grabbed Shiyao's descending fist and denied, "I did not touch her." "On what grounds do you strike me? Do you wish to create enmity between us?" Shiyao, hearing this, let out a cold laugh, his fury intensifying. He summoned the strength to ensure Tang Hua would perish here, even if it meant facing Jiu's wrath. Yangri, witnessing Shiyao's menacing demeanor and glancing at Mu Guo, whose face was stained with blood, could no longer remain oblivious to the unfolding events. With a calm facade, only the veins bulging on his forehead betrayed his inner turmoil, as he stepped forward and grasped Tang Hua by the throat, demanding, "Did you injure her?" The wound on Mu Guo's head was grotesquely terrifying, evidently inflicted with lethal intent. Yang Ri increasingly believed that Tang Hua could not be spared. However, acting in front of onlookers would inevitably provide ammunition for gossip. Yet, the burning desire for vengeance made it difficult to refrain from eliminating her at this moment. He took a deep breath, grasped Shiyao's hand, and said, "First, tend to Mu Guo." Shiyao forcefully cast Tang Hua aside and turned to wipe the blood from Mu Guo's face. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo gazed at the screen, which had suddenly transformed into a human figure. He opened his mouth and tentatively called out, "System?" He sheathed his shovel and extended his hand from his sleeve, responding, "Yes, it is I." After surveying Mu Guo for a moment, he remarked, "I anticipated your arrival here. I was so engrossed in my own troubles that I neglected my duties." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo halted his probing gestures, gently touching his forehead as he spoke. "Previously, I refrained from taking her life, for I wished to spare my father the burden, and I was uncertain whether Shiyao and Yang Ri would be inclined to assist me. Moreover, I found myself unable to surmount the mental barrier that constrained me. However, my benevolence has only emboldened her in her transgressions. Thus, I can no longer afford to hesitate. She must perish. Yet, you are not yet in a position to execute her." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo suddenly chuckled and retorted, "Are you certain that you have spared her just once?" The system, unable to ascertain the reason behind Mu Guo's sudden laughter, nonetheless replied truthfully, "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Mu Guo laughed even more joyfully and readily replied, "All right, I shall spare her this time. May I return now?" The system raised its hand and waved, and suddenly, a door appeared amidst the chaos. It said, "Take care of your injuries. It is not easy for me to accumulate my abilities." Mu Guo paused for a moment, feeling an inexplicable sensation, yet she nodded and replied, "That is only natural." As she passed through the doorway, a wave of dizziness and weightlessness overwhelmed her, making the world spin around her. When she opened her eyes again, she found Shi Yao wiping her forehead with a cloth of questionable cleanliness. A sharp pain throbbed at her brow, particularly excruciating when the cloth brushed against her wound, making her wish to lash out in frustration. However, upon seeing Shi Yao's reddened eyes, she took a deep breath. Shi Yao exclaimed joyfully, "You are awake." His exuberant shout attracted a throng of onlookers, encircling them in layers. As Mu Guo sat up, she scanned the crowd but did not spot Tang Hua, frowning slightly, which aggravated her wound. She had no choice but to ask Shi Yao, her expression impassive, "Where is Tang Hua?" Shi Yao, unwilling to hear the name, darkened his expression and replied, "I threw her out." Yang Ri, producing a fruit from somewhere, handed it to Mu Guo, saying, "You should eat this first. You've slept for a night." Tang Hua is waiting for the clan leader to deal with her. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Mu Guo observed the bustling crowd around her, she slowly rose to her feet and made her way to the location of the water basin. Gazing into the reflection, she beheld her own visage, a face no larger than a palm, adorned with a pair of enchanting almond-shaped eyes that sparkled with vivacity. The gently upturned lashes accentuated the clarity of her eyes, imbuing them with an extraordinary liveliness. Below her elegantly sculpted nose lay a petite mouth, lending her an appearance that was deceptively delicate and exquisitely charming. Yet, a gash marred her forehead, revealing stark white bone, rendering her countenance eerily fragile. It was no wonder that Tang Hua took such pleasure in inflicting harm upon her. Her appearance rendered her all too vulnerable to cruelty. Mu Yishi's thunderous voice was truly remarkable. Even from the depths of the cave, Mu Guo could hear his roar, akin to the sound of an ordinary thunderclap. "What? Who dares to harm my daughter?" Tang Hua's hand, grasping Zhiyu's clothing, trembled violently. Zhiyu swiftly turned to Tang Hua, her brow furrowed in inquiry. "What are you afraid of?" Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her, and her expression hardened. "Is it you? Did you do this?" Tang Hua's silence incited Zhiyu's ire, and she admonished her in a low voice while clutching her chest. "You. How could you hurt her? She is a witch." Tang Hua cast a surprised glance at Zhiyu. Her confusion mingled with a sense of grievance as she questioned, "Why don't you ask me why I did this?" Zhiyu closed her eyes momentarily. She understood her daughter all too well. Yet, this time, her daughter was genuinely in the wrong. It mattered not how much one might detest another. But Mu Guo was a witch, the bearer of the tribe's hopes. During this time, Mu Guo had introduced countless unprecedented methods that greatly benefited the tribe. Seeing Zhiyu's refusal to engage in conversation, Tang Hua's feelings of grievance and resentment intensified. She clenched her fists defiantly, vowing that once she awakened, she would not fear the prejudices of these people. After all, Mu Guo was not dead. Why should they treat her in such a manner? Zhiyu, observing the furious Mu Yishi, felt her heart race. She fully comprehended the terrifying nature of Mu Yishi's wrath. Yet, Tang Hua was her daughter, and she could not simply disregard her. She resolutely pulled Tang Hua into the cave. Upon noticing Jinghua and Mu Yishi surrounding Mu Guo, and then glimpsing the wound on Mu Guo's head, Zhiyu felt a slight sense of relief. It was not as grievous as she had feared. Certainly not as severe as the last time she had gone hunting. Tang Hua initially intended to break free from Zhiyu's grip. But upon seeing Mu Yishi's imposing figure glaring at her, her courage seemed to evaporate. Reluctantly, she followed Zhiyu to stand before Mu Yishi. Jinghua was tending to Mu Guo, placing her palm upon the wound. Gradually, the injury began to seal, healing until only a faint pink mark remained. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mu Guo glanced at the stone club held by the warrior behind him, nodding in satisfaction. He disregarded Zhiyu's pleas, waving his hand, prompting others to forcibly separate Zhiyu and Tang Hua. As Tang Hua observed the scene before her, particularly Zhiyu's terrified expression, an inexplicable fear gripped her, and she clung tightly to Zhiyu's arm, unwilling to let go. With palpable impatience, Liu kicked Zhiyu aside and forcefully dragged Tang Hua out of the cave, binding her to a tree. Tang Hua struggled desperately, but she was no match for a seasoned warrior accustomed to the rigors of the hunt, and soon she found herself securely restrained, unable to move. The clansmen gathered around, instinctively maintaining a 3-meter distance as they watched Tang Hua. Before long, a path opened in the crowd, with Mu Guo leading the charge, followed closely by Jing Hua, Mu Guo, and others. The sun blazed overhead, scorching the skin of the onlookers, yet they remained unwilling to depart, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions as they witnessed the unfolding drama. Mu Guo nodded at the warrior beside him, who wielded a stone club. The warrior stepped forward, glancing at Tang Hua's terrified expression, a cold smirk rising within him. They fought desperately outside for their survival, often returning injured, while the presence of the shaman had spared them countless perils. Yet, here stood someone who was oblivious to their fortune. Raising the stone club, he struck heavily before Tang Hua, and with the first blow, she let out a wail. Before her cries could finish, another strike followed swiftly, filling the air with her anguished screams that echoed through the vicinity. Tang Hua felt no remorse for her situation. She continued to scream, as if her cries could somehow defy her fate. Yang Ri stood at the periphery of the crowd, a sensation of blockage in his heart. Yet he exhaled softly in relief. He had witnessed Mu Guo's injuries and was momentarily taken aback. He had merely been driven by hunger to seize food, never contemplating such brutality. He was grateful he had not become entangled with Tang Hua. For who could say if he would have found himself bound to a tree today as well? Surveying his surroundings, he noted that no clansman stepped forth to defend Tang Hua. Mu Guo, the shaman, had won the hearts of the people. With one last glance at Tang Hua, Yang Ri silently turned away. Blows rained down upon Tang Hua, her cries gradually fading. Zhiyu, collapsing before Mu Guo, bowed repeatedly, weeping as she pleaded, "Please, no more. If this continues, she will not survive. I beseech you to spare her. I promise to keep a vigilant watch over her and ensure she never disrespects the shaman again. I implore you." Tang Hua, with her head bowed, gazed at Zhiyu's desperate plea, yet the hatred within her surged ever stronger. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mu Guo suddenly spoke, and Mu Guo cast a complex glance at his daughter. Ultimately, he waved his hand, and Zhu swiftly retracted the stone club, which was already stained with blood, revealing the ferocity of Zhu's strike. The task was accomplished, granting a reward of 5% soul stability and an increase of 1 in strength, bringing the current strength value to 2. Mu Guo suddenly felt a surge of muscular strength. Her abdominal muscles subtly emerged, and the power in her arms intensified dramatically. Paradoxically, with this newfound strength, her body felt as light as a feather. She quietly clenched her fists, feeling her strength double in an instant, realizing that she could now rival Yang Ri. Even the troubles posed by Tang Hua seemed to diminish considerably. As Zhiyu crawled towards Tang Hua at the end of the intense struggle, she found Tang Hua with her head bowed low, gasping heavily. With trembling hands, Zhiyu hastily untied the ropes binding Tang Hua, swiftly catching her as she began to topple with the removal of her restraints, and carried her into the cave. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mu Guo was oblivious to the fleeting glint of murderous intent in Jing Hua's eyes, instead reveling in her embrace, playfully nuzzling against her, silently expressing her grievances. At this moment, Shi Yao, observing the tender bond between the mother and daughter, furrowed his brow and swiftly made his way to the back mountain. his ears perking up uncontrollably as he ascended. Upon reaching the creek, he gazed at his reflection. His ears seemed to have become a bit more rigid, less concealable than before. His gaze fell upon the stone knife at his waist, and with a shake of his head, his ears wobbled adorably. A sight he found utterly unappealing. He pressed down on his ears with force, wincing in pain, took a deep breath that made his chest rise and fall dramatically, and pressed down again, studying his reflection for an extended period before finally returning. Upon his return to the cave, however, he discovered that Mu Guo was nowhere to be found. He hurriedly sought out Yang Ri, who pointed towards the woods, saying, "She went that way. I wanted to follow, but I have to awaken. Father is taking me to practice hunting. The wind is with her, so there is no need to worry." Shi Yao cast a surprised glance at Yang Ri, genuinely happy for him. "You're awakening so quickly. I wish to awaken soon too." Yang Ri, scratching his head with a bashful grin, replied, "Even though you haven't awakened yet, with your current strength, you'll definitely surpass me once you do." Yang Ri, "Go ahead." Yang Ri heard Yang Yu calling for him, and quickly informed Shi Yao, "I'm off," before dashing towards Yang Yu. Meanwhile, Mu Guo stumbled upon a fallen basket of crystals, which she carried back to the tribe. The wind curiously followed her, intrigued by the basket of white crystals. Pondering her intentions, upon her return, she devoted herself wholeheartedly to the task of purifying coarse salt, undeterred by the curious gazes of her fellow tribesmen. While some salt from the salt lake was of decent purity and did not require further refining, Mu Guo, prioritizing safety in a world so unfamiliar with its minerals, decided to purify it before consumption. She placed the wooden basket outside, then returned to the cave to retrieve a large stone pot, filling it with water and gradually adding the white crystals while stirring with a clean wooden stick. When one arm grew weary, she would switch to the other, continuing until the crystals were completely dissolved. Stretching her stiff neck, she gazed at the salt water in the pot, ultimately deciding to filter it once more. Unable to use animal hides for filtering and lacking cloth, she resorted to borrowing a net for catching wild chickens from Will. After cleaning it, she layered it to filter out the salt water. The resulting salt water was significantly clearer, ready for the evaporation stage. Setting the stone pot over a fire, she stirred continuously while maintaining the flame. This evaporation process consumed much of her day, and by the time the clouds turned a rosy hue, the salt water had finally solidified. At this point, she ceased heating and relied on the residual warmth of the pot to completely evaporate the moisture. Gazing at the pristine white salt at the bottom of the pot, Mu Guo exhaled a sigh of relief, noting that the initially curious onlookers had dispersed to attend to their own affairs. With the purification of coarse salt complete, she finally acknowledged the soreness in her arms. "What is this?" Mu Guo observed his daughter, who, having just healed, was fussing over a pot, producing a batch of small white granules. "This substance is called salt. It will be useful during our meal later. Can this be eaten?" Mu Guo frowned, skeptical, as the white granules appeared far from edible, and after all that effort, it seemed insufficient to even fill his teeth. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo chuckled. "Then I shall wait for you." Jinghua playfully scolded Mu Guo. "It's hardly fair to make our daughter work just as she is settled in." "Mother, I'm fine. I will do a bit more later, and we can all dine together." In an instant, Jinghua's expression mirrored that of Mu Guo, and their harmonious presence was palpable. Mu Guo sighed in resignation as she carefully stored the salt from the stone pot into a prepared wooden jar. Tomorrow was the day for the new release, and she had little to say, as she was not particularly eloquent. Thus, she opted to forego empty words and simply expressed her gratitude for the support she had received. She cherished every vote, which fueled her motivation to continue. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the clan members gathered in small groups around a bubbling stone pot, filled with simmering meat, each holding a stone bowl brimming with food. In the center, Mu Guo evenly sprinkled a handful of finely chopped green herbs into the pot, an unfamiliar plant akin to lettuce that she had whimsically named due to her laziness. After ladling a spoonful of broth, she blew on it gently before tasting, promptly adding a pinch of salt. After allowing the pot to simmer for a while longer, she served her parents each a stone bowl of meat, topping it off with some broth and greens. Mu Guo urged the two individuals to sample the flavors, and after serving herself a bowl, she proceeded to prepare 2 additional bowls, which she handed to Shi Wan and Yang Ri. Yang Ri, brimming with delight, scampered off with Shi Wan to join the others who were cooking meat. Meanwhile, Yao sat alone at a distance from Mu Guo, tending to his own grilling. Upon seeing the food Mu Guo had brought, a warmth flickered through his heart. What is this? Mu Guo observed the two slender, smooth sticks that his daughter had presented, appearing delicate enough to be snapped with a mere pinch of the fingers, and he gazed at her in bewilderment. Jinghua, equally perplexed, pondered the purpose of these items, which seemed inedible, and questioned why they would be placed in the bowl. Mu Guo picked up her chopsticks from the bowl and effortlessly grasped a piece of meat, without any fear of being scalded. She explained, "This is called a chopstick. Using it to eat allows one to avoid the worry of burning their hands." Mu Guo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. They had always indulged in barbecued meats and had never considered such an approach. Subsequently, Mu Guo devised a method that combined both soup and meat, and they soon fell in love with the satisfying fullness it provided, leaving them warm and content. However, one downside was the dish's excessive heat. Upon witnessing this method, he immediately emulated Mu Guo's technique to grasp the food. Crunch. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mu Guo's initially encouraging expression suddenly shifted to one of embarrassment, as he nearly forgot how strong Mu Guo was. The force he exerted was neither gentle nor measured, and it was indeed easy to break a pair of chopsticks in such a manner. "There's no need to use so much strength, like I do," he remarked, demonstrating once more before handing Mu Guo a brand new pair of chopsticks. Gazing at him with an expression full of anticipation, Mu Guo took the chopsticks, observing the expression of his daughter, then glanced at the broken chopsticks in his hand. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a twinge of anxiety. This time, he was especially cautious as he lifted the chopsticks, gently pinching the food. As he watched the morsel inch closer to his mouth, his hand trembled uncontrollably, threatening to drop the meat from the chopsticks. In a hurry, he lowered his head and consumed the meat, bursting into hearty laughter, filled with pride as he exclaimed, "I have mastered the use of chopsticks. Father is truly remarkable. I learned it in no time, truly befitting our clan leader." Mu Guo received praise for Mu Guo, and his smile was exceptionally radiant. The clansmen turned to see what had brought such unrestrained joy to their leader. Jinghua silently observed Mu Guo's demeanor, his tail nearly soaring to the heavens in delight. She averted her gaze, imitating Mu Guo, delicately picking up a piece of meat and placing it in her mouth. Before she could revel in her newfound skill, she was captivated by a flavor she had never encountered before. After swallowing the morsel, she quickly grasped another piece and savored it thoughtfully. Jinghua could not quite articulate the flavor, yet it was undeniably exquisite, igniting her appetite further. The meat in her bowl soon vanished, and she lifted the bowl to drink the broth in one gulp, smacking her lips in lingering satisfaction. Rising, she refilled her bowl and resumed her quiet feast. Seeing Jinghua's reaction filled Mu Guo's heart with immense joy. This is the allure of seasoning, particularly salt. Without it, all food tastes like mere tasteless wax. Once salt was introduced, Mu Guo did not withhold the method of its extraction from her kin. As it was in the best interest of the entire tribe, there was no reason to keep it a secret. Consequently, months passed, and the tribe became accustomed to the salted fare. Several women, including Wu, volunteered to take on the task of purifying the salt, requiring only the warriors to make occasional trips to the salt lake to gather enough for their sustenance. Meanwhile, Yangri successfully joined the ranks of apprentice warriors, dedicating her days to learning the art of hunting. Not long ago, Mu Guo returned from a hunt, bringing back a live male rabbit and 2 adult wild chickens. Much to Mu Guo's delight, the male rabbit soon fulfilled expectations, and before long, the female rabbit was expecting offspring, her belly swollen with promise. Mu Guo often found herself peering contentedly at the harmonious sight of the rabbits grazing together, while the young rabbits had also grown considerably, soon to be ready for breeding. The thought of having a plump rabbit to feast upon during the winter months, when fresh food would be scarce, filled Mu Guo with anticipation. The chick had grown to the size of a turkey, and to prevent any unexpected escapades, she had deliberately trimmed its wing feathers. The 2 adult wild chickens were raised in a similar manner. However, due to their wild nature, she took precautions by tying their feet with rope. Unfortunately, these 2 had only laid a single egg and remained fiercely protective of it, puffing up their feathers and glaring menacingly at anyone who dared approach, thwarting Mu Guo's desire for eggs. Yet, the sight of the hen nesting on the egg brought her joy, as she preferred the prospect of hatching chicks over consuming eggs. Today, Mu Guo returned with the warriors, laden with bounty, leaving the tribe members nearly prostrate from indulgence. Yet, Mu continued his grilling, with a pot bubbling over with delicacies. Occasionally, tribe members, still burping from their feasts, approached to partake, while Mu would occasionally offer morsels to Jinghua and Mu Guo. Despite Mu Guo's reluctant acceptance, she found herself overwhelmed, having transitioned from a ravenous appetite to a state of nausea. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu let out a burp, feeling rather full himself. Yet he still held a stone bowl in one hand while gently ruffling Mu Guo's hair with the other, urging him, hurry and eat. Mu Guo stared at the protruding meat in the bowl, a sudden realization striking her as she slapped her forehead and sprang to her feet. How could she have forgotten this? In her preoccupation with the matters of the rabbit and the wild chicken, she had completely overlooked the vital task of storing food. Originally, these provisions could suffice for more than 2 meals for everyone, but now, forcing themselves to consume it all would indeed be a tremendous waste. She intercepted Mu who was about to serve more to others, and said, "Father, please refrain from cooking any more meat. It is wasteful for everyone to consume so much." Mu let out a bitter smile, his stomach already overfilled. He was acutely aware that others were equally stuffed. Yet he mused that it was far preferable to indulge than to discard what had gone bad afterward. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. After listening to Mu Guo's words, Mu said nothing more and turned to extinguish the fire, ceasing the cooking of the meat. The tribespeople, witnessing this scene, collectively exhaled in relief. However, their hearts ached at the sight of the 2 piles of game on the ground. These creatures could have provided several hearty meals, and now, unable to consume them, they would have to be discarded. As for Mu he never harbored doubts about his daughter. She had always accomplished whatever she set her mind to. At this moment, he felt no inclination to engage in thought. He entrusted such matters to her. His only task was to stretch his limbs and loosen his muscles. The sheer ease of not needing to think was utterly delightful. He only utilized his intellect during hunting. At all other times, brute force sufficed. Any tribe member who defied him would be swiftly dealt with. A good thrashing would ensure obedience, and if necessary, another beating could be administered. During this period, Mu Guo's various displays had earned her the genuine recognition of her identity as a shaman among the tribespeople, who began to exhibit a blind adherence to her words. This filled Mu with immense pride. Just look at his daughter. She was truly exceptional. As Mu Guo observed her tribe, who could barely sit upright and appeared as though intoxicated, they suddenly regained their spirits upon seeing Mu cease the cooking of meat. Energized, the tribespeople began to slice the hunted prey into strips, placing them into stone basins, generously adding salt, and thoroughly massaging it into the flesh until it was covered in a white coating. The 2 hunted animals yielded 5 large stone basins of meat. Once the salting process was complete, Mu Guo directed the tribesmen to pierce holes in the meat with stone knives, threading them with animal hide to hang on the wooden racks prepared from the previous year for drying. However, she yearned to create smoked meat. Enticed by its delectable flavor and the extended preservation it afforded, the smoke would form an insulating layer, enhancing its storage. She devised a method to ignite a pile of somewhat damp firewood at the edge of the rack, suspending the meat above it, then wrapping the surrounding area with animal hide to prevent the smoke from being whisked away by the wind, lest the effort go to waste. After completing all preparations, she patiently awaited the outcome. The tribespeople watched in a moment of realization, reminiscent of last year's process of drying fish. They understood that all meat could be preserved in this manner. With the early onset of food storage in the summer, they believed that if they persevered, they would not face hunger in the winter. This thought brought forth smiles that seemed to glimmer with hope. However, this joy was short-lived. As the presence of the meat attracted some uninvited guests, a haunting howl echoed from an unknown source, and soon after, a strikingly large silver-furred creature emerged from the hills. With the arrival of this wolf, 7 or 8 more followed, their eyes fixated hungrily on the meat hanging from the wooden rack. Yet, they did not rush to consume the meat. Instead, they scanned their surroundings before finally locking their gaze upon the mightiest member of the tribe, Mu. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo understood that this was a primal method unique to ancient humans, employed to display strength in the hope of frightening off adversaries. Akin to a puffed-up cat, the warriors remained vigilant even after the wolf pack had vanished. And Mu Guo furrowed his brow as he cautioned his fellow tribesmen with a few solemn words. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo had once scrutinized the lead wolf, which stood an impressive height of 1.5 meters and measured 2 to 3 meters in length, significantly larger than the wolves of her previous life. She felt fortunate that she had not yet resorted to an outdoor lavatory. Otherwise, venturing out in the dead of night would have posed a considerable risk of losing her way. As the golden rays of dawn poured into the cave, it was unclear who had risen early to move the massive boulder blocking the entrance, allowing the sun to illuminate the interior. Mu Guo yawned and descended from her bed, gently patting her drowsy face as her mind flickered through the day's agenda. On this day, Mu Guo led the warriors in pursuit of the wolf pack's territory, while those remaining in the tribe armed themselves, preparing for any unforeseen visitation from the wolves, knowing they would be powerless to resist. The warriors searched throughout the day but failed to uncover any traces of the pack, likely having returned to their own domain. Nevertheless, the villagers did not let their guard down, the tribe members journeying to the rear mountains to check the traps for game always went in groups of 3 or 5. And the children were strictly permitted to play only in front of the cave. As Mu Guo, the sorceress, embarked on her journeys, she was invariably accompanied by 5 or 6 individuals, their presence a formidable display of concern for her safety. This entourage often rendered her uncomfortable, particularly during her frequent visits to the restroom. Fortunately, after several consecutive days without any sign of wolves, Mu Guo began to shed the embarrassment of having a cadre of burly men surrounding her during such private moments. Mu Guo ultimately decided to lead the warriors on a hunting expedition. They could not linger indefinitely, as many in the tribe awaited sustenance. This year, several women had given birth, and a few more were nearing their time, resulting in the joyful addition of 5 new children to the tribe, 3 boys and 2 girls. Filled with happiness, Mu Guo generously provided extra provisions to the mothers who had recently given birth, ensuring they could nourish themselves adequately. After some contemplation, he also set aside additional food for 2 expectant mothers, one of whom was Ji's partner, Fengya. Following a harmonious winter spent together, their offspring had already taken residence within Fengya's womb. Mu Guo gazed upon the children born this year, relishing their delightful feeding, and felt an indescribable joy in his heart. In previous years, the women would eat just once every 2 days, or even go 3 days without a meal, leaving them with insufficient milk for their infants. The little ones, too young to consume meat, often faced the grim reality of mortality, with a significant portion of them succumbing each year. Fortunately, despite the recent trials of childbirth, the adults possessed remarkable vitality and would soon resume their daily activities. Observing the women thriving this year, nourished by ample provisions, and witnessing the plumpness of the children, Mu Guo's heart swelled with happiness. With the children well fed from a young age, the likelihood of their awakening increased. The thought of a burgeoning tribe filled with warriors brought him immense satisfaction, and he could not help but break into a joyful smile, his once unruly beard now appearing noticeably tamer. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo, feeling helpless, pressed her forehead, observing the equally joyous Jinghua. She silently reassured herself, after all, this is a primitive society, where notions of shame hold no weight. Mu Guo swiftly led the warriors out to hunt. With Mu Guo's method of preserving meat, Mu Guo resolved to exert greater effort and capture more game this time. After sending off the warriors, Mu Guo tended to her grain field, which had grown to her height, watering it diligently. The tribe members were busy with the rabbits and wild chickens, and she stood halfway up the hill, contemplating the expanse in front of the cave that she could enclose. Recently, she had focused excessively on cultivation and breeding, neglecting the paramount issue of safety. It was high time to construct a wall, and she pondered various considerations. One was simply to prevent wild beasts from entering. Another was that she would eventually need to move out. Thus, the construction of a house must commence soon, without a sturdy wall. Any dwelling would never be as secure as the cave. She could hardly contain her eagerness to relocate. If she continued to stay, she would eventually grow accustomed to the chaotic scenes of mosaics and melodious sounds. Moreover, the matter of her tribesmen's restroom habits had become pressing. Regardless of age or gender, during the night, they would seek out corners of the cave to relieve themselves, and even standing at the cave's entrance, she would be subjected to the unpleasant odors. With the weather warming, it had become unbearable. Now that they had salt, there was no longer a concern about the meat spoiling. Mu Guo, invigorated, hunted with renewed vigor, shifting from resting 3 days between hunts to merely taking 1 day off. However, it was not always the case that they returned laden with game. Occasionally, they would return empty-handed, bearing a few injured comrades. Fortunately, with Jinghua's abilities, she quickly tended to those with less severe injuries. The more grievous cases required a longer period of recuperation. Yet, with the meat preserved effectively, Mu Guo had come to accept the occasional empty-handed return, a situation that once cast a pall over her spirits. After all, they had ample provisions, which bolstered their confidence significantly. On this particular day, Mu Guo once again set out with the warriors, armed and ready to catch a few antelopes on the plains. Mu Guo had already envisioned a delightful feast of grilled lamb skewers. However, not long after, she saw Mu Guo returning, a grave expression on his face, bearing 2 antelopes alongside the warriors. The haul was less than ideal. Dozens of warriors had ventured out, yet only 2 antelopes, 5 zebras, and 3 deer accompanied their return. The warriors remained vigilant, casting wary glances toward the forest as if it concealed some lurking danger. Suddenly, the chilling howls of wolves echoed from the woods, and several wolves emerged, soon followed by more. Mu Guo's heart sank. The cacophony of howls was far more pronounced than the last encounter, with over 10 wolves now visible, and the distant calls drawing nearer. Had this pack returned to summon their kin? Had they settled in the plains? Or were they merely pausing during their migration? Drawn to this area by the abundance of prey? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Mu Guo watched the last wolf vanish into the depths of the forest, he let out a sudden sigh of relief. Yet, he continued to lead the warriors, stationed every few meters throughout the tribe, each gripping their weapons with taut muscles and grave expressions. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo fell silent for a moment, then shook his head gravely and said, "It is unlikely. Otherwise, they would not come to contest our territory." Mu Guo was taken aback. The recent standoff had indeed been a struggle for territory. Should she feel grateful that the wolf pack had not encroached upon them? Or should she be fearful of having such neighbors? The tribe fell into a momentary silence. The children, usually full of mischief, ceased their playful antics and nestled obediently in their parents' arms. It was the ordinary folk who felt the greatest trepidation. While the warriors might stand a chance against wolves, they, the commoners, could only serve as easy prey. But did the warriors not feel fear? They certainly did. Yet behind them lay the lives they were determined to protect. Kin, loved ones, children, and partners, none of whom they were willing to forsake. Thus, they bravely stood their ground. After pondering for a considerable time, Mu Guo reflected on the vast expanse of the plain, which could indeed accommodate a wolf pack. Yet, what compelled them to venture here? Surely, they could not find the sheep, deer, and zebras of the plain more appetizing than their own kind. Shaking her head in confusion, she resolved to set aside her musings. What mattered now was how to avert a wolf attack. She decided that her primary focus should be on fortifying the walls, ideally constructing them larger. For given the rapid rate at which her kin were procreating, the tribe's expansion was inevitable. A smaller wall would necessitate rebuilding in just a few years. So it was prudent to commence with a more substantial structure. In her previous life, walls were typically constructed from stone bricks, both aesthetically pleasing and robust. However, in her current circumstances, this was not particularly feasible. She would have to rely on stones and clay instead. To expedite the process, a considerable workforce would be essential. She envisioned dividing the labor into 3 groups. one to gather stones, another to excavate clay, and a third to erect the walls. Although excavating clay was relatively straightforward, finding suitable stones for wall construction proved to be more laborious. Moreover, a solid foundation was crucial. A collapse would only serve to undermine their efforts. The greatest challenge lay in ensuring her tribe's sustenance, as the warriors needed to continue hunting. Constructing a wall was a monumental task, requiring a substantial number of hands. However, the tribe's elite hunters were indispensable for this endeavor, leaving only the ordinary members and the elderly, weak, or ill to handle the construction. Relying on them would be as futile as chasing shadows. It would likely take until next year or beyond to complete. And Mu Guo was determined not to undertake this project lightly. The walls must be both sturdy and high. Yet, to effectively address the issue, one must consider the fundamental purpose of the walls, to safeguard her kin and facilitate their daily lives. Nevertheless, the threat of the wolf pack loomed large. They could not remain confined within the walls indefinitely. This was simply untenable. After much contemplation, she found no immediate solutions. Given her father's character, had he been capable of confronting the wolves, he would have already charged at them with his stone axe. His defensive measures indicated a recognition of their inability to tackle the wolves head-on. Fortunately, for the time being, the wolves posed no direct threat to them. Thus, the competition now rested on who could devise a means to drive the other away first. Before either side could achieve that, the priority remained the construction of the walls. As for the particulars of how to dispel the wolves, those strategies would require further contemplation. Despite the heavy atmosphere within the tribe, it did not impede their productivity. The people diligently processed the entrails and hides of their game, slicing the meat into strips, salting them evenly, and hanging them on wooden racks. Following the overwhelming praise for the smoked meat they had prepared earlier, the tribe's people spontaneously decided to convert half of their catch into dried meat, while the remainder was made into smoked varieties. Currently, the tribe had amassed enough provisions to last for half a month. The mother rabbit had given birth to another litter, totaling 9 kits, while the previously captured chicks had grown nearly to the size of adult wild chickens. The hen, which had been diligently incubating her eggs, finally hatched a chick that was still sparsely feathered. Though the food reserves were not abundant, Mu Guo resolved to commence preparations for the wall's construction immediately. She shared her intentions with the tribe, fully expecting their enthusiastic acceptance and cooperation. To her delight, upon hearing her words, the tribe's people eagerly prepared to venture out and gather stones, motivated by her assertion that once the walls were built, the beasts would be kept at bay. Mu Guo, with a sense of helplessness, stopped the people and said, "Let us first assign our tasks before proceeding. Father, please organize the hunting party." Since she had never participated in hunting herself, it was best to entrust this responsibility to Mu Guo, while the remaining individuals could assist in the construction of the wall. Mu Guo pondered for a moment before deciding to leave 10 warriors in the tribe. One group would assist in constructing the walls, while the other would serve as a safeguard against sudden wolf pack attacks. Aside from these 10 warriors, the tribe comprised 22 seasoned fighters and 5 newly recruited warriors, including Yang Ri, Gu, Chun, Deshan, and Mou, all contributing to the hunting efforts. The remaining 20 or so ordinary tribesfolk stayed behind to aid in the wall construction, with some children helping to prepare meals and pass items. Except for the infants too young to care for themselves, the elderly, infirm, and disabled all participated in the wall-building endeavor, motivated by a sense of duty rather than obligation. Mu Guo resolved to exert himself more diligently in hunting over the next few days, for only by amassing a greater supply of food could he hasten the construction of the walls. After all, a single warrior's labor was equivalent to that of several ordinary individuals. At dawn, Mu Guo left 10 warriors behind and led the remaining 27 on a grand expedition toward the back mountain. Observing the tribe members left in the settlement gaze at him with anticipation, awaiting his direction, Mu Guo could only manage a wry smile. At that moment, Teng Hua, still nursing an unhealed wound, cast a sullen glance at Mu Guo, who was surrounded like a star by adoring onlookers. She felt a surge of resentment but clenched her teeth, suppressing her frustration. She knew that opposing Mu Guo was no longer an option. Once her injuries healed, she would surely reclaim Gu's heart. Mu Guo, too, sensed the undercurrents of emotion as her connection with the shaman stone deepened over time, allowing her to perceive the world around her with increasing clarity. Within a certain radius, she could sense every blade of grass and twig nearby. She was aware of Teng Hua's gaze, but chose to disregard it. Summoning a tribe member, she instructed them to bring Teng Hua forward. Observing Teng Hua's submissive demeanor, Mu Guo could not help but scorn her inwardly. However, recognizing the pressing need for manpower, she decided to spare her for the time being, intending to grant her a swift resolution once the walls were completed. Uncle Ji, take 10 individuals to dig the foundation. I will mark the location shortly. Feng. You lead 10 to gather stones. The larger, the better, but be mindful of your strength and prioritize speed. As for the clay, I will handle that myself. Lacking steel, concrete, and bricks, they could only use stones and clay for the foundation. Fortunately, the walls did not require the same load-bearing capacity as a house. They merely needed to be sturdy and solid. The two men nodded in agreement and prepared to depart. Mu Guo added, Feng, take Tanghua with you to move the stones, and ensure they are substantial. She spoke with utmost seriousness, failing to perceive any impropriety in her words. The others glanced at Tanghua, silently grateful that they had not offended Mu Guo. Feng noticed Tanghua's expression shift slightly and responded, understood. He then selected a few stronger warriors and ordinary tribe members to join him in the search for stones. The cave was situated on a gentle slope halfway up the mountain, making it relatively suitable for wall construction, as it was not particularly steep. About 1,000 meters ahead lay a river. Mu Guo contemplated and decided to mark a line 500 meters to the left of the cave. She instructed Ji, excavate at this location, aiming for a width approximately halfway to the river. Ideally, it should be as wide as my mother's bed, with a depth of about 1 meter. Jinghua's stone bed was approximately 1 meter wide, and such a robust wall would certainly withstand the majority of the local wild beasts. Ji nodded, calling upon the others to begin. Armed with wooden shovels, they commenced their labor. Observing their strength contrasted with her own, Mu Guo sighed in resignation. Before long, the 10 individuals had begun their excavation. Upon inspecting the ground beneath, she noted it was solid. Thus, she felt reassured about the stability of their efforts. Mu Guo observed the fervent individuals excavating the foundation as though invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. Accompanied by several adults and a few children, she ventured to a previously dug clay site to commence her own digging. Perhaps due to her recent contributions to the tribe, the others were reluctant to allow her to labor, and she found herself gently pushed aside, forced to watch them toil. They labored tirelessly for an entire day, returning to the cave utterly exhausted, yet without a word of complaint. At that moment, had anyone dared to voice their unwillingness to continue, they would have been swiftly subdued and sent to confront the wolf pack alongside the warriors. As their labor intensified, their physical exertion increased their appetites. With a plethora of tasks awaiting them the following day, Mu Guo resolved to ensure no one would go hungry. To conserve provisions and stave off future scarcity, she prepared a stew with meat and an abundance of fresh greens, including the recently sprouted bitter herbs, which she also incorporated into the pot. When the meal was ready, the people transformed into primal beings, eagerly devouring bowl after bowl. Even after several pots were emptied, they still felt a lingering hunger, yet understood the necessity of rationing their supplies. At dawn, the community resumed their work spontaneously. Despite their increased appetites, it was gratifying to note that, after 2 days of diligent effort, they had excavated half of the foundation, measuring 500 meters in length and 1.2 meters in width, quicker than Mu Guo had anticipated. The clay proved relatively easy to dig, and apart from the inevitable coating of mud, everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. The group busily transported stones, while the stronger warriors appeared like ants, effortlessly carrying boulders weighing 4 to 5 times their own bodies, exuding an air of vitality that belied their exertion. The ordinary tribespeople watched the warriors with a sense of envy, particularly Ji, who had once been a formidable warrior himself but now limped along, clutching stones, painfully aware of how swiftly he fell behind his peers. After several arduous days, they had finally excavated the foundation encircling 3 sides of the cave, with the stones piled high into 2 small hills, a truly impressive sight. However, the foundations for half the wall were still insufficient. After all, each side of the foundation spanned 500 meters in length and 400 meters in width, totaling approximately 1,400 meters for the enclosing wall, a monumental task indeed, especially considering the required thickness of about 1 meter, necessitating an overwhelming amount of materials. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, from a distance. Mu Guo spotted the warriors returning. However, their haul appeared to be significantly less than before. Puzzled, she glanced into the crowd but did not observe any injuries. Her gaze then turned towards Jinghua, who sighed with a bitter smile and remarked, This time, our numbers were few, and we encountered a herd of wild boars. We managed to capture a few, but the rest of the boars pursued us in a frenzy, forcing us to retreat. Upon hearing this, Mu Guo turned to look. And indeed, the soldiers were burdened with wild boars, one of them even carrying a lively piglet. Mu Guo glanced at the piglet and thought, no wonder they were so eager in their pursuit. After all, who wouldn't be agitated when their young ones were at stake? Boars are notoriously fierce when provoked, caring little for who stands in their way. The villagers proceeded to butcher the pigs, consuming 2 of them, while the remainder was salted and hung to preserve. Mu Guo observed that only 2 rows of pork were left hanging, which indeed seemed scant, standing atop a pile of stones. She gazed out at the fish occasionally leaping from the river's surface. It appeared that there were more small fish than usual lately. After much contemplation, she resolved to give it a try. She approached Mu Guo and proposed, "Father, could you refrain from taking the soldiers out hunting in the coming days?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo pointed towards the river and said, "We can go fishing again." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Guo quickly shook his head, casting a puzzled glance at Mu Guo. "It's not safe there. How could you possibly think of going fishing again?" After uttering these words, he paused for a moment, as if realizing something, and a sudden wave of exhilaration swept across his face. Sitting up straight, he inquired, "But has that gigantic octopus left this place?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The ecstatic expression on Mu Guo's face vanished in an instant, yet she remained profoundly intrigued by the method proposed by Mu Guo. "What must be done?" she inquired. "I will inform you once I have completed it." Mu Guo contemplated creating a fishing net or a fish trap. The concept of the fish trap was not unfamiliar to her. In her previous life, she had crafted a rudimentary fish trap using a plastic bottle, which allowed fish to enter easily, but made it nearly impossible for them to escape. Once inside, they became her meal. However, she had never constructed a larger one due to a lack of suitable bottles. Thus, she resolved to weave a sizable fish trap using branches. The process of making a fish trap was not particularly difficult. It bore similarities to the construction of a wooden basket, albeit with a narrower opening and a broader base. As she gathered branches to commence her work, a shadow loomed over her. She lifted her gaze to find Wu and several women standing before her. Before she could utter a word, Wu crouched down to observe the partially woven fish trap in Mu Guo's hands and curiously asked, "Is this the fish trap that the clan leader mentioned?" Mu Guo nodded, yet her hands remained deftly engaged in the task at hand. Wu proactively sought out some pliable branches and brought them to Mu Guo's side. She crouched down and remarked, "I will join you in this endeavor. It will expedite our progress." How utterly simple-hearted she was, eager for assistance, for her own pace was rather sluggish. "Very well, you all should gather more pliable branches, preferably longer ones," Mu Guo instructed. Wu, a woman of action, immediately rallied the others to search for suitable branches to construct the fish trap. In truth, bamboo would have been the ideal material for crafting the trap, yet the absence of bamboo here necessitated a compromise. They selected 3 long, pliable branches and laid them flat on the ground, followed by interweaving 31 additional branches among them, one by one, until all 31 were secured in place. They then bent the structure into a circle and continued weaving. Subsequently, using 3 branches, they wove back and forth through the 31 branches to form a ring, ensuring the ends of the 31 branches converged and were secured, creating the trap's entry point. The center of the woven trap was also completed, and they proceeded to pull all 31 branches downward to fix them at the entry, resulting in a structure that resembled an open-mouthed round pitcher plant. Of course, the task was not yet finished. Mu Guo shook her weary hands and continued to weave the opening until the inverted branches were also intricately fashioned, creating an entrance spacious enough to allow 2 fish to enter simultaneously, which, at first glance, bore resemblance to a torpedo. Given that the fish in the river were not particularly small, Mu Guo was disinclined to capture smaller specimens, hence the trap was crafted to be exceptionally large, capable of accommodating an adult. Once these tasks were completed, she stretched her sore neck and, upon looking up, was startled to see that Wu had already returned with the women. Observing Mu Guo's focused craftsmanship, they refrained from interrupting, instead watching intently as she expertly manipulated the large trap. "Is this it then?" Wu exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at the fish trap. Although the notion of digging a pit to catch fish was unfamiliar to them, it was at least comprehensible. However, the sight of this singularly open trap left her momentarily dumbfounded. Surely, only a foolish fish would venture inside. Mu Guo was oblivious to Wu's thoughts. Otherwise, she would have certainly remarked that fish were indeed foolish creatures, even believing this was a grand mansion. Naturally, Mu Guo was unaware of Wu's musings. She nodded and said, "I shall give it a try." With that, she procured a long, sturdy leather cord to secure the fish trap. A sense of anxiety welled within her, for it had been quite some time since she had witnessed the stirrings of a giant octopus. Approaching the riverbank cautiously, she halted decisively at a distance of 5 meters. Rather than relying on her eyesight, she opted to harness her shamanic power. Over the past few days, she had diligently practiced the use of her abilities, despite often appearing pallid due to overexertion. Nevertheless, the results were gratifying. Her range had doubled, extending from 8 meters to a remarkable 16. Her shamanic energy gradually extended into the river, probing downward meter by meter. Yet, all she encountered were schools of fish and some river crabs and shrimp. The giant octopus was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that the creature's prior appearance had merely been a coincidence? Was it merely a chance encounter? Regrettably, no one could provide her with an answer. However, one thing was certain: it was safe for the moment. Moving forward 2 more meters, she placed bait into the trap and cast it into the water, securing one end of the leather cord to a tree trunk on the bank to prevent the fish from escaping in a struggle. In her past life, she would typically retrieve the trap after 3 or 4 hours. However, given the density of fish in this river, she surmised that a check would be feasible in about 2 hours. One trap, however, would undoubtedly be insufficient. Turning back to continue crafting more traps, she was startled to find a row of women standing behind her, their eyes fixed anxiously on the river's surface. Wu had even positioned her hands at her waist, prepared to drag Mu Guo away at the slightest sign of trouble. Amused by Wu's evident tension, Mu Guo chuckled and said, "There is nothing to worry about for now." "All right, and Wu, let us proceed." Wu nodded but glanced back at the river with lingering concern. Ultimately, she followed Mu Guo, accompanied by several women, seated nearby and learning, occasionally inquiring if they were doing everything correctly. Time passed swiftly, and the setting sun cast a crimson glow, tinting the faces of the people a rosy hue. Even a burly man like Mu Guo appeared considerably gentler in the warm light. By the end of the day, the ground was strewn with fish traps, and several trees had been denuded in the process. When Mu Guo stretched and stood, she noticed that several nearby trees bore a stark appearance, and she cast a resigned glance at the women still seated on the ground, diligently weaving fish traps. Their nimble fingers worked quickly, surpassing her own pace by a significant margin. As the branches dwindled, the final fish trap was completed. She timely announced, "Aunt Wu, this should suffice. Let us place the bait inside and cast them all into the river. It is getting late. We shall check our results tomorrow." Wu promptly rose, clutching the fish trap, her excitement palpable as she made her way to the riverbank. For an ordinary person, capturing prey was a matter of great pride. Since the emergence of the giant octopus, she had not caught any fish on her own for quite some time, nearly forgetting the joy that accompanied such a sense of accomplishment. The women, too, were filled with excitement as they hurriedly tossed their traps into the river, retreating swiftly from the bank as soon as they did. The tree trunks along the riverbank were tied with leather cords, one end securing the fish traps. Mu Guo located the leather cord attached to her trap and tugged forcefully. As she pulled it ashore, the trap made a commotion, the fish inside flailing about. Mu Guo's face broke into a radiant smile. Indeed, the ingenuity of the laboring people knows no bounds. As he opened the fish trap, he beheld 6 or 7 fish, each measuring about 70 to 80 centimeters in length. While they may be modest in size, they were sufficient to provide a hearty meal for 3 or 4 individuals. This marked a promising beginning, with sustenance at hand. It would at least free the hunters to pursue other tasks. If contemporary society sees women commanding men and men treated as beasts of burden, then the warriors exist as perpetual engines of labor. They require merely 8 or 9 hours of sleep and a satisfying meal to perform the work of 10 men. Extracting these warriors from hunting to construct fortifications would undoubtedly accelerate the pace of the building process. The fish retrieved from the first trap was akin to a timely gift from heaven for the tribe, further elevating Mu Guo's standing among his people. After a fulfilling dinner, the following day, The warriors voluntarily undertook the heaviest tasks, such as moving stones, a laborious endeavor for ordinary folks, yet for the warriors, it felt as effortless as a mere tickle. As Mu Guo gazed upon the towering piles of stones, she estimated that they were sufficient to construct a segment of the wall. She called upon the warriors engaged in stone transportation to pause and join her in the construction. The clay, having been left to sit for too long, had begun to lose its efficacy. Yet she had diligently mixed it on the ground with water for quite some time. Building a wall with stones requires a certain finesse, it must not be askew. And the stones at the base should not be smaller than those above. Furthermore, the stones should be interlaid with one another to enhance stability. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. As Mu Guo turned around, he noticed Zhu Li glancing enviously at Mu Guo, speaking with a tone laden with sourness. His demeanor was reminiscent of a lemon, and Mu Guo chuckled heartily, teasingly remarking, "If you have the ability, why not give birth to one yourself?" Ha! Zhu Li rolled his eyes, silently lamenting that if it were as simple as merely wishing to have children, he would gladly beget 10 or 8 of them. Turning his gaze back, he observed his eldest son laboring to move stones, his second son digging the foundation, while his 2 daughters were preoccupied. One, merely a few months old, was rolling on the ground, and the other was busy catching bugs. He sighed softly, reassuring himself that the children were still quite young. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mu Guo nodded and said, "Go ahead, but be careful." As she observed Shi Yao's retreating figure, she noted that he seemed to be growing at an astonishing rate. Recently, she had also discovered that the 2 ears atop his head appeared unable to retract fully, the small protrusions still quite visible. Gazing at the wall before her, now standing 50 centimeters tall, she gathered some branches to fashion a makeshift straw hat. At a cursory glance, it resembled the straw hat worn by that character, Luffy. After a moment's contemplation, she turned and made her way to the back mountain. By the stream, Shi Yao crouched, raising both hands to rub his ears, occasionally furrowing his brow in discomfort. The pain was excruciating. He shook his ears, which fluttered like a cat's ears blown by the wind, and released his tail once more. Whether it was due to his youthful physique or the inherent flexibility of beastmen, he gently turned his head to see a reddish hue at the base of his tail, flinching as he touched it, inhaling sharply at the sting. His handsome face contorted once again. Would he be discovered? The grass nearby rustled, prompting Shi Yao to instinctively perk up his ears, lowering his tail slightly but not allowing it to touch the ground, adopting a posture akin to that of a wild beast. His agility was remarkable. He darted into the thicket and emerged in just 2 or 3 breaths. Shi Yao spat out the wild chicken he had been holding in his mouth and crouched on the ground, staring blankly at the now still creature. He extended his tongue to lick the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a peculiar expression. He had never been fond of the taste of blood. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mu Guo subtly shifted back, her fondness for cleanliness evident. Indeed, despite having lived in a primitive society for an extended period, she was the most diligent in maintaining her attire and visage. Upon encountering a bloodied figure, replete with feathers and smeared hands, she felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Moreover, the absence of thorough cooking raises concerns about parasitic infestations. Should such entities establish residence within one's abdomen, their departure would no longer be subject to one's will. Observing Mu Guo's lack of fear, Shi Yao turned back to the stream, washing himself with a hasty yet cursory effort, then returned to fixate on Mu Guo, anxious that her composure might be a fade. "Do you enjoy consuming raw food?" he inquired, shaking his head before nodding in reluctant affirmation. Mu Guo did not pursue the matter further. She sensed that it could not be so simple. How could someone suddenly develop a taste for raw meat unless their body had a particular need? At this thought, enlightenment struck her as she observed the extra ears and tail protruding from Shi Yao. A vague realization began to form in her mind. Could it be that the additional tail and ears were indicative of an incomplete transformation into a beast? The sudden craving for raw meat and blood might merely be a gradual manifestation of this metamorphosis. In other words, It was quite possible that Shi Yao would ultimately undergo a complete transformation into a beast. At least, Mu Guo perceived this trajectory in Shi Yao's development. Thus, she refrained from preventing him from consuming raw meat and drinking blood, for they were indeed different, and she could not view Shi Yao through the lens of normalcy. However, what troubled her was whether Shi Yao would be able to revert to his human form after fully transforming. Presently, he could not entirely retract his ears and tail, only managing to obscure them partially. She sighed, pondering the true identity of this child and from whence he came. Noticing her sigh, Shi Yao's heart raced, and he nervously grasped Mu Guo's arm, assuring her, "Sister, I will conceal my tail properly and control myself." Mu Guo smiled helplessly, raising his hand to gently pinch the ears atop Shi Yao's head. The texture was unexpectedly delightful, soft and velvety, with the short fur on the ears feeling quite smooth. He intended to stroke Shi Yao's tail, but before his hand could descend, Shi Yao instinctively flicked his tail to the side, leaving Mu Guo's hand to grasp at nothing. He cast a puzzled glance at Shi Yao and then quietly withdrew his hand, pondering whether the tail was off limits. Noticing Mu Guo's retraction, Shi Yao playfully swished his tail back towards Mu Guo, maintaining a serious expression despite the hint of mischief dancing on his face. Mu Guo pondered for a considerable duration, while Shi Yao stood silently beside her. Eventually, she voiced her conjecture. "You must not be human. You might be a beast man." Observing Shi Yao's puzzled expression, she elaborated. "You could be a beast man capable of oscillating between human and beastly natures. Of course, there remains the possibility that you may never revert to your former self. Your current tail and ears, or perhaps your craving for raw flesh and blood, may all be indicative of your transformation into a beast." After a prolonged silence, Shi Yao gazed toward a taller mountain adjacent to the back hills, contemplating that if Mu Guo's words held any truth, perhaps that mountain would one day be his true sanctuary. Mu Guo cast a glance at him and immediately discerned the turmoil within Shi Yao's heart. She nudged his arm and remarked, "Why do you always dwell on trivial matters? If someone were to chase you away, you could simply wag your tail at them. For it is hardly a grave issue. Look at you, with that fragile demeanor." Shi Yao, who had always been averse to socializing and preferred solitude, often appeared quite reclusive. At her words, he managed a faint smile. It had been quite some time since he heard Mu Guo speak in such a manner. He nodded in acknowledgement of her sentiment. "Shall we proceed? Are we not on our way to inspect the traps?" She took the initiative to lead Shi Yao towards their destination. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner, Shuiyu covered her mouth in astonishment, her eyes wide open. It was not until the figures of the two had vanished from her sight that she abruptly released her hand from her mouth, gasping for breath. What had she just witnessed? Was that creature with the beastly tail and ears truly Shi Yao? She had merely intended to check her traps for any captured prey. But instead, she encountered an unbelievable sight. Without even glancing at her traps, she turned and fled as if pursued by some monstrous calamity, only to collide with Tang Hua. Unbeknownst to them, Mu Guo and Shi Yao remained entirely ignorant of the unfolding events. Across various locales on the mountain, traps had been set, and to prevent harm to their own, tall branches were placed beside each trap. The dais hall was quite commendable to facilitate their return. She had made an extra trip to fetch some animal hide ropes and wooden frames. Once the prey was secured, Shi Yao bore a significant portion of the load as they made their way back to the cave. At that moment, we approached, her face beaming with joy, insisting on taking Tang Hua to the riverbank. As they walked, she curiously inquired, "What has made Aunt Wu so elated? Did you have a good catch in the fish trap?" Upon hearing this, Wu nodded enthusiastically, guiding Mu Guo to the riverbank and pointing to several wooden frames brimming with fish. "I never imagined that our fish trap would yield such a bounty. With this, we shall not lack for sustenance." Mu Guo's success with the fishing cage was quite unexpected. However, considering the abundance of fish in the river, it was not entirely surprising. Yet, this development bore a different significance for the tribespeople. The persistent burden of food scarcity that had weighed upon them seemed to have been alleviated. Traditionally, it would take dozens of their warriors several days of hunting to bring back enough game to feed the tribe for a few meals. Now, a seemingly modest fishing cage, barely taller than a person, was capable of yielding such a substantial catch with minimal oversight, merely requiring the cage to be drawn up every few hours to retrieve the fish within. To the tribespeople, this was nothing short of miraculous. Particularly striking was the moment when several women returned to the cave, carrying wooden frames laden with fish. The astonishment among the onlookers was palpable. Everyone was acutely aware of the dangers lurking in the river. and it was bewildering how a group of ordinary individuals could haul in such a considerable quantity of fish in such a short span of time. It was not until Mu Guo returned with the fishing cage that the people, while savoring the fish meat, began to scrutinize the cage itself. Among them, Mu Guo regarded the seemingly ordinary fishing cages with profound reverence, his face illuminating with a smile more affectionate than that reserved for Mu Guo. Mu Guo never anticipated that there would come a day when he would no longer have to tirelessly hunt for sustenance or be pursued by his prey. Today's catch of fish, along with the wild chickens and rabbits retrieved from traps, had been salted and hung upon wooden frames to cure into smoked meat. With only enough left for today's meal, the tribe gazed upon this scene with immense relief, ever since Mu Guo became their shaman. They had seemingly been spared from the pangs of hunger that once plagued them, and now they faced no concerns about food. Undoubtedly, it was Mu Guo, their shaman, who had ushered in this era of abundance, earning her their profound respect. The task of processing the fish was delegated to the common folk, while the warriors continued their labor on the encircling walls. However, their mindset had transformed entirely. They were no longer burdened by the relentless cycle of wall construction, followed immediately by the need to hunt. As the ordinary tribespeople dealt with the fish entrails, Mu Guo instructed them not to discard the offal carelessly. Instead, she had them place it in a wooden crate and then, outside the fence surrounding the grain fields, she dug several pits to bury the entrails, covering them with earth. She believed that as they constructed the walls, they could no longer afford to be negligent with waste disposal. Environmental considerations were paramount. In such sweltering heat, shallow pits covered hastily would inevitably emanate unpleasant odors. Furthermore, she intended to use the fish entrails to enrich the soil, as she was not yet prepared to utilize animal waste. After burying the entrails, she raised her gaze to the towering grains before her, a sight that filled her heart with delight. These taller plants bore a resemblance to corn from her past life. Yet the produce they yielded was akin to large pods filled with immature, pale yellow beans. Regardless of its true identity, she resolutely dubbed it corn. Another variety was a shorter plant whose fruits developed underground, somewhat akin to potatoes but larger, containing a core that resembled a nut. However, due to the similarity in texture to potatoes, Mu Guo accepted it as such. The final type was a nut, its fruit also growing beneath the soil, reminiscent of chestnuts. There were a few scattered plants of moderate height, with oval leaves tapering to a point, the nature of which remained a mystery to her, as they had yet to bear fruit. Disregarding them, she stood up and surveyed this flourishing land, her heart swelling with joy. She anticipated that within 1 or 2 months, she would reap the rewards of her labor. She had already devised a plan to enlist her father's assistance in crafting a stone mill to grind the corn into flour, aspiring to try her hand at making noodles. On her way back to the cave, Mu Guo inhaled the aromatic scent of fish. Discovering that the people had paused their labors to partake in a meal, she settled beside Jinghua, naturally accepting the roasted fish she offered, savoring a bite of its salty flavor alongside the fish soup in her bowl. Just as she felt satiated, a sudden cry pierced the air. "Shaman, something is amiss." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo's expression was rather grim as she followed Julie into the cave, inquiring, "How much is spoiled?" After a moment of anxious reflection, Julie realized that he had exhibited excessive concern and hastily clarified, "A whole basket of meat has gone bad." A basket? Without further questioning, Mu Guo hurried into the storage area for the meat. A cursory glance revealed the underlying issue. The dried meat had been carelessly placed in a wooden basin and left within the cave, which, during the summer, was rife with humidity, rendering it an unsuitable environment for food preservation, particularly for dried meat that must not come into contact with moisture while being stored. This predicament posed a challenge for her. If the dried meat could not be stored within the cave, where else could it possibly be kept? It appeared that constructing a dedicated facility for the preservation of dried meat was imperative. However, prior to that, it was essential to find a way to properly store the remaining edible dried meat. Mu Guo contemplated for a moment and said, "First, we shall bury the spoiled meat in the ground." Upon hearing this, the clan members promptly sprang into action, and before long, the tainted meat was disposed of. In the damp atmosphere of the cave, even constructing a wooden rack to hang the dried meat seemed impractical. After much deliberation, it was decided to temporarily store the meat in wooden barrels. A layer of dry earth was laid at the bottom of the barrels, followed by a bedding of animal hides and dried grass. The interior walls of the barrels were also lined with hay and hides, and the dried meat was arranged within. Once the barrels were filled to capacity, they were topped with more dried grass and hides, and finally covered with another layer of dry earth, effectively insulating the contents from the moisture of the cave. Furthermore, she placed dry firewood and animal hides beneath the barrels to prevent any rising dampness. The clan members eagerly emulated Mu Guo's method, successfully preserving a total of 12 barrels of dried meat. Currently, the racks outside still held unprocessed fish and game meat, and once these were smoked, they could potentially fill 2 or 3 additional barrels. Mu Guo gazed at the neatly arranged wooden barrels, an inexplicable sensation enveloping him when he had never encountered before. This feeling brought him an unparalleled sense of tranquility. Were Mu Guo to be aware of this, he would undoubtedly joyfully inform him that this is what one refers to as a sense of security. Mu Guo suppressed the feelings within and inquired, "How long can this be preserved?" Mu Guo pondered for a moment and stated, "It can be stored for at least 3 to 4 months, if preserved properly. It can last for a year without issue." Upon hearing the phrase 1 year, Mu Guo's eyes sparkled with excitement. The prospect of storing provisions for an entire year implied that they could begin preparations for winter as early as spring, rather than waiting until autumn as they had done in previous years. Currently, Mu Guo placed great importance on this method of preserving dried meat, and he called upon several individuals to craft numerous wooden barrels, even larger than those made before. As Mu Guo observed Mu Guo's demeanor, she realized that he was preparing for the winter food supply, despite the fact that summer had barely reached its halfway point. Amused by Mu Guo's enthusiasm, she chose not to comment further. After all, stockpiling food was undoubtedly a prudent choice. With the jerky properly stored and the success of the fish traps, the tribe no longer needed to worry about food scarcity, which in turn accelerated the construction of the walls. With manpower now available, Mu Guo raised her expectations for the wall's specifications. Initially contemplating a height of approximately 3.5 meters, she ultimately decided to elevate it to 5 meters, increasing the thickness from 1 meter to 1.2 meters. The advantages were evident, significantly enhancing safety. Furthermore, Mu Guo designated several tribe members to construct a dedicated storage house for food. She modeled the structure after the traditional 3-room rural houses from her previous life. The beams were easily sourced from the abundant trees in the mountains, allowing for a simple gathering of a few logs. Unfortunately, the lack of brick-making facilities prevented her from building brick houses, but a stone structure was still quite satisfactory. The house was strategically located to the right of the cave, with a sturdy foundation made of stone and walls crafted from stone and clay. To ensure durability, she mixed plenty of dry grass into the clay, enhancing its adhesive properties and making it less prone to crumbling under rain. The roof was constructed with an array of wooden strips, and to prevent leaks, she instructed the tribe members to add extra layers, ultimately sealing it with clay and dry grass. The entrance featured a double wooden door, complemented by a hide curtain to block drafts. Regrettably, there were no windows or paper for glazing. Otherwise, she would have liked to add several windows. Currently, there were only 2 openings in the walls, which she adorned with woven branches to serve as makeshift windows. After a fortnight, once the house had sufficiently dried, she placed barrels filled with jerky inside. By the time this was accomplished, the 3 walls had reached a height of 2 meters. Mu Guo surveyed the area from above, realizing the true scale of the wall, which measured 500 meters in length and 400 meters in width. Initially, she had underestimated its enormity, but now, with the construction completed, she grasped its significance. 200,000 square meters. What did that entail? It equated to 300 acres, a space comparable to that of a high school. Yet, the tribe, including this year's newborns, barely numbered 70 individuals. However, Mu Guo felt no regret. Rather, she was grateful for her decision to create such an expansive territory. With the walls erected, the safety of the people was assured, and given the current circumstances, food scarcity was no longer an issue. Moreover, with her cultivated land, the population was bound to steadily increase. Particularly in a primitive society where people aspired to have larger families, each couple typically aimed to have 4 or 5 children. This was partly because a larger population meant more warriors, and partly due to the inability to refrain from procreation. In 10 years, the tribe's population would undoubtedly experience a significant surge. Yet, prior to Mu Guo's arrival, even having 4 or 5 children often resulted in only 1 or 2 surviving, primarily due to food shortages and the lack of medical care. Infants under 1 year could only consume milk, and with food scarcity preventing mothers from producing enough milk, Many children tragically perished from starvation. This was why the majority of children had historically died before the age of 2. Fortunately, such dire circumstances had been alleviated. This year's newborns were all plump and healthy, with chubby arms. In addition to the need for housing due to the rising population, Mu Guo aimed to establish livestock within the walls. The rabbits had multiplied from a single female and 6 kits to over 40 in just 3 months, necessitating the construction of 2 additional rabbit huts. Meanwhile, the 3 chickens still laid few eggs, but they had successfully hatched 2 chicks, bringing the total to 5 chickens. Once the walls were completed, she planned to explore the possibility of capturing deer or sheep from the plains for domestication. Nevertheless, the immediate priority was the wall. Over the past month, wolf packs had attempted to invade twice, causing Mu Guo considerable concern as he urged the tribe to expedite the construction. At a height of 2 meters, the wolves could easily leap over the barrier without fear. The atmosphere within the tribe grew serious, with everyone focused on wall construction. Mu Guo couldn't help but feel a sense of parallel to the construction of the Great Wall, although the two were not truly comparable. The warriors worked with such speed that the ordinary tribe members could scarcely keep up. Consequently, they set aside their wall-building tasks to concentrate on laying traps in the hills or salting the fish caught in the traps. When mealtime approached, they would call the warriors back for food. The tribe members recognized the benefits of the fish traps, and under Mu Guo's guidance, many sought to learn from Wu, leading to the creation of numerous fish traps. Now, every tree along the riverbank was adorned with traps cast into the water, yielding commendable results. Even the children busied themselves gathering tender grass to feed the rabbits and chickens, assisting the adults with their tasks. Mu Guo calculated that the combined length of the 3 walls amounted to 1,400 meters. In the span of half a month, the clan members had completed the foundation, and with the collective effort of all the tribe's people, they could raise the walls to a height of 2 meters within another half month. Thus, it seemed that with an additional month, the walls would be completed. However, much to Mu Guo's dismay, it started to rain. This downpour lasted for 2 days, not only delaying the construction schedule, but also washing away the damp clay at the top of the walls that had yet to dry. One can't help but feel frustrated, right? Mu Guo was on the verge of cursing the heavens, but at that critical moment, the system intervened, warning, do not curse. For doing so will only escalate the difficulty. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mu Guo felt a profound sense of trepidation as she quietly recoiled, realizing that while others might possess the fortitude to confront a pack of wolves, her only recourse was to implore the Wolf King, please spare me. At times, she yearned for the awakening of abilities akin to those of others, such as strength or swiftness. Yet, ironically, she had only awakened the power to communicate with animals. However, this ability was limited to creatures weaker than herself, for those stronger merely contemplated their own appetites, dismissing her entirely. Even as a shaman, her reliance on her mystical powers for detection ultimately hinged on her intellect. In that moment, she grasped the true implication of the phrase a scholar of no practical use. While she could not be said to be utterly helpless, she was certainly as feeble as a mere pup. The Wolf King's patience seemed to have been entirely exhausted. It surveyed the heads peeking over the confines of the wall, ultimately fixating its gaze upon Mu Guo. The Wolf King exhaled a breath of warmth, recognizing her as the one it desired, regarding the others with a disdain that rendered them unworthy of its attention. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo understood that Mu Guo was about to confront the Wolf King head-on. Ordinary people would only be a hindrance in this situation. Without a moment's hesitation, she warned Mu Guo, father, mother, be careful. After saying this, she led the ordinary folks back to the cave, while Jizé lifted a stone at the cave's entrance, leaving a narrow opening. Mu Guo concealed herself at the entrance, peering through the crevice to gaze outside. Mu Guo, wielding a stone axe, retreated a few steps with his warriors within the walls. Upon witnessing this, the Wolf King let out a piercing howl, and the wolf pack seemed to receive some unspoken command. They surged forward like dumplings being dropped into boiling water, one after another leaping towards the walls. Instantly, the warriors found themselves locked in a fierce struggle with the advancing wolves. Mu Guo paid no attention to the other wolves, but instead focused intently on the approaching Wolf King. He understood that the Wolf King was coming for him, and he had no choice but to confront it. regardless of the outcome. The Wolf King moved with astonishing speed, appearing before Mu Guo in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, Mu Guo raised his stone axe to meet the beast. Warriors typically relied on brute strength and cooperation to capture solitary prey, but they found themselves at a disadvantage when faced with cunning and ferocious wolf packs. The alpha wolf stood towering at 2 meters, its height rivaling that of Mu Guo. It opened its massive maw, revealing sharp fangs, and a putrid stench assaulted Mu Guo's senses. He swung his stone axe forcefully at the wolf's fangs, yet to his astonishment, the alpha did not evade. Instead, it raised its lethal claws and slashed across Mu Guo's chest. Startled, Mu Guo stumbled backward, narrowly escaping a fatal gash, though his clothing was torn in the process. Despite striking the alpha's fangs, the damage was minimal, leaving only a mark, while his stone axe suffered a significant chip. The sheer power of the alpha wolf was undeniable, and Mu Guo's display of strength only served to enrage it further. The alpha unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, leaving the onlookers disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, the wolf pack surged forward, and soon many warriors found themselves injured. Mu Guo gazed at the suddenly frenzied alpha wolf, a profound sense of impending danger enveloping him. A tremendous sound resonated from outside, causing Mu Guo's heart to skip a beat. At that moment, the system abruptly announced, "Mission, protect Mu Guo." Hidden in the crevice and unable to see Mu Guo, Mu Guo felt a surge of anxiety and froze. What had the system just stated? What did you just say? The system replied, "Mission, protect Mu Guo. Foster the development of the tribe. Failure of the mission will lead to the collapse of the world." Mu Guo fell silent for a moment, fearing that she might wish for his demise. In truth, she was the one who wished for Mu Guo's safety the most. However, her current capabilities were limited. The system had suddenly issued a task, one that required her to protect Mu Guo, indicating that he was undoubtedly in peril. Yet, to be honest, she did not wish for death. The phrase "failure of the mission leads to the collapse of the world" left Mu Guo in a daze, filling her with an ominous premonition. She inquired, "What does collapse mean?" Suddenly, a man in a white shirt appeared, explaining, "Have you perhaps forgotten that the main task of the system is to conquer the original system? If your father, the chieftain, were to perish, what means would you have to conquer? What resources could you utilize to promote the growth of the tribe?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Mu Guo. Is this truly what one would call insignificant? Mu Guo would decisively turn to the anxious Ji beside her and said, "Uncle Ji, could you please move the stone aside?" If she remained inside, death was a possibility, however. If she ventured out, the Wolf King would surely find her, leading to certain demise. Thus, rather than waiting for death to seek her out, she preferred to confront it boldly. Ji instinctively rushed forward to lift the stone, but as he raised it, he suddenly paused, an ominous premonition striking him. He inquired, "Are you intending to go outside?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo faintly sensed a dizziness enveloping her mind, as if something were attempting to extract her essence. With no other choice, she turned once more to Ji and implored, "Please, open it. I must venture out. This matter concerns not only the warriors, but us as well." Ji, observing the resolute expression on Mu Guo's face, eventually acquiesced and shifted the stone aside. However, Mu Guo did not immediately step out. Instead, she retrieved an object resembling a slingshot from beneath the stone bed and unwrapped a parcel, revealing a stone bowl that cradled a dozen round stones. Immersed in a transparent liquid, Mu Guo grasped the stones in the wooden bowl with animal skin and turned to exit the cave. She crouched low, stealthily approaching the boulder, and from her concealed position, she observed Mu Guo struggling against the Wolf King, who had the upper hand in their fierce battle. Mu Guo was marred with numerous lacerations, yet the Wolf King appeared to be toying with him rather than delivering a fatal blow. Scattered across the ground were the lifeless bodies of several clan members alongside those of wolves, with the latter outnumbering the former. After swatting Mu Guo aside once more, the Wolf King turned its gaze to the carcasses of its fallen brethren, seemingly resolved to conclude this conflict. It advanced slowly towards Mu Guo, while Jinghua, attempting to tend to his wounds, pulled at his arm and retreated. Regrettably, the injuries were too severe, some even exposed bone, with blood gushing uncontrollably. The Wolf King, having lost patience, raised its paw, appearing intent on delivering a fatal blow to the man before it. Mu Guo once again felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, when suddenly the system emitted a voice. Warning, warning, the spatial instability is extreme. Please complete the task immediately. As she witnessed the sharp claws of the Wolf King descending upon her, she vigorously shook her head to dispel the fog and hurriedly readied her slingshot, aiming for the creature's eyes. With a swift whoosh, the stone struck the Wolf King's eye, causing it to close rapidly. Mu Guo turned quickly to see Mu Guo hiding behind a rock, his face paling in an instant. Gritting his teeth, he seized the moment while the Wolf King was still recovering, leaping forward, his arm muscles bulging with exertion. With a resounding clang, Mu Guo was sent flying once more. Mu Guo witnessed Mu Guo strike the Wolf King with a stone axe, only to see the creature swat him away with a single, powerful paw, inadvertently sending Jing Hua flying as well. In a flurry, she hastily retrieved another stone, propping up her slingshot and aiming once more at the Wolf King's eyes. Though the impact of the projectile was negligible, it irked the beast, causing it to twist its head in search of the source of its irritation, only to find no one in sight. Frustrated, it redirected its wrath toward the nearest individual, its dark eyes fixated on Jing Hua, as if sensing her potential for healing. Otherwise, the intruder should have already been subdued by its might. Meanwhile, Mu Guo was in a state of agitation, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Why had the venom not yet taken effect? The snake's venom, which she had painstakingly procured over time, was designed to induce a deep slumber in animals without causing fatality, allowing them to regain consciousness after a while. Logically, the toxin should have manifested rapidly, especially since she had aimed directly at its eyes. Mu Guo gazed at the approaching Wolf King, a sense of panic surging within him. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he summoned his last reserves of strength to rise and brandish the stone axe once more. The Wolf King, employing the same tactic, raised its paw again, intent on swatting away this bothersome adversary, yet struck only air. Mu Guo struck the stone axe forward, gazing at the Wolf King. He waved his hand in the air and shook his head, as if struggling to maintain his balance. While he felt a sense of relief, a tinge of confusion lingered in his mind. What was happening? However, he did not dwell on it. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped up and once again swung the stone axe relentlessly at the Wolf King. The Wolf King's head endured several blows from the axe, and even the most resilient of skulls could not withstand such punishment. It staggered backwards, one eye suddenly obscured, plunging it into a state of panic. Though its eye was uninjured, the loss of vision rendered it incapable of maintaining balance, compounded by a disorienting dizziness, the cause of which remained unknown. With a sudden, piercing howl directed towards the heavens, the Wolf King turned and fled, prompting the other wolves to follow suit at the signal of retreat. The system's incessant warnings in Mu Guo's mind abruptly ceased, and her dizziness dissipated as well. The force that had sought to extract her was dissipated with the wolf's departure. Coming back to her senses, she observed the warriors raising their weapons in triumphant cheers, while the clan members in the cave busily tended to the injured, carrying them back to rest. The remaining clan members swiftly cleaned the battlefield, processing the fallen wolves. Supported by Jing Hua, Mu Guo strode over to Mu Guo, his expression grim. Only upon seeing her unharmed did he finally exhale in relief. Mu Guo hastily rose to her feet, her anxious gaze fixed upon Mu Guo, who was grievously injured. His body bore numerous wounds, each one bleeding profusely. Thankfully, the vitality of a warrior was robust enough to sustain him in an upright position. As the others retreated into the cave, Mu Guo, after performing a rudimentary bandaging, commenced a count of their numbers. In total, 17 warriors sustained minor injuries. 9 were severely wounded, and 4 had perished. Several newly awakened warriors had also been injured, particularly Yang Ri, who was now confined to bed, gasping for breath. The wolf pack was indeed formidable, especially the Wolf King, yet it was evident that they were too weak. Contemplating this conclusion, Mu Guo sat upon a stone bed, lost in thought. A tale had long been passed down within their tribe, recounting that their ancestor was a 4th-level warrior. To this day, the portrait of that warrior remained at the innermost part of the cave. Before he ascended to the position of chieftain, he would occasionally pay homage to it. But over time, that practice waned. In truth, he had never encountered anyone more powerful than himself, even if he were to trace back 10 generations within this tribe. He stood as the most formidable, being the first to attain the rank of a 2nd-level warrior. Yet, amidst these endless mountains, he remained a feeble presence, as countless powerful beasts roamed freely, rendering him utterly defenseless. Fortunately, in this territory, he could procure sufficient game to sustain his people. As night fell, Mu Guo suddenly addressed Jinghua, saying, "Tomorrow, all uninjured clansmen shall participate in the construction of the wall." Jinghua nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must expedite the building. They had never before felt the urgency of erecting a wall with such gravity. Mu Guo reclined upon the stone bed, her consciousness already immersed in the recesses of her mind. A large screen displayed a message with a rhythmic clatter. Task completed. Reward, 1 point of power. Current power, 3 points. Instead of dwelling on her newfound strength, she contemplated her future plans. Her power was now comparable to that of an adult warrior. Yet she remained uncertain about when the next task would present itself. She retrieved a stone bowl, soaked with pebbles, and carefully placed the unused stones within. Gently, she draped a piece of animal hide over it. This contraption proved remarkably effective. She had initially noticed its utility when she witnessed a snake suddenly attack a rabbit on the ground while venturing to the back mountain. Disturbed by the sight of the serpent, Mu Guo impulsively hurled a stone at it, causing the snake to flee. Seizing the motionless rabbit, she descended the mountain. Having been bitten by the snake, she dared not consume the rabbit, intending instead to bury it for compost. However, just as she finished digging the hole and turned to inter the rabbit, it abruptly revived, leaping up and bolting away. Mu Guo crouched in contemplation, eventually realizing that the snake's venom merely induced a state of unconsciousness in animals, rather than being fatal. Regrettably, although the Wolf King had encountered the serpent's poison and staggered, it did not succumb. Might it be that the venom had not touched the Wolf King's wound? A wound? Suddenly, Mu Guo stood up with a jolt, realizing the potential of her recent encounter. Indeed, while the rabbit had been directly bitten by the venomous snake, this time she merely struck the Wolf King in the eye with a stone smeared in poison, sufficient to send it fleeing in terror. If she were to coat the weapons of the warriors with such venom for hunting, wouldn't it ensure a precise kill with minimal effort? Resolutely, she decided to capture several of these snakes. After all, they posed no real threat to her. Even if bitten, a brief slumber would suffice. And with the snakes in her possession, she could pry their mouths open to harness the venom. This could be employed not only for the warriors during hunts, but also for setting traps for those yet to awaken. Should wild beasts attack in the future, they could incapacitate the foe with the venom before delivering the final blow. Efficient and effortless, a strategy too advantageous to overlook. The more she contemplated, the more viable it seemed. Had it not been for the encroaching darkness, she would have ventured out to capture a few sedative snakes immediately. "Here, eat." She heard Ji Duan offer her a bowl of meat. Mu Guo smiled and accepted it with thanks, while Ji retreated respectfully. Jinghua busied herself tending to the warriors' wounds, as the tribespeople prepared a hearty pot of stew, serving bowls of it to the injured. By the time Jinghua completed her relentless rounds of healing, she appeared nearly exhausted. Mu Guo quickly handed 2 bowls of meat to Jinghua and Mu Guo. That night, the people settled into a quiet slumber, though a few remained restless, mourning the loss of fallen warriors who were their partners or kin. Nearby, Yang Ri lay on the stone bed, groaning in pain, disturbing Mu Guo's sleep. She opened her eyes to see Yang Ri's arm contorted in an oddly distressing manner, prompting her to frown, not out of disdain, but from sympathy for the discomfort he endured. "What happened to your arm? Is it dislocated?" she inquired. Yang Ri propped himself up and asked, "What is dislocation?" Mu Guo approached him, gently manipulating his arm, which elicited a pained cry from him. It appeared to be a dislocation. If it were a fracture, the presentation would differ. Reflecting on how her uncle had once reset a dislocated arm, she urged, "Bear with it. I will set it back." With that, Yang Ri felt his arm gripped firmly, and he gritted his teeth against the pain. Mu Guo firmly grasped Yang Ri's upper arm with one hand while supporting his elbow with the other, deftly applying pressure to the radial head as she executed a motion of flexion, adduction, and internal rotation. Remarkably, there was no audible sound, and in any case, Yang Ri had ceased to clench his teeth. "Is it better now?" I no longer feel pain." Yang Ri even made a deliberate rotation of his arm, discovering only a slight discomfort, far less than the earlier agony. "For the time being, refrain from strenuous activities with this arm. Resume your tasks after a while," she advised before turning to ascend the stone bed. In truth, the optimal approach for a dislocated arm is to allow it to hang for 2 weeks, to prevent habitual dislocation. However, contemplating the impending night, she decided to postpone any further action until the morrow. The following morning, Mu Guo, accompanied by the nearly healed warriors and fellow clansmen, took up their tools to commence the construction of the wall. Mu Guo procured a wooden plank and secured Yang Ri's arm with it, fastening it to his shoulder. After completing the task, he advised, for the time being, refrain from participating in the construction of the wall. If you do not take proper care, it may lead to recurring dislocations. Upon hearing the gravity of the situation, Yang Ri promptly nodded in agreement, assuring, "I will certainly take good care of myself." He gazed at the peculiar contraption on his arm for quite a while, marveling at how Mu Guo always managed to create such odd devices. Yet, he reassured himself that they were ultimately beneficial. Mu Guo glanced at Mu Shi, whose wound had nearly healed, and felt a sense of relief as he ascended the mountain with a handleless wooden basket and a plank in hand. Shi Yao followed closely behind him up the rear mountain. Shui Yu, initially engrossed in her work, slightly turned her head to observe Shi Yao's silhouette before quickly averting her gaze. Silently, she cast a glance at the scar on Tang Hua, which had yet to fade. She had no intention of emulating that fool, who had foolishly opposed Mu Guo for no reason. It was hard to believe she had once been swayed by Tang Hua's malevolence. Recalling the day when the entire tribe witnessed Tang Hua being beaten, a chill ran through her. Her eyes drifted towards Yang Ri, who kept his distance from Tang Hua. Ever since the day Tang Hua was ordered by the chieftain to be punished, Yang Ri had ignored her attempts to reach out. In her heart, she scorned Yang Ri and felt pity for Tang Hua. Yet, none of this concerned her. Shaking her head, she diligently continued to dig for the clay beneath. As the tribespeople on the other side of the wall awaited its use, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Mu Guo turned her head, she noticed Shi Yao blushing, immediately understanding his intentions. She waved her hand, urging him to go. Shi Yao swiftly dashed out of Mu Guo's sight. Unbeknownst to them, afternoon had arrived, and a sudden breeze stirred the air. Mu Guo furrowed her brow, gazing at the sky. The tribespeople, meanwhile, filled their bellies with cool water from wooden buckets, wiping the excess with their arms and exhaling a sigh of relief before resuming their efforts to construct the wall. Along one side of the wall, a dozen or so tribespeople diligently poured mud onto the structure with their shovels, while more than 10 warriors huffed and puffed as they carried stones to press against the wall. The tribespeople hurriedly filled the gaps between the stones with mud, and another warrior brought over an additional stone to place beside the mud-covered one, swiftly filling any remaining crevices with more mud. Through their cooperative efforts and tireless labor, in just a month and a half, a formidable wall measuring 1.2 meters wide and 5 meters high, totaling 1,400 meters around, was finally completed. On that day, all the tribespeople stood within the enclosure, gazing up at the towering structure before them, their hearts swelling with indescribable emotions. This colossal edifice had been constructed by their own hands. No longer would they need to fear sudden beastly attacks, nor would they be compelled to rush through their tasks during daylight hours. The children could now frolic freely in this space without a care in the world. At that moment, the tribespeople looked at Mu Guo, who was gazing skyward, their hearts filled with deep respect. This sense of security was a gift from her. Had it not been for Mu Guo, they might still be lying in their mountain caves, enduring hunger while waiting for the warriors to return. The people regarded Mu Guo with reverence, yet none dared to disturb her, for the former shaman too had cherished moments spent gazing at the heavens, believing it to be a means of communicating with the divine. Mu Guo gazed up at the sky as a refreshing breeze caressed her surroundings. In that moment, she longed for a reclining chair and a chilled fruit juice to accompany her, basking in the sun, admiring the azure sky and fluffy clouds, while sipping on a delightful drink. How splendid such a life would be! Alas, the finest offering in the tribe at present was merely lukewarm water. The walls had been constructed, successfully warding off the threats posed by wild beasts, yet they also obscured the tribespeople's view of the outside world, hindering their ability to monitor external circumstances. Thus, the need arose for several watchtowers, enabling them to promptly detect any unusual activity. However, erecting elaborate towers was unnecessary. A building of equal height along the wall would suffice. On this day, the tribe members were engaged in the construction of the watchtowers as usual. Mu Guo lifted her gaze towards the heavens, noting the deteriorating weather. The wind had picked up, and what had been a cloudless blue sky was now marred by encroaching clouds. The gusts tossed the clouds about, casting fleeting shadows on the ground, alternating between light and shade. Before long, the wind intensified, and the sky rapidly darkened, accumulating thick, ominous clouds. Rain was imminent. She called out to the laborers, urging them to halt their work as the rain approached. Turning to Wu, she instructed, "Take a few individuals to retrieve the fish traps." Upon hearing the warning, Wu hastily gathered several women, and they climbed over the wall using a wooden ladder to collect the traps by the riverbank. Other tribespeople, concerned about the dried meat still hanging from the wooden frames, rushed back to the cave, soon emerging with wooden baskets and animal hides, retrieving the meat back into the safety of the cave. Meanwhile, Wu and her companions struggled to ascend the wall while dragging the fish traps. The fish within thrashing wildly from lack of oxygen, causing them to sway precariously. Suddenly, a deafening rumble of thunder reverberated across the sky, as if the dark clouds were pressing down, threatening to engulf the entire mountain. Following the thunder came the fierce flashes of lightning, striving to cleave the sky in two with its brilliance, casting a dazzling violet glow that was painfully striking against the oppressive darkness. Mu Guo had never witnessed such fearsome lightning before. She furrowed her brow, staring at the vanishing brilliance in the sky. It felt perilously close. Should it strike, her very essence would surely be consumed in an instant. With a crackling sound, another bolt of lightning streaked overhead, and just as it faded, a series of thunderous booms erupted above, sending shivers of dread through the hearts of the people. The tribesfolk gazed up at the tempestuous sky, filled with a sense of trepidation. Such weather was often perceived as the wrath of the gods. They bowed slightly, expressing their reverence. Simultaneously, they looked at Mu Guo with respect, noting her composure in the face of such celestial fury. Indeed, the shaman was different. While they felt oppressed and fearful, she stood undaunted, confronting the might of the heavens with unwavering resolve. Mu Guo gazed at the ominous clouds hanging precariously overhead, casting the entire world into a somber gloom. It seemed a torrential downpour was imminent. She hurriedly called out to her fellow tribesmen, who were still gathering their belongings in the cave, urging them to return swiftly, for a storm was about to unleash its fury. The priority was to secure the food. Other possessions were of lesser consequence. No sooner had she spoken than the thunder rolled incessantly, and raindrops began to pelt the earth with fervor, driven by the tumultuous winds. As the rain began to fall, the thunder resonated as if it were an ardent fan celebrating the arrival of their beloved idol. The villagers, taking refuge within the cave, gasped for breath as they organized their salvaged items, squatting at the cave's entrance to witness the tumultuous world outside. The younger children huddled together, seeking courage in numbers, while the infants, newly born this year, cried out in terror at the deafening claps of thunder echoing through the air. The adults exchanged anxious glances, their eyes fixed on the curtain of rain that enveloped the landscape, pondering the cause of such divine wrath. Mu Guo found no peculiarity in such weather. Her only concern was that lightning might strike the trees, for that could lead to a catastrophic fire. Outside, the thunder roared, a furious outcry toward the world, while within the cave, the children wailed loudly, seemingly vying to determine who would reign as the ultimate master of vocal prowess. Mu Guo, observing the children's unease, decisively blocked the cave entrance with stones. This action instantly reduced the cacophony by half, alleviating the oppressive fear that weighed heavily on the hearts of the people. With the entrance sealed, darkness enveloped the cave, prompting Mu Guo to call upon the others to ignite the firewood, which illuminated the previously dim cavern. Outside, the tempest raged with even greater ferocity. The relentless downpour pelted the stones blocking the entrance, and the thunderclaps resonated with increasing intensity. The children huddled together, emitting faint whimpers, while the adults gazed fearfully at the cave's mouth. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light shattered the stones at the entrance, sending debris flying throughout the cavern. Many were caught in the chaos, crying out in pain. The warriors, mistaking the commotion for a beastly attack, instinctively raised their weapons, only to realize, upon witnessing the raging storm outside, that no creature would dare assault them in such tumultuous weather. Mu Guo gazed in astonishment at the stone blocking the cave entrance, now reduced to half its size. What on earth? Had the stone been struck by lightning? The precision of it was utterly terrifying. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept in, accompanied by torrential rain, flooding the cave with an overwhelming rush. The fire pit on the ground was extinguished in an instant, and sparks along with wood ash danced and spiraled within the cavern, plunging it once more into darkness. It was not until a blinding purple lightning bolt, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, struck before the cave that the people regained their senses. The cries of children filled the air, while adults hurriedly led their offspring deeper into the cave, as if seeking solace in the depths. The warriors, feigning calmness, attempted to reassure the panicked crowd. The tribe's people shouted in dismay, "The gods have come to punish us." Upon witnessing this, Mu Guo immediately shouted, "Do not panic, do not run." Unfortunately, a deafening clap of thunder drowned out his voice. Task initiated. Soothe the populace. Requirement: 50 individuals. Upon successful completion, the level of Qian Chaoku would be elevated by 1 rank. Failure would result in a deduction of 5% from the soul's stability. After a prolonged silence, the system, which had long been absent, suddenly emitted a voice, its mechanical tone strikingly out of place amidst the cacophony. Mu Guo paused for a moment, pondering the notion of soothing the hearts of the people. Did Qian Chaoku really possess levels? Wasn't she merely the awakened ability of the replicated Ing Chun? Why then was there a need for leveling up? What was Qian Chaoku's current level? The system emitted a series of clicks, reminiscent of an elderly tape recorder rewinding. Before responding, Qian Chaoku's current level is 0. To think it was a mere 0. Yet, considering that Qian Chaoku had initially utilized a skill replication card, if the outcome was merely a tiny flame suited for burning wood, it indeed felt like a squandered opportunity. She found herself eager to witness the magnitude of power Qian Chaoku would wield upon leveling up. How could she calm the crowd? She rose to her feet, surveying the chaotic throng of individuals, guessing they could scarcely hear her words. With little choice, she cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, "Do not run about. I, your shaman, am still here. Why the panic? Stand firm. I have just communicated with the divine, and the deity is not punishing us. We have committed no wrongdoing. Why would the divine punish us? They are only addressing the wolves that harm us by disregarding the rules. I swear, in the name of the shaman, that I speak not a single falsehood. You must trust me, for the deity is just." The conscience of Mu Guo is indeed quite painful. She has never been so absurdly nonsensical. The primary distinction between her and a charlatan lies in her feeling a twinge of guilt when she speaks, whereas the charlatan remains unperturbed. Yet, her words possess an even greater absurdity than those of the charlatan. Fortunately, the effect has been commendable. The clan members are no longer in a state of panic, but instead gaze in a daze at her, who appears remarkably towering against the backdrop of the lightning. Mu Guo observed that the people had finally quieted down and promptly urged his kin to block the cave entrance with whatever they could find, gathering the scattered firewood, which was now ignited. The cave was once again illuminated, revealing Mu Guo standing upright on the stone bed, her demeanor composed and serene, devoid of any trepidation in the face of such a terrifying scene. This instilled a sense of confidence in the hearts of the onlookers regarding her words. The atmosphere within the cave settled, and with Mu Guo's reassurance, the tribe's fear significantly diminished. They realized that with a shaman like Mu Guo among them, what could possibly hinder their communication with the celestial beings? Moreover, how could the divine ever bring harm to a tribe blessed with such a shaman? The children gazed at Mu Guo with adoration, for the shaman provided them with a sense of security that surpassed even that of their parents. As Mu Guo observed the people gradually calming down and beginning to work in an orderly manner, she felt at ease enough to lie back on her bed, savoring a piece of dried meat. The salty flavor awakened her appetite, and she indulged in one piece after another. The tribe's people seemed to harbor a deep-seated superstition. As she pulled out the turtle shell left for her by the shaman, which she had tucked beneath her pillow, she examined it closely, unable to decipher its meaning, and ultimately decided to return it to its resting place. Yet, she understood that in a primitive era, belief in deities was natural. Whether or not Mu Guo truly existed was debatable. One could say that belief brings existence, while disbelief renders it void. Finishing the last of the dried meat, she reached for more by her pillow, only to find it empty. She had consumed all the provisions she had brought. Rising from her bed, she intended to fetch some more when her gaze was drawn to Mu Guo leading the tribe's people, who were standing in a line before the stone wall deep within the cave, engaging in peculiar rituals. A prey lay upon the stone platform before them. Their movements bore a striking resemblance to the shaman's previous ecstatic dances. As thunder rumbled outside, the tribe's people began to execute an odd dance. Leaving Mu Guo astounded, was this a form of worship? The spectacle continued as Mu Guo suddenly opened his arms, began to shake, and murmured incantations invoking celestial beings. The surrounding tribe's people mimicked his actions, persisting for nearly an hour before finally ceasing. At that moment, the thunder began to diminish, and Mu Guo smiled, evidently pleased with the success of the ritual. Had the celestial beings already calmed their fury? His daughter's communication with them must have facilitated such a swift resolution. He couldn't help but feel a swell of pride as he stroked his beard, pondering that if not for his exceptional abilities, He might not have been appointed as chieftain at such a young age. Perhaps the former shaman would have even taken him as a disciple, imparting the secrets of celestial communication. However, none of that mattered. Besides his daughter, it seemed unlikely any shaman had ever been favored by the divine to such an extent. After all, where did Mu Guo's myriad of extraordinary ideas originate? He was well aware of what his daughter had become after years of nurturing. Once the ritual concluded, Mu Guo turned to find his daughter staring at him with an expression of bewilderment, as if she were observing some peculiar species. He pursed his lips, questioning whether he had misinterpreted her gaze. Could it be that she too had come to participate in the worship? Approaching her, he inquired, "Do you wish to join the ritual? I have already led the tribe in worship. Your abilities should be preserved for a more significant occasion." The former shaman had once stated that the opportunities for communication with the divine were limited each year. Given his daughter's remarkable talents, they were certainly best reserved for critical situations such as floods, droughts, or the terrifying upheaval of the earth, though torrential rains and fearsome thunder were indeed alarming. They paled in comparison to the aforementioned calamities. Mu Guo observed Mu Guo, who appeared somewhat smug, and let out a few dry laughs, saying, "Of course, father can handle it." She then ventured inside to retrieve a piece of dried meat. Passing by the stone altar designated for sacrifices, she noticed a goat placed upon it and couldn't help but sigh inwardly, lamenting the waste. What a squander, she thought. What deity would require such offerings? Even if deities truly existed, would they find any delight in this? Mu Guo glanced around, pleased to find no one in sight. It was the perfect opportunity to drag the antelope down and store it in the natural refrigeration of the cave's depths. With swift efficiency, he processed the antelope, leaving the meat inside to dry once the sun emerged. After completing the task, Mu Guo prepared to return, lifting the covers to burrow beneath them. The torrential rain persisted until midnight, and by dawn, the villagers began to remove the animal hides and the remnants of the lightning-struck stones that had blocked the cave entrance. They gazed at the charred and blackened rocks, their hearts still gripped by fear. Their reverence for the divine grew, prompting them to place the stones before the cave as offerings, a testament to the god's presence. They intended to pass this down through generations. Meanwhile, Mu Guo observed their solemn and awestruck expressions with amusement, silently questioning their fears. If only they experienced the thunderous storms of Lake Maracaibo in South America, where over 3,000 lightning strikes per hour could surely terrify them. Nature is replete with inexplicable phenomena, and in more primitive areas, people often associate these with deities or peculiar entities, shrouding them in a veil of eerie mystery that is exaggerated with each retelling. Over time, this fosters a deep-seated fear, where even the mere mention of certain things can send one scurrying, believing something sinister lurks behind. Of course, Mu Guo was no exception to this. Yet, since arriving in this place, he had been consumed with the struggle for survival and the pursuit of a better life, leaving little room for such thoughts. His foremost concern was the development of the tribe. Following the villagers' reverent relocation of the half-struck stone to the cave's entrance, every passerby felt compelled to bow respectfully. Children approached cautiously, as if fearing that even a slight touch might damage the relic. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo sighed inwardly, recognizing the futility of superstitions. However, she refrained from informing her kin that these occurrences were merely the manifestations of nature's power, devoid of any divine intervention. After all, such beliefs had been upheld by generations, and it would be inappropriate to dismantle their faith. Moreover, she would find it challenging to invoke celestial authority in the future. Thus, she chose to align her words with their expectations, conveying a more favorable narrative. Fortunately, the surrounding walls remained intact. Only the upper layer of clay on the yet-to-be-constructed watchtower had been washed away. Numerous branches had been violently uprooted by the tempest, littering the ground and splattering mud, while even some slender trees had been severed at their midsection, a testament to the ferocity of last night's storm. Alas! As Mu Guo suddenly remembered that she still had a piece of land, she hurriedly ran, muttering to herself that she hoped it had not all been ruined. Upon reaching the cornfield, she discovered that half of the corn had bowed down, with some even snapped in two. The shorter chestnuts and potatoes seemed relatively unharmed, and a certain plant that bore no fruit had only lost one of its kind. With a heavy heart, she severed the broken corn stalks at the base, reasoning that such plants would no longer contribute nutrients to the harvest. Rather than allowing them to draw sustenance for their own recovery, it was wiser to remove them, thereby preserving the nutrients for the unscathed corn. It appeared that this year's corn yield would be severely compromised. Frustrated, Mu Guo lamented the incessant downpour, which was as bothersome as if it had been stirred up by a fit of madness. With half of the corn wasted, the autumn harvest was bound to suffer significantly. However, there was little to be done at this point. Anger would not remedy the situation, and she resolved to stockpile more dried meat. By mid-morning, the sky finally cleared, and the townsfolk reverently offered their prayers to a stone, leaving Mu Guo in a state of astonishment. No one was idle. They spontaneously continued the construction of a watchtower. Given the wall's height of 5 meters, venturing outside posed a challenge, necessitating the use of ladders. Simple leaning wooden ladders would require numerous constructions, and considerations of weight-bearing capacity were paramount, as both the tribe's people and the game they brought back were quite substantial. After much contemplation, Mu Guo decided to construct a stone staircase within the wall. Resolutely, she called upon her clansfolk to gather many suitably sized and shaped stones. After a brief polishing, the steps were made. Smaller stones were set aside, as creating a stone staircase, while straightforward, required careful shaping. Otherwise, the stones supporting the steps could shift. The warriors felled 10 trees, extracting 2 6-meter-long tree trunks, sharpening one end. They drove these into the ground against the wall, leaving the other end above ground to form the steps, which were also driven into the earth 1 meter deep. This ensured that the exposed portion of the tree was level with the height of the wall, as the staircase descended step by step from the wall to the ground. The wooden supports also tapered down 1 step at a time, once all the wood was firmly anchored in the ground. Stones and clay were filled between the 2 rows of wood, with each stone step pressed onto varying heights of gravel to set its shape. With the external wooden supports in place, the resulting stone staircase was quite sturdy and less prone to deformation, although somewhat rough around the edges. Achieving a level step without professional tools and techniques was no small feat in the current circumstances. Aesthetics took a back seat to durability. Everything had to be built on a foundation of practicality before there was time to embellish. Otherwise, it would merely be a facade. Following this method, 2 stone staircases were constructed for the townspeople to use. The internal ladder was completed, but the external one posed a greater challenge. It was impossible to build a stone staircase outside as they had done within. Otherwise, even wild beasts could enter, rendering the wall pointless. However, she could not devise a better solution at the moment and instructed her tribe's people to create 10 wooden ladders based on the designs she sketched on the ground. The wood for these ladders needed to be of high quality, for in this era, nails were non-existent. Thus, the craftsmanship had to be executed with precision, akin to that of ancient carpenters, rather than relying on mere iron nails to hastily finish the job. Yet, Mu Guo lacked the necessary skills in this area. She instructed her people to fell entire trees to carve into ladders, allowing the wood to dry before beginning construction. Ultimately, after half a month, they managed to complete only 5 ladders. This was due to the fact that they possessed only stone tools, which, while powerful for cutting down trees, were inadequate for fashioning the thick and sturdy timber required for ladders. Moreover, hollowing out an entire tree was not a task for the faint-hearted. A common person might take 6 months to accomplish such a feat. As autumn approached, Mu Guo decided it was unnecessary to continue the ladder project. The recent increase in rainfall made it difficult to dry the wood, so they would postpone it until next year. With an abundance of wood strewn across the ground, she resolved to burn it all into charcoal. As each year, firewood was consumed rapidly, requiring multiple replenishments each night. Should they run out of firewood, they would have to endure the cold. The remaining scraps of wood, along with branches and shavings, were not discarded. Instead, she collected them for winter use, ensuring that the ash left after burning could be used as fertilizer. The principle of making full use of resources was embodied in Mu Guo's actions, with absolutely no waste involved. One day, Mu Yishir and Jinghua suddenly approached Mu Guo, saying, "Autumn is approaching. Our father must lead the warriors on a hunt. Otherwise, the fish jerky alone will not suffice for winter. After we leave, keep a close watch on the tribe. If anything arises, wait until we return to inform our father." Mu Guo gazed at the burly man before her, his face adorned with a thick beard, as she entrusted him with her thoughts. From initially relying on Ji to care for her, she had gradually transitioned to the role of ensuring the well-being of the tribe. This transformation left her somewhat bewildered, as she realized that she had become an indispensable member of the community. "I understand, father. Rest assured, the tribe will flourish," she reassured him. Jinghua affectionately patted Mu Guo's head, smiling as she remarked, "The fruits over there should be ripe by now." We shall bring back plenty for you this time. The mere mention of fruits made Mu Guo's mouth water in anticipation, having not indulged in them for quite some time. She eagerly nodded in response, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. I haven't had fruits in ages." After bidding farewell to Mu Yishe and Jing Hua, she watched as the warriors, armed and resolute, ascended the stone steps and vanished beyond the walls. Many tribespeople gathered at the stone steps, bidding farewell to the departing warriors. It was only when the figures of the warriors were completely out of sight that the crowd began to disperse, while younger children curiously frolicked on the stone steps. Suddenly, Shi Yao came rushing down from the back mountain, holding a creature that bore a striking resemblance to a dog. "Sister, what do you think this creature is? It keeps biting my pant leg and won't let go," he exclaimed, placing the creature on the ground. It was covered in thick, dark brown fur, with round ears and large, cushioned paws. Its short tail curled tightly, and its eyes darted around, fixated on Mu Guo as if assessing her. Occasionally, its tongue would flick out, seemingly tasting the air, while it awkwardly tugged at Shi Yao's pant leg, attempting to retreat. Mu Guo stared for quite some time, feeling increasingly uneasy. It truly resembled a dog, yet the paws were not quite right. Which dog possesses claws that are hooked and so large? This is evidently a small brown bear. Mu Guo gulped down a mouthful of saliva and hurriedly climbed the stone steps to glance outside. After confirming that no large beasts were lurking about, he descended and focused intently on the small brown bear that was clumsily rolling on the ground. "Where did you find it?" he pondered. Typically, a young brown bear would not venture out alone. Logically, there must be a female bear nearby. Moreover, a bear of such a size would likely have siblings, making solitary instances relatively rare, unless, of course, the cub was too frail, prompting its mother to concentrate on nurturing the stronger one. However, this little bear appeared plump and healthy, suggesting it had not been abandoned. Shi Yao, noticing Mu Guo's anxiety, felt a twinge of concern. Had he made a mistake in bringing this creature home? "I followed the stream over 2 mountains, intending to catch a wild chicken. To my surprise, it fell from a tree and landed on me, clinging to my pant leg without letting go, so I brought it back. Should I have left it behind?" Mu Guo shook her head. It was not Stone Yao's fault. After all, brown bears had never been seen in this vicinity, so it was only natural that he was unfamiliar with them. She lifted the small brown bear and scrutinized it for a moment, uncertain of how to proceed. It appeared soft and adorable, albeit clumsy and daft. Tossing it aside might result in it being snatched away by some wild beast. Yet, retaining it also posed a concern. Would its mother come searching for it, drawn by its scent? If the mother bear were not a threat, she could devise a way to keep the little creature as a pet. Although it would require a substantial amount of food, it could potentially evolve into a formidable ally in the future. Brown bears are aggressive, large wild animals, known for their incredible destructive power. However, a bear raised alongside humans from a young age could form a bond with them. With proper training and affection, such a bear would regard its human caretaker as its mother and exhibit remarkable gentleness towards them. In essence, everything can be trained, provided one possesses sufficient courage and a long enough lifespan. As an experienced caregiver, Mu Guo possesses profound insights into dog training. In her earlier years, she successfully trained a golden retriever, teaching it various commands within just 3 months, including shake, stand, sit, lie down, spin, and stay. The dog was remarkably well behaved. With a mere gesture towards the door, it would obediently return indoors, even closing the door with its paw. One might wonder if training a brown bear differs significantly from training a dog. Coupled with her innate ability to communicate with animals, she felt a considerable degree of confidence in her capabilities. Ultimately, she decided to keep the young brown bear, for who could possibly resist such a majestic and formidable steed? Furthermore, the bear's sense of smell is 7 times more acute than that of a dog, and its vision is exceptional, allowing it to discern and precisely capture fish beneath the water's surface. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo suddenly recalled that primitive humans had no concept of keeping pets or war beasts. Upon seeing a plump living creature, their first instinct would be to ponder whether it could be consumed and how it might taste. As she observed Shi Yao lifting a small brown bear, preparing to take it away for slaughter, she hurriedly placed her hands under the bear's armpits and lifted it, exclaiming, "No, no, no. I'm not keeping it to eat. I wish to raise it." Shi Yao, contemplative, glanced at the small bear and then peered into the cave, remarking, "So you intend to fatten it up for consumption?" "No, I want to eat it. Even if it gets fat, I won't eat it." Seeing Shi Yao's perplexed expression, Mu Guo felt exasperated and chose not to elaborate further. She simply stated, in any case, it won't be eaten. If all goes well, it can live for another 40 to 50 years. Shi Yao was even more bewildered and asked, "Are you suggesting we raise it for free? It looks like it could eat quite a lot. If you plan to keep it for 40 to 50 years, think about how much food it will require." In Shi Yao's mind, it was incomprehensible to nurture a creature with such a voracious appetite when he himself barely had enough to eat. It won't be for nothing. Once it grows up, it will hunt for itself, and its combat prowess will be exceptional. Shi Yao looked down at the small brown bear that had now nestled against Mu Guo's leg, sitting comfortably at her feet. To him, it appeared to lack any semblance of fighting capability. However, since Mu Guo was so resolute about raising it, he felt compelled to comply. For she was his sister after all. He attempted to lift the small bear that was clinging to Mu Guo's leg, but unexpectedly, the bear turned around and scuttled behind her legs, evading his grasp. Shi Yao withdrew his hand, eyeing the small bear with curiosity. "It seems to have taken quite a liking to you." Mu Guo lowered her head to withdraw her foot, yet she was firmly embraced by the small brown bear. Despite its current diminutive size, it bore a considerable weight. The little bear nuzzled its fluffy head against Mu Guo's leg, its tiny ears twitching adorably, exuding an aura of affection. Indeed, it seemed quite attached to her. Could it be that she had a special affinity with animals? Nevertheless, this was advantageous, sparing her the worry of the bear wandering off and the need to fit it with a collar. With this in mind, she simply dragged her leg along, taking the bear along with her. As she moved, the members of her tribe cast curious glances at the brown bear clinging to her leg, pondering where this intriguing new delicacy had been discovered, for they had never encountered it before and were uncertain of its taste. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo cast a dubious glance at the little brown bear. Could it truly be abandoned? Otherwise, it wouldn't be in such a state of hunger. She observed the bear devouring the fish with great distress. 2 whole fish. He could barely finish one in a sitting. What a waste. Although they were no longer as deprived of food as in the past, the ingrained habit of frugality lingered in their very bones. They could tolerate much, but the squandering of food was simply intolerable. Were it not for the fact that it was Wu feeding the little brown bear, he might have already erupted in indignation. Nevertheless, he inquired with genuine concern, "Wu, what is this?" Mu Guo, upon hearing Ji's voice, joyfully raised her hand to present the small brown bear, exclaiming, "This is a brown bear. Isn't it adorable? It's still a cub now, but it will grow exceptionally large, eventually becoming a formidable creature." Ji chuckled awkwardly and posed a question identical to one previously asked by Shi Yao. Mu Guo, exasperated, rolled her eyes and provided an explanation. Finally, Ji grasped Mu Guo's intention, his immediate reaction being, "A brown bear can grow that big? But how much must it eat to reach such a size?" This thought only deepened his sympathy for the creature. Yet, he realized that nurturing it must be for a reason. The little brown bear, having devoured 2 fish, still seemed unsatisfied. It rummaged around on the ground for a while before locking its gaze onto Mu Guo. Clumsily, it shuffled over to her feet, wrapped its paws around her, and settled down on her feet, gazing up at her with longing as if convinced that she would provide it with more fish. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo glanced at the little brown bear and then at the substantial pile of wood, feeling somewhat troubled. She aspired to produce charcoal. Yet the sudden arrival of the little bear required her to nurture their bond. With a resigned sigh, she rubbed her forehead in exasperation. What is this? Suddenly, a voice broke her thoughts. Mu Guo turned to see a boy, slightly younger than herself, entering the cave. She looked up, smiling, and said, "This is something that Wu brought back. A battle companion. But what brings you here?" The boy shyly scratched his nose and replied, "My father instructed me before he passed to follow Wu." He then turned to Mu Guo, cautiously inquiring, "Wu, may I accompany you now? If not, I can return later." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo nearly burst into laughter as he followed the gaze. And indeed, Ju Air's ears were larger than those of an average person, particularly the earlobes, which were thick and substantial. In modern times, such attributes would undoubtedly signify a person of fortune. There is a saying regarding prominent earlobes, The kidneys are said to be connected to the ears, and it is believed that those with rosy, plump, and rounded earlobes possess abundant innate kidney essence. Conversely, individuals with smaller earlobes often lack sufficient kidney essence. However, this must be considered alongside various circumstances, as one cannot generalize entirely. "Why did your father ask you to follow me?" Mu Guo inquired. Zhu'er looked at him with profound respect and replied resolutely. "Father said that the shaman is the finest in the tribe, and he wants me to assist you." After speaking, he gazed eagerly at Mu Guo, hoping to be favored by the shaman, as being accepted would be a matter of great pride, and following a shaman was believed to enhance one's intelligence. Consider Yang Ri, who awakened at the age of 13, while others typically awakened at 14. It is said that Yang Ri possesses immense strength and can now coordinate with seasoned warriors to hunt prey effectively, even crafting traps to facilitate their endeavors. However, he is still young and has yet to witness this firsthand. As for Shi Yao, although he is not particularly talkative, children of their age still admire him greatly, for everyone is drawn to strength. Even without an awakened totem, Shi Yao's physical prowess is remarkably impressive. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo nodded, contemplating the need to produce charcoal. The firewood from last winter had proven insufficient, forcing her to ration it carefully, nearly leaving her in the cold. This year, she was determined to create some charcoal. It was not only more enduring but also a space saver. With the issue of caring for the little brown bear settled, it was time for her to attend to more pressing matters. She turned to Xi and said, "Uncle Xi, please help me find a few people. I need to prepare for charcoal production." Xi paused momentarily, but soon acquiesced, stepping outside the cave to summon 7 adult tribesmen. Although Xi was unaware of Mu Guo's intentions, he understood that any endeavor she wished to undertake with others was undoubtedly beneficial for the tribe. Mu Guo, accompanied by the 7 individuals, transported the timber to a flatland far removed from the cave, where the vegetation was sparse, making it suitable for charcoal production. Typically, charcoal kilns are constructed from bricks. However, due to limited resources, she had to improvise and create a makeshift kiln. The first step involved inserting a long piece of wood into the ground, a foundational support for the other logs, ensuring that part of this substantial log was buried to maintain its stability. Subsequently, they piled additional logs around this central timber, gradually forming a conical stack with a standard diameter of 1 meter for practicality. Fortunately, given their considerable strength, they need not worry about inconvenience. And Mu Guo boldly decided to increase the diameter to 2 meters. Yet, this phase proved to be the most challenging. After 2 collapses of the woodpile, Mu Guo resisted the urge to vent her frustration and ultimately delegated the task to others, acknowledging that it was not her forte. Thus, the tribe members successfully constructed 10 identical woodpiles, prompting Mu Guo to feel a surge of emotion, lamenting her own clumsiness that resulted in repeated failures. To achieve high-quality charcoal, it is essential to select dense hardwoods. This process, however, is not straightforward. One must cover the assembled woodpile with dry leaves, wood shavings, and twigs before applying a layer of wet mud. The dry materials serve to prevent the logs from becoming dampened by the mud, which could lead to uneven burning. "All right, let us fetch some water," she instructed. In no time, the tribe members returned, carrying several buckets of water. Mu Guo felt immense satisfaction observing the robust men and their efficiency. The water was poured into a pre-prepared pit, and Mu Guo diligently stirred the mixture with a branch. Once she determined the consistency was appropriate, she proceeded to cover the woodpile, concealed by dry leaves, with a thick layer of mud. The other tribe members emulated Mu Guo's method, ensuring the remaining 9 woodpiles were similarly encased. Upon inspection, the 10 mud-covered woodpiles resembled graves, large enough to entomb several individuals. Shaking off the unsettling thought, she created a vent at the top and several more at the base to allow for airflow. Once completed, she ignited the wood through the reserved opening, and smoke began to rise slowly from the top. Yet, the task was not concluded. As the temperature within the makeshift kiln rose, the earthen structure would begin to crack. Someone needed to monitor it, periodically patching any gaps with mud to prevent excessive airflow from disrupting the process. Mu Guo surveyed the smoking mound, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the ancestral spirits rising in ethereal smoke. The clan members watched with curiosity, yet none dared to intrude upon her contemplation. The process of charcoal burning may appear intricate, yet its principles are quite simple. When the wood atop the earthen cone ignites, the fire at the summit generates a suction force, drawing in oxygen through several ventilation holes excavated from the base of the mound. This oxygen then fuels the combustion of the wood within the makeshift charcoal kiln. Thus, a so-called upward airflow is established, while the flames above persistently burn downwards against the current, allowing the well-cooked charcoal above to be preserved. Next, one must continue to monitor the several ventilation openings below, ensuring that the flames do not ascend to the air intake, which is to say, the ventilation holes. Should the fire reach these openings, it is imperative to seal them off to prevent further combustion until all the openings below are blocked. Only then may the upper openings be sealed as well. With this, a significant portion of the task is accomplished. The only remaining step is to await a gradual cooling, after which the outer layer of earth can be removed, allowing the charcoal within to be collected for use. This endeavor extended into the night, and Mu Guo, along with her clan, sealed the top opening before retreating to their cave, deciding it was too late to continue. Upon arriving at the cave's entrance, they were greeted by the sight of a small brown bear scurrying out, only to stumble halfway, rolling in a cloud of dirt before clambering back up to rush toward Mu Guo, embracing her leg and plopping down with a thud. Behind, Juer chased after the little bear, and upon seeing Mu Guo's return, he quickly expressed his grievances. "Mistress, the little brown bear is far too mischievous." Mu Guo cast a puzzled glance at the seemingly obedient little brown bear before following Juer into the cave. There, she beheld the tattered bedding on Juer's stone bed, its contents of hay spilling out haphazardly. She lifted the little brown bear, inquiring, "Was it you who did this?" Juer nodded repeatedly, pondering that if it weren't for the fact that the little brown bear was a war pet of the witch, he would have already skinned it and roasted it for a meal. He had never tasted a creature of such size before. He wondered what it might be like to eat. Mu Guo helplessly patted the fluffy head of the little brown bear, causing its ears to twitch slightly. He turned to Juer and said, "I happen to have 2 new blankets. You may take them for your use." Upon hearing this, Juer hastily waved his hands. His face flushed with embarrassment as he replied, No, I can still stitch mine up and make do." Juer was uncertain why, but the moment he learned that Mu intended to give him his new blankets, it felt as if he were being forced to accept them. He instantly became flustered, unsure of how to articulate his feelings. Observing the demeanor of the giant ear, Mu Guo could easily discern his thoughts. With a gentle smile, she took the initiative to reassure him, saying, "I understand that you didn't mean it that way. However, my battle pet has damaged your bedding, and I must take responsibility for its actions. Therefore, I shall compensate you. You need not feel burdened by this." As she spoke, she presented to him the new bedding she had commissioned from Wu Xin, prepared for the upcoming year. "Here, take it." Seeing that the giant ear hesitated to accept, she added, "Consider it a reward for helping me care for the little brown bear today." Only then did the giant ear joyfully accept the bedding, exclaiming, "Thank you," which, her actions were not merely sentimental, rather, she aimed to cultivate a sense of virtue among the people. With basic sustenance now assured, their rising standard of living necessitated the establishment of moral principles. Additionally, rules needed to be implemented. This was an essential path for the growth of their tribe. It was crucial to instill these values deeply within the hearts of the people across generations. Without such restraint, they might act on whims, seizing what they lacked or resorting to violence against those they disliked, leading to chaos. Thus, she needed to set an example, and her role as a witch would facilitate this endeavor. Regrettably, the construction of houses this year would likely be delayed, as they had already entered autumn. The tribe's people were preoccupied with food storage, while the warriors were out hunting, leaving them short-handed. They would have to postpone preparations until the following year. Moreover, once a house was built, it would be permanent. She did not wish to reside in a stone house for eternity, yet given the local climate, which could turn perilous with rain, constructing wooden structures was not a viable option. Therefore, she turned her attention to brick houses. Fortunately, she had successfully produced a batch of charcoal this year, which has a much higher ignition point than firewood and is more stable, making it suitable for brick firing. Thankfully, there was still an abundance of firewood left from the construction of the walls, so she would focus on producing more charcoal for winter heating and next year's brickmaking. The flickering flames of the fire danced in the wind, seeping through the crevices of the cave, casting a dim light upon the cavern, where people lay on their stone beds. Some couples sang sweet melodies, while the sounds of children learning to speak filled the air. For Mu Guo, These sights stirred no emotion. She even felt inclined to remind them to maintain cleanliness. Yet, perhaps due to their robust health, she had never witnessed them falling ill. Particularly with an ample food supply recently, the children were as sturdy as young calves. A deep, wavering growl resonated from beside Mu Guo's bed, where the little brown bear clung to the edge, calling out to her. Its front paws scrabbled insistently, as if that would help it ascend. With a sigh, Mu Guo lifted the little bear onto her lap, patting its bottom, which stirred up a cloud of dust. She wrinkled her nose and instinctively recoiled, waving her hand to disperse the floating particles. She almost considered putting it down, but the sight of the little bear waddling over to cuddle with her softened her resolve. Uncertain if the little bear could comprehend her words, she noticed that the totem on her arm had nearly fully appeared, emanating a faint green glow. Holding the little bear aloft, she said, "If you wish to sleep, then follow me obediently. Do not wander off, understand?" The little bear, with its dark, expressive eyes, shook its hind paw suspended in the air and emitted a low, soft growl. Mu Guo gazed at the little brown bear in perplexity, pondering whether it could comprehend her or not. She had employed her innate abilities to communicate with the creature, yet all she received in return was a soft growl. She hoped fervently that it was not merely a mindless beast, for that would complicate their interaction. Setting the little brown bear down, she observed it obediently settle onto the stone bed, soon drifting into slumber, its gentle breaths filling the air. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Moog was suddenly turned over, awakening the little brown bear from its slumber. It swiftly climbed to its feet, its gaze fixed warily on the figure behind Mu Guo. Standing beside the stone bed was a man clad in a white shirt, a large knife resting on his shoulder, creating a striking contrast with the elegance of his attire. Embodying a blend of both audacity and rugged charm. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Mu Guo. Might I trouble you to assign me a more serious task? For instance, assisting the elderly across the street, or perhaps delivering meals to them. As for the matter of childbirth, how should I articulate that? The man pondered for a moment and replied, "Given your mystical identity, encouraging them to procreate should not pose much difficulty. Enough of this conversation. Hasten to complete your tasks and elevate your status, so I too may have the opportunity to breathe freely." The sounds in the background grew fainter, and he soon vanished without a trace. Mu Guo let out a sigh, reluctantly acknowledging the validity of his words. Recently, she had been avoiding taking on tasks, simply because she despised living under the control of others, like a marionette maneuvered by invisible strings. Yet, to thrive in this world, one must cultivate their own strength. Thus, she yielded to the demands of life, pondering how many souls across countless realms shared her plight, ultimately succumbing to the present circumstances. Rising from her bed, she contemplated discussing the matter of children with Mu Guo upon his return. The little brown bear, ever clingy, followed her wherever she went, perhaps due to the abundance of food, as it seemed to have grown a bit larger. In recent days, Mu Guo had been laboring alongside her kin to produce charcoal, leaving 2 individuals to guard the makeshift charcoal kiln while the others transported the previously made charcoal back to their cave for storage, preparing for the impending winter. After several days of effort, the pile of charcoal grew steadily until there was no longer room to accommodate it, prompting her to cease the production. The following morning, Mu Guo awoke and retrieved a tooth cup that she had crafted for her the day before, using a grass rope dipped in salt. She squatted outside to brush her teeth. Having been here for a while, her kin did not possess the habit of dental hygiene. However, for Mu Guo, who was accustomed to brushing, enduring such a long period without doing so was quite a challenge. With her newfound leisure, she began brushing her teeth and insisted that others in the tribe do the same, which met with unanimous resistance from her peers. Nevertheless, as a shaman, she waved the banner of the divine, and almost instantaneously, her kin donned expressions of reverence, obediently following her lead in brushing their teeth, each one scrubbing with fervor, as if eager to dislodge their teeth for a thorough cleaning. Thus, at dawn and dusk, the tribe members would gather in a designated spot to perform their dental rituals. When Mu Guo returned, he was greeted by this curious scene, exchanging bewildered glances with Jinghua, although unaware of the activity's purpose. They could surmise with a mere guess that it was undoubtedly Mu Guo's initiative. Soon enough, the returning warriors joined the ranks of the toothbrushing brigade, and a phrase began circulating throughout the tribe. No brushing, no meals, no brushing, no sleep. How can one partake of the divine sustenance without tending to their teeth? How can one close their eyes to enter the realm of the gods without first cleaning their teeth? It is an affront to the divine. Mu Guo was quite pleased with this, yet somewhat helpless. These individuals had never paid much attention to personal hygiene, and when asked to change their habits, they were often reluctant, believing there was nothing amiss. However, if one were to declare it as a divine mandate, they would eagerly comply, even indulging in a bit of competition over whose devotion was more sincere. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mu Guo informed Mu Guo of this matter, elucidating the associated advantages and disadvantages. After all, the arrival of multiple births necessitates additional manpower to care for the children, and with an increase in mouths to feed, the supply of sustenance must also be augmented. Nevertheless, it can be concluded that for a tribe currently facing a paucity of population, the benefits undoubtedly outweigh the drawbacks. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mu Guo nodded with delight, pleased that the task had been settled. Mu Guo glanced at the little brown bear that had been following Mu Guo closely and asked a few questions before accompanying her. By the way, Shi Yao's skills have improved significantly of late. Although he is still young, he has already reached the level of a preparatory warrior in various aspects. Unfortunately, he lacks parental guidance for training. I plan to take advantage of the next few days when I want to be going out to train him. Please return and inform him that we will be training in the back mountains tomorrow. Mu Guo has always regarded Shi Yao as an admirable child, reserved yet diligent. Despite his tender years, he has consistently accompanied Mu Guo and has already demonstrated remarkable strength. Therefore, Mu Guo aspires to cultivate Shi Yao into a loyal right-hand companion for his daughter. Moreover, Yang Ri has also maintained a good relationship with her. And Mu Guo has envisioned that, should he and Jinghua no longer be present, or should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he could rest assured knowing that these two individuals would be there to safeguard his daughter. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mu Guo nodded, watching her daughter depart. Once again, she found Shi Yao by the stream at the back mountain, where he had recently taken to honing his hunting skills in solitude. Observing the earnestness with which Shi Yao practiced, she hesitated to interrupt him. However, noticing the little brown bear that persistently attempted to scamper toward the stream, she felt compelled to break the silence. Shi Yao. Turning around at the sound of her voice, Shi Yao smiled and inquired, "Sister, what brings you here?" Mu Guo repeated the words of Shi. "My father has instructed me to find you. Your abilities have already reached the threshold of a preparatory warrior, and he requests that you wait for him at the back mountain tomorrow morning." Shi Yao's face radiated sheer elation. He was acutely aware of the significance of this message. To receive training from the clan leader was indeed a remarkable honor, and he could scarcely believe it. With palpable excitement, he inquired, "Did the clan leader truly say that? This is wonderful." His daily visits to the back mountain for self-training stemmed from the knowledge that the children awakening in the tribe were trained by their own parents. As an orphan, he was determined not to lag behind during hunts, which compelled him to train independently. Mu Guo gazed at the charming smile of Shi Yao, unable to resist the impulse to rise to her feet as well. She nodded affirmatively, proclaiming, "It is indeed true." Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the two, the little brown bear had scampered off towards the brook. The water was shallow, yet it harbored small fish measuring around 20 to 30 centimeters in length. Upon spotting the leaping fish in the stream, the bear's primal instinct for hunting was ignited. Standing on its hind legs and propping itself up with its front paws, it swiftly plunged its paw into the water, firmly pinning a fish down. With a triumphant bite, it proudly trotted back to the shore, fish in mouth, and dropped its catch at Mu Guo's feet. The bear wobbled over, quivering with excitement, sniffing the fish, and emitted a couple of playful calls towards Mu Guo, seemingly boasting of its successful hunt. Shi Yao looked on in astonishment at the little brown bear, realizing that it had indeed learned to hunt. Although it was still a young cub, prone to tumbling over while running on flat ground, it had now remarkably mastered the art of fishing, growing up far too quickly. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mu Guo did not restrain the little brown bear, allowing it to frolic freely. In a short while, the bear managed to catch 7 or 8 fish. After shaking off the water from its fur, it splashed both Mu Guo and Shiyao before contentedly trotting over to Mu Guo's feet to devour its catch. The little brown bear seemed particularly fond of Shiyao's trousers. After finishing the fish, it pounced upon Shiyao's pants, licking and rubbing against them. Shiyao looked on in bewilderment as the bear relentlessly licked his trousers, its tongue covered in barbs, until it finally tore a hole in the fabric. With a flick of its tongue, it dislodged the remnants and returned to sit by Mu Guo's feet. I suppose it's time for a change of trousers, Shiyao remarked with a hint of resignation. Mu Guo chuckled and remarked, I shall have Wu craft a pair for you shortly. Her skills have improved significantly. She can now fashion garments that are both soft and sturdy. I will have her create one of that quality for you. Their relationship had transcended mere politeness, and Shiyao even contemplated persuading Wu to make him an additional pair, for she was perpetually occupied with sewing for the warriors and her kin. Recently, she had developed a particularly robust method of treating animal hides, and was currently preoccupied with crafting attire for the hunters. However, Mu Guo's request would undoubtedly take precedence, for Wu would prioritize fulfilling her instructions over her ongoing tasks. With such an advantage at hand, Shiyao felt no need for decorum, especially since Mu Guo had specifically requested Wu to undertake this task. He was tempted to embrace the little brown bear, even wishing to playfully tear his shirt in the process, though he refrained from acting on that impulse, keeping such thoughts to himself. Very well, you should return to rest. Tomorrow, my father will train you personally, and I assure you it will be quite rigorous. Do not tire yourself too much today. Shiyao nodded in agreement, and Mu Guo, observing his tension and excitement, recognized the stringent demands Mu Yi placed upon the warriors. After bidding farewell to Shiyao, she descended the mountain with the little brown bear, who, having eaten well, was now in a playful mood. Climbing over the fence, she contemplated the construction of a brick kiln. Although time was too short to build a house, preparing the kiln in advance would allow them to commence brickmaking come spring. Constructing a brick kiln was not particularly challenging. In the past, one could see people using earthen kilns for brickmaking, but now, hollow bricks were produced in specialized factories. Though she had seen damaged earthen kilns before, she decided to attempt the endeavor, as there were no better alternatives available. As night passed and dawn broke, Mu Yi took Shiyao, who had barely slept from excitement, to train in the back mountains. Yang Ri arrived early to share his recent hunting insights with Mu Guo. Observing Yang Ri's confident demeanor as he spoke, Mu Guo felt a sense of joy for him. Perfect timing. I am planning to construct a brick kiln for the tribe, and I need your assistance in gathering a few people to help. Noticing Yang Ri's eager expression, ready to bombard her with questions, Mu Guo interjected, no questions now. You will understand soon enough. Hurry and find me some helpers. Yang Ri chuckled and agreed. Yes, our great shaman. With that, he turned and dashed off to gather assistance. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Mu Guo gazed at the delicate stream of water flowing from her fingers and sighed. Her water control skills were lacking. Otherwise, she would have stirred the soil herself. Drinking was not an option either, as her ability could only transform nearby vapor into water without any self-purification function. If someone nearby were to relieve themselves, she would unwittingly draw that water towards her, and not in a pleasant manner, leaving her feeling quite baffled. Digging into the ground felt akin to creating a tunnel, as she carved out a long, slanted trench. Above, she fashioned a circular mound of earth to encircle the trench, gradually building it higher. To ensure the stability of the brick kiln, ample soil was necessary, and its thickness needed to be sufficient. Additionally, she required a layer within the kiln to hold the bricks, which necessitated carving out hundreds of small holes on that layer of earth. After contemplation, Mu Guo resolved to use soil for this task, which demanded meticulous effort. After 3 days of toil, she had finally completed half of the work. Now, only a chimney remained. She decided to wait until the kiln dried before constructing the chimney, as she was genuinely concerned about the possibility of it collapsing. The tribe members gazed in awe at this colossal structure before them, initially believing that the surrounding wall was the largest thing they had ever built. They were astonished to find that the unfinished brick kiln was even grander. especially for Mu Guo, who had heard that his daughter intended to use this enormous creation for firing bricks. Although he did not fully comprehend what that entailed, he was intrigued by her assertion that it could be used to construct houses, and that homes built with bricks would be far more aesthetically pleasing than those merely used for storing dried meat, which filled him with anticipation. In a hurry to stockpile food for the winter, Mu Guo busied himself with the warriors, heading out to hunt. As Shirya watched the departing warriors, he turned and ascended the back mountain. Recently, he had imposed higher standards upon himself, training each day at dawn and not returning until the last rays of sunlight vanished in the evening. Perhaps due to this rigorous training, Mu Guo noticed that Shirya had grown stronger. He now exuded the authority of a warrior. With the weather favorable, Mu Guo hastened to complete the chimney of the brick kiln, marking its final completion. Many tribe members were puzzled about its purpose, but they trusted that what the shaman instructed must be for a good reason. As autumn arrived, thunder rumbled ominously, and a rainstorm persisted for 7 or 8 days. When the skies finally cleared, strong winds accompanied the change, prompting Mu Guo to rush outside. Upon finding the brick kiln intact, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. The little brown bear had now grown to her thigh, thriving on a hearty diet, consuming a dozen fish daily, and had transformed into a round, plump ball. Over the past few days, it had been perpetually drowsy, waking infrequently and sleeping extensively. Was it preparing for hibernation? It seemed a bit early for that. Surely it should wait until the first snowfall, when food became scarce. Yet, observing the bear's sleepy demeanor was utterly adorable, making Mu Guo want to ruffle its fur, so she refrained from disturbing it and prepared a cozy nest for it to sleep. Each day, when the sun reached its zenith, the bear would finally emerge in search of food, only to doze off against her, eventually falling asleep right there, necessitating her to carry it back. It was worth noting that the little brown bear had grown considerably, had her strength not improved. She might not have been able to lift it. The bear was quite astute, sensing that others were merely coveting its flesh, wishing to butcher and roast it. Given its ample size, only Mu Guo desired to nurture it purely. As Mu Guo gently cradled the little brown bear and placed it back in its cozy den, he noticed Wu approaching with a furrowed brow. Unable to contain his curiosity, Mu Guo inquired, "Aunt Wu, what troubles you?" Wu rubbed her hands together and replied, "Mu, we are on the verge of exhausting our salt supply. The little we had stored away is nearly depleted, and once the chieftain returns with the game, we will be unable to preserve it." Mu Guo suddenly recalled that in order to reach the salt lake, one must traverse the plains. Ever since the wolf pack had taken control of the plains, they had not ventured to the salt lake for harvesting salt. Engrossed in matters concerning the walls and charcoal, she had forgotten about the salt. However, since the wolf pack's defeat last time, they had not made an appearance. It remained uncertain whether they had vacated the area. The absence of salt was undoubtedly problematic. Without it, ordinary people could not join the queue to drink fresh blood for replenishing their salt levels. If this continued, they would surely lack strength, and food preservation also necessitated salt for longevity. Thus, they would have to confront the wolf pack. After pondering, she remarked, "We shall defer the salt matter until the chief returns. For now, let us conserve what we have." Wu listened and nodded with joy. Salt was indeed of utmost importance. They currently had no shortage of food due to fishing and the game brought back by the chief and others, yet there was a lingering fear of spoilage. With winter approaching, hunger would be inevitable if they did not secure salt. The weather fluctuated between heat and rain. If they truly ran out of salt, spoilage would be certain. Now that they had the assurance of the witch, she felt considerably more at ease. Mu Guo gazed after W, who departed with an air of reassurance. Yet she found herself plagued by a throbbing headache. She could not afford to harbor any illusions that the wolf pack would vacate the area. Thus, she needed the fortitude to confront them head-on. However, it seemed a formidable challenge for the warriors to face the pack directly. The sheer number of wolves far exceeded that of the soldiers, underscoring humanity's disadvantage. A human must endure a lengthy 10 months of gestation, and upon awakening at the age of 14, must ensure that no mishap occurs. Meanwhile, a wolf can give birth to several pups in a single litter, who are capable of running and jumping within a month. In just a year, these young wolves can accompany their alpha into the fray, while a human infant remains a fragile creature at 1 year old, easily toppled with a mere push. Their only skills consist of wailing and tugging at their mother's hair. Alongside the necessity of nursing, an incomparable situation indeed. Mu Guo sighed, realizing there was no way forward and that she must seek alternative solutions. Confrontation was not an option. She wished to prevent further loss of life in the tribe, as their numbers were already dwindling. Exiting the cave, she walked beneath the towering tree. gazing up at its lofty height. Wood was indeed a precious resource. Suddenly, the sound of chopping echoed, and a shadow loomed larger on the ground. With a resounding crash, the tree's canopy fell, sending up a cloud of dust. Mu Guo coughed and waved away the particles, wishing fervently for a saw. The thought of a saw led her to consider iron, yet she had yet to discover an iron mine. If only she had found one. Crafting iron tools would be effortless given her proficiency with the withered grasses. Not dwelling further on this, she raised her stone axe to begin clearing the excess branches from the tree before proceeding with her task. Sister, something is amiss. As Mu Guo wielded her axe, she noticed Shi Yao hurriedly approaching, a sense of foreboding flickering in her heart. Take your time, speak slowly, she urged. Shi Yao took a breath, the tension palpable, and remarked, I don't know who damaged the chimney of the brick kiln. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo fell silent for a moment and said, let us first take a look. The two hurried to the front of the brick kiln, and indeed, they found a large hole in the chimney. Mu Guo sighed with relief. Grateful that it was not the kiln itself that was damaged, the chimney could be easily addressed. The brick kiln was constructed layer by layer with earth, forming a stepped structure that facilitated easy climbing. Observing the stones that lay awkwardly in front of the kiln, it was evident that they had been placed there deliberately. However, who would have the leisure to engage in such actions, and what benefit would it bring to them? On the steps of the kiln, there were two faint footprints, small and somewhat delicate. Mu Guo formed a hypothesis in her mind, though she was unable to confirm it yet. Shi Yao, observing Mu Guo's contemplative expression, could not help but inquire, Sister, do you have a theory? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo is undoubtedly fabricating stories. There are no celestial beings. Merely a tactic employed to manipulate this individual. The clan's folk exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom that someone could resort to such deceit, with several members even pledging their loyalty to the divine. Shaman, I would never commit such an act. I vow to you and the celestial beings that I, Ju Heir, would never do anything to betray the tribe. Indeed, I too can swear that I would never act against the interest of our clan. I am of the same conviction. Observing the fervent declarations of loyalty from her kin, Mu Guo's gaze drifted to the last row where Tang Hua sat, her pallid countenance revealing her distress, stirring plans within Mu Guo's mind. When the gates of heaven are forsaken and hell's door is breached, she had previously lacked a pretext to target Tang Hua. Now, however, the opportunity had presented itself. Although she was a shaman, she could not justify taking a life outright, for the clan's folk were not foolish. They recognized the discord between her and Tang Hua. Very well, I believe you are all innocent, united in your dedication to the tribe. However, the celestial being has revealed to me that this individual resides within our midst. The divine will enact punishment personally. What may unfold in the future remains uncertain. Yet the celestial being does not utter empty words. I hope that the person in question is prepared to face the consequences of divine retribution. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo smiled gently at her, then turned to her clansmen and said, the celestial deity has revealed that the one who damaged the chimney is a young woman from our tribe, on the verge of awakening her powers. Now, let us not dwell on this matter any further. You may all disperse. Observing Tang Hua's sudden unease, she offered her another smile. In their entire tribe, only 5 individuals were on the brink of awakening their abilities, and among them, only one was a woman, Mu Guo herself. She deliberately spoke in this manner. As Tang Hua gazed upon Mu Guo's exceptionally gentle smile, an inexplicable chill rose from the depths of her heart. Mu Guo turned away from this place and walked towards the wall. Shi Yu followed closely behind and asked, Sister, are you going out? Mu Guo nodded. I intend to venture into the plains to see if the wolf pack still remains, as Wu informed me today that we have run out of salt. Shi Yao furrowed his brow and disapprovingly replied, it is far too perilous. Let us wait for the clan leader's return before making any decisions. Mu Guo smiled lightly and said, "It's all right. I am confident." Unable to dissuade her, Shi Yao reluctantly decided to accompany her. As Mu Guo climbed over the wall, she caught sight of a shadow swiftly retreating, and a smile gradually spread across her face. "Look, the fish has taken the bait." Shi Yao, filled with suspicion, twitched his nose and was about to say something to Mu Guo when he noticed her suddenly winking at him. He tilted his head, perplexed, and inquired, "Sister, is something wrong with your eyes?" Mu Guo sighed, tapping her lips lightly, and waved her hand, urging, "Let us make haste." Shi Yao scratched his head, casting a curious glance into Mu Guo's eyes before he followed her down the wall. Tang Hua peeked out from behind a tree. Upon seeing the two had successfully scaled the wall, she hurried over to join them. As they traversed the small grove and entered the vast expanse of the plain, flocks of sheep grazed leisurely, blissfully unaware of any lurking wolves. Mu Guo pointed towards the ditch where she had dragged Tang Hua, still unconscious from the blow, and instructed Shi Yao, "You should hide in there. I will call for you when it is time to emerge." Although Shi Yao was uncertain of Mu Guo's intentions, he sensed a marked difference in her demeanor from her usual self, perhaps hinting at something more profound. Suddenly, he recalled what he had intended to discuss with Mu Guo. He had just glimpsed Tang Hua before Mu Guo's blink had interrupted him. Could it be? A wave of anxiety washed over Shi Yao as he worried that Mu Guo might not be able to contend with Tang Hua, especially since Tang Hua was but a step away from complete awakening. Mu Guo quietly faced the small grove, waiting for Tang Hua to appear. Indeed, the rustling footsteps gradually approached, until a familiar face came into view. Tang Hua looked up and suddenly saw Mu Guo smiling at her. A wave of nervousness washed over her, and she instinctively hid the item in her hand behind her back. She forced a smile and said, "You're here too." Mu Guo smiled and said, "Didn't you follow me here? How can you still say such things?" Tang Hua's smile faltered slightly. Yet she could not help but admire Mu Guo's audacity. She stepped forward, grasped Mu Guo's hand, and, with an earnest expression, declared, "I am concerned for your safety in this place. By the time spring arrives next year, I will be awakened and will be here to protect you." Mu Guo let out a couple of clicks, truly envious of her. So thick-skinned, she must not fear the cold. Tang Hua's eyes flickered as she glanced around, inquiring, "I just saw Shi Yao come out with you. Where is he?" "I sent him to the salt lake to fetch some salt. Do you need something from him?" Mu Guo was aware that Tang Hua was about to reveal her true intentions. Tang Hua lowered her head, concealing her expression, feeling her lips involuntarily curl into a smile, gradually breaking into laughter. She lifted her gaze at Mu Guo, who appeared to be indifferent to everything, and said with a smile, "He's not here? That is truly splendid." A stone appeared before Mu Guo. If only Tang Hua possessed enough strength, Mu Guo would surely perish. The stone knife plunged heavily toward Mu Guo's neck, while Shi Yao, pale-faced, scrambled from the ditch, attempting to intercept Tang Hua. Unfortunately, he was too far away to make it in time. Despair filled Shi Yao's eyes as he witnessed the knife descending from Tang Hua's hand. His sister had always been the warmest presence in his life. Tang Hua's smile gradually twisted into a sinister grin. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Initially thinking Mu Guo had made progress, she was taken aback by her lack of vigilance, allowing her to seize the opportunity. How audacious to separate from Shi Yao here on the plains. With a soft thud, Tang Hua incredulously stared at the stone knife that slipped from her grasp. She had been gripping it tightly. Why had it fallen? Another sound echoed as Tang Hua suddenly knelt, her body collapsing weakly to the ground. Mu Guo crouched beside her, retracting the slender needle embedded in Tang Hua's body. It was a device she had meticulously prepared for quite some time. Supporting her weakening form, Tang Hua fearfully asked, "What have you done to me?" At that moment, Shi Yao rushed over, seizing Tang Hua by her hair and forcefully smashing her head against a tree, her face soon becoming API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo nodded impatiently, her gaze fixed on Tang Hua, who was covered in blood and wailing incessantly. "Very well, let's grant her a swift end to silence her cries. It's utterly exasperating." Tang Hua's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, her voice trembling and loud, "Mu Guo, how dare you? You cannot do this." Mu Guo remained unperturbed, her expression icy as she regarded Tang Hua. Despite being an educated individual who had lived in a society governed by the rule of law for decades, she resolved to cast off the shackles that bound her. The desire to eliminate Tang Hua had long been harbored within her, especially upon discovering that her blindness was a deliberate act by Tang Hua, and when Tang Hua had struck her head with a stone. Tang Hua trembled under Mu Guo's cold stare, never having envisioned her own demise at the hands of someone she had always regarded with disdain, Shi Yao. She wished to plead for mercy, yet the words eluded her. Fixing her gaze firmly on Mu Guo's eyes, she insisted, "You wouldn't dare, would you? You cannot kill me." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo paused, astonished by the stone in her hand. Had Tang Hua truly lost her senses? In her desperation to survive, she was willing to say anything. Noticing Mu Guo's hesitation, Tang Hua continued fervently, "I swear, I am not deceiving you. If you doubt me, consult the clan leader. My mother explicitly told me that I am her child with Mu Guo. I am indeed your elder sister." Shi Yao cast a disdainful glance at Tang Hua and quickly urged Mu Guo, "Do not heed her words. If she were truly the clan leader's daughter, he would have acknowledged her. You must eliminate her." Tang Hua desperately fought for her life, shouting with all her might, "Do not kill me. Mu Guo, if you doubt my words, I will accompany you to ask. You cannot slay me. I am your elder sister. To kill me would be to murder the clan leader's child. I can reveal to you that before your mother was with the clan leader, when he was not yet in power, it was my mother who tended to his wounds and fed him the herb that united their fates, leading to my existence. But I am innocent." Shi Yao attempted to persuade Mu Guo further, convinced that Tang Hua had indeed lost her mind. However, Mu Guo waved her hand dismissively. "She speaks no falsehood. She is indeed my father's daughter, and thus, my elder sister." Relief washed over Tang Hua, her gaze darting around in search of a savior. Her earlier cries had been so loud that surely someone must have heard her. Mu Guo disregarded Tang Hua's intentions and scrutinized her closely. Tang Hua's striking phoenix-like eyes and prominent nose were almost identical to those of the clan leader. Upon reflection, it was clear that among her peers, Tang Hua possessed the greatest strength and had awakened her abilities swiftly, perhaps a hereditary trait from Mu Guo. This world was not one that promoted female supremacy over males, nor was it characterized by a scarcity of women. Females here were equally capable of awakening their powers and participating in hunts. Unbound by the constraints of marriage, women often gravitated towards stronger males, believing that such unions would enhance the potential of their offspring. A strong woman could have multiple male partners, just as a strong man could, making rare the pairings like Mu Guo and Jinghua. Therefore, Mu Guo was not surprised by the situation at hand. Yet, what did it matter? Without hesitation, she raised her stone knife and thrust it mercilessly into Tang Hua's heart, twisting the blade fiercely as blood gushed forth. Tang Hua's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Mu Guo. She opened her mouth, struggling to utter the words. "Why? Why kill me when you know I am also the daughter of Mu Guo?" With great effort, she managed to speak, her chest heaving violently as blood flowed more freely. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo cursed under her breath, regretting her words. Could she not have chosen a more fortuitous phrase? "Let us go," Shi Yao exclaimed, seizing Mu Guo and making a hasty retreat. Glancing back at Tang Hua, Mu Guo's heart sank. It seemed they were destined to fall prey to the wolves. To be candid, she did not wish for Tang Hua to meet such a fate, not merely because she was a member of the tribe, but because the wolves would remember the taste of their meal. Once humans were recognized as sustenance, the tribe would likely face relentless harassment from these predators. Yet, the value of life outweighed all. Farewell, Tang Hua, your remains may one day nourish the grass, contributing to the cycle of life upon this earth. The two dashed into the woods, but alas, the wolves pursued them relentlessly. One leapt into their path, a formidable presence. Shi Yao swallowed nervously. Before them stood the Wolf King, a creature so powerful that even the tribe's leader could not contend with it. He turned to Mu Guo. Knowing that escape was no longer an option, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo cast a puzzled glance at the equally bewildered Shi Yao, who shook his head in response, indicating his own uncertainty. Beasts. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo was astonished when the Wolf King uttered two words. Beastman. Directed at Shi Yao. Shi Yao was taken aback to realize that he could comprehend the speech of a wolf, which further solidified his conviction that he was not human. The Wolf King mused in a low tone. I never expected that a beast-man would associate with such feeble humans. It is indeed a peculiar sight. Moog was suddenly pressed. Where else have you encountered orcs? The Wolf King, taken aback, fell silent, staring incredulously at Mu Guo, and cautiously ventured, Can you, as a human, comprehend my words? After taking a step back while holding Shi Yao, Mu Guo nodded and said, Yes, I can understand your words. What do you mean by beastmen? Although she had previously speculated that this world contained beastmen, hearing it from the Wolf King still astonished her. However, what intrigued Mu Guo more than the Wolf King's knowledge of beastmen was why he had appeared alone. The Wolf King paused for a moment before speaking. If you are willing to assist me with a task, I will reveal to you where I encountered the beastmen. Shi Yao felt a surge of anxiety. Were the beastmen truly his kin? Could his parents be among them? Glancing at Mu Guo and noticing her lack of reaction, he urgently inquired, What task? The Wolf King slowly articulated a request that left both Mu Guo and Shi Yao utterly astonished. There resides a water monster near the salt lake, which has dragged away a significant portion of my family. If you agree to help me slay it, I shall no longer disturb you. As he spoke, his gaze was fixed on Mu Guo. After contemplating for a moment, she decided to feign agreement, reasoning that once they were within the confines of the wall, the Wolf King could do little to harm her. It was known that during the last confrontation with the wolf pack, several individuals from their tribe had perished, and Mu Guo had nearly lost his life. Naturally, she was reluctant to collaborate with the Wolf King to kill a water monster, especially when even the Wolf King was not a match for it. Very well, but I must return to gather others first. The Wolf King cast a deep glance at Mu Guo, already harboring a sense of hope that they might aid him. He then stepped aside, allowing the two to leave side by side as he departed from the scene. As they climbed over the wall, both felt a sense of trepidation. They had just faced the Wolf King and somehow returned unscathed, a feat that would be met with disbelief if recounted. Given that even the second-level warrior Mu Guo could not contend with such a being, Mu Guo patted his chest, truly a wave of troubles followed by yet another. Seeing Mu Guo's calm demeanor, Shi Yao inquired, Sister, how do you intend to handle this? Of course, the answer was to neglect it. Would she truly accompany the Wolf King to certain doom? Faced with a water monster that even a pack of wolves could not contend with, what could she possibly do? She certainly could not lead her people to their demise unless she had lost her sanity. System. Task. Assist the Wolf King. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, recently. Mu Guo has amassed a considerable quantity of venom from anesthetic snakes, filling a large stone bowl. Within this bowl, she has placed over 10 wooden sticks, with their sharpened ends submerged in the toxic liquid. Initially intended for the warrior's hunting endeavors, it unexpectedly finds purpose in confronting the water monsters. She plans to remove this batch of sticks and immerse another set, awaiting the return of Mu Guo, so that they may attempt to confront the water monsters with these weapons. Naturally, if they are capable of overcoming the creatures, they shall do so. If not, they will retreat, for the system merely stated that assistance is to be provided to the Wolf King, without stipulating the necessity of success. The following morning, Mu Guo returned with his kin, laden with spoils, their faces radiant with joy, and the sound of the horns resounded with particular exuberance. Mu Guo nestled in Jinghua's embrace, who generously presented a basket of ripe fruits to her. These fruits are perfectly ripe. Do have a taste, she encouraged. Gazing at the long-forgotten delicacies, Mu Guo felt her mouth water. She seized one and bit into it with fervor, the sweet nectar swirling on her palate, awakening her appetite entirely. She devoured 3 fruits in quick succession before pausing. Jinghua, smiling, remarked to Mu Guo, I have always enjoyed fruits since Mu Guo came into my life. It turns out it is her fondness for them that I cherish. Mu Yishu gazed at Mu Guo, who was conversing with Shi Yao, and chuckled. Back in the day, every time I went hunting, I would also gather fruits, and I even fell from a tree. Fortunately, my tough skin and robust flesh spared me any harm. The affectionate display between the two was somewhat embarrassing for Mu Guo. Once the tribe members had finished processing the game, she finally broached the subject with Mu Yishu regarding the Wolf King's request for their assistance. This left Mu Yishu somewhat bewildered. His daughter had just mentioned that the Wolf King sought their help. The crux of the matter was, did the Wolf King truly possess the ability to speak human language? Despite their inherent superstition, the notion of a Wolf King articulating human speech was an entirely alien concept for Mu Yishu, plunging him into confusion. He cast a perplexed glance at Mu Guo, who, upon noticing her father's expression, swiftly revealed the totem on her arm and explained, "Father, behold my totem. The ability I have awakened allows me to communicate with animals." Mu Yishu was momentarily taken aback, followed by an increasing sense of confusion, for he could not fathom the utility of such an ability. Surely, one could not simply converse with animals for no reason. It seemed rather odd. Observing the unabashed disdain in Mu Yishu's eyes towards Mu Guo's peculiar talent, she let out a resigned sigh. Mu Yishu suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Do you not possess the ability of Qian Shaoku? Has it grown stronger now?" Mu Guo, feeling a bit embarrassed, chuckled softly. Whether Qian Shaoku could become more powerful depended on the tribe's members and their capacity for procreation. She could only respond, "My intuition suggests that Qian Shaoku will only flourish with the emergence of the first batch of new life next year." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Yishu nodded in agreement, stating that they would take a day to rest, allowing the warriors to regain their spirits before accompanying her the following day. Meanwhile, Mu Guo's family was enjoying a moment of joyful reunion, while Jiyu held in her hands a vibrantly feathered bird she had painstakingly captured. Yet, her daughter was nowhere to be found. In the past, whenever the warriors returned, her daughter would rush into her embrace with unbridled enthusiasm. Today, however, despite searching the entire courtyard, she could not locate her child. An inexplicable sense of unease began to creep into her heart. Perhaps she had ventured to the back mountain. She reassured herself, urging not to dwell on it too much. However, after thoroughly scouring the back mountain, she still found no trace of Tang Hua. Panic enveloped her, and she stumbled towards the cave, her voice echoing before her arrival. "Elder, please help me, my daughter, Tang Hua, is missing." The urgency of her cry startled Mu Guo, causing him to shiver, and the tribe members turned their gazes towards her. Mu Yishu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Have you searched everywhere?" Jiyu nodded fervently, her heart racing as she implored, "Please, help me find my daughter." Mu Yishu nodded gently to provide comfort, saying, "Do not be anxious. Perhaps she has merely fallen asleep somewhere." With that, he arranged for several individuals to accompany Jiyu in search of her daughter. Shi Yao's hands clenched tightly around his trousers, ceaselessly fidgeting, while Mu Guo felt a sense of discomfort in her heart, knowing it was her doing. As night descended, Jiyu appeared significantly haggard. Her once formidable warrior demeanor now diminished. She glanced at the reluctant tribespeople, who were unwilling to assist her in the search for her daughter, and resentment gradually welled in her eyes. Yet, she found herself powerless. Darkness had enveloped the surroundings, and no one was willing to venture beyond the protective walls in pursuit of an uncertain fate. She turned and knelt at Mu Yishu's feet, pleading fervently, "Tribe leader, I implore you, please help me. She is my only daughter." Jiyu's desperate plea, the gaze of the tribespeople, and Mu Yishu's silence hung heavy in the air. Mu Guo and Shi Yao exchanged a glance, both displaying a hint of discomfort. While they could confront Tang Hua's malice with an unburdened heart, Jiyu held on to Mu Yishu's sleeve, pleading, "I have searched everywhere else. The only places left are the woods and the plains. I implore you to assist me in finding her." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo shook his head at him. Even if Jiyu knew she had slain Tang Hua, what could be done? If necessary, they could simply raise a larger banner. The warriors, brandishing torches, scaled the wall, one after another, forming a string of luminous points. From the depths of the darkness, a cacophony of howls echoed, But the warriors had long since grown accustomed to such scenes and were naturally undaunted. Mu Guo and Shuriao watched the warriors scale the wall as she stood on the stone steps gazing at the flickering lights in the distance, letting out a sigh before descending the steps. It was her first time engaging in such an endeavor, and she felt a pang of guilt. Returning to the cave, she retrieved a few fruits and began to nibble on one, casually tossing another to Shuriao. He looked at her quizzically, surprised that she still had the appetite for fruit at such a moment. Reluctantly, he accepted the fruit but did not eat it. You should eat. Soon there won't be any inclination left for fruit, she urged. Who knows how you will behave upon their return? Shuriao pondered. And realizing the truth in her words, he took a bite of the fruit with a satisfying crunch. After a while, people began to pour into the cave, and Mu Yi's expression was far from pleasant. Bringing up the rear was Jiyu, his face a mask of resentment. Mu Guo craned her neck to look behind for Tang Hua's body, but her search yielded no results, leaving her perplexed. She approached Jing Hua and inquired, Mother, did you not find Tang Hua? Jing Hua nodded slowly, letting out a sigh, and replied, I fear she may be lost to us now. She could very well be in the belly of some beast, despite her personal disdain for Jiyu and Tang Hua. As a mother who had nearly lost her own daughter, she could empathize with Jiyu's plight. Mu Guo cast a glance at Shuriao, who shook his head and whispered, I haven't ventured outside again. Could it be that she was truly devoured by a beast? There are only wolf packs beyond the plains. Since the Wolf King has a need for them, it stands to reason that he would not feast upon Tang Hua. Yet, if one ponders too deeply, perhaps the beasts consider all that is dead merely as sustenance. Tomorrow, a meeting with the Wolf King was scheduled, providing an opportunity to inquire about Tang Hua's whereabouts. At that moment, Jiyu hung her head in tears, fully aware that her kin would no longer assist in the search for her daughter. In her heart, she understood that her child must have met her end within some creature's belly. Amidst her sorrow, she cautiously lifted her gaze towards Mu Guo, who was busy handling toxic substances. Jiyu recalled that her daughter had always been at odds with Mu Guo when Mu Guo first assumed the role of shaman. She lacked the respect of the tribe, and thus her daughter had consistently targeted her. A growing suspicion began to fester within Jiyu. Her once respectful gaze towards Mu Guo transformed into one of doubt. Could it be that the shaman had harmed her daughter? Yet, she hesitated to entertain such thoughts. After all, she was a shaman. Would she truly inflict harm upon a member of her own tribe? Yet, driven by maternal desperation, Jiyu could no longer afford to dwell on such uncertainties. She simply yearned to uncover the truth. Jiyu slowly approached Mu Guo, lowering her head as she called out, Shaman. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind her, startling Mu Guo. Upon recognizing Jiyu, she comprehended the purpose of her visit. Jiyu met Mu Guo's gaze directly, her eyes brimming with trepidation. Can a shaman commune with the celestial beings? Might you reveal whether my daughter still lives? Mu Guo lowered her eyes to conceal her emotions. From the moment Tang Hua perished, the connection between her and the witch stone had dissipated, returning to the stone and transforming into a verdant glow. When she finally lifted her gaze once more, her eyes had become remarkably clear, devoid of any trace of sentiment. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Mu Guo furrowed her brow, displaying a hint of displeasure. As a mother, she felt a sense of failure in not having nurtured her child properly, yet now she faced unwarranted aggression. Perhaps she was unaware of the actions taken by Tang Hua, but why should she endure such scrutiny? It was evident to anyone that Jiyu was casting doubt upon Mu Guo's intentions. The clan members voiced their condemnation of Jiyu, but her mind was consumed with the loss of her daughter, rendering her indifferent to the opinions of her kin. Mu Guo cast an annoyed glance at Jiyu and impatiently remarked, Jiyu, you have gone too far. It is indeed regrettable that our tribe has lost a warrior with awakened powers, but what does that have to do with the shaman? Jinghua looked at Mu Guo, her heart sinking. She knew her daughter all too well. Mu Guo, with his carefree nature and complete trust in Mu Guo, naturally failed to perceive the underlying issues. She stepped forward and stood defiantly in front of Jiyu, exclaiming with irritation, Who permitted you to speak to the shaman in such a manner? Mu Guo felt a warm sensation in her heart as she gazed at Jinghua, who stood before her. However, Jiyu appeared unwilling to relent. Her resentful eyes casting a glance at Jinghua as she reiterated, I know you and my daughter have never gotten along. I merely wish to ascertain if you are responsible. The cave was suddenly enveloped in silence, as none anticipated that Jiyu would cast the blame for her daughter's disappearance upon the witch. Meanwhile, Shueyu, positioned at the back of the crowd, widened her eyes in sudden realization. She abruptly lifted her gaze towards Mu Guo, trembling slightly. yet feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Fortunately, she had managed to part ways with Tang Hua in time. Otherwise, had she accompanied Tang Hua, she couldn't help but wonder what her fate might have been. Mu Guo grasped Jing Hua's hand and pulled her to the right, while she cast a glance at Jiu. Mu Yisher stood nearby, fixated on Jiu, seemingly ready to cast aside any threat that Jiu posed to Mu Guo. The tribe was in dire need of warriors, and she did not wish to see Jiu alienate herself from the community. As a shaman, she had to consider the greater good. Jiu, I understand the sorrow in your heart due to the loss of your daughter, but you cannot place the blame for this situation upon me. Observing Jiu's intent to speak further, Mu Guo continued, moreover, I believe it is quite possible that your daughter has incurred the wrath of the celestial beings. At her words, the crowd collectively fixed their gazes upon Mu Guo, and Jiu, in utter disbelief, exclaimed, What has my daughter done? How could she be punished by the heavens? Mu Guo sighed softly and began to speak. On that day, the chimney of the brick kiln was shattered, and the deity instructed me to identify the perpetrator. If the individual were to acknowledge their wrongdoing, the deity would impose only a minor punishment. However, should they refuse to admit guilt, they would face a dire consequence. I summoned all the clansmen to interrogate them, yet none confessed. Indeed, such was the case. We all swore an oath to the deity that day, with only Tang Hua remaining silent. Yes, yes. One by one, the people echoed this sentiment. Recounting the events of that day, Jiu, in disbelief, retreated a step, troubled by the disdainful gazes directed at her. It was difficult for her to accept that her daughter had been forsaken by the deity, especially after she had just vehemently scolded the shaman. Ultimately, she fell silent, returning to her stone bed without a word, lost in her thoughts. As Mu Guo observed Jiu departing amidst the rain, she discerned that the latter had acquiesced to the notion presented. One cannot help but acknowledge the formidable prowess of the divine banner. The hunt proved arduous, and the toll it exacted on lives remained unknown, with the tribe's population stagnating. Furthermore, with pressing matters to attend to on the morrow, she wished to avoid enmity with Jiu. With Tang Hua's demise, the issue would be resolved, and Mu Guo was reluctant to complicate matters further. As night passed and dawn broke the following day, Mu Yisher assembled the warriors at the cave's entrance. Upon rising, Mu Guo beheld these formidable individuals, each possessing a robust physique and towering stature, standing resolutely in 2 rows, weapons in hand, exuding a fierce and savage